My high school grades were average, but at least I managed to get into a technical college. Mechanical engineering sounds quite technical, and I'm sure I'll be able to handle screwing in bolts once I graduate. I'm looking forward to college life, but now is not the time to think about that. With my eyes closed, I can still see the ceiling of the hospital. This is so eerie. I clearly remember there were no cars on the road, but suddenly a car hit me and then drove away. I was lying on the ground, surprisingly not feeling any pain. I didn't want to go to the hospital, but a kind-hearted person insisted on taking me there. I kept wondering, where did that car come from? As I was pondering this, a nurse came in, and suddenly I saw a moving skeleton, which startled me into shouting, "There's a ghost." I opened my eyes, and the skeleton turned into the nurse, leaving both of us bewildered. I couldn't help but wonder, what was happening? How could I see a skeleton? The nurse ran out, saying, "Dr. Lee, the patient is awake, but might have a damaged brain." I chuckled inwardly, thinking you're the one with a damaged brain. I rubbed my eyes, closed them, and could still see outside. Could it be that I had developed superpowers? Dr. Lee and the nurse entered, and I saw people with my eyes open and skeletons with my eyes closed. Dr. Lee whispered, "The brain might really be damaged," and the nurse nodded to go get a sedative. I panicked, thinking how much money would the sedative cost. I had no money. I quickly said, "I'm fine, no need for a sedative." Dr. Lee looked at me as if I were a fool. I didn't bother explaining, as it wouldn't make sense anyway. I thought, medical care is too expensive. I need to sneak out quickly. After Dr. Lee checked and found no injuries, he reassured me and left, seeing no one around. I got up from the bed and swiftly sneaked out of the hospital. The nurse brought the sedative, only to find that I had escaped. Running out of the hospital, I breathed a sigh of relief. Hospitals are too expensive. Once you enter, they strip you of everything. I moved my body around as I walked, not feeling any pain, luckily indicating no injuries. Unfortunately, the car had fled, or else I would have made them pay a hefty sum. Suddenly, I remembered my electric bike. It must be at the scene of the accident. Estimating the distance, it was about 3 miles away. I ran towards the accident site, aware that I would be scolded for returning late. As I ran, I couldn't help but wonder if my eyes really had superpowers. Seeing with my eyes closed was so eerie. Closing my eyes, I saw pedestrians turning into skeletons, which gave me a start. This scene would surely win awards if filmed in a zombie movie. I shook my head, not wanting to think about it for now. I had to deliver the goods first. I arrived at the scene of the accident, found my old electric bike. Luckily it wasn't damaged in the crash. Then, I sped off to Uncle Woo's store at a speed of 80 miles per hour. Uncle Woo is the owner of a medium-sized supermarket in this small county town, considered well off. I helped him with deliveries during the summer break to earn some tuition money. When I got there, Uncle Woo had the goods ready. Seeing me arrive late, he scolded me, saying, "You stinky kid, off playing again. Hurry up and deliver the goods. The customers are waiting." I chuckled, quickly loaded the goods, drank the cold water Aunt Woo prepared, teased Uncle Woo's silly son, and set off to deliver the goods. Along the way, with my eyes closed, all I saw were moving skeletons on the road, almost bumping into people several times. I thought to myself, this superpower is really a burden. But soon, the superpower backfired. I closed my eyes again and instead of skeletons, I had X-ray vision, seeing through people's clothes. A long-haired beauty walked by, and I was almost stunned. This superpower put me in dangerous situations several times, almost causing accidents. I've lived for 18 years. And now I know that there are so many types of underwear. A woman's figure can be so amazing, and that I can have so much nosebleed. After being scolded by passers-by 3 times, I finally finished delivering the goods. I breathed a sigh of relief. Could I say I love this superpower to the bone? This superpower is so damn cool. I finished my day's work, dragging my tired body back to the orphanage. The orphanage is located in the old district of this small county town, backed against the riverbank, neighboring the county's distillery. I am an orphan in the orphanage, raised there since I was a child. Regarding my background, the orphanage director explained that I was abandoned by my parents when I was 6 months old, and a kind-hearted person brought me to the orphanage. In my swaddle, there was a note saying my mother was unmarried when she got pregnant with me, and out of desperation, she had to abandon me. In the small county town of the 90s, being unmarried and pregnant was a very shameful thing. Enough to make an entire family hang their heads in shame. Although there was no tradition of drowning unwanted babies in my hometown, the gossip and rumors from neighbors were enough to ruin a person's reputation for a lifetime, making them unable to hold their head up high. I felt nothing towards those heartless parents. Perhaps deep down, I never considered them as my parents, just 2 strangers. Now, the orphanage is my home, This small courtyard is my home for life. As dusk approached, the orphanage echoed with laughter. I heard Fatso's laughter and guessed he must have bought some delicious snacks again. Fatso's name is Juan. Like me, he grew up in the orphanage. We are close in age, played together since childhood, and went to school together. This time, Fatso did well in the college entrance exam and got into a prestigious normal university, with a full scholarship and even a monthly allowance. It's the best university any orphan from the orphanage has ever attended. I entered the orphanage and saw a group of people gathered around a table, watching the orphanage director cutting watermelon. When the director saw me, he quickly called me over to eat. Fatso looked at me with an excited expression. Without saying anything, it was clear that he had received his wages. The orphanage has been tight on funds these years, unable to support the expenses of so many children. If a child reaches high school, they need to work part-time during holidays or weekends to earn tuition fees. Although Fatso and I are only 18 years old, we already have 3 years of work experience. Fatso did well in his studies, so after the college entrance exam, he found a job tutoring a middle school student. Not only does this part-time job pay well, but it also doesn't require much effort, making me quite envious, but there's nothing I can do about it. My brain just doesn't seem to work well with studying, so I can only deliver goods for Uncle Wu and earn some hard-earned money. While eating, I asked, Fatso, how much did you earn this time? With an excited but slightly shy expression, Fatso replied, I earned 1,600 yuan this month. An auntie also gave me a 100 yuan red envelope, making it a total of 1,700 yuan. I couldn't help but feel envious. Fatso earned 1,700 yuan in a month, while I earned 800 yuan delivering goods for Uncle Wu. The difference was too big. Is this the harsh reality of golden books? I patted Fatso on the shoulder and said in a big brother tone, well done, Fatso, keep it up next month. Fatso rubbed his eyes, smiling happily. This was probably the most money he had earned from a part-time job so far. I knew that Fatso didn't need to work part-time originally. His university gives him a 400 yuan monthly meal subsidy, enough to cover his living expenses. However, Fatty continued to work odd jobs in order to earn enough money for my living expenses. He knew that the 1,600 yuan he earned from working odd jobs for 2 months would hardly be enough to support his living expenses for this semester. I didn't want Fatty to work so hard, but at the same time, I thought that this is what good buddies should do, and I could only appreciate his kindness. The dean looked at the two of us with a smile of contentment. Over the years, Fatty and I have been the two people who have made the dean worry the least. The dean patted our shoulders and said, you two are great. The 2 college students in our school this year are truly geniuses. The 3 of us laughed heartily, enjoying each other's company. But suddenly, a girl spoke up. Hey, why did he Juan buy watermelon for everyone, but not you? Are you secretly using the money to buy snacks? I felt a headache coming on. It was Meow Meow, a 16-year-old girl who had disliked me since she was young and never missed a chance to pick on me and make sarcastic remarks. I ignored her and started to clean up the watermelon rinds, but Meow Meow kept following me, asking, why aren't you saying anything? Are you feeling guilty because what I said hit a nerve? I sighed internally and then joked, you got it wrong. I'm saving up the money to marry a wife. Meow Meow, looking caught off guard, retorted, you, getting married? Who would want to marry you? I pretended to look puzzled and said seriously, don't you know? The dean's dad said you should marry me. Meow Meow was first shocked, but then immediately denied. No way, you're just a toad lusting after swan's flesh. Don't even think about it. I'm going to tell the dean's mom. With that, Meow Meow ran off. I chuckled to myself, thinking, if she wants to challenge me, she's got a long way to go. Night fell, and the courtyard under the starry sky was quiet and warm. The sound of cicadas was like a soothing nocturne, calming people's weary hearts along with the moonlight. I was sitting in the courtyard with the dean's dad, chatting casually. Beside us, Xiao Wu and Xiao Fang were playing with watermelon rinds, using a small knife to carve on them with a serious expression, directing their clumsy hands, which looked quite comical. Looking at the dean's dad's temples, all white now, I felt a pang of heartache. There are now 14 children in the orphanage, all cared for by the dean's dad and mom alone, tirelessly for decades. It was really tough. The dean's dad's name is Li Hongru, 54 years old this year, with a square face and a crew cut, a typical 80s look that seemed a bit old-fashioned in 2012. But beneath this old-fashioned appearance is a heart full of love. The dean's dad and mom have been running this orphanage for nearly 30 years, and the number of children who have grown up in the orphanage is countless. I've always wondered, what made the dean persist for so long? Was it for money? No, because this orphanage not only doesn't make money, but also requires funds. The dean's dad often has to work extra jobs to cover the expenses for this group of people. Was it for fame? Not really, because as far as I can remember, the dean's dad has never publicized it or sought any recognition. In fact, the dean's dad not only hasn't gained fame or fortune, but has also been misunderstood and criticized. Some say that the dean's dad is reluctant to let go of the title of dean, which must have some hidden benefits that others don't know about. I don't understand it either, and I've asked before, but the dean's dad always dismisses it, saying I'm still too young to understand. I trust the dean's dad. He must have his own principles and bottom line for doing all this. I waited for Xiao Wu and Xiao Fang to finish playing with the watermelon rinds, ready to cut them up to feed the chickens. Xiao Wu was in a hurry, and I watched as the knife was about to cut Xiao Fang's finger. I thought about shouting to warn Xiao Fang to move, but it was already too late. As I stared at the knife blade about to cut towards Xiao Fang's finger, I internally shouted, "It must cut slightly off target. It must cut slightly off target." As if there was an invisible force, the blade of Xiao Wu's knife veered to the side by 1 centimeter, ultimately landing on the watermelon rind instead of Xiao Fang's finger. I quickly pulled Xiao Fang away, checked her finger to find it unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief, and let the two children continue playing inside while I started cutting up the watermelon rinds. I wiped the sweat off my forehead, feeling the moment of just now, and truly sensing that invisible force. What was it called in novels? Telekinesis? Was that my own thoughts, or was it a kind of superpower I possessed? Internally ecstatic, I wondered if this incredible stroke of luck had truly struck me. I stared at the watermelon rind on the table, attempting to see if I could move it with my thoughts. That small piece of watermelon rind seemed to shift slightly to the left as if brushed by a pair of large hands. It moved! It moved! I jumped up from the stool, laughing heartily. My own superpower. It's amazing. I lay on the bed, listening to the snoring of the chubby guy on the top bunk, unable to fall asleep for a long time. With superpowers, who needs sleep anyway? Thinking about my superpowers, I chuckled. This X-ray vision superpower, wouldn't it allow me to see many scenes I couldn't see before? For example, I always hated my poor eyesight, couldn't even read the paper next to me during exams, resulting in me getting terrible grades. Now, wouldn't it mean that if the person next to me is top in the grade, then I would be second? Just thinking about my college entrance exam, even with my eyes wide open, I didn't manage to cheat a few marks. Now with X-ray vision superpower, wouldn't I be able to get into a top university? Just imagining it feels great, and the telekinetic superpower is even more awesome. This means, I could give someone a slap from afar and they wouldn't even know? In that case, I would truly be invincible. At this moment, the snoring of the chubby guy once again reached my ears. I chuckled and decided to test it out on him. I concentrated hard on giving the chubby guy a slap, as if an invisible pair of hands slowly moved towards his face, and with a strong force, I heard a loud smack and the chubby guy's snoring abruptly stopped. The chubby guy hesitated and asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" I immediately closed my eyes, breathed evenly, pretending to be fast asleep. With my X-ray vision superpower, I saw a skull slowly peeking out from the top bunk, its dark eye sockets staring at me, almost scaring me to death. It's really terrifying in the middle of the night. Thankfully, I had seen a human skeleton during the day and was familiar with the chubby guy, or else I might have screamed out loud. The chubby guy, seeing me still sleeping, didn't know why he was woken up, thought he was dreaming, and went back to sleep. Only when I heard the chubby guy snoring again did I dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Too damn exciting. I really want to shout out loud right now, I'm invincible. I chuckled at the chubby guy's snoring, thinking about how to use my superpowers to make money. Making money is so difficult. I thought to myself, I need to find a way to use my superpowers to earn money, because money is power, right? I should get some rest now and think about it later. As the sound of my snoring filled the room, the chubby guy and I started a duet, with each of us taking turns snoring, like a performance of Guangong Battle's Qin Cheong. In my dream, I found myself in a strange space, a bright white room about the size of 2 bedrooms combined. I was curious about where I was and how I got there, unable to figure it out. A thought crossed my mind, could this be another one of my superpowers? A virtual space? Oh, this is the superpower I've always dreamed of. Every time I deliver goods, I complain about the limited capacity of my electric bike. I even thought, if I had this virtual space, I could deliver a warehouse full of goods in a day, evolve into the innate delivery guy supreme. But with this virtual space, why bother with deliveries? I could do something more profitable, like drug trafficking, transporting tons of drugs at once. making a fortune without anyone noticing. How much money could I make? Excitement bubbled up within me as I imagined becoming a millionaire, marrying a beautiful woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Looking around the empty space, I thought about bringing in the lounge chair from the yard to make my daydreams even more comfortable. I calmed my mind and focused on figuring out how to make money with my superpowers. If I could earn money, I wouldn't have to deliver goods every day, making things easier for the boss and allowing me to provide more for Little Woo and the others. After contemplating for a while, I decided to study how to use my superpowers effectively first. It's important to sharpen the knife before cutting the wood. I understand this principle. Wait, how do I get out of this space? I woke up in the morning with dark circles under my eyes. The chubby guy looked at me in confusion and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why do you have such big dark circles?" Yawning, I looked at the chubby guy's face and secretly chuckled, wondering if the slap from last night had left a mark. "I had trouble sleeping last night, and your snoring kept me up all night," I replied. The chubby guy smirked and said, "Didn't you say before that my snoring has a hypnotic effect? How come it didn't work last night? Come on, your snoring was so loud, second only to mine in the yard. How could I sleep?" I retorted. At that moment, Mia Mia walked over, saw my dark circles, and burst into laughter, teasing me about blaming others for my lack of sleep. I shot Mia Mia a glance, choosing not to argue, as this was my usual way of dealing with her. Ignoring her was the best strategy. Mia Mia, getting frustrated by my silence, shouted, "What's with your attitude? When someone talks to you, why don't you respond?" Still remaining silent, I watched as the chubby guy enjoyed the scene like a spectator. Mia Mia, unable to contain her anger, but also unable to do anything to punish me, as I had always held the upper hand over the years. Suddenly, I felt mischievous and turned to the chubby guy, saying, "I can make Mia Mia run away with just one sentence. Do you believe me?" The chubby guy's eyes lit up, but he said, "I don't believe you. Based on your previous encounters, Mia Mia probably has about 5 comebacks ready for you. I'm going to mess with her today and show her how tough life can be," I declared, encouraged by the chubby guy's expression. Turning to Mia Mia, I whispered in her ear, "Your clothes are on backward," before returning to the chubby guy's side. Watching Mia Mia's reaction, Mia Mia screamed, abandoning her toothbrush and darting back to her dorm in a hurry. The chubby guy looked shocked, then turned to me and asked, "What did you say to Mia Mia? She really ran away?" I just replied with a smirk and a guess, before laughing heartily and walking away, leaving the chubby guy lost in thought. I eventually managed to come out of the space on my own, but it took quite a long time. After exploring for most of the night, I finally figured out a way to freely enter and exit the space. It still relies on thoughts, but it's not just simple thoughts. It seems like there is some kind of contractual situation in this space, similar to the space recognizing a master, where I need to reach an agreement with this space in order to enter and exit freely. Anyway, I succeeded in the end. In the morning, while the fat guy was busy in the bathroom, I decided to bring a book into the space to see how the process worked. I stared at the book, thinking, "Receive," and the book truly disappeared, which amazed me. With a single thought, I entered the space and saw the book coming in intact, which eased my mind. Then I took the book out of the space, and it was still in perfect condition, so I was completely relieved. I'm starting to look forward to the end of the world now. With this space, wouldn't I be able to dominate the post-apocalyptic world? Today, while delivering goods, I'll show Uncle Woo what real speed means. The amount of goods I delivered in a day astonished Uncle Woo, and this was even with me deliberately slowing down. Curious, Uncle Woo asked me, "Why were you so efficient today?" I didn't explain much, just said that the hot weather, fewer pedestrians on the road, and my increased familiarity with the routes made the deliveries quicker. Uncle Woo happily said that if I kept up this speed for the next month, he would give me a raise. I was happy, Uncle Woo was happy, and his foolish son beside him was also joyous. Uncle Woo's son was truly foolish, born with cerebral palsy due to lack of oxygen at birth. Now 10 years old, his intelligence was probably at the level of a 1-year-old. Uncle Woo had spent all the money he earned in the past few years on treating this foolish son. As the foolish son grew older, Uncle Woo and his wife struggled to take care of him and decided to send him to a welfare institution. There was no other choice. Such a situation was too draining. I felt that this was the happiest day for me. Not only was I delivering goods quickly and earning more money, but I also got to see beautiful women along the way, full of charm and amusement. I thought, this won't do. I need to keep up with my nutrition. It's only the first day, and other side effects of this superpower coming so quickly. There was a slight sense of melancholy. In the evening, I took a box of milk that Uncle Wu gave me back to the orphanage. A group of children, led by little Wu, quickly ran over, shouting loudly, "Big brother, you're the best." I looked challengingly at Meow Meow, as if saying, "I bought something too." Meow Meow looked at me angrily, even more so now. Following my gaze, she looked at her chest, shouted "pervert," and ran away. I widened my eyes, utterly incredulous. I really hadn't done anything. Then I saw Meow Meow whispering to the orphanage director, occasionally glancing in my direction. Oh, I was really going to be reported. Meow Meow was truly brainless with her big chest. She shouldn't misunderstand others just because of her chest size. At that moment, Xiaofang ran over, grabbed my hand, and said, "Big brother, Meow Meow told the director that you were being a pervert." "What did you do to Meow Meow?" I slapped my forehead. This was bad. The evening sky blazed like fire. Everyone was waiting to eat, but suddenly, cries came from outside the orphanage. I listened carefully and recognized little Wu's voice. My heart sank. Something was wrong. He must have fought with the children from the neighboring distillery. The fat guy also rushed out from the house, and with a glance at each other, we ran outside, with the fat guy even grabbing a chair leg. As we ran out of the compound, we saw little Wu and little Hun crying as they walked towards us. I asked, "What's wrong, little Wu?" Sobbing, little Wu said, "I was playing marbles nearby, and the kids from the neighboring compound snatched them from me and even hit me. I knew it would be something like this." I grabbed little Wu's hand and went to find the other kids. The orphanage and the distillery were neighbors, and the kids from both places often got into fights. The reasons for the fights were varied, but most of the time, it was the kids from the distillery looking down on the orphanage kids. Because the orphanage kids were fewer in number, they often suffered losses. However, ever since I entered junior high school and grew stronger, the orphanage kids didn't lose as much in fights. I am strong and know how to fight, often catching opponents off guard and making them suffer losses. Although the fat guy is not good at fighting, when he does fight, he is much tougher than me, always aiming for the vital points, sometimes making me gasp in admiration. He truly is a real man. When we arrived at the spot where little Wu was robbed, I saw 4 or 5 kids around 10 years old playing marbles. When they saw me approaching, they tried to run away, but I managed to catch one of them. I grabbed the ear of the child I caught, causing him to cry out in pain. The other kids who had run away upon seeing their friend caught, turned back, showing some loyalty. The fat guy asked little Wu, "Which little brat took your marbles?" Little Wu pointed to their boy in charge, with a big head and ears, taller than the other kids by almost a head, approaching with a chair leg in hand. The other kids backed away in fear, except for the leader who stood his ground confidently and said, "Today, if you caught Asen, we're unlucky. We'll return the marbles to you. You let Asen go. Today, we're even. Let's not bother each other anymore." Wow, this kid was quite arrogant, talking about being even. I almost burst out laughing from the absurdity. Ignoring the kid's words, the fat guy slapped him, knocking him down. He then proceeded to strike the other kids, making them cry out in pain. Kids shouldn't be treated with kid gloves. Education starts young, teaching these little brats about the harsh realities of society so that they grow up to be pillars of society. The fat guy retrieved the marbles from the kids, returning the ones taken from little Wu. Initially, he intended to return the rest to the kids, but then he slyly threw the marbles far away, scattering them all over the ground. Opening his hands, the fat guy let the kids see and said, "You little brats, take a good look. I'm taking back the marbles you stole from little Wu, but the rest are returned to you. Next time you steal, you'll be handed over to the police." I gave the fat guy a thumbs up and released the kid I caught. The kids quickly ran off, and when they felt they were far enough, the leader turned around and shouted, "Just you wait, my brother will be back, and he'll beat you all to death." I pretended to run after them, and the kids, scared, fled hastily, no longer trying to act tough. Little Wu expressed concern, saying, "Big brother, Wu Haiju's brother practices taekwondo. Wu Haiju said his brother is coming back in a couple of days, so be careful not to get caught. You won't be able to beat them." I realized Wu Haiju was the leader of the group. His brother practices taekwondo, the kind that breaks fragile wooden boards. I almost burst out laughing. I patted little Wu's head and reassured him, "Don't worry, they can't beat my brother. But in the future, don't stray too far to play. Stay in the courtyard, or they might bully you." Little Wu nodded happily, saying, "I knew my brother is the best." The fat guy and I escorted little Wu back, exchanging a glance that said it all, silently reminding each other to be more cautious in the future and not get caught off guard. This is the result of years of experience in our struggles. Always stand up for what's right, retaliate when necessary, act cautiously, be confident but not arrogant, and maintain a balance between assertiveness and caution. Back at the orphanage, the matron was at the door, about to go out and look for me and the others to prevent us from fighting. Seeing me return unharmed, she felt relieved. The matron scolded us. "You're all grown up now. Don't fight every day. What if someone gets hurt?" I explained to the matron. "Matron, we didn't fight. Little Wu's marbles were stolen, and we just got them back." Before the matron could respond, their headmaster, standing nearby, chimed in. "If something is taken, it should be retrieved, regardless of who took it. We don't start trouble, but we can't be afraid of it either. If we let marbles be stolen today, tomorrow it could be money." The matron shot a glare at the headmaster, then took Little Wu and Little Heng back inside. The fat guy and I exchanged nods and both gave a thumbs up to the headmaster. The headmaster chuckled and said, "Be careful, try not to fight. It's not good if someone gets hurt." Thinking of Wu Haiju's brother, I asked their headmaster, "Do you know who in the neighboring compound practices taekwondo?" After a moment of thought, their headmaster replied, "It should be the child from the old Wu family. I heard he is a taekwondo coach in the city but haven't heard about anyone else." "Why do you ask?" I recounted the recent events to their headmaster, who advised, "That child must be around 30 years old now. He shouldn't bother with kids like you. But still, be cautious. Avoid taking shortcuts these days and stick to the main paths." The fat guy and I nodded in agreement, realizing we needed to be on guard. Back in the dormitory, we each took out a pair of slingshots from the drawer. I gave one to the fat guy to keep in his backpack, while I stored mine in a handy space, highlighting the convenience of having such a space. These slingshots were our heroes, the tools we used in fights against the kids from the neighboring liquor factory compound, earning us great success. Asking around the liquor factory compound, almost everyone had experienced the power of these slingshots. In the past, the fat guy and I faced off against 10 or so opponents with our slingshots in hand. We fought from the liquor factory compound to the orphanage gate and then to the riverbank, battling for 3 days and nights without blinking an eye. After that, the kids from the liquor factory compound rarely challenged us again, as they had learned to fear us. As we grew older after high school, our fights became less frequent, and these heroic slingshots were eventually left to gather dust in the drawer. Now, taking them out again, I wondered what kind of chaos we would stir up. It was a beautiful day, starting with the crowing of a rooster. With a few cockadoodle-doos, I slowly woke up, feeling my damp hair and the moist pillow, knowing it would be another scorching day. Before anyone else was up, I put on my shoes, dashed out of the compound, and ran to the riverbank, jogging along it for half an hour. I have always believed in one saying, a strong body is the capital of the revolution. A strong body is the hard truth. Even though the weather was hot, there was a slight cool breeze while running along the winding river, making it quite comfortable. I gazed at the river, longing to take a bath in it, but the headmaster didn't allow it. Over the past few years, several children had drowned each year, so their headmaster repeatedly emphasized that no one was allowed near the riverbank, or they would face consequences at home. Sighing, I resigned myself to taking a cold shower at home. Upon returning to the orphanage, I woke up the fat guy, quickly finished our meal, and headed to school. Today was the day for graduation photos and the distribution of acceptance letters. The fat guy was excited as he was about to receive his acceptance letter. As for me, I had just submitted my application for vocational school and had no idea when I would receive my acceptance letter. Entering the classroom, most of my classmates had already arrived. I exchanged greetings with my close friends, discussing our chosen majors and any interesting happenings. I was in a science class, where the number of girls was already scarce. However, most of the girls in the class were quite pretty. Initially, I wasn't interested in them, but with my superpowers, I couldn't help but take notice, as I was admiring them. The class flower, Wang Fanfei, walked in. Wang Fanfei was considered the class flower and ranked highly in our grade. Today, Wang Fanfei was wearing a white dress with a white flower in her hair. The guys beside me were amazed, praising her for being extraordinary and beautiful. I nearly burst out laughing, thinking how her all-white outfit resembled morning attire. Just as I was trying to stifle my laughter, Wang Fanfei's close friend, Li Minute, spoke up, teasing us. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Hearing her voice, I turned towards Li Minute and, with a gasp, covered my eyes, muttering, "My eyes, my eyes." My reaction caused laughter to erupt in the classroom. Though annoyed, Li Minute couldn't do much about it. Wang Fanfei calmed Li Minute down with a few words and then looked at me, as if wanting to say something but remained silent. The little incident passed, and everyone headed to the playground for the graduation photos. After high school graduation, the girls were finally free from their restrictions, shedding their old-fashioned uniforms and uniform short haircuts. They could finally wear clothes they liked and style their hair as they pleased. Therefore, taking graduation photos at this time was quite special. Without the usual uniformity of school uniforms, it was like a blossoming of various styles. I couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit bitter. After the graduation photos, there was an awards ceremony, mainly to commend the students who had been accepted into universities. This year, the school's performance was poor, with only 13 students accepted into universities. Among them was the fat guy, showcasing his strength. Under the scorching sun, the students were restless, making disapproving noises, which made the principal, who was boasting about the school's performance on stage, extremely embarrassed. Therefore, the awards ceremony was conducted swiftly, even faster than old Wang next door. But I was excited, especially when the fat guy went up on stage. I cheered loudly, earning a nod of approval from the principal. Perhaps the principal thought I was cheering for him. If only the principal knew that I was internally criticizing his red underwear, he might have shed a tear. My 3 class grades are very poor, with only one person, Lee Minute, admitted to a prestigious university this year. Although she barely made it with a 3-point margin, it was enough to give her the confidence to boast. As I stood outside the classroom, I overheard Lee Minute loudly bragging about her grades, acting as if she was the only smart one and everyone else was beneath her. It made me feel uncomfortable, almost annoyed. I was about to walk away, but Lee Minute unexpectedly turned her attention to me. She loudly asked, "Hey, what about your grades? Let everyone know." I took a sharp breath, not wanting to engage with her, but she blocked my way, insisting that I speak. Reluctantly, I replied in a sarcastic tone, "My grades are far worse than yours. You are the top of the class, praised by the principal. I bow to your excellence. May I ask, which university did you choose? Tsinghua or Peking University? If you say Renmin University of China, I wouldn't be impressed. Those 2 schools are not worthy of you." I couldn't help but be sarcastic, and no one could stop me. Li Min's face turned red as she struggled to respond. The classmates nearby stifled their laughter, clearly feeling uncomfortable. Seeing Lee Minute speechless, I continued, "Lee Minute, why don't you start a tutoring class for everyone? Share your secrets to success." I've even thought of a name for the class. Unlocking Lee Min's success. Tsinghua and Peking University are within reach. What do you think? Lee Min's face darkened, but I wasn't about to back down. I called out to everyone, "Let's give a round of applause for Professor Lee Minute." Lee Minute was at a loss for words, her face stiff. Wang Fanfei pulled Lee Minute away and said to me, "You're going too far." Lee Minute just made a comment, "And look at all you said." I chuckled and replied, "Miss Wang Fanfei, why didn't you stop her when she started? Now you speak up. Isn't that unfair of you?" Wang Fanfei paled, about to respond, but the class monitor, Li Fei, intervened. He scolded me, "Why are you picking on Wang Fanfei? What's your problem?" I realized that Li Fei, as the class monitor, had a crush on Wang Fanfei, which was common knowledge in the class. He often used his authority inappropriately, and many classmates were fed up with him. Now, Li Fei thought he could continue bossing everyone around, but he picked the wrong person this time. I pretended not to notice him and joked. Someone released a gas bomb. Everyone, scatter. The onlookers burst into laughter. Li Fei, frustrated, tried to grab me, but I swiftly grabbed his wrist, causing him to yelp in pain. I teased, "Was it you who released the gas? You seem awfully eager to react." Everyone laughed, and just as Li Fei was about to retaliate, their homeroom teacher arrived, and we all dispersed. As I leisurely returned to my seat, listening to their homeroom teacher's announcement about repeating a year, I felt drowsy. I thought to myself, when will this end? I still have deliveries to make. This is hindering my money-making. Unforgivable. The long 3 minutes finally came to an end. Everyone cheered, celebrating the end of their high school lives. Just as I was about to leave, Li Fei approached me. I thought he wanted to fight and clenched my fists, wondering which eye to hit to make him look more handsome. But to my surprise, Li Fei suggested, "Let's play pool. The winner is the boss, and the loser is the subordinate." I felt a pang of anxiety. Li Fei was up to something. The class knew that Li Fei's family owned a pool hall, and he was a skilled player from a young age. His skills could rival a professional, and he was probably one of the best in the county. Li Fei wants to play pool with me, obviously trying to embarrass me by winning. Before, I definitely wouldn't have agreed, but now that I have superpowers, I'm not afraid of him at all. Li Fei saw that I was silent, knowing that I was scared. In order to embarrass me, he was worried that I would refuse, so he quickly said, "What's wrong, Master Zhang?" Feeling cowardly, my mind raced, wondering if I could use my superpowers.
Thinking of my ability to control thoughts, I laughed out loud. "If I can't sink a ball, I can control it to go in. And if I don't want you to sink a ball, You won't sink a single one. But I said, it's not that I don't want to play with you. It's just that I have to deliver goods and, if I delay a day, I'll lose a lot of money. Lee Fei smiled, realizing my concern, and quickly said, how much? I'll pay you. Seeing Lee Fei agreeing so quickly, I thought to myself, this guy really wants to embarrass me. Too bad your plan backfired. Lee Fei was afraid I wouldn't agree, so he quickly said to the classmates around us, if you guys have nothing to do, let's go to my house's pool hall to watch me compete with him. It's free to play pool today. After Lee Fei said this, most of the classmates wanted to go, and they all watched me eagerly, seemingly afraid I would refuse. Seeing Lee Fei looking so pleased with himself, I couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Not only do you want to embarrass me, but you also want to embarrass me in front of our classmates. You can't stop digging your own grave. With my agreement, everyone cheered and we headed to Lee Fei's house's pool hall. I brought along Fatty, who brought 2 of his classmates, and we happily took advantage of the situation. Lee Fei's house's pool hall was really big, with 2 floors and an area of several thousand square feet. There was a ladies' area, a non-smoking area, a dining area, a bar, and all kinds of services were available. Except for the expensive prices, everything else was fine. I rarely played pool, but that didn't mean I was bad at it. Compared to the average person, I was decent, but compared to Lee Fei, I was far behind. But I wasn't worried. How could I lose with superpowers? It's impossible. In order to embarrass me, Lee Fei deliberately chose a location in the middle, surrounded by a wide open space filled with classmates watching. I looked around and saw everyone watching us as if it were a show. Seeing the atmosphere was already tense, Lee Fei decided to start. I had no intention of letting Lee Fei off easy, so I confirmed with him first that I charge 40 yuan a day, but he had to pay 80 yuan. After all, I was expending energy too. To round it off, 100 yuan. Seeing me calculating like that, Lee Fei felt a bit overwhelmed. I was really good at calculating. Even in front of so many classmates, I was being so stingy. But in order to embarrass me, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Then Lee Fei said, I've paid the money. You shouldn't have any other requests. I won't bully you. How many games should we play? Looking at the bar next to us, I had an idea and said, no. It's too hot today. Walking from school made me thirsty. Lee Fei, wouldn't you mind buying us a drink? Lee Fei was getting impatient. Why was I making things difficult? It's just a drink. No big deal. He asked the waiter to bring me a glass of iced cola. I took a sip happily, then stared at Lee Fei and said, Lee Fei, did you misunderstand? It's us who want a drink. Please buy everyone a drink. As I spoke, I gestured to everyone, and when they heard me, they all got excited, especially Wang Min. Thinking it's a good opportunity not to be missed, they all started cheering. Lee Fei didn't expect me to do this, making it hard for him to back down. But looking at everyone's expressions, especially Wang Fanfei looking at him, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. Lee Fei's heart was bleeding. He was really bleeding today. Not only did he give me 100 yuan, but he also had to buy drinks for these dozens of classmates. I wonder if his dad will punish him when he finds out. Seeing me enjoying the drink, Lee Fei really decided to show his true skills. Not letting me sink a single ball, that's quite humiliating. I'll show you what I'm made of. I feel like it's about time to stop. I don't want to take advantage of Lee Fei too much. If he refuses to continue, then I'll be the one at a loss, right? I thought about it and decided on a best-of-7 match. I'll let Lee Fei be arrogant at first, let him win 3 games, and then come back to win 4 in a row. I wonder if the onlookers will be satisfied with this kind of twist. Lee Fei set up the balls and said he would go easy on me, letting me take the first shot. Without saying much, I took a powerful shot, and my classmates cheered loudly. I was lucky to sink 1 ball, a tough one, but after that, I couldn't sink any more. Lee Fei smirked and took control of the table. Lee Fei was indeed very skilled, and with a show-off attitude, he displayed a variety of techniques with different cues, angles, and shots, impressing many onlookers. They were surprised to see how versatile pool could be played. Lee Fei sank 7 balls in a row, and when it came to the black 8 ball, he made a beautiful shot into a corner pocket. Winning the first game, Lee Fei grinned and said, sorry, but I won. I just sneered. The position of my balls wasn't good. I let you win this game. Let's move on to the next one. Lee Fei thought to himself, next game? You won't even be able to make a move in the next game. He glanced at Wang Fanfei discreetly, but she was looking at me, which made Li Fei even more irritated. The second game began. Li Fei made a strong opening shot, showing off his skills and quickly sinking 8 balls in just 40 seconds, swiftly ending the second game. I didn't even get a chance to play. Li Fei smirked, saying, "Sorry, I won again." I retorted, "What's that supposed to mean? I can clear the table in one shot too." Li Fei laughed and said, "All right. It's your turn in the next game." He sneakily glanced at Wang Fanfei again. Their eyes meeting, Wang Fanfei smiled slightly, making Li Fei feel ecstatic. It seemed that as long as he won enough, beautiful women would be drawn to him. The third game began. They played normally, aiming for the black 8 ball in the end. Li Fei's superior skills helped him win the match. Li Fei's face, which was initially lacking in smiles, was now beaming with joy. Looking as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum, I suggested a halftime break to find my rhythm, believing that with the right mindset, I could win. Having won 3 games already, Li Fei naturally agreed to the break. I couldn't muster up any more excitement either. As I sat on the sofa, Fatty came over and asked, "What's going on? You never do things without confidence. Why did you agree to gamble with him today?" I chuckled and said, "You'll see in the second half." At that moment, Li Fei was boasting to a group of girls, claiming his skills were top-notch and even offering to take on female disciples for guidance. Everyone in the class knew that Li Fei had his sights set on Wang Fanfei, but there were always some unreliable people who tried to annoy him. Li Wen's eyes sparkled as she heard Li Fei offering to take on disciples, and she quickly said, "Oh, Li Fei, I'm signing up. I have free time, and you must guide me well." A few male classmates, including myself, looked at Li Fei, who seemed as uncomfortable as if he had constipation, and burst into laughter. As we entered the fourth game, I decided to use my superpowers. When Li Fei made his opening shot, 2 balls that could have gone in were mysteriously blocked by my mind. Although Li Fei thought it was a pity, he kept his composure because making a successful opening shot was lucky, whereas missing was normal. Initially, I thought of playing normally, but then I thought about what would be the most satisfying way to win, clearing the table in one go. With 3 swift strokes, I managed to sink all 8 balls, leaving Li Fei looking unfazed. I said with a smile, "Li Fei, sorry, but this time I got lucky." Li Fei shrugged and said, "Everyone has their lucky days. That's normal." Moving on to the 5th game. It was my turn to make the opening shot. Initially, there were no opportunities to sink a ball, but under the influence of my superpowers, I managed to sink 2. This left Li Fei impressed by what he deemed as my good luck. I jokingly reply, "My luck seems to be turning around. The ball positions look good. It seems like I might clear the table again." Li Fei's expression finally changed a bit, losing some of his confidence, but he still held the match point and maintained a smile. Although the game didn't start off smoothly for me, my superpowers kicked in, leading to some incredible shots that left my classmates in awe. This time, I shrugged and said to Li Fei, "Sorry, my family had 2 servings of dumplings today." This remark caused everyone around to burst into laughter. As expected, the smiles didn't disappear. They just shifted from Li Fei's face to mine. Li Fei ignored me and quickly set up the balls for the 6th game. This time, Li Fei decided not to show off with a powerful opening shot, but instead used a standard side shot, aiming to sink a ball right from the start and prevent me from getting a turn. Unfortunately for Li Fei, he encountered me, or rather, my superpowers. How could the ball sink under such circumstances? Noticing that a ball didn't go in, Li Fei started to get a bit annoyed, and his face darkened as he assessed the ball layout. He then glanced at Wang Fanfei and saw her looking at me. His face turned even darker, adding a shade of green to the mix. I couldn't resist giving him a taste of his own medicine once again, clearing the table in one go, which prompted loud cheers from my classmates. Looking around at the cheering crowd and noticing that those who had cheered for Li Fei in the first 3 games were now cheering for me, I couldn't help but feel amused by these fair-weather friends. Fatty was also cheering loudly from the sidelines, his face covered in sweat from excitement. He had even crushed the empty Sprite bottle in his hand. I gave Fatty a reassuring look, and he understood, clenching his fist and cheering me on. And so, we entered the 7th game. Li Fei tried to console himself, attributing his 3 consecutive losses to his cue stick. He then switched to the best cue stick available in the shop to cover up his embarrassment, explaining to the classmates that this cue stick cost over 3,000 yuan and would surely lead him to victory. This revelation caused the classmates to gasp. As in 2012, over 3,000 yuan was enough to cover a high school student's meals for 2 semesters. I couldn't help but feel itchy hearing Li Fei flaunt his wealth so blatantly. With renewed confidence using the expensive cue stick, Li Fei told me, "I underestimated you. Your skills are hidden. But I won't go easy on you in the 7th game." He was quite arrogant, and I liked that about him. The more arrogant he was now, the more satisfying it would be to see him lose later. I reply, "Li Fei, stop showing off. I'm not afraid. How about we raise the stakes? If you lose, that cue stick of yours belongs to me. Deal?" Upon hearing my proposal, Li Fei quickly waved his hands and said, "No. This cue stick is a treasure in our shop. I dare not gamble with it. However, if we must bet, I can offer you a membership, allowing you to play in the shop for free for a year. How about that? And what if you lose?" I reply, "A year's membership? Are you kidding me? I don't have time to play." Upon reflection, Li Fei realized my busy schedule due to working part-time during holidays as an orphan. He then suggested, "You could sell the membership for a few $100. Our memberships are highly sought after." The prospect of making a few $100 excited me, and I agreed, saying, "That works for me. I have no money anyways." "But what happens if I lose?" Li Fei thought for a moment and said, "If you lose, you have to work at my shop for a month. You'll do whatever I ask of you." Without hesitation, I agreed. "No problem." Fatty pulled me aside, warning me not to be impulsive as working at the shop would prevent me from earning my tuition. He also cautioned that the headmaster would surely discipline me if he found out. Li Fei, hearing Fatty's warning, felt more confident in his control over the bet and offered, "Have you thought it over? If you're short on food money, I can treat you to lunch here." At this moment, Wang Fanfei interjected, urging us to play but not to escalate the bet. She pointed out that the start of the university semester was approaching and accused Li Fei of trying to prevent her from attending. Ignoring Wang Fanfei, I continued to play along, seemingly mediating but actually fueling the fire. She was well aware that Li Fei's family owned a billiards hall and that he was skilled at the game. I whispered to Fatty, "Don't worry, I won't lose." Li Fei gazed lovingly at Wang Fanfei, as if trying to gauge her reaction, and said, "I agreed to this bet. I have no choice." I reassured Li Fei, saying, "Let's do this." I said I'm in. Upon hearing my confirmation, Li Fei's face lit up with excitement, and he announced to our classmates. Everyone heard it. I didn't force him. He agreed on his own. Let's all bear witness. I waved off the unnecessary chatter and urged, "Let's get started." Li Fei appeared eager, looking forward to having me do chores for him every day in the future, which added a hint of excitement to his demeanor. Little did he know, he had brought this upon himself. The 7th game begins, and it's my turn to break. Li Fei looked a bit panicked when he saw that I was breaking. After all, I have the ability to clear the table in one shot. If this game ends in one shot, wouldn't he be unfairly losing? But before Li Fei could call a stop, I had already broken the balls. It was too late to call a stop now. I made a ball on the break, which made Li Fei's heart race. He kept thinking to himself, "Don't make a ball, don't make a ball." However, things didn't go as planned. Or maybe my superpowers weren't aligning with Li Fei's wishes. I managed to sink 5 balls in a row. But when it came to the 6th ball, I faced a challenge. The position of the cue ball was tough, and even with my superpowers, it was difficult to sink the ball. The degree of difficulty was high, and Li Fei wouldn't want to discover any tricks I might be up to. It seemed that the one-shot face-slapping strategy wasn't working, so I decided to give Li Fei hope first and then crush it. Li Fei saw that I missed a shot, and the anxiety that was in his heart quickly sank down to his bladder, leaving him feeling relieved. The fat guy, seeing me miss a shot, covered his eyes and couldn't bear to watch. Thinking to himself, "I'm going to lose. I'll have to work extra shifts to earn back the money I lost in baits." Li Fei picked up his cue stick, put on his pool glove, fixed his hair, as if telling his classmates, "I'm about to show off." With his exceptional skills, Li Fei managed to sink 7 balls in a row, leaving only the black 8 ball. He turned to me and said, "It seems like you'll be working at the shop soon. I've decided to start you off with cleaning duties. How does that sound?" I reply, "Li Fei, you're talking big now. The position of the black 8 ball isn't ideal. Do you really think you can sink it?" Li Fei was full of confidence. He believed he could make the shot with the black 8 ball. As he took the shot, The black 8-ball shot like a bullet towards the left bottom pocket. Lee Fei watched the trajectory with Joe as the black 8-ball went in. But then, a strange scene unfolded. As the black 8-ball approached the left bottom pocket, its trajectory shifted slightly to the right, causing it to hit the edge and not go into the pocket. Lee Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, looking as if it was impossible. I burst into laughter. Lee Fei hurried to the left bottom pocket, running his hand over the felt, trying to figure out why the ball didn't go in. Internally, I couldn't stop laughing. You'll never find the reason. Because I was the one behind it. After looking around for a while, Lee Fei, frustrated, saw it. Are you ready? I'm about to start. Anxious, Lee Fei said. Don't rush. There must be something wrong with this table. I was supposed to make that black 8-ball just now. Ignoring Lee Fei, I sunk 3 balls in a row and ultimately, with the help of my superpowers, I won for 2-3 against Lee Fei. After the game, the group of people who were cheering loudly before surrounded me, asking me to teach them how to play pool. Li Min forgot about our previous unpleasantness and the idea of becoming Li Fei's apprentice. She came directly to me, insisting that I teach her. Wang Fanfei's expression was a bit sour, probably not expecting me to win. Li Fei was on the verge of tears, unable to believe he had lost to me. Seeing those classmates who should have been by his side now watching me, including Wang Fanfei, he felt utterly defeated. At that moment, Li Fei still couldn't understand how he had lost. Watching me being the center of attention, Li Fei felt an infinite rage rising within him. He believed he deserved the treatment and attention that I was receiving. Looking at the enraged Li Fei, I couldn't help but smirk internally. Making decisions in a fit of anger is what people fear the most. And that's exactly what Li Fei was doing. I said, Li Fei, you've already lost. There's no need for us to play another round. Go and sign me up for a membership. Li Fei then proposed a bet involving his cue stick, saying, do you find this cue stick interesting? Let's bet on this game. If I win, you don't owe me anything. But if I lose, the cue stick is yours. Upon hearing this, I felt delighted. Even though I had no use for the cue stick, selling it would still be profitable. Although I said I had no interest in the cue stick, I added, there's no point in competing with you. Li Fei sneered and said, are you scared? If you are, just say it in front of everyone, and I won't force you. I burst into laughter and retorted, scared of you? You, a sore loser, have the nerve to say I'm scared. The classmates nearby felt that Li Fei couldn't handle losing and insisted on another round, making Li Fei even more embarrassed. I think the time is right. So I said, we can have another game, but let's not bet with this pool cue. Let's just play a friendly game. What do you say? Li Fei was a bit surprised when he heard me say that, not understanding why I suggested it. I continued, but I was thinking, maybe you could treat everyone to a milk tea. That should be doable, right? The cost of that is like a drop in the bucket compared to this pool cue. Li Fei felt a bit pleased inside because I took the bait, but then he also felt a pang of pain, thinking about all the classmates, all the drinks, and the milk tea expenses. His old man would give him a hard time when settling the accounts, but in order to save face, Li Fei endured. The two of us engaged in another match, but this time, the applause from our classmates was directed towards me, and they all wished for me to win. Who wouldn't want a cold milk tea in this hot summer? It was Li Fei's turn to break this time. He was determined to clear the table in one go and make me lose completely. Looking at Li Fei's expression, I thought to myself, this kid is bound to be disappointed. No matter how skilled you are, can you withstand my superpower? Li Fei lost this game completely, to the point where he began to doubt his life choices. Both sides played more than a dozen rounds, and Li Fei didn't sink a single ball, even those balls that were just several centimeters away from the pocket, needing just a gentle nudge, would roll halfway and stop. How could he continue like this? I looked at Li Fei, who was now dumbfounded, and I felt elated inside. A person like Li Fei needed this kind of lesson to not be so arrogant, always thinking he's the best, looking down on everyone, not realizing there are always people better than you, and even beyond skills, there are superpowers. So Li Fei's loss was not unjust. Everyone kept their eyes on Li Fei, waiting for him to treat everyone to milk tea. At that moment, Wang Fanfei spoke up again, in that same tone. Today, everyone had a great time playing, and Li Fei even let everyone play billiards for free. So, how about we spare Li Fei from treating us to milk tea? After Wang Fanfei spoke, everyone fell silent. Not even Wang Fanfei's best friend Li Min chimed in. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. I said, Wang Fanfei, are you offering to treat us to milk tea on Li Fei's behalf? I'm fine with that. What does everyone else think? A few of my close friends chimed in. Wang Fanfei treating us is no problem at all. Wang Fanfei's face instantly darkened. There were about 20 to 30 classmates present today. One milk tea each would cost about 200, and Wang Fanfei didn't want to foot that bill. Wang Fanfei quickly said, I didn't mean it that way. Well, forget what I said. Then everyone turned their gaze back to Li Fei, who blushed like a monkey's backside. In the end, Li Fei had no choice but to lead everyone to the bar counter to get the milk tea. Today, Li Fei's attempt to embarrass me through a game of billiards backfired, surprising everyone. In the end, it was Li Fei who ended up embarrassed. As onlookers, we classmates played billiards, had milk tea, and witnessed a face-slapping show, which left us all satisfied. As one of the main characters, I earned my first bucket of gold through superpowers. In addition to the 100 yuan fee from Li Fei, I sold a 1-year membership to a classmate on the spot, making a cool 300 yuan profit. That's 400 yuan in total, equivalent to half a month's salary for me. Except for Li Fei. Everyone was happy. As we left, I took a few more cups of milk tea to go, planning to share them with Ziwu and the others. Li Fei stood there, seething but unable to voice his anger, bringing relief to the rest of us. On the way home, Fatty kept asking, why were you able to beat Li Fei? It's not that Fatty doesn't trust me, but Fatty knows my skill level. Although I'm better than Fatty, it's clear that I'm not as good as Li Fei, so Fatty was very curious. I didn't offer much of an explanation, just saying, some things are better left unknown, leaving Fatty even more puzzled. Returning to the orphanage and seeing Ziwu and the others enjoying their milk tea made me smile. It further strengthened my determination to earn money through my superpowers. Looking at the scorching sun outside, I initially wanted to take a day off today, but thinking about my tuition fees, I decided to go deliver goods instead. Who would complain about having too much money? The headmaster once said, working hard is the way to wealth. When I arrived at Uncle Wu's shop, I realized that Uncle Wu's goods had already been delivered. He asked me to go to the warehouse to take inventory. I groaned inwardly, as I hated taking inventory. It was always exhausting, but I had no choice but to follow Uncle Wu to the warehouse. However, when I got to the warehouse, I discovered a pleasant surprise. First, I found a comfortable reclining chair that was even better than the ones in the orphanage. When Uncle Wu wasn't looking, I managed to sneak it into my space. I figured I'd just borrow it for a month and return it to Uncle Wu later. Then, I noticed the protective gear Uncle Wu had prepared for the security guards: stab-proof vests, riot shields, riot batons, and a few stun guns. I played around with the stun gun and found it quite handy, so I quietly took a set, just in case. Thinking about Wu Haiju's older brother got me excited. If he showed up, I would have to teach him a lesson. Let's see if his taekwondo skills were better or my stun gun was more effective. Lastly, I sneaked 2 cases of beer into my space. With the weather being so hot, it would be nice to have a cold drink on hand. I hoped Uncle Wu wouldn't blame me and consider it a reward for taking inventory. I thought to myself, today's trip to the warehouse was truly fruitful. I would have to visit the warehouse more often in the future. If I found something useful, I would just borrow it. Uncle Wu was a good person, so it shouldn't be a problem. I worked especially hard today. What would have taken a whole day was completed by Uncle Wu and me in just an afternoon. Seeing my dedication, Uncle Wu was very pleased and was probably thinking about giving me a raise. As evening approached, the two of us, having finished inventory, enjoyed ice-cold beers. It was a very refreshing moment. Uncle Wu mentioned a raise, which I had expected, but I was still touched. The 800 yuan per month was what we had agreed upon initially, so Uncle Wu didn't have to raise it. Uncle Wu had known the headmaster for many years. Most of the orphanage kids who did odd jobs would come to Uncle Wu's shop. In the end, Uncle Wu drove me back, and the car was filled with items that Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu had given to the orphanage. Uncle Wu and the headmaster had a few drinks in the orphanage courtyard, and Fatty and I kept them company. We didn't eat much, but we had quite a bit to drink. Everyone was a bit tipsy. Uncle Wu and the headmaster reminisced about their younger days, and I gradually learned that Uncle Wu used to be a tough character in the past, not one to mess with. As he got older, he stopped getting into trouble and focused on earning money to support his family. Finally, Uncle Wu patted my shoulder and said, "In life, no matter where you go, you'll always come back home. Don't be afraid." This is your home. Early morning crowing of the rooster woke me up in a daze. It took me a while to remember the drinking from last night, and after shaking my still groggy head, I decided to take a cold shower. Fatty was still sound asleep, but it was getting late, so I woke him up. He had to help someone with tutoring, and being late wouldn't be good. Fatty was even slower than me. He was the first to pass out last night, and his snoring was quite loud even though he didn't drink much. After both of us took cold showers, Fatty went to tutor, and I went to deliver goods. We went our separate ways. What neither of us noticed was Woohaiju and his brother, Woohaigan, watching us from the dilapidated factory across from the orphanage. Woohaiju was pointing at us and whispering to his brother, who was nodding in agreement. They seemed to be plotting something. When I arrived at Uncle Woo's shop, I saw a shabbily dressed man having breakfast with Uncle Woo. Listening to their conversation, it seemed like this man was Uncle Woo's friend who had been gambling for years. His wife ran away. His house was sold. And now even having a meal was a struggle. He seemed to be asking Uncle Woo for help. The mention of gambling made me suddenly realize that maybe I could use my superpowers in this situation. The headmaster had said, "Don't steal. Don't rob. Don't earn money with a guilty conscience. Earning money from gamblers shouldn't be a problem, right?" I made a mental note and casually asked Uncle Woo about the man's situation after he left. Uncle Woo didn't say much, just warned me not to get involved in drugs, or I'd end up like that man. I then casually asked, "Are there any casinos in our county?" Uncle Woo seemed wary of such places and mentioned a few locations, saying they were all places that devoured people without spitting out bones. I silently noted down the information, planning to visit when I had time, mainly to test if my superpowers could be useful. If they were, then I'd be swimming in money. My day of delivering goods was still highly efficient, with the help of my space, allowing me to bypass the limitations of the electric scooter's storage. If I wasn't afraid of using too much space and getting noticed, I could do 5 days worth of work in one day. I always felt like I was underutilizing my superpowers, but I hadn't found a risk-free, high-return way to use them yet. As evening approached, I finished delivering the last batch of goods and was cooling off and enjoying the view in the air-conditioned mall. Suddenly, a stylishly dressed girl with sunglasses approached me, catching me off guard. As I was sizing her up, the girl actually spoke to me. "Hello, what are you doing here? Don't you recognize me? I'm Yon Cece." I looked closely and indeed, it was Yon Cece, but we didn't know each other at all before. How did she know me? Yon Cece was a prominent figure in school, often associated with the big shots because her boyfriends were usually the influential ones in school. Yon Cece was beautiful, with a great figure. Throughout high school, she was someone I admired from afar. But unexpectedly, we bumped into each other here, and she claimed to know me. What was going on? Seeing me silent, Yon Cece spoke again. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" I wasn't sure what Yon Cece meant, so I reply, "I know who you are, but we don't know each other, right?" Yon Cece reached out her hand and said, "We're classmates, shake hands, and we'll know each other." How? I was a bit taken aback, facing such a beautiful girl. Even someone like me who didn't usually suffer from social anxiety was feeling a bit awkward. Encountering this situation, I felt a bit like a muggle, but I quickly regained my composure. Regardless, since the girl had extended her hand, I had no reason not to shake it. I extended my hand and shook hands with Yon Cece. Her hand was so soft. It was the first time I had ever held a girl's hand, and for a moment, I forgot to let go. Yon Cece asked, "Is my hand soft?" Realizing, I quickly let go of her hand and asked, "Yon Cece, do you need something from me?" Yon Cece replied, "Can't I just look for you without a reason? We're classmates. Can't we just say hello?" I was a bit puzzled by Yon Cece's words, but knowing that she was someone not to be messed with, I decided it was best to keep my distance. I said, "All right." Greetings exchanged. "I should be going now." Yon Cece looked at me, unable to understand my thoughts at the moment, and said, "I actually do have something to discuss with you. I saw you playing pool yesterday. Could you teach me?" Playing pool yesterday? Was she there when I was gambling with Lee Fei? How did I not notice her? But why would she come to me to learn pool, when there were plenty of skilled players among the lackeys of her boyfriends? I reply, "Yon Cece, my skills are really lacking. I was just winging it yesterday. Besides, don't any of your boyfriend's lackeys play pool well? Why come to me?" Yang Cici understood my implication and didn't say much. She just mentioned to meet at Li Fei's pool hall tomorrow night and then left. One involuntarily followed behind Yang Cici until she turned and asked, "Why are you following me?" Feeling embarrassed, I said, "I'm not following you. I just happened to be going in the same direction." Yang Cici looked around and chuckled. "What's this? Do you have a girlfriend now? Buying clothes for her?" How? I realized that Yang Cici had entered a women's lingerie store. Without a second thought, I hurried away. Yang Cici watched as I ran off, laughing through tears. I ran out of the mall, finally feeling free from Yang Cici's gaze. Thinking to myself, Yang Cici is indeed very beautiful. Then the thought crossed my mind. The hand I had held earlier. How many men's hands had it held before? Perhaps even other things. Feeling disgusted, I shuddered and decided to find a place to wash up. I definitely wouldn't be going tomorrow night. Love me or hate me. How could someone as good as Yang Cici be wasting her potential like this? Why not focus on studying and being a good student? But I also knew, without experiencing hardship, one may not be persuaded towards goodness. Could there be some hidden reason behind Yang Cici's actions? Should I try to help her? Be a hero for once. It's so difficult. Being a hero is so difficult. The distant sunset was a soothing shade of red, and I leisurely walked home. Thoughts of the beautiful Yang Cici causing my body to heat up. This little devil, making things difficult for me. Turning into a small alley, I didn't notice a tall and burly man following closely behind me. By the time I realized it, the man was already very close. I looked at him. He looked at me. Neither of us spoke. I knew this man must be targeting me. Probably the brother of Wu Haiju from the neighboring liquor factory. He looked really strong. I sprinted away, taking out a baton from my pocket as I ran. The man saw me running and quickly caught up, his large hand reaching for my neck. I quickly stopped, causing his hand to miss me and our positions to switch. He was now in front. I was behind. I said, "Speak up. Who sent you? Are you Wu Hagen, the brother of Wu Haiju?" The man sneered and said, "You know me? Good. Saves me the trouble of explaining." With that, Wu Hagen's fist was already coming towards my face. As I looked at his powerful punch, I thought about how much it would hurt if it landed on me. "Since you dare to confront me alone, today I'll show you the consequences of messing with someone with superpowers." I dodged to the side and swung the baton hidden in my hand, hitting the man's arm. Wu Hagen let out a painful cry, clearly not seeing the baton in my hand. When he saw it, he grimaced in pain. Before Wu Hagen could speak, I didn't give him a chance. I swung the baton at him, catching him off guard and causing him to yelp in pain. I thought to myself, isn't this guy supposed to be skilled in Taekwondo? His movements should be agile. But I didn't see that today. After hitting him with numerous strikes, Wu Hagen suddenly pushed me away with force and ran off with quick steps. I was bumped, my internal organs aching from the impact. Watching Wu Hagen run off, I smirked. This baton is really effective. Returning to the orphanage, I found Fatty and told him about Wu Hagen confronting him, showing him the baton and saying, "Thank goodness for this. Otherwise we would have been in trouble today." Fatty laughed heartily, then pulled out another baton from his bag, saying, "Looks like I'll be needing mine soon too." They both agreed that Wu Hagen wouldn't likely give up easily and might bring more people to confront them, so they decided to meet up later to avoid being at a disadvantage. Their principle was to be cautious. It's always better to be safe than sorry due to carelessness. A quiet night passed. The next morning, they both set out as usual. Just after parting ways with Fatty, I noticed something was amiss. 3 people ahead of me, 2 behind me, sandwiching me in the middle. With Wu Haiju's appearance, I finally confirmed that these people were indeed after me. Damn. Can't Wu Hagen take a joke? Who tries to jump someone early in the morning? This side is the old city area, with fewer people during rush hour. If it were the new city area, the streets would be crowded, and they probably wouldn't dare to attack. Facing 6 people alone this time, I felt a bit anxious. Not because I was afraid of getting beaten up, but because I didn't want to delay my delivery. I needed the money. Wu Hagen held a steel rod in his hand, grinning as he said, "I underestimated you yesterday. I didn't expect you to have a baton. Let's see how you'll escape today." I scoffed. "Wu Hagen, how did you like my dog beating stick yesterday? Did it make this old dog of yours yelp?" Wu Hagen probably heard about my little knack for fighting, and knowing he likely couldn't win a verbal battle with me, he decided to skip the banter and go straight for the beatdown. 5 people pulled out batons from their pockets, while others slid steel rods from their sleeves. To add to the absurdity, someone even had nunchucks. Were these guys serious? I first threw my baton towards Wooheigen, who dodged to the side, creating a gap for me to escape. I attempted to break through from there, but I underestimated their agility. Even though I managed to get out, I still got a hit on my back. The sharp pain spurred me to run faster. The reason I wanted to break through was to create some space for myself to retrieve the explosive-proof steel fork from my space. If I took it out here, it would expose my superpowers. The 6 men chased me closely, hurling insults that were downright nasty. I paid no attention to them. Suddenly, I felt another stabbing pain in my back. I glanced back and saw the nunchucks that had been thrown onto my back. I didn't dare to stop, continuing to run, but there was no shaking them off. Fortunately, there was an alley ahead. I made a quick turn into it, using the moment to swiftly retrieve the steel fork from my space. As Wooheigen and his gang entered the alley, they witnessed a surprising scene. I held the steel fork in my right hand, left hand on my hip, looking like a sea king. Before the 6 men could react, I began swinging wildly. The clashing of the steel fork and steel rod made the 6 men finally realize that their attempt to jump me had failed. I locked eyes with Wooheigen, chasing after him with the steel fork. Initially, he could parry with his steel rod, but in the second strike, he was sent flying by the steel fork. What followed was a one-sided massacre, with the 6 men running ahead and me chasing after them. Wooheigen must have been questioning his life choices. When did I place the steel fork there? Wasn't he worried someone else might pick it up? Wooheigen surely didn't expect me to have superpowers. Watching the 6 men running ahead, I couldn't help but think about their stamina. They were in good shape. Even though I run regularly, I couldn't catch up with them. When the 6 men ran far enough, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the fiery pain in my back. I thought, today I was unprepared and ended up at a disadvantage, but the hits I delivered to them must have hurt more than what I endured. I suddenly thought of Fatty. I hope he hadn't been jumped as well. I quickly called Fatty, relieved to hear he was safe. It seemed that Wooheigen's main target was me. Returning home, I found my baton and even picked up the nunchucks. It was an unexpected bonus. As I walked and reflected, I realized Wooheigen was someone who held grudges. He had just suffered a loss last night, and here he was seeking revenge in the morning, and to call in 5 or 6 people at once. Luckily, I was prepared. If he had brought a dozen more, even with the steel fork, I wouldn't have escaped. Wooheigen was ruthless, gathering so many people to attack me. He must have wanted to beat me to a pulp. I wondered, after 2 defeats, how many more people he'd bring next time. It seemed this path was no longer safe. There wasn't a soul around early in the morning, and even shouting for help wouldn't reach anyone. After today's incident, my wariness towards Wooheigen increased. I truly had to thank my superpowers, sparing me so much pain. Thinking about the electric baton in my space, I chuckled. Next time Wooheigen came knocking, he'd feel the pain of an electric shock. I spent this day in pain, the hot weather making my back burn after sweating. This made me itch with hatred towards Wooheigen. But thinking about it, Wooheigen must be in more pain than me. After taking so many beatings, he's probably howling in agony right now. I just don't know when Wooheigen's next retaliation will be. With his vengeful nature, it's probably coming soon, and even more intense. I've been thinking about how to break the cycle. Getting beaten up is not my intention. The best defense is a good offense, right? Based on my usual tactics, I would definitely counterattack Wooheigen. Unfortunately, I'm too busy to investigate his situation. After pondering for a long time, I couldn't come up with a good solution. So, for now, I'll focus on defense. Thinking about the electric baton in my space, I felt a bit relieved. As dusk approached, after a busy day, I finally got to rest, sitting in the lounge area of the mall, watching people come and go. I took out a beer from my space, took a few sips, feeling content. Unfortunately, the beer wasn't cold. Disappointing. A pretty girl passed by, making me suddenly think of Yan Cici, who had invited me to play pool tonight. A dilemma. Should I go or not? After much deliberation, I ultimately decided to go, mainly to see what Yan Cici's intentions were. Know yourself and your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. I called Fatty, told him I had something to do and would be back later, reminding him to be careful not to get ambushed. Looking at the time, it was almost time. I leisurely made my way to Lee Fei's pool hall, thinking all the way about what Yan Cici meant. Could she have a crush on me? I touched my not-so-handsome face, dismissing the naive thought. Besides, Even if Yan Cece did like me, I couldn't agree. I have self-awareness about who I can associate with and who I can't. And with Yang Cece having had so many boyfriends, I didn't want to be a rebound. Arriving at Li Fei's pool hall, I saw Li Fei welcoming me with a smile, as if greeting an old friend. Not the angry expression I expected. This momentarily confused me. Li Fei took me to the bar, offering me a drink. Looking calm, and nothing like the defeated person from yesterday. Inwardly, I wondered what had happened to Li Fei. He was arrogant and overbearing before, and now he's so obedient. I couldn't help but ask, Li Fei, what's up with you? Li Fei chuckled and said, what could be up with me? We're classmates, and there's no deep-seated grudge between us. You, to pool genius, just visit my business more often in the future, and I'll be satisfied. I was even more puzzled. How did Li Fei change in just one day? I was tempted to taunt Li Fei, but I thought better of it. Leave a way out for yourself. For a future meeting, best to keep quiet. I didn't wait long before Yan Cece arrived. Dressed coolly, making my eyes widen. Automatic X-ray vision activated. TSK. Ah. Damn this superpower. Why does it activate whenever it wants to? I quickly called Yan Cece over, and she looked surprised to see me. Maybe she didn't expect me to come. Li Fei saw me greet Yan Cece, his face also filled with surprise. How did these two end up together? Li Fei pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out when these two got involved with each other. You see, Yan Cece is a popular figure in school. Any gossip news she knows spreads throughout the whole school in no time. Li Fei smirked as he looked at the two of us, then offered Yan Cece a drink, saying it was free. Seeing Li Fei's smirk, Yan Cece felt speechless. But she was used to it. Whenever she talks to a boy at school, rumors spread that they are flirting. Even leaving school with a boy could be twisted into them going to a hotel room. Yan Cece didn't bother explaining and let Li Fei's imagination run wild. I looked at Yan Cece, finding her more and more attractive, feeling a bit itchy inside. In my 18 years of life, I've never been in a relationship, never been this close to a beautiful girl, except for the tomboy Meow Meow. Of course. We found a pool table and started today's in-depth practice. Seeing Yan Cece's calm demeanor, I couldn't help but ask, are you here just to play pool with me? Nothing else? Fluttering her long eyelashes, Yan Cece replied, that's right. Just here to play pool. What else could it be? I asked. Why me? Can't your boyfriend play? Yan Cece, annoyed, retorted, who do you think my boyfriend is? I realized she never actually mentioned who her boyfriend was. Could it be that Yan Cece doesn't have a boyfriend? Feeling like I had uncovered a huge secret, I got excited. This was some juicy gossip. Ignoring me, Yan Cece started the game. Watching her play, I realized she was actually quite skilled, even more so than I had imagined. But compared to me with my superpowers, there was still much she could learn. After 2 games, I was already struggling. I even began to suspect if Yan Cece had invited me just to torture me. Playing pool requires bending over, and when I activated my X-ray vision, all I could do was sigh. This was pure torture. Seeing me clearly not in my element, Yan Cece looked puzzled and asked, what's wrong with you today? You're a lot worse than yesterday. Can you even play? That made me angry. I retorted, don't question a guy's abilities. Just wait until I come back from the bathroom. I'll show you what real skill is. I walked to the restroom, splashed cold water on my face, did a few push-ups and jumping jacks, and felt much better. Finally, the discomfort eased. I thought, Yan Cece better not fall into my hands, or she see how powerful my 18 years of celibacy have made me. If Yan Cece wanted to learn about pool, I would show her what real superpowers were. I strode back, only to see Li Fei chatting with Yan Cece. It made me uncomfortable. For reasons unknown, without a word, I took a shot, pocketing a ball. Then, I mimicked Li Fei's technique from yesterday, executing it flawlessly with the help of my superpowers. Clearing the table in one go, Yan Cece's eyes lit up beside me. While Li Fei looked incredulous, my attacking strategy was still as unpredictable as ever, with 2 balls positioned in a way that made it almost impossible for me to pocket them. Yet I managed to sink them both. I tossed my crew cut, acting cool, looking at Yan Cece as if to say, am I good or what? Can I handle this? Yan Cece smiled back at me, saying nothing. I looked at Li Fei, who was completely absorbed in watching the game. Feeling a surge of anger, as I played pool with Yan Cece, I couldn't help but taunt Liafi, asking him why he was just standing there like a third wheel. I even jokingly mentioned that if he dared to compete with me for Yang Cici's attention, I wouldn't hesitate to show him the power of an electric baton. Coughing lightly, I pointed to a table far away and suggested to Liafi, "Hey, isn't that table looking for someone? Why don't you go check it out?" However, Liafi didn't catch my drift and simply replied, "It's fine, there are people over there, no need for me to go." Frustrated but unable to do much about it, I redirected the conversation by informing Liafi about an upcoming pool competition at the hall next week. When he tried to persuade me to join, I initially declined, citing my busy schedule. But as soon as he mentioned the impressive cash prizes for the top 4 players, my interest was piqued. I quickly changed my tune and started asking about the registration process and the prize money for the winners. As the conversation heated up between us, Yang Cici, who had been left out of the discussion, seemed to lose interest in playing pool. I chuckled to myself, realizing that my sudden change in attitude had caught Liafi off guard. Later, as Yang Cici mentioned heading home, I offered to accompany her. On the way, I discovered that her house was also located in the old city area, not far from the orphanage. Curious about why I had never seen her before, Yang Cici explained that she had only recently moved to the neighborhood after finishing her college entrance exams. Concerned for her safety, I advised her to be cautious, especially around the area near the distillery where hooligans tend to gather. I shared a personal experience of being assaulted in that area earlier that morning. Yang Cici gasped in surprise, prompting me to show her the bruise on my back from the attack. However, her unexpected laughter at the sight of the bruise confused me. She then showed me a photo she had taken, revealing that the bruises formed an exclamation mark pattern on my back, which we both found amusing. Laughing together, we continued our stroll down the shady avenue in the county town. Upon seeing Yang Cici's modern smartphone, I couldn't help but feel impressed. While I was still using a basic Nokia 100 phone, she already had a high-tech device, indicating that her family was well off. As we walked, we appeared like a couple from a distance. After dropping her off at home, Yang Cici invited me to play pool again the next evening. Initially hesitant, I eventually agreed, considering my upcoming competition. I went back to the orphanage alone, walking slowly and cautiously. I was afraid of encountering some tough guys on the way, especially Wuhaigen, who might suddenly appear and shout, "Grandpa, it's your grandson Wuhaigen here to pick a fight." Fortunately, I made it back home safely without any incidents. When Fatso saw the exclamation mark on my back, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The orphanage's motherly director noticed and quickly fetched some medicine to apply to my back. Meanwhile, the director himself was more interested in the details of the encounter. After I embellished the story a bit, he smiled with satisfaction. He then told Fatso and me, "Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll support you, but you must also protect yourselves and avoid getting hurt. Young people need to go through challenges to grow." Despite being orphans, the children at the orphanage received love and care from the director since childhood, which instilled them with confidence and a sense of righteousness. This was the director's philosophy of education. Late at night, I lay on my bed in an uncomfortable position, unable to sleep. When unable to sleep, people tend to think randomly, and for me, my thoughts naturally drifted to Yang Cici. Thinking about Yang Cici's demeanor while playing pool earlier that day, my body, already restless, became even more agitated. I considered taking a cold shower to cool off, but with the medicine on my back, it wasn't possible. I had no choice but to place some tissue paper by the bed to help me sleep. The rooster crowed 3 times, heralding the dawn. I got up slowly, feeling weak in the legs, but with a sparkle in my eyes. The effect of the tissue paper was evident. I ate an extra steamed bun for breakfast to replenish my strength. Fatso wanted one more, but I stopped him, saying, "Why eat more? You need to lose weight. Let's go for a run together tomorrow morning." Fatso reluctantly withdrew his hand, drank the soup in his bowl, still feeling unsatisfied but managing to control himself. Rubbing his belly, Fatso realized he needed to lose weight. He silently vowed not to eat the big chicken leg Gandhi gave him today. The two of us left the orphanage together, walking quite a distance before parting ways to avoid being cornered. It was another relaxing day for me, with the help of my space power significantly boosting the efficiency of my deliveries, allowing me to take short breaks each time. During these breaks, I indulged in some entertainment using my X-ray vision to feast my eyes. Every time, my mind would drift back to Yang Cici. It had only been 2 days, but I couldn't shake her from my thoughts. To distract myself, I focused on my work. The last delivery of the day was to Heaven on Earth Club, which excited me as I could see more beautiful women. My electric scooter quickly took me there. Inside the lobby, I was disappointed not to see a row of women. Only 3 in total along the way. A letdown. After the delivery, I sat on the sofa in the lobby, hoping to catch a few more glimpses, but the guests coming in and out were all men. I reluctantly gave up. Walking out, I grumbled to myself, wondering if any of the women here were as beautiful as Yon Cece. Rationality reminded me that cuteness paled in comparison to sexiness. But I still wanted to linger. I slapped myself as the successor of socialism. How could I think like this? I was a righteous gentleman, after all. After hastily finishing my meal, I headed to Li Fei's billiards hall. Today, the billiards hall had competition posters hanging at the entrance, advertising the Eastern Star Cup Billiards Championship. The Eastern Star was the name of Li Fei's billiards hall, indicating that this competition was sponsored by him. Looking at the schedule, I saw that the competition would last for 3 days, which wouldn't significantly affect my delivery work. As I entered the billiards hall, I noticed that there were more people playing compared to yesterday. It seemed that everyone was interested in this competition, and Li Fei was probably dreaming of counting money. Just as I was looking for a table, Li Fei and a man approached me. They looked quite similar, and I assumed that the man was Li Fei's father. Li Fei introduced us, and then he mentioned his request for me to represent the billiards hall in the competition. He offered 200 yuan if I made it to the top 4 and 800 yuan if I won the championship. I was delighted by the prospect of earning this advertising fee. Without much thought, I agreed to Li Fei's proposal. Seeing me happily agree, Li Fei's father fell into contemplation, wondering how this young man had managed to defeat his son. Li Fei found a billiards table for me in a quiet corner for practice, with Yang Cece becoming my free training partner. Today, Yang Cece was not dressed as provocatively, wearing a green and yellow floral dress that suited her well. Well, she looked good in anything, even better without clothes. However, I couldn't help but comment on her pigskin shoes. My straight male aesthetic couldn't tolerate such footwear. Yang Cece remained calm, seemingly saying, "What I wear is none of your business." She was wearing normal underwear today, which left me slightly disappointed. I focused on practicing my billiards skills, mainly honing my mental control and understanding of the game's nuances. I didn't want to reveal my powers in front of others and risk suspicion. Practicing was tedious, but having Yang Cece as my training partner, occasionally guiding me and allowing me to hold her hand, made it more enjoyable. I lacked backbone. After finishing practice, I was about to take Yang Cece home when she pulled out a pack of medicine from her bag and gave it to me, saying it was for treating bruises and sprains. I was unexpectedly moved by her gesture, but didn't want to accept it. I replied, "I already applied medicine yesterday, and my injury is almost healed." Yang Cece asked in disbelief, "Really? It healed in just 1 day?" I looked at her skeptically and lifted my shirt to show her. It was then that she saw my attack ABS. Despite my slim figure, I was muscular and powerful, with muscles visible even in the gaps between my bones. I turned around, and Yang Cece saw that the bruise I had applied medicine to had, indeed, improved significantly. However, when she noticed the exclamation mark on it, she couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, Li Fei happened to arrive, and seeing Yang Cece touching me, he was surprised. Had these two advanced to this stage already? The 3 of us exchanged glances, with Li Fei unsure of how to ask, Yang Cece too lazy to explain, and me realizing that there was no need to clarify. Letting Li Fei misunderstand wouldn't do any harm and would prevent him from feeling like a third wheel in the future. So, without saying a word, we each went about our own business and quickly parted ways. As usual, I escorted Yang Cece home, although it was conveniently on my way, but saying I was escorting her sounded better. I didn't want to get involved in any social obligations. During the journey, we had many conversations and cleared up several misunderstandings. Yang Cece didn't actually have a boyfriend. It was just rumors. She was close to those big shots because she had known them for a long time. They would simply have meals together and play billiards. Yang Cece ignored the rumors as a way to reject others' advances and avoid the annoyance of receiving love letters every day. I was overjoyed and reassured her, saying that Yang Cece was fine, just as I was about to ask why she chose me to play billiards with. We arrived at her house. I felt a bit uneasy about not bringing up my question, but seeing Yang Cece sway her hips as she entered the residential area, I couldn't help but smile. I headed back home alone. feeling relieved that Wooheigen hadn't shown up. This feeling of unease made me uncomfortable. It was impossible to be on guard all the time. I would have to confront Wooheigen if he didn't show up tomorrow and find out why he was being so cowardly. Meanwhile, Wooheigen was discussing with a few buddies how to ambush me after their failed attempt last time. They felt frustrated that 6 of them couldn't overpower me. They concluded that the element of surprise had been too significant. They hadn't anticipated me finding a steel fork in the alley. If I had only had a baton, things would have turned out differently. This time, they coordinated their efforts, thoroughly searching the route I took home to ensure there were no weapons before deciding to ambush me again. Unfortunately for them, despite their meticulous planning, they were no match for my superpowers. Back at the orphanage, I told Fatty about the upcoming billiards competition, and he was extremely excited. After my victory over Liafei last time, Fatty had no doubts about my skills. Fatty said he would ask for permission from Andy to attend the competition and cheer me on. Fatty was indeed a good buddy. We carefully calculated our finances, taking into account our school expenses, food costs, and how much we could earn. This had been a habit we've maintained since we started working. In our previous calculations, I usually ended up with more money, and Fatty because I worked efficiently and could endure hardship. Fatty worked slower and earned less. But in the end, we split the money according to our respective needs. At that time, Fatty was in a key class and needed to buy more study materials, so he earned less but spent more. During this calculation, Fatty had earned more money, and I had earned less. Since Fatty's university expenses were minimal, most of the money went to me this time. With years of understanding between us, neither of us felt the need to be polite. Everything was understood without words. At night, Fatty's snoring filled the room once again, keeping me awake. Ever since meeting Yon Cece, I noticed that I was using up toilet paper faster. I have to start budgeting for it in the future. But with the hot weather and work to do the next day, I couldn't afford to stay awake any longer. I placed the toilet paper by the bed. Finally, I could fall asleep. A beautiful day starts with the rooster crowing. Today I was full of energy, so I woke up the chubby guy from bed and dragged him out for a run. On the riverbank early in the morning, a gentle breeze brushed our faces, making us feel refreshed. The chubby guy complained while running, saying he was dreaming about a beautiful woman and racing. But I woke him up, so he demanded compensation from me. Ignoring the chubby guy, I noticed a graceful figure running towards us from the opposite direction. With my 5.3 eyesight, wasn't that Yon Cece? It turned out she was also here for a run on the riverbank. I looked at the chubby guy and said with a smile, "Chubby, how about I find you a girl to feast your eyes on?" At the mention of a girl, the chubby guy perked up and quickly asked, "What do you mean?" Pointing at Yon Cece, I said, "See that girl up ahead? She's stunningly beautiful. If I go talk to her, I'm sure I'll succeed." Squinting, the chubby guy, with his -4.0 vision, couldn't see clearly. Shaking his head, the chubby guy said, "I don't believe it. I have a feeling you'll be seen as a rogue and get arrested." With a mischievous smile, I ran towards Yon Cece. The chubby guy followed behind until we were just 3 meters away and he finally recognized her. The chubby guy exclaimed, "Isn't that the flirtatious, I mean Yon Cece?" He wanted to say flirtatious woman, but stopped himself at the last minute. Today, Yon Cece was wearing a sportswear outfit, black yoga pants that perfectly showcased her figure. She looked beautiful, disdainfully looking at the chubby guy. I walked up to Yon Cece and said, "I didn't expect to see you running too." Yon Cece had already spotted me and replied, "I run every day, but today is my first time running on the riverbank." I suggested, "We can run together in the future. I run every day too." Watching the two of us chatting comfortably, the chubby guy was puzzled. He thought I didn't know Yon Cece, and we had even called her a flirt before. Why did they seem like old friends today? Feeling the awkward atmosphere, the chubby guy didn't say much and just ran off, leaving me and Yon Cece behind. We started jogging together, not saying much throughout the run. After exercising for half an hour, I was about to head home, but with the pleasant company, I ended up running for another half an hour without feeling tired. After our run, we went our separate ways. Yon Cece reminded me not to be late that evening, following behind. The chubby guy, upon hearing "Don't be late tonight," seemed to think he had uncovered some earth-shattering secret. As Yon Cece walked farther away, the chubby guy hugged me and asked, "When did you two start flirting with each other?" "This flirt, do you dare to pursue her too?" I chuckled and swiftly freed myself from the chubby guy's embrace, saying, "Hehe. Why don't you guess?" as we ran further away. Laughter and joy filled the air. Later, I explained the situation to the chubby guy, who looked incredulous and said, "Just like that, you won over Yon Cece?" Annoyed, I retorted, "What do you mean won over? I'm just teaching her how to play pool. We're not dating." Looking at me lost in thought, the chubby guy asked, "What if Yon Cece agrees? What would you do?" I confidently reply, "Well, if she agrees, then it's a win. Who could resist Yon Cece?" The chubby guy pinched my neck and remarked, "I knew you were a lustful person." A day of deliveries left me, already malnourished, feeling a bit tired. I almost dozed off on the sofa in the mall. I reminded myself again to save on toilet paper, or my body really wouldn't be able to handle it. Watching the bustling crowd in the mall, I started feeling visually fatigued. I had seen too much and lost interest. I never thought I'd have such a day. Just as I was feeling uninspired, a stunningly curvaceous beauty passed by me, and my X-ray vision automatically activated. Her figure was truly incredible, and the lace details made it even more exciting. Following her figure upwards, I recognized a familiar profile. Wasn't that Wang Fanfei? Upon closer inspection, it indeed was Wang Fanfei, walking arm in arm with a middle-aged man, looking intimate as they strolled through the mall. The man should be Wang Fanfei's father, but their closeness didn't seem like a father-daughter relationship. With a puzzled expression, I discreetly followed them, only to find them entering the lingerie store where Yang Cece had gone last time. Could a father buy lingerie for his 18-year-old daughter? Feeling too embarrassed to follow them in, I waited outside to hear what they would say. Something seemed off about Wang Fanfei's situation. After a short wait, Wang Fanfei and the man came out, with him holding a bag, likely containing lingerie. They still looked intimate, chatting and laughing. Using my X-ray vision to glance into the bag, the lingerie didn't look like normal cotton ones. I could see lace edges. I gasped in shock. How could this be explained? Quietly trailing behind, I finally overheard their conversation. The man said he would drop Wang Fanfei off later, and Wang Fanfei called him godfather, leaving me completely stunned. Sugar daddy? Such a glaring term, unexpectedly spoken from Wang Fanfei's mouth. I watched the two of them get into an Audi A6 and drive off, leaving me speechless for a long time. Is Wang Fanfei being kept by someone? Sugar daddy, older man, lace lingerie, Audi A6. All the characteristics of being kept are there. Although I don't think highly of Wang Fanfei as a person, considering her a schemer. We were classmates for 3 years after all, and I don't want to see her being toyed with by this older man. Thinking about that balding old man and that stomach bigger than a pregnant woman's, it makes me sick. And thinking about that disgusting old man Luli taking advantage of Wang Fanfei, I feel too disgusted. My mind is in turmoil, hoping what I saw was all fake, what I thought was wrong, and praying that Wang Fanfei doesn't go down the wrong path. In the remaining time, all I can think about is that disgusting image of the old man on top of Wang Fanfei, feeling nauseous but unable to shake it off. Why would Wang Fanfei choose this path? Does she have some hidden secrets? As far as I remember, Wang Fanfei's parents are workers, so it shouldn't be for money that she's being kept. Then why? Damn. It better not be because of love. If it is, I have to say, screw your damn love. I just can't understand it. A high school student must have a reason for choosing this path. Otherwise, who would willingly exchange their youth and future prospects for temporary monetary gain? A classmate is a friend, so if I can, I should lend a hand. Living a messy life myself, but can't bear to see others suffering. Being a good person is hard. When I arrived at Li Fei's pool hall, Yan Cece was already there, and I was surprised at how early she had arrived. Today, Yan Cece was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, cropped jeans, and a pair of sneakers. She looked like the girl next door, very comfortable to look at. Yan Cece's eyes lit up when she saw me. Although she didn't know what was going on, she remembered it in her heart. Seeing Li Fei coming over, I felt an inexplicable urge to speak up for him. Li Fei has a crush on Wang Fanfei, and everyone in the class knows. The conflict between Li Fei and me last time was also because of Wang Fanfei. Wang Fanfei must know that Li Fei has a crush on her. But now that Wang Fanfei is being kept, what is Li Fei going to do? I sighed in my heart. This might be another doomed fate. I decided not to tell Li Fei for now. I wasn't sure if Wang Fanfei was really being kept, and if I got it wrong, I would be in a difficult position. Tonight, I continued to practice controlling my thoughts as my proficiency in mental control increased. The unpredictability of my shots decreased. And Yang Cece even said my skills were becoming more stable, getting praised by a beauty. I felt happy inside. Luckily, I used a lot of tissue paper yesterday. So today, my reaction to seeing Yang Cece again wasn't as intense. Watching a beautiful girl play pool beside you is also a pleasant sight. In the evening, as usual, I escorted Yang Cece home. We chatted happily. And Yang Cece learned about the situation at the orphanage. Seeing me optimistic and cheerful, Yang Cece smiled happily too. On my way home alone, thinking about Yang Cece's smile, I felt that maybe I could win over Yang Cece after all. Just as I was thinking this, I suddenly felt my scalp tingling, and the hairs on my body stood on end. Danger! Without thinking, I immediately crouched forward, and I heard a whistling sound by my ear as a chair leg narrowly missed hitting my head. I rolled away and saw 3 figures emerging from the darkness, one of them holding the chair leg, Wu Haigen. Finally, they've arrived. 3 people also appeared behind me. Although I couldn't see their faces clearly, I knew they were definitely the same 6 people who had confronted me last time. Wu Haigen, holding the chair leg, saw it. Last time you luckily picked up a steel fork for defense. Today, let's see what else you've got. Brothers, attack. Seeing the menacing stance of the other side, I realized that even though I had an electric baton, I could still get her in a direct confrontation. I quickly said, wait. Wu Haigen, this is not honorable at all. How can 6 people gang up on one person? Wu Haigen paused and said, I don't need to talk about honor with you. Today, I must take revenge. I said, we don't have any deep-seated grudges. It's not necessary to go this far. How about we follow the rules of the distillery compound and have a one-on-one fight? This statement left Wu Haigen bewildered. He asked the people beside him, when did we have a rule about one-on-one fights? Is this real? The people beside him were also baffled and said they didn't know. Wu Haigen thought for a moment, then looked at my slender figure, thinking that a one-on-one fight would work. However, Wu Haigen then thought that with 6 people on his side, there was no need to engage in a one-on-one fight. It would be better to just gang up and seek revenge. Wu Haigen said, stop talking nonsense. I'm not going to fight you one-on-one. Brothers, beat him up for me. Realizing that my strategy had failed, it seemed that today was destined to end with injuries exchanged. Without much thought, I charged towards Wu Haigen. But as he backed away, 2 others joined in, leaving me facing 3 people directly. Engaging in a fight with all 3 of them would not be wise. Although I could potentially hurt Wu Haigen, I would also be susceptible to attacks from the other 2, possibly even being knocked down. The first rule of a brawl is to face fewer opponents to minimize injuries. I abruptly stopped, turned, and aimed my electric baton at the person next to Wu Haigen in the darkness, thrusting it towards him. The person, caught off guard, couldn't strike me with the raised steel rod and was instead hit by the baton. Suddenly, sparks flew from his body, illuminating the dark street. The person felt a jolt as an electric current spread through his body, causing numbness, followed by intense pain and convulsions as he lay on the ground. I swiftly moved away, initially considering fleeing, but realizing that I couldn't always avoid trouble from afar, I decided to resolve the situation today. Stopping in my tracks, I held a slingshot in my left hand and the electric baton in my right, facing off against 5 opponents without fear. Pointing the slingshot at Wu Haigen, I said, Wu Haigen, there's no point in constantly ambushing people. How about we settle this today and go our separate ways in the future? What do you say? Still in shock, Wu Haigen looked at his convulsing companion on the ground, unsure of what to do. Thinking they had checked the road for any steel forks, the 6 of them must have assumed they could easily overpower me, but they hadn't anticipated the electric baton. Who brings an electric baton to a fight? It's dangerous. One wrong move could be fatal. With a mix of fear and resentment, Wu Haigen glared at me, as if his gaze could kill me, already planning my demise in his mind. Seeing Wu Haigen's silence, I knew he was hesitating. I continued, Wu Haigen, no matter how much you talk, your actions are unjust. It was Wu Haiju who first took little Wu's marbles, leading to the subsequent events. Your aggression won't lead to anything. Wu Haigen's mind raced. In this situation, it seemed unlikely they could overpower me, but leaving like this, was it cowardly? Seeing Wu Haigen still silent, I smirked inwardly. Was he looking for a way out? I indulged him, saying, Wu Haigen, go back and ask your brother if this is true. If it's not, you can come back anytime, and we'll settle it. If it is true, we can fight one-on-one. No weapons, just fists. As the groans from the ground grew louder, Wuhigen had no choice but to agree. I turned, retreated for a while, and when I saw they weren't pursuing me, I ran back to the orphanage. I knew Wuhigen wouldn't let this go easily, but how to deal with him? He wouldn't accept a one-on-one fight, and being ambushed daily was unbearable. The only regret today was that the person on the ground wasn't Wuhigen. I give myself a negative review. I returned to the orphanage, still feeling a sense of dread. Without my superpowers and stun gun, those 6 people would have beaten me half to death. Wuhigen is indeed a ruthless man. When I noticed that Fatty hadn't returned yet, I started to worry. What if you ran into Wuhigen and his gang? I called Fatty, but couldn't reach him. Was he in trouble? Unable to answer, or had his phone been turned off? My anxiety grew. Deciding to go and fetch Fatty, I couldn't shake the thought of him getting into trouble. Just then, Wuhigen's electrocuted companion regained consciousness. Tearfully, he pleaded with Wuhigen to stop tormenting me, saying he felt like he was going to die if shocked again. Moved by his friend's distress, Wuhigen agreed to take him to the hospital. The companion, feeling slightly better, insisted they not pursue me further. Understanding the severity of the situation, Wuhigen agreed to back off. As they dejectedly prepared to leave, Fatty arrived in the alley. Not initially noticing Wuhigen and his gang due to the dim light, Fatty was taken aback when he finally saw them up close. Drawing his baton from his bag, Fatty realized he was outnumbered and likely in for a tough fight. Determined to incapacitate at least one of them, he steeled himself for the confrontation. As I hurried over, anxiously muttering to myself, urging Fatty not to get into a confrontation, Wuhigen and his gang were puzzled by my arrival. Seeing Fatty slowly advancing with the baton, the gang suspected I was there to confront them. The 3 parties, by pure chance, converged in the alley. Wuhigen, who had just calmed down, now found himself on edge again. Feeling I had gone too far, he shouted at me, accusing me of being too arrogant and daring to confront 6 people with just 2 of us. Provokingly, he threatened to escalate the situation, ready to see who would come out on top. Wuhigen's words left me utterly confused. How could 2 of us confront 6 people? It wasn't until I saw Fatty behind the 6 individuals that it dawned on me, and I couldn't help but burst into laughter, clutching my stomach. This left Wuhigen, his gang, and Fatty all equally bewildered. Fatty quickly exclaimed, "What's going on?" Finally managing to stifle my laughter, I explained to Wuhigen. I said this situation is just a coincidence. Do you believe it? Wuhigen, still angry, couldn't quite grasp what I meant by coincidence. I called Fatty over and explained the situation, which eased the burden for Wuhigen and his gang. With the risk of being shocked eliminated, everyone relaxed, struggling to hold back his laughter. Fatty's chubby cheeks nearly squished his eyes shut. After this uproarious incident, both sides no longer stood at odds. Though there was no handshake or reconciliation, both parties agreed to let the matter rest, deciding not to provoke each other further. I had no objections to this resolution. Nobody wants to be constantly confronted, and after Wuhigen's 3 failed attempts at causing trouble for me, he learned his lesson. With the threat of the stun gun, it was best to avoid any further conflicts. Each party went their separate ways, minding their own business. Upon returning to the orphanage courtyard, Fatty finally let loose, clutching his stomach and laughing heartily. The 2 of us reviewed our 4 encounters with Wuhigen. The first time he encountered my baton, the second time my steel fork, the third time my stun gun, and the 4th time was just a coincidence, as he thought Fatty and I were there to confront him. 4 encounters, 4 defeats. Wuhigen's luck was truly not on his side. Thankfully, this incident had come to a close. What puzzled me was why the few people who often fought with me in the distillery courtyard didn't show up. Unable to understand, I decided not to dwell on it. Armed with my stun gun, I feared no one. As the night grew quiet and Fatty fell asleep, I retreated to my own space. Looking at the empty surroundings, I couldn't help but feel like a waste. I possessed such incredible abilities, yet I had no idea how to use them. It seemed like the time had come to rummage through Uncle Wu's warehouse. Don't ask why I could only search Uncle Wu's warehouse. Going anywhere else would weigh heavily on my conscience. As the orphanage director once said, one must not do anything that goes against their conscience. Lying in bed on that stifling night, I looked at the tissue paper by my bedside, reluctantly admitting defeat. My body couldn't endure any longer. Pathetic. Tragic. Oh. The torment was unbearable. I might as well just die. The rooster today crowed especially loudly. I had never despised the big rooster in our house as much as I did now. Couldn't it crow a little later, allowing me some rest? With dark circles under my eyes, I lazily went to brush my teeth and wash my face. The self-harm from last night left me feeling like my body was brimming with boundless energy that needed to be released. Glancing at the distant riverbank, the thought of Yon Cece running there immediately lifted my spirits. Today, I wouldn't call Fatty the third wheel, hindering my intimate interaction with Yon Cece. Upon reaching the riverbank, I immediately searched for Yon Cece. However, after looking around, it seemed she wasn't there. Had she decided not to come today? My energy dwindled, and I found a large rock to rest on for a moment. The gentle morning breeze brushed against my face, and the sun in the east played hide and seek, promising a cool day ahead. I thought to myself, today's deliveries would be pleasant. A figure appeared in the distance, and I initially thought it was Yon Cece. However, the bulky figure indicated it was Fatty, struggling to support his stomach to minimize his jiggling and reduce his own fatigue. Fatty looked quite comical. As Fatty approached, he complained to me, "Why didn't you call me? Weren't you the one who wanted me to lose weight?" I retorted, "I did call you, but you said you wanted to undress a beautiful woman, so I told you to wait, and we could watch together later." Fatty chuckled mischievously, saying, "I have good news here. All for you, bro." Seeing Yon Cece running towards us, her face initially devoid of expression, suddenly lit up with a smile. Although Fatty couldn't clearly see who was approaching from afar, he guessed it was Yon Cece. Jokingly, he teased, "I knew you couldn't hold back, not calling me because you didn't want me to ruin your moment with her." Raising my hands in surrender, I endured Fatty's playful torture. As Yon Cece drew closer, Fatty immediately released me and adopted his shy, studious demeanor, greeting her with a cheerful good morning. Yon Cece, watching Fatty's sudden change in behavior, I was left stunned. In the end, Fatty succumbed to my coercion and went for a run by himself, leaving Yon Cece and me to engage in a casual activity together. It was leaving the two of us to go for a run together. Today, Yon Cece was dressed quite coolly, wearing a pink running tank top and shorts. With her long, white, straight legs that were a bit dazzling to look at, Yon Cece looked at us and said with a smile, "You two have such good personalities. And your relationship is also very good." I reply, "I've been playing with him since we were kids. For over 10 years. Although we're not blood brothers, we're closer than real brothers." Yon Cece looked at me thoughtfully. We jogged slowly for half an hour, and although we didn't talk much, it seemed like our relationship had become even closer. Watching Yon Cece slowly move away, I felt a tingling sensation in my heart. Was this the feeling of love? Fatty walked up beside me, following my gaze, and saw Yon Cece's two legs. Fatty was about to speak, but I beat him to it, saying, "Fatty, do you think I can win Yon Cece over? Does she also have feelings for me now?" Fatty realized I was serious and not joking. After thinking for a moment, he said, "If you two start dating now, will it work out? You two are about to go to college soon. You don't even know where Yon Cece will be going to college. How can you date a long-distance relationship?" Fatty, true to himself, hit the nail on the head. I patted Fatty on the shoulder and said, "You truly are my dog-headed strategist. If I win over Yon Cece in the future, you'll get the credit." In reality, Fatty still had something else to say. "If you're just playing around, that's fine. That if you truly like her, how will you give her a home? Young people never think too far ahead. Living in the moment is what's most important." The weather today exceeded my expectations. Although the sun wasn't as scorching, the humid day made it even more uncomfortable. Looking at my completely sweaty back, I cursed, "Damn you, Mother Nature." I had 3 ice creams at Uncle Wu's shop and almost made his silly son cry out of envy. In the evening, Uncle Wu's friend came over again. This time, his demeanor was completely different from the last time. He was in high spirits and had brought a bottle of Wulianji. Wanting to have a good drink with Uncle Wu, Uncle Wu looked at the wine, then put it down and poured 2 glasses of the familiar Henshui Lao bacon. Uncle Wu's friend got angry and said, "I say, Lao Wu, don't be stingy. We're not short of money now. I'll treat you to Wulianji every day from now on." Ignoring his friend's words, Uncle Wu called me over to drink together. Seeing that Uncle Wu was not paying much attention to him, his friends started chatting with me, boasting about how he had made a fortune in gambling, turning $100 into tens of thousands. I listened with interest, occasionally asking about things at the casino. Seeing my interest, Uncle Wu's friend said, "Next time, I'll take you to see for yourself, then you'll understand everything." I didn't think much of his words, but Uncle Wu couldn't take it anymore. He flipped the table and yelled at his friend. Get lost. Get lost quickly, or I'll stab you to death. I stood there, stunned and unsure of what to do, seeing Uncle Wu's anger. His friend wanted to explain, but Uncle Wu didn't give him a chance. He turned to grab a knife, scaring his friend into running away. As Uncle Wu watched his friend run off into the distance, he sighed and sternly warned me, "If you dare to gamble, I'll break your legs." Then Uncle Wu stormed back into the house. I looked at the scattered food on the floor and realized how much Uncle Wu despised gambling. Aunt Wu came out of the house, saw the mess, and quickly cleaned it up. From her, I learned that Uncle Wu's friends had all met tragic ends due to gambling, which was why he detested it so much. I sighed, resolved to stay away from gambling. Starting from myself, I sat in the mall, cooling off and nibbling on bread, feeling no taste but satisfying my hunger. I kept thinking about Uncle Wu's experiences over the years. His strong aversion to gambling. It seemed clear that I shouldn't dabble in it either. I chuckled to myself, deciding to steer clear of gambling. I never intended to anyway. It was just the temptation of making money with my superpower. With so many ways to make money now, gambling was definitely the riskiest. Thinking this, I perked up, planning to have a serious talk with Uncle Wu tomorrow, assuring him I would never gamble. Arriving at Li Fei's billiards hall, I saw a crowd and learned about Li Fei's money-making scheme. The billiards hall had announced that by becoming a 2-month member, one could skip the selection process and directly enter the finals. So many people becoming members meant the billiards hall was making a lot of money. When Li Fei approached me, I once again thought about taking advantage of a wealthy client like him. To my surprise, behind Li Fei was Wang Fanfei. Why was Wang Fanfei here? Was she here to play billiards too? Today, Wang Fanfei was dressed in a pure white dress, looking beautiful as always. My X-ray vision automatically activated, and seeing the lace detail, I was reminded of the old man, making me feel disgusted. Wang Fanfei greeted me, and we exchanged brief pleasantries. Then I watched Li Fei and Wang Fanfei play billiards together, with Li Fei occasionally guiding her. They laughed and joked, looking like a couple. Seeing them together made me uncomfortable. Was Wang Fanfei being kept by someone? Getting close to Li Fei. What was going on? Should I tell Li Fei about this? As I pondered, Yan Cici sat next to me, watching me intently as I observed the two of them. A smile played on her lips. After a while, I snapped out of it and asked her, "When did you arrive? Why didn't I hear you?" Yan Cici replied, "You were so engrossed. I didn't want to disturb you. Is that girl your crush?" I quickly deny. "No. Number. We're just classmates. I'm not interested in her." Yan Cici commented, "She's really pretty. Do all the boys in your class have a crush on her?" I shook my head. "Many do, but not me. I think she's fake. Like a white lotus." Yan Cici frowned at my words and then asked a piercing question. "What do the boys in your class say about me?" I took a deep breath, unsure how to answer. It wasn't polite to call someone promiscuous. With a forced smile, I said, "You're a popular figure in school. Everyone thinks you're attractive." Yan Cici didn't seem convinced but didn't dwell on it. Perhaps he had heard enough unkind words before and didn't care anymore. I quickly changed the subject and started playing billiards with Yan Cici. It wasn't until Yan Cici stood up that I noticed her outfit, a short-sleeved top paired with an aligned skirt, flip-flops, giving off a pure roadside barbecue vibe. Yan Cici looked at me with shining eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Today's practice was dull as usual, and I felt like I didn't need to practice anymore since I was already familiar with manipulating my thoughts. So, I focused all my energy on guiding Yan Cici, sharing tips on playing billiards and occasionally giving her hands-on guidance to gain a little advantage. Yan Cici didn't resist my attempts to gain an advantage, which emboldened me even more. But as a shy teenage boy, I restrained myself, afraid of coming on too strong and scaring Yan Cici away. So, taking advantage was not as easy as it seemed. It required skill. In the end, with the encouragement of Yan Cici and Wang Fanfei, I played 3 rounds against Li Fei, except for losing the second round due to a bad ball position. I won the other 2 rounds with the help of my superpowers. Li Fei was completely impressed this time, and gave me a thumbs up. Yan Cici maintained her usual calm expression, while Wang Fanfei continued to encourage Li Fei, indicating that their relationship had progressed. Watching the subtle interactions between Li Fei and Wang Fanfei, I had the urge to spill the truth, but I refrained from getting involved in matters that were uncertain. On the way home, Yan Cici asked, "Are you envious of Li Fei because he has a girlfriend to encourage him?" I replied, Envious of what? He's just a loser under someone's control. But then it dawned on me that Yang Cici was referring to Li Fei's girlfriend. I glanced at Yang Cici and said, I also have a girlfriend to support me. Yang Cici stared at me, making me feel a bit uneasy. So I quickly clarify. A female friend. A female friend. We're just friends now. Yang Cici chuckled then said, Friends it is then. I really wanted to ask if she would be my girlfriend. But recalling Fatty's words, I quickly asked, Yang Cici, which university did you apply to? Which city? Yang Cici replied, I applied to the Economic and Trade University in Shishi City. How about you? Where did you apply? Oh. Yang Cici's grades were pretty good, getting into a second-tier university. I said, I also applied to Shishi City, to a mediocre college. We'll be in the same city in the future, which is great. Yang Cici asked, Great for what? Oh. I didn't know how to respond for a moment, so I just said, It's great to have fellow villagers around for support. Yang Cici looked at me without saying anything. Then, both of us fell silent, not knowing what to talk about, while I was struggling to find a topic. Yang Cici seemed lost in thought. We walked side by side, our shadows under the streetlights dancing, and I slightly turned my body to overlap our shadows, as if I was holding Yang Cici. I chuckled to myself, and Yang Cici turned to look at me, wondering what I was laughing about. At that moment, our shadows seemed to show Yang Cici kissing me, which excited me even more. Yang Cici followed my gaze and blushed instantly, then turned away, distancing herself from me. I smiled awkwardly, careful not to get caught with my thoughts. After that, the two of us didn't speak anymore. In the sparsely populated street, the only sound was the flip-flop of Yang Cici's slippers. I escorted Yang Cici to the entrance of her residential area and looked at the old neighborhood, then asked, Do you live with your parents? Yang Cici replied, No. I live here alone. My parents are near the school, and my younger brother is about to start high school. Oh. Yang Cici lives alone. Isn't this an opportunity for me? I looked at Yang Cici, and she looked back at me with a questioning expression. Suppressing a smile, I said, At a time like this, you shouldn't say no to going up for a cup of tea. Yang Cici was momentarily surprised, then laughed and said, Have you watched many idol dramas? If you go up, I might not feel safe. I chuckled and said, Aren't you afraid alone? Do you want a bodyguard to accompany you for protection? Yang Cici rolled her eyes and said, I feel like you're the most dangerous one. With that, Yang Cici waved her hand and went upstairs, leaving me watching her footsteps echoing up the stairs. Licking my lips, back at the orphanage, as soon as I entered the gate, I saw Meow Meow coming out of the showroom. Her hair was damp and fluffy, wearing colorful pajamas, carrying a basin with clothes. I said, You're not sleeping in the middle of the night, scaring people here. You scared me. Meow Meow looked at me as I turned around, then looked down at herself, let out a loud awe, and ran to her room. Upon hearing Meow Meow's scream, Fatty immediately came out and saw me standing there, as well as Meow Meow running away in panic. Fatty shouted, What have you done to Meow Meow? Then I heard all the doors in the courtyard open, the orphanage director, dad, and mom coming out, the children inside peeking out, all looking at me in the middle of the courtyard. I sighed in my heart. This time it's going to be hard to explain. Next came the struggle session in the courtyard, which hadn't been held in a long time. Everyone over 14 in the orphanage participated, with the suspect being me, the victim being Meow Meow, and the participants being the orphanage director, dad, matron, mom, Fatty, Li Gang, Li Kong, and Li Hu. Li Gang, Li Kong, and Li Hu were all in the 9th grade and met the requirements for participating in the struggle session. The three of them were admitted to the orphanage at the same time when they were still young and didn't have names, so they took the director's surname. I wanted to explain first, but the orphanage director, mom, stopped me and asked Meow Meow to speak first. Meow Meow had a stern face and didn't say much, but Fatty embellished the story, as if he had witnessed the whole process. As I watched Fatty perform enthusiastically, suddenly I realized, could it be that Fatty has a crush on Meow Meow? Damn, that's actually quite possible. I looked at Fatty, then at Meow Meow. The two of them seemed quite compatible. While I was lost in thought, Fatty slammed the table, pointing at me and said, It's this look, clearly revealing lecherous intentions. Tell me, are you plotting against Meow Meow? Ah, that damn Fatty. I felt like crying without tears. The orphanage director dad was smoking, smiling faintly as if he was in control of the situation. The orphanage director mom, on the other hand, had a stern face and didn't look pleased with me, Li Gang, Li Kong, and Li, who were just bystanders, sometimes looking at me, sometimes at Meow Meow, enjoying the drama unfolding before their eyes. Throughout the session, I wasn't given a chance to speak. It was all Fatty performing. And just as Fatty was about to mention Yan Cici, I quickly interrupted him. Fatty seemed to realize it wasn't appropriate to bring up Yan Cici in this setting, so he stopped himself. Originally, the orphanage director mom was about to discipline me, but Meow Meow spoke up. She lowered her head and softly said, "Actually, everyone misunderstood. I didn't do anything. I just finished showering and saw someone entering the courtyard," which startled me. The orphanage director dad maintained his expression. The orphanage director mom looked at Meow Meow, seemingly trying to determine if she was coerced by me, and the three bystanders showed surprised expressions as if the plot twist had made them even more excited. Only Fatty stood there dumbfounded, smiling awkwardly. The orphanage director dad, seeing that things were clarified, waved his hand and adjourned the gathering. The heavy rain finally stopped, but before people could enjoy the coolness after the rain, the sun came out. The humid and hot weather became even more unbearable. I rode my old electric bike back to Uncle Wu's shop, where I saw Uncle Wu relaxing at the door. We chatted casually. Finally, I promised Uncle Wu that I would never gamble, and only then did he smile. Uncle Wu solemnly said, "I have seen too many people ruin their lives and families because of gambling. Once you get caught up in it, there's really no turning back." I understood Uncle Wu's good intentions and silently vowed never to touch the poison of gambling. After a simple meal at Uncle Wu's place, I went to Li Fei's pool hall. When I saw Yan Cici, I blushed. Thinking back to the ridiculous incident this afternoon, I couldn't even look Yan Cici in the eye. I was completely out of sorts today, constantly thinking about the scenes from my dream, which made me extremely uncomfortable. It seemed like Yan Cici was aware of my embarrassment, as her face remained flushed and she occasionally glanced at me, making me even more shy. I couldn't help but think, what should I do? How can I be thinking about this in broad daylight? Both of us were not in the right state of mind, so playing pool was a waste of time. After some consideration, we decided to just go back home. Watching the two of us leave, Li Fei couldn't help but feel that something was off. Suddenly, he thought, could these two be feeling something for each other already? Planning to book a room and go all the way. Li Fei had heard about Yan Cici's past, so the idea of the two of them getting a room together didn't surprise him too much. But when it came to me, Li Fei smirked and said, "This love novice encountering Yan Cici, isn't that like a lamb to the slaughter?" As Li Fei thought about this, he also thought about Wang Fanfei. He couldn't help but wonder when he would be able to book a room with Wang Fanfei. The thought made Li Fei's whole body feel hot. With an indescribable feeling, Wang Fanfei looked at Li Fei, then shook her head in front of him and said, "Li Fei, what are you looking at?" Li Fei turned to see Wang Fanfei, momentarily stunned. Just now, in his thoughts, he had done wrong by Wang Fanfei, and now she suddenly appeared in front of him, catching Li Fei off guard. Clutching his stomach, Li Fei said, "I have a stomachache. Going to the restroom. I'll be back in a bit. Let's play together later." "Okay." Wang Fanfei looked at Li Fei, seeming pensive. Yan Cici looked at me approaching slowly, her eyes avoiding mine as she gradually moved back, but she didn't outright reject me, as we were only 5 centimeters apart. I stopped and stared at Yan Cici, saying, "Yan Cici, I like you." Yan Cici blushed, looking at me and said, "Wide? We've only known each other for a few days." Her why caught me off guard. "Wide? It must be because you're beautiful." After thinking for a moment, I said, "Even though it's only been a few days, I feel that you are very beautiful, and you attract me." Yan Cici took a step back, smiled, and said, "Do you even know what love is? Just because someone is beautiful, you call it love? Isn't that word too cheap? I hope you grow up and understand what love really means before saying you love someone." I was stunned. Did Yan Cici just reject me? I reply, "Do you have no feelings for me? If not, why did you still come to learn billiards with me?" Yan Cici said, "You really don't understand love. I don't either. We both need time to get to know each other. Can we give each other some time?" My mind was in turmoil. I finally found the courage to confess. But why did it end like this? "I'm willing to give up." I said, "How long do I have to wait?" After some thought, Yan Cece said. Wait until you go to college, see the world outside, and then decide if you want to confess to me. I felt relieved. I was starting college in just over a month, so the wait wasn't too long. But as I looked at Yan Cece's alluring appearance, I wanted to kiss her passionately, but my conscience reminded me that she wasn't my girlfriend, and I couldn't kiss her. I could only kiss the Yan Cece who was my girlfriend. Summoning my courage, I asked, "Can I hug you?" Yan Cece hesitated, blushing again, and said, "You've been sweating a lot today. Come back tomorrow after changing your clothes." Listening to her, I smelled myself, and indeed, I didn't smell great. I chuckled awkwardly and said, "Yan Cece, a woman I've set my sights on, I must pursue." Seeing me undeterred, Yan Cece smiled happily and said to me, "I've known you longer than you've known me. I hope this long wait won't be in vain." I didn't quite understand her words at that moment, but it didn't matter. Today's impromptu confession, though unsuccessful, seemed to have broken down a barrier, bringing me closer to Yan Cece. Walking home alone, I thought about my hasty confession and felt a bit of regret. I used to plan meticulously before acting, but today, I blurted out my feelings without thinking. Although the confession didn't succeed, at least I didn't mess things up, which meant Yan Cece still had feelings for me. Considering I had only known Yan Cece for 4 days, my confession indeed was too rushed. If someone I knew for 4 days confessed to me, I wouldn't agree either. Love truly makes people lose their rationality. Returning to the courtyard, I saw Fatty and Meow Meow whispering to each other. I slowly approached them, shouted loudly, and startled them. Meow Meow, upon seeing me, scolded me and ran away. Fatty roared and lunged at me to settle the score, but I dodged his chubby hands. Laughing heartily as I ran back into the house, Fatty chased after me, but hesitated upon seeing my clenched fist. I slyly asked Fatty, "Are you falling for Meow Meow?" Fatty was taken aback and quickly denied. No way. Seeing Fatty's reaction, I knew the truth. Fatty had developed feelings for Meow Meow. Oh, Fatty's sense of aesthetics. I just couldn't accept it. How could Fatty be attracted to Meow Meow, who was all looks and no brains? If he wanted someone, he should aim for someone like me, or a beauty like Yan Cece. Fatty lowered his head, looking at his feet, occasionally glancing at me like a guilty child. I couldn't stand Fatty's timid demeanor and said, "If you like her, just say it." "Does Meow Meow know you like her?" Fatty whispered. "I don't know. I thought Meow Meow liked you." I replied, "Impossible. We've been at odds for years. Besides, I've always seen Meow Meow as a little sister. You're the one who's trying to pursue someone close to me." Fatty said, "I don't know. Whenever I see Meow Meow, I feel happy. When I don't see her, I miss her." Oh, Fatty, the good student, spoke so eloquently. My situation with Yan Cece was somewhat similar. Fatty was quite mysterious. If he hadn't slipped up last night, I would never have guessed he liked Meow Meow. Like a love counselor, I advised Fatty, "There's nothing wrong with liking someone. Strive for love. Even if the outcome isn't ideal, the experience is valuable." Fatty chuckled and said, "You're a clown. You've never been in a relationship yourself, yet you're trying to teach me, a single guy." I was taken aback. Fatty was so bold, it seemed like he needed some discipline. I playfully lunged at Fatty like a monkey trying to steal peaches. Laughter echoed from the room where we stood. In the following days, I repeated my routine of running, delivering goods, and playing billiards every day. Although it was monotonous, I enjoyed it. The relationship between Yan Cece and me gradually warmed up. Now, we were no longer strangers, and our daily interactions became playful and filled with inside jokes. The sweet scent of love began to fill the air. I was no longer the lone wolf I used to be, as I now received a lot of care and attention. It was only now that I realized how superficial I had been in my perception of Yan Cece. She was not just beautiful, she was also thoughtful and cheerful, completely different from her school persona. If earlier I had only liked Yan Cece for her looks, now, what attracted me to her was more than just her beauty. Tomorrow was the day of the competition, and today was the last day of practice. After dropping Yan Cece off at home, I planned to take a cold shower, have a good night's sleep, and make sure to win the competition tomorrow. As I entered an alley, I saw 7 or 8 people standing ahead, and my first instinct was that Wuhigan was trying to block me. Thinking of leaving the alley, a few more people came from behind, wielding weapons, trapping me in the alley. Upon recognizing the incoming group, my heart sank. They were from the neighboring distillery yard, led by Li Fan, A tall and muscular man who looked like a bear from a distance. These were the people I had been fighting with for years. With almost no possibility of reconciliation, I said, Li Feng, we haven't had any conflicts recently. Why gather so many people? What's the meaning of this? Li Feng laughed and said, heard that Wu Haigen, that moron, failed to block you, so I came to try and see how much you've improved. Feeling a headache coming on. It was obvious they were looking for trouble, and it seemed that today wouldn't end well. The first rule of a group fight is to face fewer opponents to minimize injuries. As I observed the encircling trend of the opponents, I looked for the most favorable position to escape, not allowing them to surround me, making it difficult for me to flee. I decided to buy some time. Li Feng, how about facing me one-on-one? Li Feng didn't approach me but stood ominously behind the crowd, saying, only an idiot would face you one-on-one. One of Li Feng's men remarked. Brother Feng, I've seen this guy several times at Eastern Star these days. Heard he's participating in a billiards competition tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Li Feng sneered. He's still participating in the competition. A lackey from an orphanage dreaming of leisure activities. Brothers, break his hands, cripple him, and see how he can play billiards. I was furious. Li Feng was truly despicable, seizing the opportunity before the group of over a dozen men could surround me. I pulled out a baton and ran towards the gap between the two groups, realizing my attempt to break through. They followed me, and I managed to lead the entire crowd away. I blocked one person's chair leg with the baton but couldn't block another person who struck me with a stick. Luckily, I managed to escape without being cornered. At the end of the alley was a small grove of trees. That was my target. Once I ran in there, I would be successful. There were no streetlights in the grove, providing me with plenty of room to maneuver. However, those guys knew what I was up to. One of them shouted, block him. Don't let him run into the small grove. I dodged left and right, taking several hits. Before reaching the edge of the grove, to my surprise, there was a fence along the edge of the grove, lined with thorny roses, possibly to prevent people from entering. Without time to think, I took a running start and jumped over the fence. Feeling a sharp pain in my back leg, anger surged within me. Those little punks needed some serious education. Several people chasing me from behind were running too fast to see the roses in the fence and ran straight into it, resulting in cries of pain. Some of them opted for a running jump into the grove, but before they could even steady themselves, a large object suddenly came crashing down. It turned out, I had remembered there was a lounge chair in the space, made of solid wood and weighing at least 70 or 80 pounds. After I threw it, the impact was powerful. I even heard the sound of bones breaking. Li Feng was puzzled. What's going on? The ones who were hit were bewildered, not understanding how such a thing was there. One person kept howling in pain, likely the one with broken bones. The rest of the group gradually entered the grove, seeing their fallen comrade. They were stunned. Together, they moved the lounge chair and one person said, my arm hurts. I might have a broken bone. Li Feng was furious. With a dozen people blocking him, all of them had let me escape, and now his own people were getting injured, suggesting he was worse than Wu Haigen. Just as Li Feng was contemplating his next move, several bricks were suddenly thrown out, one hitting Li Feng's leg, causing him to cry out in pain and fall to the ground. It was me sneaking into the grove in the dark, unable to see clearly inside. I stumbled over something, only to realize it was a tombstone, giving me a startle. However, it was not the time to be scared, so I pushed onward, seeing the brick set up for burning offerings at the tombstone, which led to the previous scene. Caught off guard by the brick attack, Li Feng, feeling the pain in his leg, began to entertain thoughts of retreat, but I wasn't going to let up. The bricks kept coming until they were all thrown. The few people who hadn't entered the grove yet had already run far away, leaving only 5 or 6 individuals inside, including the 4 who were struck by the lounge chair and Li Feng who had been hit by the bricks. Taking stock of the situation, with only one person left unscathed, I pulled out an electric baton and approached them. The person was using the faint light from afar to inspect Li Feng's injuries. When Li Feng looked up and saw a pair of eyes staring at them, he was startled. His companion, seeing Li Feng's reaction, felt a jolt on his back, a surge of electricity running through his body, followed by intense pain, causing him to collapse. Li Feng, seeing his fallen comrade, realized that I was holding an electric baton. Instead of thinking about escaping, his mind drifted to Wu Haigen, who hadn't been informed about the baton. Seeing Li Feng's reaction, I was fuming, placing the baton on Li Feng's leg, causing him to scream in agony. I remained silent because he knew too much talk could lead to trouble. Following the principle of action first, talk later, I administered a shock to each of them. 6 people, lying on the ground, looking at me with fear on their faces, with an electric baton in hand. How were they going to fight back? Pointing at Li Fun, I said, "You brought this upon yourself today. Always looking for trouble. Next time you try to corner me, I'll shock your whole family." Then, I shocked Li Fen's other leg, rendering him unable to even scream. With all my strength, I slapped Li Fun and demanded, "Scream for me. Scream loudly." Li Fun was dazed, following my order with a couple of weak cries. Spitting on the ground, cursing, I quickly made my way out of the grove, fearing the others might come after me and catch me off guard. I was out of breath by the time I reached the orphanage, running non-stop. I slammed the door shut and gulped down a glass of water inside. The fat man, noticing my injuries, quickly asked what had happened. When he saw the bruises on my body, he realized how dangerous the confrontation had been. During the fight, perhaps due to adrenaline, I didn't feel the pain, but now, with the dust settled and my body relaxed, every inch of me was throbbing with pain. I had over a dozen wounds on my back and arms, and my leg was scratched by the roses, which made the fat man gasp in horror as he applied the ointment. As he tended to my wounds, I recounted the escape from being cornered. The fat man listened intently, grimacing at the thought of what could have happened to me. When I told him about Li Fun being shocked twice and slapped, we both burst into laughter. The orphanage director, hearing the commotion, came to see what was happening. When he saw the multitude of scars on my back, he finally erupted in anger. He instructed me to focus on healing. While he dealt with the aftermath, he assured me that the people from the neighboring distillery would think twice before coming after me again. As the director stormed out in a rage, leaving me and the fat man a bit bewildered, the fat man suggested, "Shouldn't you tell the director about how you incapacitated 6 people with the electric baton?" I hesitated, deciding it might be best to keep that information to myself. The director was already furious, and I didn't want to add fuel to the fire. The events that followed took an unexpected turn. The director tracked down the parents of those kids who tried to corner me, informing them of the incident. The parents were shocked to learn that their seemingly well-behaved children had been involved in such a dangerous situation. They promptly apologized to the director and promised that such incidents would not happen again. However, there was another twist in the story. The parent of the person who had suffered a broken bone from the lounge chair incident came to the orphanage demanding compensation for medical expenses. The director, seeing the person in a wheelchair with the leg injured by the electric baton, first looked puzzled and then burst into laughter. After the director insisted on involving the police, the parent left dejectedly. The incident caused quite a stir, with both the orphanage and the distillery staff becoming aware of what had happened. They warned the children from both sides not to engage in any more fights. For a long time after that, there was peace between the children from the orphanage and the distillery. However, rumors about me began to circulate, embellishing the truth. Stories of taking on 6 people with a steel fork and being cornered by a group, but incapacitating 6 of them started spreading. The tales portrayed me, some sort of invincible demon, with some even claiming I had killed over a dozen people without consequences, warning others not to mess with me. While the initial story was true, I had no control over the exaggerated rumors that followed. The first day of the competition, when I arrived at the billiards hall early, I realized that the intensity of this competition far exceeded my imagination. The entrance of the billiards hall was crowded with people, and I couldn't help but wonder, don't these people have jobs to go to? I tapped the shoulder of the big brother in front of me and said, "Excuse me. Let me in." The big brother, with a face full of muscles, looked at me, who still looked like a high school student, and said, "What are you pushing for? Can't you see everyone is lining up? Only players can enter now. Spectators are not allowed in." I said, "But I am a player." The big brother chuckled, almost spitting out snot, and said, "You little kid playing billiards. Go home and do your homework. This is for adults. What are you meddling in?" I said again, "Big brother, I really am a player. I'm here to participate in the competition." The big brother impatiently said, "If you're a player, then I'm a referee. You're just a kid. Why are you bragging?" I was completely speechless, seeing me not speaking. The big brother spoke kindly. "Kid, if you want to learn billiards, you can find me. I started playing at the age of 3, when I was competing. You were still a little tadpole." I thought, this big brother is really humorous. I won't argue with you. I changed positions and successfully entered the billiards hall. There were many people outside, and inside was also crowded. I represented the Eastern Star and directly entered the top 64. So I only needed to compete for 2 days. Lee Fei came over with a piece of clothing for me to change into. When I looked at it, the clothing had prominent letters saying Eastern Star Billiards Hall welcomes you. And then there were countless advertisements for banks, furniture stores, internet cafes, just a lot. And the most ridiculous one was an advertisement for a beef noodle shop, saying that during the event they were giving out free braised eggs. I was puzzled. How much did Lee Fei charge for these advertisements? Would these advertisements be effective for a competition in the county town? The draw to determine the opponent for the match was about to take place. I didn't care. With my superpowers, I could beat anyone at this venue. My first opponent was also a high school graduate named Jung Aeocean. The name was asking for a beating, but in my eyes, he was just a nobody. Jung Aeocean introduced himself as a student from the city who had good grades and passed the college entrance exam. When he found out I was from County No. 1 high school, he sneered and said to me, "You should surrender. Your school's performance is not good, and you're not good at billiards either." I internally exclaimed, "Seriously, is he so arrogant just for studying in the city?" I couldn't be bothered to respond to him. In a match, it's about strength speaking, but in my match, it's about my superpowers speaking. Seeing me not responding, Jung Aeocean, as if he had expected it, taunted, "Are you trying to show off by not speaking? You're just going to lose miserably." The match was best of 3, with the first one to win 2 games. We drew lots to decide who would break first. And it was me. Jung Aeocean said again, "I'll give you a chance. I hope you can pot 1 ball, or else you won't even have a chance to come to the table." I thought to myself, why does this guy talk so much? Can't he just quietly suffer defeat? I potted 3 balls directly, 2 of which were potted with my superpowers. This made Jung Aeocean exclaim that I probably just got lucky. Still not saying a word, I continued to pot for more balls consecutively, cleared the table in 1 go, and shut Jung Aeocean up, who had been babbling. The second game started, and Jung Aeocean said again, "I didn't expect you to be quite good. Did you skip classes every day in high school to come out and play billiards? I guess all the students from your school are like this." I didn't reply, just sat there waiting for Jung Aeocean to break. Jung Aeocean dawdled, checking if the table was level, adjusting his cue, and still talking big, making me want to take off my socks and stuff them in his mouth. Just when I was getting fed up, Yan Cece entered the arena and came to my table to support me. My stern face finally smiled, winking and exchanging glances with Yan Cece. Seeing Yan Cece approaching, Jung Aeocean's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed that he didn't expect such a beautiful girl in the county. Seemingly trying to get Yan Cece's attention, Jung Aeocean intentionally said loudly, "I'll clear the table in 1 go this game. You can relax." Seeing Yan Cece looking over, Jung Aeocean smiled satisfactorily, made a shot, and the 16 balls scattered around. He stared at the balls near the pockets confidently, but strangely, the balls all stopped near the pockets, and in the end, not a single one went in. This left Jung Aeocean extremely disappointed. Muttering under his breath, I stepped up, cleared the table in 1 go again, and won to 2-0 against Jung Aeocean. Jung Aeocean hadn't reacted yet to how he lost. He had only taken 1 shot throughout the game, with the rest being zeros. Finally, Jung Aeocean exploded, demanding a rematch from the referee, who ignored him. Fuming, Jung Aeocean almost threw his cue, but was stopped by the referee. Jung Aeocean found me and asked for another match, to which I simply said, "A defeated opponent like you is not worthy." Jung Aeocean clenched his fists, his veins popping. But he didn't dare cause a scene here. Infuriated, he went straight to the front desk, questioning the fairness of the competition, claiming that having the advantage of breaking first was too significant. But no one paid him any attention, just a jumping clown. I was chatting with Yan Cece, talking about Jung Aeocean's big mouth, too embarrassing, saying the biggest words, and getting the worst beatings. The whole field opened with just 1 ball, and the game ended. Today, Yan Cece wore a JK skirt, paired with knee-high socks, which caught my eye. It was the first time I had seen Yan Cece dressed like this. Yan Cece looked at me with shining eyes, finally confirmed that I definitely had some kind of ability to see through myself. My shining eyes were evidence. Yan Cece felt itchy in her heart. Thinking I was too lecherous, I smoothly entered the top 32, and the next opponent came out. I looked at the age, 78 years old. A bit surprised, why was this old man not relaxing at home, and instead coming out to play? Can he even lift a pool cue? When I saw the old man tremblingly walking towards me, I was about to sweat for him. If he fell, would I be responsible? The old man looked at me and said, "Young man, how old are you? Are you 15 yet? Go home and do your homework, or I'll tell your parents and spank you." I slapped my forehead. This old man was a bit impolite. I smiled and said, "Old man, you're so old. Stop fooling around and go home to relax. Look after your kids. Enjoy yourself." The old man touched his bald head, looking disdainfully at me, as if he wanted to educate this wet behind-the-ears kid. The match began. Using the usual routine, I almost effortlessly won the game. The old man, watching me win, touched his bald head again, sighed that he was really old, and then left. I watched the old man stoop figure and sigh. This old man should have gone home long ago, wandering around aimlessly every day, pretending to be young. Did he finally understand what it means to the later generation surpasses the previous one, leaving your old head stranded on the beach? Yan Cece quietly watched beside me, observing me play seriously, watching me laugh and play, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. This feeling she had been waiting for over 10 years was finally slowly coming true. Yan Cece's thoughts returned to over a decade ago, when she was standing alone at the orphanage gate, seeing a little boy holding out a steamed bun to her, saying, "You eat. I have more." I looked at the absent-minded young Cece, sneakily stealing a few glances at her legs, swallowing my saliva. Just as I was getting interested, I heard Yan Cece's voice saying, "Your gulping sound is so loud." I was startled, looking at Yan Cece's annoyed expression, awkwardly smiling. "Who asked you to be so beautiful? It's not really my fault." In the afternoon, the competition continued with 16 people left, mostly skilled players, minus one of them old men who had been frequenting various billiard rooms for a long time, most of them older than me. The rules of the game had also changed, from best of 3 to best of 5, to reduce upsets and truly show each player's strength. But I don't care. You can be as strong as you want, with a refreshing breeze brushing the mountain. I have superpowers. Not feeling anxious during the competition, my opponent in the round of 16 was a middle-aged man, his yellow teeth revealing the vicissitudes of life. Seeing that I was a high school student, the middle-aged man laughed and said to his friend, "This time I'm going to make it to the top 8. Our 6-month membership fee is worth it." I don't like hearing these words now. Why look down on me just because I'm a high school student? All right, you can look down on high school students, but you can't look down on me, who gave me superpowers. Throughout the game, the middle-aged man exclaimed in disbelief, first because he missed a sure shot, and second because he was amazed that someone so young could make so many brilliant shots. In the end, although the middle-aged man was not completely convinced, he accepted the result of the match and even invited me to play together sometime. The middle-aged man told his friend, "Dad news. I ran into a strong player. That 6-month membership fee now only lasted a month. What a loss." His friend replied, "If you're not skilled, practice more. If my hand hadn't been injured, I could have won the championship this time." The two of them left laughing. The happiness of these middle-aged men was so simple. Even though life's pressures are great, happiness is also essential. Li Fei came over to congratulate me on making it to the top 8. And that's when I found out that Li Fei had also made it to the top 8. Li Fei's skills were still there. Without my superpowers, Li Fei could easily beat 3 of me. I smiled and said, "Li Fei, be careful. If we meet in the next round, I won't go easy on you for the money's sake." Li Fei quickly replied, "Stop jinxing it. I don't want to face you." Then Li Fei secretly told me about a few strong opponents. These would be our tough competitors in the upcoming matches. Although I listened attentively, my mind was elsewhere, focusing on a person. A beautiful young woman with a stunning figure. I only saw her back, but I could tell she was beautiful. And most importantly, my X-ray vision was activated. TSK. Ah. This damn X-ray vision. Isn't it torturing me? A pure and innocent boy. For an 18-year-old young man, if the allure of unrequited love is rated 100, then the allure of a middle-aged beauty could easily be 1000. After Li Fei finished speaking, I quickly went to the restroom, splashing cold water on my head to clear my mind. I decided not to use my X-ray vision for the next few days. This ability is too much of a burden on the body. Even the strongest man couldn't handle it multiple times a day. When I returned, I couldn't find the beautiful woman anymore, which left me a bit disappointed. I didn't even get to see what she looked like. Why did she leave? But it's for the best. Now I can focus on the competition. If this distraction affected the game, I would regret it. Regret not winning the money. The results of the top 8 were out, and I didn't meet Li Fei. This made Li Fei breathe a sigh of relief, but when he saw his opponent, he sighed again. This person was a friend of his father, so strong that Li Fei felt a bit hopeless. They had never won against each other in their previous matches. It seemed like Li Fei wouldn't make it to the top 4. Li Fei also looked at my opponent, sweating on my behalf. My opponent was also incredibly strong. I might lose this match. At that moment, Li Fei realized that I hadn't lost any games in the past few days of playing. This made him feel incredulous, not knowing if today's match could break my winning streak. I looked at my opponent, feeling indifferent. It was only when Li Fei reminded me that I found out this person was a shareholder in Li Fei's family's billiards hall, skilled in playing pool and wealthy. This time, the goal was to aim for the championship, to make a name for himself, and then pull out of the investment to start his own billiards hall. This surprised me. So this person would be a competitor of Li Fei's family in the future. Looking at Li Fei, it seemed like he was silently saying, "You must not lose." I patted Li Fei on the shoulder and said, "Leave it to me. I'll win." Making it to the top 8 means I've already earned a 1-year membership at the Eastern Star Billiards Hall, valued at several $100. But those who make it to the top 8 are not just satisfied with that 1-year membership. Their goal is undoubtedly the championship. Some are eyeing the prize money, some are aiming for fame, while others simply enjoy the thrill of competition. My opponent in the top 8, Yi Hong, falls into the category of seeking fame. He owns several internet cafes in the county and is now expanding his business, planning to open a combined internet cafe and billiards entertainment venue. When Yi Hong saw me, he shook my hand, which surprised me, as it was the first time someone had initiated a handshake with me. He then handed me his business card, saying, "I'm Mr. John. Your billiard skills are impressive. If you ever want to come play at my place, I'll give you a free membership." If I hadn't known his intentions beforehand, I might have been swayed by his politeness and smile. But I was here on a mission today. Li Fei is at least a classmate who has paid me advertising fees, so I couldn't afford to go soft for a free membership. I immediately utilized my superpowers from the start of the match, leaving Yi Hong with no chance. I won the game in 3 straight sets. Yi Hong, just like Zhang Naotian, found it hard to accept my mysterious shots. Despite having high skills, he couldn't showcase them effectively. With a sigh, Yi Hong realized that his path to fame through winning the championship was now blocked. However, he took it in stride, thinking that losing might just mean spending a bit more on advertising fees. That billiards hall of his is definitely going to open. After the match, Yi Hong once again sincerely invited me, promising free play at his internet cafe. I readily agreed. Such good fortune is always welcome. At the end of the day's competition, I advanced to the final 4, while Li Fei was eliminated in the quarterfinals, as expected by both him and his father. That evening, Li Fei invited me, Yan Cici, and Wang Fanfei to dinner to celebrate my progress to the final 4. At a barbecue stall on the side of the road, Li Fei, Yan Cici, Wang Fanfei, and a few classmates Li Fei had called to help out. We all drank beer, ate barbecue, and had a blast. Yan Cici and Wang Fanfei don't know what's going on, but there seems to be a trend of becoming close friends. They sit together, whispering to each other as if they have nothing to hide. I'm really worried. If these to become close friends, it will only bring harm to myself and no good. If that scheming Wang Fanfei reveals any embarrassing stories about me, then my image in Yan Cici's eyes will be completely ruined. But seeing how happy these two are, I didn't interrupt, just go with the flow. Just when everyone was having a good time, I suddenly heard an annoying voice. Zhang Naotian and a few of his friends came to my table, mocking and saying, "Hey, aren't these students from County First High School? What's up? Are you guys discussing what major to apply for in college? By the way, do any of you even have above 300 points in the college entrance exam?" Li Fei stood up abruptly, staring at Zhang Naotian and said, "You're Zhang Naotian, right? We're just having a meal. What's it to you?" I picked up an empty wine bottle, hid it behind my back, and then stood up to tell Li Fei, "Li Fei, don't rush. It's normal for dogs to bark. We can't steal the dog just because it barks. Can we?" Upon hearing me call him a dog, Zhang Naotian got angry and said to us, "Who the F*** are you calling a dog? Say it again and see what happens." Without even looking at Zhang Naotian, I told Li Fei, "Let's just eat. Don't let the barking of a dog affect your appetite." I thought I would provoke Jung Aoshin and then we would have a big confrontation. And I was confident that I could knock down one with a bottle of wine. But I found out that Jung Aoshin and his group had already set their sights on Yang Cici and Wang Fanfei. When Jung Aoshin approached Yang Cici and Wang Fanfei, he was about to speak. But Yang Cici directly said, "I don't know you. Not interested." Jung Aoshin stood there looking a bit embarrassed. But then he smiled and was about to say something again. And Yang Cici said, "Stay away from me." The smile on Jung Aoshin's face disappeared. His face turned dark. Apparently not expecting this kind of situation. When Yang Cici saw that Jung Aoshin hadn't left yet, she said, "Because you're ugly." Li Fei and I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yang Cici was too ruthless. Her comebacks were too beautiful, truly cutting to the heart. Finally, Jung Aoshin got angry. But I stepped in front of Yang Cici, facing Jung Aoshin, and said, "What's the matter? Can't handle it, loser?" Upon hearing loser, Jung Aoshin trembled with anger, perhaps failing in his proud billiard skills, which damaged his pride. Jung Aoshin pointed at me and said, Okay, don't let me catch you. I'll make you regret it." I shrugged my shoulders, showing an indifferent expression. Jung Aoshin looked around at the people watching, cursed under his breath, and left in a huff. Watching the arrogant Jung Aoshin, I decided to teach him a lesson. As he was stepping down, I used my mind to trip him, causing him to fall flat on his face. The people eating barbecue burst into laughter, seeing Jung Aoshin looking like a clown. Jung Aoshin cursed under his breath and, hearing everyone's laughter, his face turned bright red. He was about to leave, but his left foot tripped over his right foot, causing him to fall again. People were slightly stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter again, almost making Jung Aoshin want to disappear into the ground. After Jung Aoshin left, everyone resumed their happy barbecue without paying much attention to him. After the barbecue, everyone was full and satisfied, and we dispersed to go home. Originally, I wanted to walk Yang Cici home and use the excuse of checking on the dog to have another intimate encounter in her room. However, Yang Cici said she had something to do and wouldn't be going home that night. This left me slightly disappointed. It had become a habit to walk Yang Cici home these past few days. On the way, we could talk about many things, and I really enjoyed that feeling. After walking a few steps, we arrived at a fancy residential area next to County First High School. I looked at the magnificent gate and tall buildings, marveling at how good the rich had it. Yang Cici looked at me mischievously and said, "Do you want to come up and see? This house has 2 dogs." I felt a surge of excitement, about to agree. But then I remembered Yang Cici saying her parents lived there. Wouldn't that mean meeting them? I suddenly felt overwhelmed. Yang Cici was trying to trap me. I smiled shyly. "It's not a good idea. Our relationship isn't even confirmed yet. And now you want me to meet your parents so soon." Yang Cici didn't expect me to react so quickly. Feeling caught off guard, she lightly punched me and went back inside. I watched Yang Cici enter the residential area, and only when she was out of sight did I reluctantly leave. In the dark corners of the residential area, a few pairs of eyes watched me from outside the gate. Only after I left did they join Yang Cici upstairs. I walked home alone, thinking about Yang Cici, lost in my own thoughts. As I passed by the gate of County First High School, I saw the exam results posted on the wall. Immediately, I noticed Fatty with his big face smiling in the photo. I chuckled to myself, feeling relieved that Fatty had done well in his studies and hadn't embarrassed me. Continuing on my way, I looked up and spotted Jung Aoshin and his buddies near County First High School. I felt overwhelmed. Why did I keep running into trouble these days? Jung Aoshin pointed at me and threatened, "You've been arrogant. Today I'll show you the consequences of messing with me." Glancing around, I couldn't help but smirk. How foolish was Jung Aoshin to choose this spot to confront me? Didn't he see the security office right next to County First High School? I retorted, "Jung Aoshin, do you agree when I call you a fool?" Enraged, Jung Aoshin cursed at me. "I'll teach you a lesson today." I pointed my finger to the side, confusing Jung Aoshin. When he turned to look, he saw the police officers inside the security office, keeping watch outside. With a shout, Jung Aoshin and his friends quickly fled. I couldn't help but laugh heartily, thinking to myself that Jung Aoshin truly was a fool. I walked into the security office and greeted the officer on duty. Hu-hai. We were quite familiar with each other, as Hu-hai and Li Jun, who grew up in an orphanage, were classmates. Hu-hai looked puzzled and asked what had just happened. I explained, and even he agreed that Jung Aoshin had been foolish to choose that location for a confrontation. Returning to the courtyard, I saw everyone relaxing under the elm tree. The headmaster was fanning himself on a lounge chair. Fatty was helping Li Kong with homework, and Meow Meow was playing cards with Ziwu and the others. It was a heartwarming scene, full of joy and harmony. This was the place that raised me. As I went to bed that night, my mind felt foggy and heavy, and I felt unusually tired. I wondered if I had overused my superpowers. Today, I spent the whole day using my telekinetic superpower, which requires a lot of mental focus to control a ball and make it land in a specific spot. It's a delicate task, for sure. Realizing this, I've decided to be cautious in using my powers in the future. I definitely don't want to end up like Wu's silly son, making a fool of myself because of misusing my abilities. Thinking about Wu's son just gives me a headache. If I were to end up like that, the scene would be unbearable. I promised myself not to use toilet paper today, so I must resist the temptation and give Yang Cici a break in my mind. Letting her rest peacefully for the day, I drifted off to sleep, my snoring almost waking up Fatty. He seemed to know, and we ended up having a snoring duet, the melodious sounds echoing through the courtyard. I woke up to the sound of a rooster crowing and felt surprisingly clear-headed, indicating a good recovery. I dragged Fatty out for a run, much to his reluctance, as he mumbled about me ditching Yang Cici for a date and pulling him out of a dream. Speaking of Yang Cici, I remembered she wasn't around, so I probably wouldn't see her this morning. After half an hour of running and a painful stretching session for Fatty, he complained about not seeing Yang Cici and took it out on me, which was quite unfair. Ignoring his complaints, we took a shower and headed to the pool hall together, with Fatty taking time off to support me. Upon arriving at the pool hall, I learned about Li Fei and his father's ambitious plans. The place was packed with cars, and even the provincial and city TV stations had sent crews for filming. Li Fei informed me that the competition would be broadcast on the provincial TV sports channel, and all these people were here for the recording. Looking at the numerous ads on my clothes, making me feel like a walking billboard, I realized that Li Fei and his father were truly ambitious. Through this competition's broadcast, they increased the exposure of their pool hall, earned ad revenue from several businesses, and gained many new members. Quite the lucrative venture. Despite Li Fei only awarding me 2,000 yuan for winning, I realized he was quite stingy, but as long as I earned my hard-earned money, it was a win-win situation. Inside the pool hall, I noticed it had been transformed into a recording studio, with lights, props, and even a commentary booth setup. The effort put into this setup was evident. I also saw several cheerleaders in shorts rehearsing, providing a pleasant sight. Fatty couldn't take his eyes off them, regretting not bringing his glasses to get a clearer view. While observing the surroundings, I suddenly spotted a familiar figure, the old man who had a relationship with Wang Fanfei. I was curious about his presence and discreetly asked Li Fei about him. He turned out to be the CEO of the largest advertising media company in the county, responsible for recording, broadcasting, and promoting the competition. It all made sense now. I wondered if Wang Fanfei would show up and what kind of drama they might stir up together. Seeing Li Fei already wearing the green hat of being cuckolded, I sighed. Later, Yang Cici and Wang Fanfei arrived, appearing chummy and creating a lovely scene together. Yang Cici wore a blue short-sleeved top and a white and blue four-lawn skirt, while Wang Fanfei sported a pink top with a black knee-length skirt. Together, they presented a picturesque sight. Using my X-ray vision, I discreetly tried to gather more information about Wang Fanfei. The morning session involved a 4x2 format with 7 rounds and 4 wins required. I was scheduled for the second match. As I watched the two older men compete in their match, I realized that playing pool was truly a technical skill, involving strategic ball positioning and defensive tactics. Despite being interested, I felt too lethargic to learn more. After this competition, I doubted I would play much pool anymore. I was simply focused on earning money. After 6 rounds of matches, the winners were ecstatic, and the losers weren't too disheartened. It was then that I carefully observed my opponent for the final match, a man named Zhao Chuanyu, in his 40s, with a kind face. However, the tattoos on his arms and the long scar on his chest made me question his background. Could he have been involved in some shady business in the past? Nonetheless, it didn't matter much to me, as I was confident I could emerge victorious. Yang Cici was watching the match attentively, and when it ended, she smiled happily. Wang Fanfei, on the other hand, seemed out of sorts, engaging in half-hearted conversations with Yang Cici. I guessed it was probably due to Han Wenshan. Sure enough, the two of them were having an affair. It was almost my turn to compete, and Yang Cici raised her fist to cheer me on. while Li Fei shouted loudly by my side, showing his support. As I stepped onto the stage, I saw 3 referees, 2 commentators, and a camera. Feeling a bit nervous, when had I ever encountered such a scene before? Yang Cici noticed my unease and was about to offer some comforting words, and I suddenly regained my composure. The reason? Confidence bestowed upon me by my superpower. Of course. My opponent was a man in his 30s named Liu Feng. An outsider according to Li Fei. His playing style suggested he was a snooker player, indicating a strong skill set. Recalling the snooker games I had watched before, with all the intricate shots and cue ball control, I felt a bit overwhelmed. It seemed Liu Feng was a formidable opponent. The match began, and I took the lead, sticking to my usual strategy of ensuring my opening shot was successful to set up a chance for a clearance using my telekinetic powers. With my mind in control, I managed to sink 5 balls in a row. However, on the 6th ball, the cue ball accidentally went into a pocket, prompting me to exclaim in disappointment. Liu Feng watched me play, nodding in approval. After I sunk 5 balls, he seemed more confident himself, as if he had finally grasped my skill level. When it was Liu Feng's turn, he also sank 3 balls in a row, but faced a long shot next. I planned to use my telekinetic abilities on this shot to ensure victory in the first game, so when Liu Feng's shot missed, he looked puzzled and examined the table and his cue stick before shaking his head. I seized the opportunity and won the first game. In the second game, I repeated my strategy, finding another long shot opportunity for Liu Feng, using my telekinetic powers to secure an easy win. Liu Feng remained silent for a long time, and after the match, he requested to inspect the table. Everyone was puzzled but agreed nonetheless. After a thorough examination, Liu Feng concluded that there was nothing wrong with the table. He then took a few shots, all of which went in. Initially, it seemed like the issue had been resolved, but his furrowed brow indicated lingering doubts. As I watched Liu Feng test the table, I began to wonder, had he discovered something? Could he deduce my superpowers from just 2 missed shots? My alertness heightened. Recognizing Liu Feng's prowess, I decided to use my telekinetic powers sparingly to avoid being discovered. In the third game, I didn't give Liu Feng a chance to shine, executing a flawless clearance that got the commentators excited. I could see them standing up and waving their hands from afar. In the fourth game, Liu Feng seemed to change his strategy. Instead of rushing to sink a ball after the break, he opted for a defensive move, hiding the cue ball behind the black 8. I looked at the table and felt overwhelmed. This type of shot was the last thing I wanted to encounter, as it required high-level snooker skills for a successful clearance. I had always played Chinese pool and had no experience with snooker, so my knowledge of clearances was limited. Furthermore, the control space for telekinetic manipulation was minimal in this situation, and at my current level, I couldn't fully grasp it. I had no choice but to go for the black 8 ball. Liu Feng set up his shot perfectly, leaving no opportunity for a long shot. My superpower was rendered useless, and I lost without surprise. The score now stood at 3-1 as we reached halftime. Liu Feng approached me and said with a smile, "I don't know how you operated in the first 3 games, but I won't give you a chance in the following 3. I gasped in shock. Liu Feng had discovered something, though he wasn't certain about his superpowers. He definitely knew there was something fishy about his wins. As I pondered my next move, Li Fei hurried over with his phone in hand. I looked at the screen and found out that Liu Feng's real name was Liu Yuhan, a member of the Chinese Billiards Association and a national-level snooker player. I sighed inwardly. Liu Feng was that formidable? I hadn't expected him to participate in a competition at this level in the county. Perhaps he was just passing through and decided to join in the fun. Surprisingly, I began to feel excited. If I could defeat Liu Feng, it would be quite thrilling. Who cares how I win? So what if you find out? The winner holds the power of speech. Winning is cool and impressive. Back from halftime, I no longer felt anxious. Observing Liu Feng's confident demeanor, I felt elated, thinking that he wouldn't be smiling in the next game. In the fifth game, I made 2 balls in the break and smoothly potted the black 8, securing my victory for 2-1. Liu Feng sat in the rest area with a dark expression, not expecting this outcome. During the handshake, Liu Feng's face softened slightly. He whispered in my ear, "Winning by cheating is truly disgraceful." I retorted with a smile, "Losers have no say. That's the real shame." Liu Feng's face turned ashen as he menacingly said, "This isn't over. I'll expose your dirty tricks sooner or later." I waved him off, choosing not to engage with him further. It seemed losers had no right to speak to me. The morning matches concluded, and I advanced to the final against Zhao Jianyu. Zhao Jianyu was still smiling, shaking my hand and remarking, "Mr. John, I never expected such a young man to excel in billiards. Truly, heroes emerge in the younger generation." I smiled back at the middle-aged man, replying, "Mr. John, you are my senior in this field. I've come to learn from you and hope for your guidance." Jianyu chuckled, saying, "Ultimately, a match is a match. There must be winners and losers. Young man, learn as much as you can. I'll teach you a lesson this afternoon." Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow. Wasn't this just an attempt to assert dominance based on age and experience? I didn't say anything, but my goodwill towards Jianyu had vanished. Since it was a competition, I was determined to make him taste the bitterness of defeat. Anyone who obstructs my earnings will learn how to conduct themselves from my superpower. Yang Cici noticed the escalating tension between the two of us and quickly intervened, pulling me away while exchanging a glance with Jianyu. As Jianyu watched us leave, he let out a sigh. I vented to Yang Cici about Jianyu's condescending attitude, and she chuckled without saying a word. After I finished venting, she offered some comforting words. I said, "If this old man wants to teach me billiards, I'll teach him how to be a kind and benevolent elder. Teach him how to be a respectable old man." Yang Cici burst into laughter, leaving me puzzled but joining in with forced laughter. It all felt quite artificial. At noon, we all had lunch together. Yang Cici and I sat on one side, while Li Fei and Wang Fanfei sat on the other side, chatting and laughing, making a lively atmosphere. I observed Wang Fanfei deliberately, but didn't notice anything unusual. The feeling of knowing she was up to something but not being able to gather evidence was frustrating. I didn't know what I would do even if I had evidence. Should I tell Li Fei the truth? But seeing how happy and carefree Li Fei and Wang Fanfei were together, I couldn't bring myself to do it. The afternoon matches were about to begin, and to add some excitement to the games, the billiards hall had changed the rules for the break-off. It was now random, with each shot determined by a draw. Unlike the previous format, where players took turns, as we entered the finals, under normal circumstances, both players had the ability to clear the table in one shot. With this random draw, there was a possibility of extreme situations, like one player getting to break 4 times in a row and clear the table each time, while the other never got a turn, resulting in a quick end to the match. After the commentators explained the new rule, the crowd erupted into chatter, discussing the unpredictability of the rule and how it made the matches more exciting. Once I understood the rule, I wasn't too bothered. After all, if I didn't want a ball to go in, the opponent would have a hard time sinking it, and I wasn't afraid of them clearing the table in one shot. In this final match, the deputy director of the county sports bureau came to give a speech, his lengthy speech almost putting me to sleep. Amidst the applause, I realized it was almost time for me to take the stage for the match. Jianyu still had a smile on his face, which made me uneasy. I always felt like there was something hidden beneath that smile. We drew lots, and in the first game, I got to break first, with the goal of avoiding complications later on. I decided to try and clear the table in one shot, but luck wasn't on my side that day. While I did pocket one ball on the break, the cue ball followed it in. I was so focused on the other balls that I didn't pay attention to the cue ball until it was too late. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't just use my powers to push the cue ball out of the pocket, as that would raise suspicion, and I might get caught and eliminated. I returned to the rest area as Jianyu took the stage. When he sunk the first ball, I knew for sure that he was truly skilled. His calm demeanor and presence were undeniable. However, I found an opportunity to make a ball that Jianyu should have sunk stop right at the edge of the pocket, causing a stir among the audience, without paying much attention to the reactions. I ended the match then and there. Jianyu lost the game, but his expression remained unchanged, still smiling, which made it hard for me to read him. Seeing me win the first game, Li Fei was unusually excited, cheering me on as if he had a personal stake in my victory. Looking around, I suddenly caught sight of a striking figure in the audience, with big wavy hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and a black tight skirt. She stood out among the crowd. Wasn't that the beautiful woman I saw yesterday? I hadn't realized she had such a great figure and was so pretty. I squinted my eyes, activating my X-ray vision. Wow. The allure of a mature woman was truly powerful. I quickly asked the referee for permission to go to the restroom and hurriedly made my way there. After washing my face, I found a stall, sat for a moment, and felt much better. Just as I was about to leave after finishing up, someone entered the next stall. As they sat down, I overheard them say, "Fei, you look gorgeous today." I've booked a room for tonight. You must come. It was Han Wensheng. Fight. The one he mentioned. Must be Wan Fanfei. They were planning to book a room together. I continued listening, but Han Wensheng had already left after using the restroom. I quickly got up and went back to the venue, deliberately glancing over at Wang Fanfei, who was indeed looking at her phone. I sighed, now basically confirming that Han Wensheng and Wang Fanfei were indeed having an affair. Watching Li Fei cheer for me, I sighed. The second game was about to start, and once again, I had the privilege of breaking first. The commentators next door were already criticizing this rule, saying that I had now taken the break off 2 times in a row. Extreme situations were unfolding. I paid no attention, broke as usual, pocketed a few balls, handed it over to Zhao Qianyu, then used my powers to take control and win the game. I thought winning this way was more normal. If I cleared the table in one shot every time, it would have a big impact, and the risk of exposing my powers would be high. After the second game, Zhao Qianyu's expression remained unchanged, still smiling, making it hard to read his thoughts. Just as I was preparing for the third game, Li Fei approached me, looking very embarrassed as he said, "Can you lose the next game? Director Zhao just said that this final must be exciting. It can end for 2-0. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. I didn't expect such match fixing to happen right in front of me, but I understood the ways of the world, since I could almost determine the outcome of the game with my powers. I wasn't afraid of losing, so I agreed. Li Fei looked at me, surprised at my quick agreement. He thought I wouldn't agree, but now he saw me in a different light. The third game began, and Zhao Qianyu seemed to be in a strategizing mood. As he passed by me, he whispered, "This game should be mine, right?" How? Was Zhao Qianyu also aware of this situation? Was he manipulating the game? Didn't want to lose terribly. It made sense. Who would want to lose 0-4 and have their head shaved? We drew lots. And once again, I had the privilege of breaking first. Since I had to lose, I decided not to use my powers and rely solely on my skills to see how many balls I could pocket. Unfortunately, Zhao Qianyu didn't give me the chance to show my skills. I missed my break-off shot, and he cleared the table in 1 turn. I didn't mind. Next game, I'll clear the table in 1 turn and win. Yan Cici came over to comfort me in a low voice. Zhao Qianyu, on the other side, looked at us, his expression finally changing, no longer smiling. What did Zhao Qianyu mean by this? Was he not happy about having such a beautiful partner? I locked eyes with Zhao Qianyu, then intentionally grabbed Yan Cici's hand. Yan Cici blushed instantly, then quickly withdrew her hand. Following my gaze, she saw Zhao Qianyu, and then Yan Cici realized that we were just trying to make each other jealous. Angry, Yan Cici slapped me, but I couldn't help but smile happily, as I saw Zhao Qianyu's face darken. Having a beautiful partner was indeed quite satisfying. It seems like he's really trying to provoke me. Zhao Qianyu waved towards the audience, and to my shocked gaze, the beautiful woman from the audience walked over to Zhao Qianyu's side, and wiped his sweat. Is this beautiful woman Zhao Qianyu's wife? What a coincidence. I looked at the beautiful woman, then at Yan Cici. Thankfully, Yan Cici didn't lose. It could only be said that they were evenly matched, one youthful and beautiful, the other mature and stable. It's so hard to choose, so I want them both. I quickly grabbed Yan Cici's hand again, with a provocative look on my face. 2 men playing billiards, but competing over girlfriends. Thankfully, the match was about to start. Otherwise, who knows what these 2 might do. Yan Cici's face remained red. She weakly said, "Good luck," to me, and then quickly ran off. The fourth game began, and the 2 no longer maintained their calm demeanor, neither giving the other a good look. This game finally reached the point where Zhao Qianyu would break first. Zhao Qianyu's break didn't pocket any balls, and I also decided not to pocket any, just to have a long and stinky game. With my superpowers, the 2 of us played for over a dozen rounds without pocketing any balls. Zhao Qianyu became more and more anxious, looking at his cue stick with disbelief on his face, which made me ecstatic. But this long and stinky game made Li Fei and his father anxious. Who would be interested in watching such a boring game? Under Zhao's urging, Li Fei's father reluctantly ended the game. Li Fei quickly found me, begging me to quickly finish the match. I looked at the anxious Li Fei and sighed. In the end, I was still too soft-hearted. The match resumed, and I no longer tortured Zhao Qianyu, clearing the table with 1 shot to end the game. I led 3-1, securing 3 match points. During halftime, the cheerleaders had already started dancing, Everyone looked at the 3-1 score, discussing and praising my promising youth and superb skills. Listening to everyone's praise, I felt elated. At that moment, Lee Fei hurried over, pulling me to a secluded corner, and said he hoped I would lose another game. I widened my eyes, looking at Lee Fei in disbelief, and said, "Didn't I already lose one game? Why do I need to lose more?" Lee Fei sighed and said, "This match will be broadcast on the provincial TV station, so the longer the better. It would be best if we can play 7 games. That way the news or TV station can make money." "Bro, don't take it too seriously. Just consider it helping me out. My dad is worried sick." After hearing that, I didn't say anything and just nodded in agreement. It was frustrating not only to lose the game, but also to endure Zhao Qianyu's mockery, but I was someone who could adapt to different situations, as long as I got paid in the end. I was fine with anything. At that moment, what did dignity matter? What did winning or losing matter? What could be more important than money? Back on the playing field, I saw Zhao Qianyu across from me, his face once again full of smiles. And I felt like the game was too dark. What I saw before might not have been real. The behind-the-scenes intrigue could be more captivating than the game itself. Zhao Qianyu looked at me calmly and nodded, thinking that I wasn't so impulsive, but in reality, I cursed Zhao Qianyu and his ancestors in my heart. Out of sight, out of mind. I stopped looking at Zhao Qianyu and instead observed the beautiful woman next to him. Her fair skin looked smooth and her long eyelashes were almost as beautiful as Yang Cici's. Her slender figure with graceful curves, this was like my dream lover. I glanced at the old man Zhao Qianyu and then at the beautiful woman next to him, feeling even more resentful towards Zhao Qianyu and a hint of jealousy. Why did this old man Zhao Qianyu get such a beautiful woman? It was unfair. Damn my X-ray vision. As I looked at that alluring body, my thoughts started to wander. The beautiful woman also looked at me, and I was taken aback. I quickly averted my gaze, looking elsewhere, but I couldn't help sneaking glances at her. To my surprise, she was still looking at me, making me break out in a cold sweat. Had she caught me staring at her? Feeling guilty, I quickly turned away and started chatting with Yang Cici, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the beautiful woman was still watching me. Thankfully, the game was about to begin. I prepared myself and entered the field. I lost 2 games in a row, and Lee Fei next to me gave me a thumbs up, saying I lost beautifully. I wanted to give Lee Fei a slap. What did he mean by losing beautifully? The commentators were getting excited, talking about the young genius showing his potential of facing defeat. They were praising the experienced ones. I felt speechless. These people were just sycophants. In the first 4 games, they were almost ready to explode, saying I was the rising star of Chinese snooker and that this game would be a showdown where the predecessors would be defeated. Looking at the 3-3 score on the screen, I smirked. The 7th game would show them what real strength was, and maybe even superpowers. At that moment, Lee Fei called me to a corner. Looking embarrassed, I had a bad feeling and urged him to speak up. Lee Fei said, "Can you lose in the 7th game? You know our snooker hall is just a front. There are pressures from the TV stations, the sports bureau director, all wanting Zhao Qianyu to win." Anger surged through me, and I grabbed Lee Fei's shirt, ready to punch him. Lee Fei, with a mournful face, sighed. I didn't want this either, but Zhao Qianyu, Han Wenshen, and the director have business ties. If you win the 7th game, our snooker hall might be done for. The director might even shut us down. Also, Zhao Qianyu has connections in the underworld, and if he seeks revenge, no one can stop him. I clenched my fists, feeling powerless. How could this be happening? Although I wasn't so desperate for the championship, losing like this was unacceptable. Yang Cici ran over. Seeing me about to hit Lee Fei, she quickly intervened and calmed me down. Lee Fei helplessly said, "We are at your mercy." Me, my dad, and the entire snooker hall. Yang Cici, not understanding the situation, looked at my grim expression, but didn't ask much. After thinking for a moment, I chuckled and told Lee Fei, "I can lose, but make sure you pay me like a champion. I'll do what you want with the money. Winning or losing doesn't matter to me." Lee Fei's face lit up, saying, no problem, I'll talk to my dad. If money can solve it, it should be fine." Yang Cici seemed to grasp the situation. I explained it to her, and she looked grim, lost in thought. Yang Cici understood my personality. I preferred negotiation over conflict, even though I said I could lose. Deep down, I was extremely displeased. Yang Cici said to me, Just be yourself and don't care about what others say. There's no need to make yourself miserable over these things. Her support meant a lot to me. She didn't try to pacify me like other women, but encouraged me to be myself. That kind of support was truly valuable. The 7th game begins, originally 3-0 in the score. Now it's tied at 3-3, and the crucial 7th game will determine who the ultimate champion is. I look at Zhao Qianyu, feeling a bit angry. Can't this old man win the championship based on his true skills? Instead of resorting to these underhanded tactics, it's really embarrassing. Zhao Qianyu still has a smile on his face as he looks at me and says, "Young man, there's still a lot for you to learn. You will have opportunities in the future. The future belongs to you." I tilt my head back and look at Zhao Qianyu, feeling disdainful towards his words. The match begins. I take the first shot, and after potting 7 balls in a row, I pause and look around. The audience's cheers are rising, all urging me to clear the table with 1 shot and win the championship. Yan Cece clenches her fists, nervously watching me, giving me encouragement with her eyes, as if saying, "Come on, you can do it. Make the shot. Do yourself." Li Fei's mouth drops open, his whole body tense, staring fixedly at the black 8 ball, perhaps silently praying that I don't pot this ball. Zhao Qianyu sits in the resting area, still smiling at me, not showing a hint of nervousness. At this moment, I feel lost. I've never had to make such a decision before. On one side is the pressure from the outside world. On the other is being true to myself. How should I choose? I pick up the cue stick, take a deep breath, then down. Align the cue ball, and black 8 ball into a straight line. I close my eyes, grip the cue with my right hand, and give it a firm stroke. I don't rely on superpowers. Let fate decide this shot. I don't stand up immediately. There's no cheering in my ears. I sigh, realizing that this time luck is not on my side. As I'm about to stand up, the referee says, "Cue ball in pocket, free shot." How? I quickly stand up and see that the black 8 ball is still in its original position, that the cue ball is nowhere to be seen. Damn. Could it be that my skills are this bad? Missing the shot can be explained, but not hitting the black 8 ball and still potting the cue ball, how is that even possible? With a grim face, I sit back in the resting area. Li Fei's tensed and excited face finally breaks into a smile. It seems I still love money after all. Yan Cece in the audience shouts to me, "Don't be nervous. You can do it. Keep going." I nod at Yan Cece, thinking to myself, if Zhao Qianyu can't clear the table in 1 shot, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Zhao Qianyu gives me a thumbs up, as if saying, "You still understand the ways of the world, kid." I turn my head away, my gaze meeting that of a beautiful woman. I initially try to avoid her gaze, but then we lock eyes. I squint, activating my X-ray vision, carefully studying the beautiful woman's figure. After looking, I can't help but think to myself, she's too good looking. Zhao Qianyu is truly a lucky man. Without giving me much chance, Zhao Qianyu pots 7 balls directly. In the end, only the black 8 ball remains on the table. But strangely, Zhao Qianyu doesn't pot it. I look at Zhao Qianyu in surprise. He gestures for me to take over, as if saying, "The rest is up to you." I don't understand why Zhao Qianyu is doing this. Didn't he make himself lose? Why is he being so humble now? I glance at Li Fei, who also looks puzzled. This leaves me unsure whether I should pot the black 8 ball. To be cautious, I decide not to pot the black 8 ball with my shot. This leaves Zhao Qianyu confused, not understanding my intentions. I look at Li Fei again, but he still doesn't provide any clear information, making me internally frustrated, wondering what's going on. When Zhao Qianyu steps up to the table, he also doesn't pot the black 8 ball, then calmly sits back in the resting area. I look around, not seeing Li Fei and unsure of the current situation. I steel myself and take my shot, winning the crucial 7th game. As the referee's vote signaled the end of the match, I emerged victorious with a score of 4-3. Zhao Qianyu approached me for a handshake, saying, "Young man, full of energy. The future belongs to you." I still couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind Zhao Qianyu's words. Was it a blessing or a sarcastic remark? Regardless, I had won on my own terms. This victory marked the first pile of money I had earned through my superpowers. A few thousand yuan, enough to cover my tuition for a year. I ran over to Yan Cece, lifted her up in a 360-degree spin, eliciting a surprised gasp from her. Setting Yan Cece down, I saw her blushing and felt the urge to kiss her. But I resisted. There were too many people around. Unseen by me, Zhao Qianyu, who had been about to leave, witnessed me holding Yang Cici, and his eyes seemed to flare up with anger. If not for the beautiful woman beside him holding him back, Zhao Qianyu might have charged over. Yang Cici playfully punched me with her small fist and whispered, "What are you doing with so many people around?" I chuckled and replied, "I was just too happy. Couldn't resist. Are you okay?" Yang Cici kept her head down, smiling shyly without saying a word. Watching from a distance, Zhao Qianyu shook his head, muttering something about women being fickle. Before walking away with the beautiful woman, the award ceremony and interviews followed, and I breezed through them with a laugh. I asked Li Fei if my victory in the match would add any impact on their billiards hall. Li Fei shook his head, saying, "Dad is already handling it. It now depends on whether Zhao Qianyu stirs up trouble." Just as I was about to comfort Li Fei, Yang Cici interjected, "Don't worry, Zhao Qianyu won't cause trouble. You can relax." Li Fei and I exchanged puzzled looks at Yang Cici's statement, unsure of her reasoning. Quickly, Yang Cici explained, "Think about it. Zhao Qianyu, as a businessman, values his reputation the most, so he probably won't cause any trouble." Li Fei and I nodded in agreement, but then felt a sense of unease. Both of us wanted to say something, but we happened to bump into each other and let out a sigh, going with the flow. For the victory celebration that evening, everyone agreed that I would foot the bill, considering the prize money had won. After all, a rich man should spend his money. I didn't refuse and took everyone to enjoy the best spicy crayfish in the county. After a few rounds of beer, everyone was in a slightly tipsy state, indulging in the delicious spread of spicy crayfish. Glancing around, I noticed Wang Fanfei was absent. Li Fei explained that something had come up at Wang Fanfei's home, causing her to leave. Thinking back to the conversation between Han Wensheng and Wang Fanfei that I overheard in the bathroom earlier, I felt a surge of anger. Was Wang Fanfei going to meet that old man? As Li Fei focused on devouring the crayfish, my heart ached for him. I asked the owner to bring a plate of cucumber salad for Li Fei. In my mind, I knew that my help for Li Fei could only go so far. After a hearty meal and a few drinks, Li Fei insisted on going to KTV, declaring that he would make me bleed money tonight. I initially didn't want to go, but seeing Yang Cici looking eager, I agreed. Haesong KTV was one of the best in the county, and students usually couldn't afford it. I had only been here twice while delivering goods, but Li Fei brought everyone here. Realizing I had left my winnings behind, I felt a pang of regret as I looked at Li Fei, who seemed very comfortable in this setting. I wanted to give him a good smack. The chubby guy followed me like a wide-eyed innocent, marveling at everything. We booked a private room and took turns singing. Even the chubby guy belted out a surprisingly good rendition of a Jejo song, which caught me off guard. When did his singing improve so much? Wasn't he tone-deaf before? It dawned on me that Meow Meow loved Jeishu songs, and the chubby guy must be going all out for love. I hoped they would end up together. As for myself, I glanced at Yang Cici beside me and noticed her long, fluttering eyelashes under the dim lights of the KTV. She looked beautiful in the dim light. I slowly reached for Yang Cici's hand, but just as I was about to grab it, she turned her head and asked, "Do you want to sing a song together?" Seeing her notice my intentions, I chuckled as she playfully threatened to tickle me. We laughed and joked around, appearing like a couple in love to others. Only I knew that our intimacy was limited to this, yet I felt content. After a playful moment, we sang Pingru together, our emotions intertwining as we sang this fitting song. As the song ended, everyone clapped and cheered, except for Li Fei, who sipped his beer with a lack of interest. Perhaps reminded of Wang Fanfei by our duet. Feeling a bit tipsy from the beer, I excused myself to the restroom. The KTV was like a maze, and I couldn't find the restroom no matter which way I turned. Luckily, a waitress guided me to the restroom. After relieving myself and splashing water on my face, I felt much more sober. Coming out of the restroom, I almost bumped into someone, quickly apologizing that the person was on the phone and ignored me. However, I noticed that the person was Han Wensheng, the old man who was keeping Wang Fanfei. I hadn't expected him to be here. I thought back to the conversation I overheard in the billiards hall restroom earlier today and wondered if Wang Fanfei was here. A chill ran down my spine as I imagined Li Fei running into Wang Fanfei here. Seeing her in the arms of Han Wensheng, it would be a mess. But then I thought, maybe it would be good for Li Fei to know the truth early on. Better to rip off the band-aid quickly. I didn't rush back, instead following Han Wensheng to see if Wang Fanfei was with him. When Han Wensheng came out, still on the phone, It sounded like he was talking to the provincial TV station manager about today's broadcast issues. I stealthily followed Han Wensheng and saw him enter a private room, peeking through the glass on the door. I didn't see Wang Fanfei. I wanted to take a closer look but was afraid of being caught snooping and causing a scene. Just as I was contemplating how to proceed without getting caught, it hit me. I had the power of X-ray vision. Half crouching at the doorway, I used my X-ray vision and, indeed, saw Wang Fanfei. She was lying in Han Wensheng's arms, holding a glass of wine and feeding it to him. Seeing Wang Fanfei acting so obsequiously made my heart ache. She was only 18. Why was she behaving like this towards that old man? At the same time, I felt sorry for Li Fei. A woman like Wang Fanfei, who was so fickle, didn't deserve Li Fei's genuine affection. Just as I was about to leave, the door of the private room suddenly opened, and a chubby man looked down at me, showing a puzzled expression. I lowered my head, pretending to search for something, saying, "Where are my invisible glasses? I can't find them." The chubby man saw that I was looking for something and ignored me, turning to go to the restroom. As the door closed, Wang Fanfei caught a glimpse of me through the crack, her face turning pale in an instant. Perhaps Wang Fanfei hadn't expected to see me there, and realizing I was there, Li Fei must be around too. Wang Fanfei's face turned even paler. Seeing no one around, I quickly got up to leave but was stopped by a voice calling out to me. Turning around, I saw a pale-faced Wang Fanfei. I was about to walk away, not wanting to deal with her. Wang Fanfei hurriedly grabbed me, half in tears, saying, "It's not what you think. Please listen to my explanation." I pushed Wang Fanfei away, wanting to say something but finding no words. Finally, I said, "You should explain to Li Fei, not me. He's been so good to you. Is this how you repay him?" Tears welled up in Wang Fanfei's eyes, and she held on to me, pleading, "I have my reasons too. I don't want this either. Please don't tell Li Fei today. I'll explain everything to you when I have the chance. Please. I'm begging you." Once again, I pushed away Wang Fanfei's hand, saying harshly, "You fickle woman, no matter how you explain, you can't wash away your dirty deeds." Seeing Wang Fanfei's pitiful expression did evoke some sympathy, but I felt mostly disgusted. Wang Fanfei said, "Regardless of how you see me, I just ask that you don't tell Li Fei for now. After I explain everything to you, then you can decide whether to tell him or not. Okay?" I wasn't angry anymore at this point. Looking at Wang Fanfei's hopeful eyes, I said, "Li Fei is my friend. I don't want you to hurt him. I'll listen to your explanation. Hopefully, it's a reasonable one that doesn't make me sick. I won't tell Li Fei today. Take care of yourself." With that, I left, leaving behind a tearful Wang Fanfei standing there helplessly. I returned to the private room, my face somber, and Yang Cici noticed my unusual demeanor, asking what was wrong. I didn't want to discuss it here, so I pretended everything was fine, saying, "Nothing. Just unexpectedly vomited in the restaurant. Didn't expect to drink so much today." Li Fei laughed heartily beside me, saying, What's your situation? Vomiting after drinking so little. Is that okay or not?" I chuckled and looked at the green hat on Li Fei's head, unable to bring myself to confront him. I kept thinking about Wang Fanfei's situation, wondering what reasons she would give me for her actions. This matter had nothing to do with me. If it weren't for Li Fei, I wouldn't bother at all. If Wang Fanfei wanted to be kept, let her be kept. If she wanted to be a prostitute, I wouldn't bother either. Sometimes I wondered if I was too indifferent. Maybe the words I just said to Wang Fanfei were too much. But looking at Li Fei beside me, my determination to get to the bottom of this matter was strengthened. After singing a song with the chubby man and Li Fei, we disbanded and headed home. Today, the three of us who were going home together were me, Yang Cici, and the chubby man. The chubby man was initially talking about how cool I was playing basketball today, but when he turned his head and saw us looking at him, he felt like his bald head was shining. He really lacked awareness. The chubby man smirked, then clutched his stomach, saying, "Oh, my stomach hurts. I'll go first." Then he hurriedly ran off, seemingly afraid of being criticized by the two spectators for his poor acting skills. Left with Yang Cici and me, we strolled leisurely, looking at each other and laughing heartily. The feeling of not yet being in a romantic relationship made both of us hesitant to take the next step. Afraid of losing this feeling suddenly, under the dim light of the street lamp, our silhouettes stretched longer and longer. I stealthily reached out my hand, wanting to hold Yang Cici's hand. Yang Cici extended her pinky finger, and our hands finally held together. There were no shouts or cheers, just both of us shyly lowering our heads. It seemed that at this moment, it was the sweetest time for both of us. I was so excited internally. Finally grabbing Yan Cece's hand after waiting for so many days. It wasn't easy at all. In my mind, the background music of Today's a Good Day started playing, followed by Liu Dewa's Today. Both were fitting songs. When we reached Yan Cece's building, I gestured to her. Do you want to invite me up? Yan Cece quickly said, no. You're tired from the match today. Go home and rest. Reluctant to let go of Yan Cece's hand, I said, then let me hold it a little longer. Yan Cece blushed a bit, quickly pulling her hand away, saying, hey, don't be too forward. I'll call the police and have you arrested. I looked at Yan Cece's mischievous expression, feeling very happy. I watched as Yan Cece entered the building, feeling satisfied as I headed home. Inside the courtyard, all the other children were asleep, and only the orphanage director, Dad, was sitting outside, enjoying the cool night air. When he saw me return, he invited me to chat with him. I handed Dad an envelope, and when he saw the money inside, he sat up abruptly, the chair creaking with his movement, showing his surprise. I explained to Dad that I had won it in a pool game, but he seemed skeptical, so I woke up the chubby man, who had just fallen asleep, to act as a witness and confirm my story. After Dad settled back down, he looked at me, smiled contentedly, and handed back the envelope, saying, take this money for yourself. You'll need it for college, and the orphanage can't provide much. You'll have to rely on yourself. I haven't made much money in the past few years, so I'm sorry for burdening you all. I reassured Dad, saying, you've already done so much, and I'm grown up now. It's time for me to contribute to the orphanage. Dad looked at me, feeling both proud and pained. He had raised me since I was 6 months old, and now I had grown into a responsible adult who never caused him any worrying. Sometimes, Dad wondered if I would have been more successful if I had stayed with my biological parents, but he knew he had a duty as the orphanage director to care for many children, and he hoped that each child in the orphanage wouldn't resent him. Dad closed his eyes slightly, remembering the first time he saw me with my big eyes and small nose, looking so adorable. I glanced at Dad, then led the nearly asleep chubby man back to my room. The orphanage returned to its peaceful state, with only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves. Seeing Yan Cece again, I directly took her hand, causing the chubby man's eyes to widen in disbelief, but he wasn't too surprised. The chubby man tactfully ran off in the opposite direction, leaving just Yan Cece and me. As he ran, the chubby man thought to himself, if this kid can get Yan Cece, why can't I get Meow Meow? He patted his big belly and proclaimed, once I slimmed down like lightning, I'll confess to Meow Meow right away. Who could resist a smart and handsome boy like me? Feeling empowered by his thoughts, the chubby man ran faster, but after only 50 meters, he was panting heavily and declared, I can't go on. I'll run again after a good meal tomorrow. Yan Cece and I jogged for a while and then walked hand in hand along the riverbank. Yan Cece suddenly turned around gracefully and asked, do I look pretty today? She was wearing a tight sports t-shirt and leggings that showcased her figure, with a regular sports bra underneath. I replied, you look gorgeous today, showing off your figure perfectly. But Yan Cece teased, but your eyes aren't sparkling today. I was surprised by her comment and asked, what do you mean my eyes aren't sparkling? Yan Cece playfully suggested, do you have superpowers? I've noticed a pattern every time your eyes sparkle. Don't think I don't know. You guys are all the same. I was taken aback, wondering how she knew about my superpowers since no one had mentioned it. Seeing my shocked expression, Yan Cece added, I've figured it out. And your eye glittering pattern is quite predictable. You guys are all pervs. I chuckled nervously, relieved that my secret superpower hadn't been exposed. It turned out that Yan Cece had noticed the pattern through my eyes. I smiled and asked her when my eyes would sparkle. Blushing, Yan Cece made a cheeky remark and ran off. I wondered if I was really that pervy. I thought I had hidden it well. I realized I needed to be more careful because women's intuition was so accurate. If I got caught, it would be a disaster. In this era, even having superpowers didn't mean you could take advantage of situations. It was just unfair. After the pool game, I never returned to the pool hall and went back to working as a deliveryman. Li Fei had contacted me, offering 1,500 yuan a month to be a promotional ambassador for the pool hall. It seemed like they wanted to promote me as a champion to increase the hall's reputation. However, I politely declined the offer. The idea of easy money made me uneasy. As I always felt that money that comes quickly also goes quickly, I preferred to be cautious with my finances. Not aiming to strike it rich but simply wanting to take care of myself, marry a wife, and live a peaceful life, I planned to take over the orphanage from Dad when he grew old, ensuring his hard work wouldn't go to waste. Although the delivery job was mundane and tiring, I found fulfillment in it. Uncle Wu treated me well. Despite his occasional bursts of temper and scolding, I knew deep down that Uncle Wu genuinely cared for me. Though my relationship with Yang Cici was gradually deepening, we hadn't quite reached the boyfriend-girlfriend stage. She hadn't agreed to be my girlfriend yet, so we were only at the hand-holding stage. It left me feeling a constant itch in my heart, yearning for more but unable to scratch it. Yang Cici always said, "I'll wait for you to see the outside world and then decide if you really like me." I was convinced that Yang Cici was the one for me, but she laughed off my declaration, warning against making lifetime commitments so easily. I understood that Yang Cici was testing our bond with time, so I remained calm, neither giving up nor pressuring her. I was content with the way things were. Li Fei decided to confess his feelings to Wang Fanfei, as they had both received acceptance letters from the same school in the same city. Their close proximity set the stage for their relationship to blossom. Watching Li Fei's excitement, I couldn't shake a sense of melancholy, wondering if he would be heartbroken once he learned about Wang Fanfei's past. Feeling conflicted, I debated whether to tell Li Fei the truth I knew about Wang Fanfei, especially since she had promised me an explanation. I decided to hear her out first before taking any further action. Not long after, I encountered Wang Fanfei again in the mall where I took breaks. Or rather, she found me. Mockingly, I asked, "Where's the old man? Isn't he buying lingerie with you?" Wang Fanfei looked surprised at first, then tailed and suggested we find a place to talk. I informed her, "I have a delivery to make soon, so you only have 5 minutes. She led me to a fancy coffee shop, but I remarked, "Are you this rich from being kept by someone? I can't afford to spend money in a place like this." Stunned by my comment, Wang Fanfei had no response and took me to a McDonald's instead. Grateful that it wasn't mealtime and the place was relatively empty, the two of us sat facing each other, and I ordered 2 cups of iced cola, casually saying, "You can pay for these 2 colas." Wang Fanfei was initially surprised by my statement, but then she appeared calm, as if everything I said was normal now. Getting straight to the point, I asked, "How long have you been with that old man?" Blushing, Wang Fanfei lowered her head, seeming reluctant to speak. I remarked, "If you don't tell me, I'll leave." Reluctantly, Wang Fanfei replied, "Don't go. I'll tell you. We've known each other for over 3 years." I stood up abruptly, angry, and exclaimed, "He was with you 3 years ago. That's rape." Wang Fanfei hurriedly explained, "No. Number 3 years ago. We just knew each other. Nothing happened." Relieved, I asked, "When did you two start sleeping together?" Listening to my blunt and direct words without any mercy, Wang Fanfei's eyes welled up with tears. It took her a while to cry before she said, "It was last year. My family urgently needed money, and I had no choice but to turn to him." Angry, I said, "You're lying now. I know your parents are workers. Your family isn't short of money. Why would you do this for money?" Wang Fanfei lifted her tear-streaked face, and I finally saw the distress in her eyes. Through gritted teeth, she explained, "You don't know. A father addicted to gambling, a mother seriously ill. How tough it is at home. I had to rely on myself. If I didn't sleep with him, who would give me money?" I was taken aback, unsure if Wang Fanfei's words were true. I asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Wang Fanfei had to start from the beginning. Her parents both worked at the county's steel plant, and the family of 3 lived harmoniously and happily. However, 5 years ago, the steel plant appointed a new deputy director who was a relative of the county head. He was a compulsive gambler and brought the culture of gambling to the plant. 3 out of 4 men in the plant were caught up in gambling, including Wang Fanfei's father. Initially, it started with small baits of a couple hundred yuan, but eventually, it escalated to thousands or tens of thousands in a single night. Wang Fanfei's father wasn't lucky, losing more than winning. In no time, he had lost all the family's savings. Wang Fanfei's mother tried to intervene multiple times, but failed. Eventually, Wang Fanfei's father even sold their house to gamble, ending up losing everything. Wang Fanfei's mother fell seriously ill due to the stress. The situation was so dire that they couldn't even afford to call for an ambulance when needed. It was Wang Fanfei's uncle who called for the ambulance. Now, the family had fallen apart. Wang Fanfei's father stopped working and avoided coming home because of the massive gambling debts. He fled to another city, and Wang Fanfei and her mother couldn't contact him. Her mother's condition was severe, requiring expensive surgeries. Due to the lack of funds initially, they missed the optimal treatment window, making future treatments even more costly. Han Wensheng had known Wang Fanfei's family for a long time and somehow learned about their situation, offering to assist Wang Fanfei. Initially, Wang Fanfei refused, but her mother urgently needed a surgery that cost 20,000 yuan. With no other options, Wang Fanfei agreed to Han Wensheng's terms. Wang Fanfei sobbed, not lifting her head for a long time, tears soaking several tissues. After listening to her story, I was left speechless for a long time. I silently cursed the harm caused by gambling. I didn't know what to do now. In this situation, Wang Fanfei was also a victim. She was only 17 at the time, inexperienced in the ways of the world. What else could she have done? The real culprits were gambling and Han Wensheng. This old man had taken advantage of a vulnerable young girl under the age of 18. Does having money really allow you to do whatever you want? I asked. Have you thought about the future? He's just keeping you for fun. And when he gets tired of you, he'll just dump you. Wang Fanfei said. He's actually a good person. He paid for my mother's surgery and also paid for my college tuition. He said it himself. Our relationship is just a transaction. If I disagree at any point, he won't bother me. I chuckled in exasperation. So, should we be thanking Han Wensheng then? Thanking him for keeping you and his rationality and openness. After hearing this, Wang Fanfei started crying again. I didn't push her further and continued. What are you going to do about Li Fei? He found out that you and him will be studying in the same city for college and he's planning to confess to you. Nervously, Wang Fanfei said, I plan to get 4 years of college tuition from Han Wensheng, break it off with him, and then focus on dating Li Fei. Feeling a surge of anger, I pointed at Wang Fanfei and said, You're going to let Li Fei be a rebound? Facing my accusing finger, Wang Fanfei looked at me and said, Do you think I don't know that Li Fei has a crush on me? He secretly wrote me many love letters. The reason I didn't agree is that I was afraid of hurting him. You all only know that Li Fei has a crush on me, but you don't know that I'm also very interested in him. For 3 years in high school, he cared for me. Even if I have a tough exterior, he managed to soften my heart. I don't want him to be a rebound, but things have unfolded this way, and I can't change it. I feel sorry for Li Fei, and I will spend my life loving him. I said, Are you just in it for his money? Angrily, Wang Fanfei retorted, If I loved money, I wouldn't have gotten involved with Li Fei. I could have been kept in college by someone else. Why bother dating Li Fei if it was just about money? I sighed and looked at the stubborn Wang Fanfei, saying, Have you thought about how Li Fei will react when he finds out about your past? Pain evident on her face, Wang Fanfei whispered, I haven't thought about it. I dare not. I just hope he never finds out. If he does, I'll let him do whatever he wants. I owe him for life. Seeing the heartbroken Wang Fanfei, I couldn't bear it and advised, You should break it off with that old man as soon as possible. Then focus on dating Li Fei. He's a good person. Treat him well in the future. Wang Fanfei looked at me and asked, Are you not going to tell Li Fei? I waved my hand and said, Back in high school, I didn't interact much with Li Fei. I just thought he was a petty class monitor. After getting to know him these past few days, I realized he's a good person. We're friends now, and I don't want to see him hurt. I warn you, you can't betray Li Fei in the future. If I find out you're messing around in college, I won't spare you, I said sternly. Wang Fanfei assured, I will never disappoint Li Fei. You can trust me. Looking at me as if seeing me in a new light, Wang Fanfei said, I thought you had already told Li Fei. I didn't expect you to wait until now to hear my explanation. I am grateful to you, and if there's a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. I smiled and replied, You don't need to repay me. I wish you and Li Fei all the happiness in the world. Wang Fanfei responded, I also wish you and CC happiness in the future. A happy smile appeared on my face, and for a moment, Wang Fanfei looked at me with envy. As I walked away, Wang Fanfei thought to herself, I truly envy you. I envy your carefree personality, your unrestrained style, and sometimes even your orphan status. Sometimes, having a home is not as good as not having one. Sitting there for a long time, Wang Fanfei seemed to have made a decision, leaving McDonald's and standing in the scorching sunlight. I couldn't shake off the feeling of chill on my body. In my understanding, the idea of being kept was a distant concept. something only big bosses would do. But now, it happened right before my eyes, with my classmate, a young girl of 18 years old. It was truly a sad reflection of society. Thinking of Han Wensheng, I felt a surge of hatred. It was him who forced Wang Fanfei into this situation. If not for him, Wang Fanfei wouldn't have ended up like this. That old man was truly despicable. I silently vowed that if given the chance, I would not let Han Wensheng off lightly. But realizing my own limitations, all I could do was wait for an opportunity. With Wang Fanfei's situation resolved, even though Li Fei didn't know the truth, if Wang Fanfei could truly break free from Han Wensheng and they could love each other genuinely, then what harm was there in wearing a metaphorical green hat? In this day and age, who doesn't have a bit of that green on their head? I reverted back to my usual self, not letting go of anything on my mind. Walking on the street, not seeing any attractive girls, I lamented the missed opportunity. Well, it's time to get back to work. Delivering goods is where the good days lie. I felt like my superpowers had evolved once again, most noticeably in my spatial abilities, which had expanded. What used to be around 30 to 40 square meters was now closer to 40 to 50 square meters. I purposely measured it with a tape measure. It was 49 square meters. I attributed this evolution to the past few days of playing pool, where I used my superpowers extensively. The more I used them, the more they evolved. The power of X-ray vision was self-explanatory. I would use it for at least 10 hours a day. And who could resist such a superpower? The ability to control thoughts was also frequently used, especially when playing pool, where fine control was essential. I believed that I could now use my thoughts to smash a large watermelon. The spatial ability was the least used, mainly for storing items and occasionally for deliveries. However, I was cautious not to be discovered, so I used it sparingly. As I became more proficient in using these three superpowers, they proved to be quite useful in everyday life, especially for showing off and fighting. Sometimes, I wondered how I acquired these superpowers. The mysterious car accident still held many unanswered questions. Where did the car come from? Where was it going? Who was the driver? And why did it hit me? These questions continued to puzzle me, and I longed to uncover the truth. At times, I was afraid that this might be a conspiracy, and one day my superpowers would be taken away, leading to dire consequences such as my own demise. Therefore, I constantly reminded myself that the matter of superpowers must remain a secret. Even Fatso and Cece couldn't know. It was the deepest secret within me, one that I would carry to the grave. I really didn't want to be dissected for research. The scorching afternoon sun beat down on the earth, with few pedestrians on the road. The dry hot wind blew away the last hint of coolness, turning the entire county town into a giant steamer. I had no idea how much sweat I had shed or how much water I had drunk. My whole body felt incredibly dry. The kind of dryness that comes after the sweat evaporates. Unbearable. I felt like I needed to take a break, or else my neck and arms would be sunburned. I didn't want to get sunburned again. The pain from being sunburned 2 years ago still lingered. I would never forget it. Just as I was on my way to the shopping mall, I suddenly received a phone call. Without looking, I answered it and was surprised to hear Wang Fanfei's voice on the other end. I was curious. What did Wang Fanfei need from me? She only said she had something to discuss and asked me to meet her at room 203 of the Lakeside Hotel. Then she hurriedly hung up. A hotel? I couldn't figure out what was going on with Wang Fanfei. Was there some kind of trouble at the hotel? Otherwise, she wouldn't have called me. With these thoughts in mind, I quickly got on my electric bike and headed towards the Lakeside Hotel, hoping nothing serious had happened. The Lakeside Hotel was located in the northern part of the county town, quite far from where I was. I hurriedly rode my bike, feeling like I was about to take off. I arrived at the hotel in a rush, thinking that there might be intruders in Wang Fanfei's room. I even brought a fire extinguisher as a weapon for self-defense. I knocked on the door, but to my surprise, a puzzled-looking Wang Fanfei opened it. There was no one else in the room. I looked at Wang Fanfei in confusion, and she looked back at me, also puzzled, especially at the fire extinguisher in my hand. I peeked into the room and asked, "What's wrong? Is someone trying to harm you?" Wang Fanfei smiled through her tears and explained that I had brought the fire extinguisher because I was afraid she might be in danger. She said, "Come in first. Why are you standing at the door with a fire extinguisher? Did you think something was wrong?" I glanced around, then entered the room without much thought. After a thorough check, I confirmed that there was no one else in the room besides Wang Fanfei, leaving me full of questions. Wiping the sweat off my forehead, I asked again, "Wang Fanfei, Why did you call me and ask me to come here? I thought something had happened to you. Wang Fanfei handed me a bottle of water and said, "Have some water first. I'll tell you later." I rushed all the way and was already thirsty. I drank half of the bottle of water, feeling incredibly relieved as the cold water went down my throat and let out a burp. Wang Fanfei handed me a towel to wipe off the sweat. As I took the towel, I was very puzzled, not knowing what Wang Fanfei was up to. Looking at me with a guarded expression, Wang Fanfei smiled and said, "I'm fine. I just want to thank you." Puzzled, I asked, "Thank me?" It was only then that I noticed that Wang Fanfei was dressed very lightly today, with only a white tank top on her upper body and shorts on her lower body. What did this mean? Was she trying to tempt me? Sitting on the bed, Wang Fanfei looked at me and said, "Yes. Mainly to thank you for not telling Li Fei about my situation, giving us both a chance." My mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts, not really hearing what Wang Fanfei was saying, but only understanding that she was thanking me. I shook my head to clear my thoughts, quickly dismissing the inappropriate ideas. A friend's wife should not be deceived, and I couldn't touch Wang Fanfei. I said, "All right. I understand. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I'll leave." Wang Fanfei suggested, "You've sweated so much. Why not take a shower before leaving?" Feeling the heat in my body, I tried to resist, but couldn't. At the mention of taking a shower, I wondered what had gotten into Wang Fanfei today. I definitely couldn't shower here. I needed to leave quickly. If something happened, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. I waved my hand, saying, "If there's nothing, I'll go. We can talk later." As I moved towards the door, Wang Fanfei walked in front of me, locked the door with the safety chain, and turned to me, saying, "Take a rest. It's too hot outside. You'll get sunburnt." I finally understood that Wang Fanfei was trying to keep me there. Was she really trying to tempt me? But I couldn't give in. My conscience told me it was wrong. Just as I was about to open the door to leave, Wang Fanfei said something that made me pause. She said, "I spiked the water you drank with Viagra. If you leave now, you'll end up with a problem." Shocked, I couldn't believe it. Viagra? Could you just give that to someone? It could cause issues. Looking at Wang Fanfei in disbelief, I asked, "Why would you do that? Are you being fair to Li Fei?" Wang Fanfei pursed her lips and said, "I don't care anymore. This is just a one-time thing. From now on, we owe each other nothing." Sighing internally, I couldn't understand what Wang Fanfei was thinking, using this method to thank me, but I was still inexperienced. Didn't she feel like she was taking advantage of me? Feeling like I was on the edge of exploding. Extremely uncomfortable. If Wang Fanfei wasn't there, I would have shown what 18 years of being single meant. Looking at my lower body, Wang Fanfei said, "You still have time to take a shower now. Otherwise we'll both have to smell your body odor." Finally, I asked, "What would happen if I leave now?" Wang Fanfei shook her head, saying, "I don't know. But I heard that holding it in for too long could affect your sexual function, and even lead to infertility." Without waiting for Wang Fanfei to finish, I turned and went to the bathroom, taking a cold shower. Damn. This Viagra was really effective. Coming out wrapped in a towel, time seemed to stand still. The world ceased to exist. Only the soul was ethereal. I lay on the bed, gasping for breath, feeling completely drained of energy. My whole body felt like it was falling apart. More tired than when I used to run cross-country. I never expected this activity to be so exhausting. If my health wasn't good, I wouldn't have enjoyed it at all. Wang Fanfei lay on my chest, listening to my heartbeat, a smile slowly appearing on her face as she started drawing circles on my chest. As I lay back on the bed, gasping for breath once again, I thought, this really had to be the last time. I needed to get up quickly. I still had deliveries to make. If I was late, Uncle Wu would scold me. Struggling to sit up, I glanced at the clock. Oh my God, it was already 8 in the evening. How many hours had passed? I looked at Wang Fanfei, who seemed exhausted, and gave her a gentle rub before deciding to get off the bed and head home. But before I could get off the bed, I let out a sigh and found my legs too weak to move. I had to give up on the idea of getting off the bed and decided to rest a bit longer. Wang Fanfei embraced me. Her eyes glazed as she said, "I didn't expect you to be so good." I replied, "I've always been in good shape. Maybe I have done even better without the pills. How about Han Wensheng?" Wang Fanfei shrugged and said, "It depends on his condition. On good days, 5 minutes. On bad days, after taking the pills, 5 minutes. Do you guys always discuss each other's performance in bed?" I chuckled and said, 5 minutes. Haha. Han Wensheng is really getting old. I was just curious. I don't know what others think. We both lay quietly in each other's arms. Not saying a word, I spoke up. Let's not do this again in the future. Take care of yourself without anyone's help. It's not worth risking yourself like this. Wang Fanfei softly agreed, saying, I have actually been following you for a long time. I have always admired you. Your personality. Your way of doing things. They are all things I like. I was pleasantly surprised by this confession, never expecting the class flower to have been paying attention to me. I reply, I've just been being myself. At some point, Wang Fanfei had started crying. With a trembling voice, she said, You can be yourself, but I can't. When I was 16, our house was broken into, and people held knives to my and my mom's necks, forcing us to give them money. But we didn't have any money. It had all been taken by that ruthless man. They didn't stop taking everything they could from our home. I was so scared at that time, terrified of what they might do to hurt us. Thankfully, the neighbors came over, and nothing terrible happened. Later on, I stopped being afraid. Or maybe I just didn't care anymore. This body, maybe it hasn't belonged to me since then. Do you know, it wasn't Han Wensheng forcing me. It was my own choice. That day was the same. I found Han Wensheng, stripped in front of him, and just said one thing. I'm afraid of pain. Be gentle. Han Wensheng has really been good to me. He never forced me, never made me do things I didn't want to do. Not only did he pay for my mother's surgery, he also helped pay off some of our debts. He's done really well. I've already told Han Wensheng. It's over from now on. I'm going to college soon. I need to start a new life. He listened and said, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I can't have an 18-year-old student following me around like an old man. Han Wensheng gave me 100,000 yuan, saying it's for my tuition. If it's not enough, I can ask him for more. I listened quietly to Wang Fanfei's words, not agreeing or interrupting. These words had probably been pent up in her for a long time, unable to confide in anyone else. By saying it out loud today, Wang Fanfei might feel a lot better. Wang Fanfei looked up at me, staring into my eyes and asked, Am I despicable? I looked at Wang Fanfei, pulled her close to my chest, and said, No one is better than you. I heard Wang Fanfei sobbing and gently patted her back, like how I would comfort little Wu when he fell asleep. Neither of us mentioned going home or getting out of bed. We slept until the early morning of the next day. I opened my eyes, saw a faint sunlight peeking through the curtains, and couldn't remember what time it was. Then I saw the woman's hand on my chest, and I suddenly woke up, seeing Wang Fanfei sleeping beside me like a kitten. I carefully recalled what happened last night and sighed, realizing I had been violated. I quietly got out of bed, feeling sore all over. That kind of soreness from overexertion. I had pushed myself too hard last night, but thinking about the 7 times I had last night, I chuckled to myself. The legendary 7 times in one night. That's me. I did some chest expansion exercises. Feeling half recovered, I checked my phone. It was dead. I wondered if Fatty and Yang Cici had tried to call me and if they were worried. Thinking about Yang Cici, I felt guilty. Betraying this relationship was wrong no matter how you looked at it. I didn't know if Yang Cici would forgive me once she found out. I went to the bathroom, planning to take a shower and wash away all the filth. Just as I was enjoying my shower, Wang Fanfei entered the bathroom and embraced me from behind. I tensed up for a moment, then continued with my shower, letting her be. Wang Fanfei said, After today, let's settle everything between us and forget what happened yesterday. You go after Yang Cici, and I'll date Li Fei. Let's not interfere with each other. I didn't turn around, just made a sound of agreement. I never thought I would end my virginity in this way. Walking home, I felt a moment of daze, thinking it was all a dream, but the fatigue in my body reminded me that it was all real. I'm no longer a virgin. Basking in the sunlight, I reminisced about yesterday's running in the sunset, my lost youth. Oh, my precious virginity. I returned to the orphanage, and it was already 11 in the afternoon. Apart from a few children in the courtyard, only Meow Meow and the orphanage director were there. When Meow Meow saw me coming back, she shouted, Director Mom, I'm back. The director mom looked at me and asked, Ziwen, where did you go yesterday? Why didn't you come back all night? Meow Meow stood with her hands on her hips, sternly saying, Quick, where did you go gallivanting? Not coming home all night. This is unacceptable. I ignored Meow Meow and told the director mom, Director Mom, I had a gathering with classmates yesterday. It got late, so I slept at a friend's house. My phone ran out of battery and shut down, so I couldn't inform you. The director mom said, as long as you're okay, next time, you have to let us know in advance. Your director dad was worried about you all night. I felt guilty and charged my phone, seeing 7 or 8 missed calls. Some from the director dad, some from Fatty, some from Yon CC. I sent a text to the director dad and Fatty, explaining the situation, and then called Yon CC. At that moment, Yon CC was at home eating watermelon. When she saw my call, she quickly answered, asking, where were you last night? Not answering calls all night. I laughed. Are you worried? Haha. My phone broke yesterday. Just got it fixed today. I'll let you know in advance next time before my phone breaks. Yon CC scoffed. HMPH. Who's worried? I'm not worried. Bite. I'm going to eat watermelon. Thinking of Yon CC's playful demeanor, I smiled happily. After finishing lunch at the orphanage, I went back to Uncle Wu's shop. Uncle Wu was upset to see me, but in the end, he didn't say much and asked me to quickly deliver the goods. I hurriedly moved all the goods accumulated from the day into the space, then sorted them by distance, following the order from nearest to farthest. It took me 2 hours to deliver all the goods. I thought to myself, this space is really efficient. After delivering the goods, I chilled in the mall, drank a beer, and enjoyed the sight of beautiful women. Life was quite fulfilling. I initially thought this kind of life could continue until the start of university, but a phone call threw me into fear. While delivering goods, I received a call from an unknown number. Thinking it was a customer, I answered it directly. The voice on the other end said, hey, are superpowers useful? I hit the brakes, stopped by the roadside, and asked, what are you talking about? It was a man's voice on the other end, couldn't tell his age, saying, I'm talking about your superpowers. Is your X-ray vision ability useful? I was shocked to the core. How did that person know about my superpowers? No one had ever mentioned them before. Suppressing my inner anxiety, I asked, who are you? How do you know I have superpowers? The person on the other end laughed heartily and said, don't think superpowers come without a cost. One day, you will realize the great price of having superpowers. Quickly, I asked, who are you? And what is the cost of having superpowers? The person nonchalantly replied, you'll find out soon. Then, they hung up. I felt a chill run down my spine, and when I touched my back, I realized I was covered in cold sweat. The phone call was too eerie. How did they know about my superpowers? Who could this person be? Looking around, I tried to spot any suspicious individuals nearby, but found nothing. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself. However, my hands were trembling with excitement, and I couldn't even grip the handlebars of my electric bike. Sighing, I decided to stop the bike and found a shady spot under a tree. I sat on the roadside steps, contemplating the mysterious phone call. This person knew my name and phone number. Could they be someone close to me? Or did they gather information about me through someone else? Yesterday, I was pondering about how I got my superpowers. And today, someone called me out of the blue about it. What was happening? I suddenly felt ensnared in a major conspiracy, realizing that I had unwittingly become a pawn in someone's game. What could I do now? My mind was in turmoil, so I decided to stop overthinking and take things one step at a time, hoping not to fall into a trap unknowingly. That night, I returned to the orphanage feeling heavy-hearted, lying on my bed in silence. Fatty noticed my somber mood but didn't press for answers, allowing me to be alone with my thoughts. In the past, when I had something on my mind, being alone usually helped me sort through it, and Fatty believed I would bounce back soon. Little did Fatty know the magnitude of the turmoil I was facing this time. The next day, when Fatty saw me again, he was taken aback. My eyes were bloodshot. Dark circles under my eyes took up half of my face, and I was trembling, almost unable to stand, but I had a smile on my face, my spirit seemingly intact. Concerned, Fatty looked at me and asked, what happened? Have you figured things out? I burst into laughter, speaking in an excited tone. I have. Fatty, do you believe in the phrase, my fate is in my hands? Confused by my laughter, Fatty approached me cautiously and asked, what have you figured out? Have you come to a realization? I chuckled and, with great excitement, repeated, my fate is in my hands. Ha ha ha. Fatty quickly left the dorm, shouting, Director Dad, Come quickly. I've been possessed by a ghost. As I watched Fatty leave, 3 black lines appeared on my forehead, feeling utterly speechless. What was going on with Fatty? Fatty's loud shout alarmed everyone in the orphanage. The director dad rushed over, tearing inside, while Meow Meow even grabbed a wooden stick, eyeing me with caution. Some of the boys held Ultraman figures, others held Sun Wukong, shouting about exorcising ghosts. Internally, I was sweating profusely. There were always troublemakers out to get me. I have figured it out. Regardless of how I obtained my superpowers or how I lost them, it doesn't matter. What matters now is to improve myself. When I am strong enough, everyone will bow down at my feet. My destiny is in my own hands. Why does it always feel out of place? Only when I am powerful will I not be trampled by others. That's more like it. I walked leisurely down the road, humming a tune, admiring the beauties on the roadside, with Fatty limping beside me. Fatty asked, "What's going on with you? Why aren't you telling me? Am I still your brother?" I reply, "It's adult stuff. Don't worry about it." "Kid," Fatty was puzzled. "When did I start saying this? It's adult stuff. Don't worry about it." Kid phrase? Was it yesterday? That phrase doesn't sound good. Nobody wants to be called a kid, but considering my still hurting leg, Fatty wisely kept quiet. We went our separate ways, and I continued pondering my future. The mysterious phone call from the stranger shattered my peaceful life, but I saw it as a good thing. Having pressure motivates me. If I use these superpowers every day just to admire beauties, wouldn't that be a waste? That's putting things to good use, getting the most out of them. When I saw Yang Cici again, I felt guilty in my heart. My physical betrayal made me feel like the love between Yang Cici and me was no longer pure. I felt wronged. I was truly forced into this situation. Yang Cici should be able to forgive me, right? Seeing Wang Fanfei by Yang Cici's side also made me feel guilty, even though Wang Fanfei was the one who initiated it. Treating her this way didn't feel right. Mixing personal relationships with other matters. It's just not right. That's all there is to it. I saw Li Fei, who was with Wang Fanfei, and felt guilty as well, even though I didn't initiate it. The result was that I gave Li Fei a huge green hat. How can I face Li Fei? My brother. As the ancients said, when guilt reaches a certain point, it no longer matters, because being guilty is useless. Might as well lie down and relax. That's how I am too. After feeling guilty for a while, my mood improved. Let the past drift away with the wind. The 4 of us had originally planned to go hiking in the neighboring county, but unfortunately it rained. So, we ended up playing pool at Li Fei's house. By now, I could proficiently handle around 10 balls, which showed a considerable improvement in my ability to control my thoughts. My goal is to be able to handle 16 balls with ease, arranging them into any pattern I desire. That would be a small achievement. Yang Cici's pool skills also improved rapidly. It seemed like she mastered it in an instant, catching up to Li Fei's level. As Yang Cici put it, this is the result of consistent effort. Wang Fanfei didn't progress as quickly. Currently, her skills are just enough to play. Whether she scores or not is up to fate. I constantly remind myself, friends' wives are not to be deceived. Even if I am beaten to death or tortured, I must not touch Wang Fanfei again. That is the bottom line. I looked at Yang Cici beside me, wondering when I could win over Yang Cici. I really want to have my first love forever. The rain outside had stopped. The sky cleared up after the rain, and the air was filled with the scent of wet soil, green leaves, and flowers. The gentle breeze brought a cool temperature, making me feel refreshed with each breath. Feeling light and carefree, Yang Cici closed her eyes slightly, opened her arms, and enjoyed the coolness after the rain. I looked at Yang Cici, feeling stunned. Who wouldn't fall in love with someone like Yang Cici? Following Yang Cici's lead, I closed my eyes slightly, opened my arms, felt the breeze brushing past, and the raindrops from the trees falling on my face, giving a cool sensation that reached deep into my heart. I wanted to shout out loud, but I held it back. I didn't want to be seen as crazy. Yang Cici looked at me and smiled sweetly. For a moment, Yang Cici wished that this moment could last forever, where both of us could be carefree, looking at each other, feeling the coolness of a summer day. Thinking back to that rainy day years ago, when they first met, Yang Cici felt like she already belonged to me. After experiencing that moment, I looked at Yang Cici, asking, "Do I look silly like this?" Yang Cici shook her head and said, "No. You look handsome." I laughed and said, "Of course. I'm like the Wu Yanzu of our school, Li Fei appeared behind us at some point and said disdainfully, "If you're Wu Yanzu, then I'm like the Peng Yuyan." I shook hands with Li Fei and said, "Peng Yuyan, the handsome guy, hello." Li Fei said, "Wu Yanzu, the handsome guy, hello." Then the two of us burst into laughter, and Yang Cici and Wang Fanfei, who were watching us mischievously, also joined in. As I walked Yang Cici to the entrance of the residential area, I was reluctant to leave and insisted on going to Yang Cici's house to sit for a while. Just as we were discussing how long I could stay, a stunningly beautiful woman came out of the residential area. I looked, and oh my, isn't this Zhao Qianyu, his wife? Today, the beautiful woman was wearing a light blue shirt on top, tight jeans on the bottom, and a pair of red-soled black high heels, looking incredibly stylish. As I wondered how Zhao Qianyu's wife ended up here, Yang Cici's words of mom made my jaw drop in shock. I incredulously looked at Yang Cici and asked, "She's your mom?" I looked at the two of them holding hands and still couldn't snap out of my shock. Yang Cici said to me, "She's my mom." The beautiful woman looked indulgently at Yang Cici and said, "Don't call me mom. It makes me feel old." Yang Cici smiled and said, "But I call you little mom. It makes you younger the more I call you." I took a deep breath and asked, "You still look so young. When did you give birth to her?" Yang Cici giggled and teasingly looked at me, saying, "Guess." The beautiful woman said to me, "Don't listen to Cici's nonsense. I'm her older sister. Don't misunderstand. I'm just her stepmother. I just let her call me sister." "Oh, she's a stepmother. That makes sense." "How? This beautiful woman is Yang Cici's stepmother. Then isn't Cici's dad Zhao Qianyu?" I looked at Yang Cici in astonishment and said, "Your dad is Zhao Qianyu." Both of them burst into laughter, and Yang Cici said, "Congratulations, you guessed it right." Then they looked at my face, first shocked, then puzzled, then frowned, and finally relaxed, as if they had watched a big show. I felt like my brain cells weren't enough. Zhao Qianyu's surname is Zhao. Yang Cici's surname is Yang. They have different surnames. How can they be father and daughter? Could it be that Yang Cici took her mother's surname? And this beautiful woman, she's Zhao Qianyu's remarried wife, so she's Yang Cici's stepmother. Are Cici and her stepmother really that close? Seeing that I was silent, the beautiful woman didn't wait any longer. She said to Yang Cici, "Cici, your dad asked me to come and bring you something. I left it in your room. You two have fun. I'll leave first." The beautiful woman winked at Yang Cici a few times, as if giving some kind of secret signal. Then she smiled and walked away. Yang Cici waved her hand and said, "Bye, sis. Take care on the way." I stared at the beautiful woman's back, and inexplicably said, "Bye, sis." Both Yang Cici and I watched as the beautiful woman paused for a moment, seemingly surprised that I also said that, but she didn't turn around. She quickly walked away. I stared at Yang Cici, my face full of question marks, waiting for her explanation. Yang Cici shrugged and said, "What do you want to know? Ask me. I'll tell you everything I know." I thought for a moment and asked, "Is Zhao Qianyu really your dad? Why does he have the surname Zhao while you have the surname Yang?" Yang Cici thought for a moment and said, "I'm not his biological daughter. I was adopted by him. That's why he has the surname Zhao and I have the surname Yang." I visibly paused, then said, "Why didn't you tell me this before? You never asked. What's the deal with calling her sister? It's just a stepmother. My dad remarried." "Then what about the one before? The original wife of your dad?" "I don't know either. I haven't seen her since I entered this family." "Did your dad participate in the billiards competition for me, including the final match as a test for me?" "No. He just likes playing billiards. Reaching the finals was about skill. And the test for you in the end was just a coincidence." So after the match, Dad didn't make things difficult for Li Fei and his dad. "Is my dad mad at me? Should I apologize?" "No. My dad is actually praising you for being young and energetic, saying you look good." "Really?" "Ow. Not really." "How?" "My dad said you're not that good looking, but you play billiards quite well." "Is your family wealthy?" "It's all right. Just an average family." "Is there anything else you're hiding from me?" "Nothing." I looked at the furrowed brow of the person in front of me, and Yang Cici smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? I have nothing to hide from you. I've answered all your questions." I felt that something was off, but I couldn't figure it out. Looking at Yang Cici's twinkling eyes, I felt the urge to slap myself. What could be wrong? Who could be wrong? Certainly not Cici. Watching Yang Cece's figure disappear into the community, I only went home when I was sure she had gone upstairs. In the dark alley, I had a Rubik's Cube in my hand. As I opened my palm, the Rubik's Cube floated in the air, making a clicking sound as it turned on its own. If someone saw this situation at that moment, they would definitely think they were seeing things. And if they rubbed their eyes and confirmed they weren't seeing things, they would believe I was a magician, seeing all the illusions. This was my newly thought method to train my superpowers. Using my thoughts to control the Rubik's Cube. It was like using a pair of hands to turn the Rubik's Cube, requiring me to focus on the row, while also using my mental energy to control the cube. This was more challenging than playing billiards and could train my powers of mental control. So, from then on, the sound of the Rubik's Cube clicking while turning would be heard around me every day. When I went to bed each night, I would always rub my head, thinking about when this exhaustion would end. Luckily, after a night's rest, I would always recover the next day, giving me endless opportunities for training. I just hoped that when I needed to use my mental powers, I wouldn't be a burden. In August, the weather was cooler, and the harsh sunlight was no longer blinding. You could feel the cool breeze in the early mornings and evenings, signaling the end of summer. I had successfully received my acceptance letter. Even though it was just for a vocational school, it was still a university after all. This made me happy for quite some time, thinking about showing it to my father, the dean. At night, he would surely be pleased. The dean's dream was for everyone at the orphanage to go to university. The dean's name was Lee Hongru, given by his father, hoping he would become a great scholar. However, in that era, intellectuals were still referred to as old nine. Universities were closed, and students no longer attended school, instead going to the countryside to work. This directly deprived the dean of his opportunity to go to university. Although there were opportunities for the college entrance exam later, the heavy burden of the family was already on his shoulders, and there was no room for the dean to spend time studying. Therefore, now the dean would rather work multiple jobs to send everyone to school, and they must go to university. The dean believed that although education did not equate to knowledge, going to university would provide more opportunities. The people who grew up in the orphanage were most impressed by the dean's attitude towards education. During primary school, if someone didn't study well, the dean's punishment was the most severe. But because educational resources in the county town were really lacking, even though everyone studied hard and got into county no. 1 high school, their final results were not ideal. Among the children who went to university before me, the best result was just passing the lowest cutoff line and only being able to apply to a second-tier university in the end. This time, Fatty got into a top-tier university and even chose a normal university that the dean liked the most. You could tell how happy the dean was. Although this time, I was only going to a vocational school, at least I was going to university. For someone like me who had never been interested in studying, it was already a great achievement. The dean had previously said that I was very intelligent, but maybe not in studying. So he didn't force me to study, just let things happen naturally. Thinking about how happy the dean would be when he saw my acceptance letter, I smiled along with him. A bright, radiant smile. After finishing a day of deliveries, I was leisurely drinking beer in the mall, thinking about where to take Yang Cece for fun later. The phone rang, and I saw it was Meow Meow calling. My heart sank, sensing that something bad was happening, because Meow Meow never called me directly. If there was something important, he would call Fatty and ask him to pass on the message. This strange relationship had been going on for 2 years. As expected, the dean's dad and mom were in a car accident. I felt a wave of darkness wash over me. The one thing I least wanted to happen was unfolding before me. When I arrived at the hospital, the dean's parents were already being treated. In Meow Meow's intermittent words, I learned that the dean's parents had been hit by a truck on Baywan Road while running errands, and the truck had fled the scene. Hearing that it was a truck made me anxious because I had seen too many truck accidents with high fatality rates. Watching Meow Meow cry, I tried to calm myself down. The entire orphanage now needed someone strong to lean on, and that was me. I first asked Meow Meow to go back and take care of the children in the orphanage. Then, when Fatty arrived, I asked him to wait at the hospital for updates on the treatment, while I dealt with the traffic police to verify the accident details. After listening to the police, I sighed. The hit-and-run by the truck turned the accident into a dead-end case, with a high possibility of no compensation. Later, the hospital treatment ended. The dean's dad and mom were not in critical condition for now. The dean's dad had minor injuries, but the dean's mom suffered a comminuted fracture in both legs, possibly facing a lifetime in a wheelchair, guided by a nurse. I completed the admission procedures, needing to pay a 50,000 yuan deposit. Considering the sudden nature of the traffic accident, the hospital allowed us to complete the admission first, with the deposit to be paid within 2 days. Looking at the bill, I felt immense pressure. Where would I get this 50,000 yuan from? The dean's parents were both unconscious, and even if they woke up, they might not have the money. The orphanage had been struggling financially for years. I had to figure out a way to get this money. My first thought was Uncle Wu. At this moment, I could only turn to Uncle Wu for help. After calling Uncle Wu, he arrived at the hospital shortly. Looking through the window at his friends in the hospital room, Uncle Wu choked up. He handed me an envelope and told me there was 50,000 yuan inside, with more if needed. Holding that 50,000 yuan, it felt as heavy as a mountain. I had grown up without ever worrying about money, as the dean always provided for me when I needed it. I have realized the true pain of not having money when it is really needed. I secretly vowed to myself that I must make money, earn enough money so that I never have to worry about money again in the future. For the next 2 days, both Fatty and I stayed in the hospital, watching as Director Dad and Director Mom remained unconscious, feeling extremely anxious. During these 2 days, I did a lot of thinking and I felt more composed. Perhaps it was because without Director Dad to rely on, I was forced to support the entire orphanage. I took out my admission letter, remembering how I had wanted to surprise Director Dad when I first received it. I never expected things to turn out like this. Life really is unpredictable. Fatty and I spent these 2 days in the hospital together. He had lost weight and his scruffy beard had grown out, making him look weathered. Fatty handed me the hospital bills for these 2 days, and I was shocked to see that the hospital expenses had already reached 40,000 yuan. The doctors estimated that there would be another 100,000 yuan in expenses in the next half month. I sighed and told Fatty that he needed to figure out the money. Fatty, looking at my exhausted appearance, tears in his eyes, but holding them back because he knew I disliked seeing him in a weak state. In the face of a great calamity, everyone at the orphanage seemed to have matured all of a sudden. Fatty and I were working tirelessly at the hospital. Mama started cooking for the children at the orphanage and taking care of their meals and sleep. Li Kong, Li Gang, and Li Hu also helped Mao, so she wouldn't be so overworked. Xiao and the other youngest children were no longer mischievous. They had become obedient little darlings. This sudden maturation was heart-wrenching. I decided to go out and make money. If I didn't, I would really have to beg for food, borrow money everywhere and still have to worry about other people's faces. Uncle Wu would surely lend me money, but I had already borrowed 50,000 yuan from him. It wouldn't be good to ask for more. I decided to try my luck at the casino, to see if my superpowers could be of use. Although Director Dad and Uncle were against gambling, at this moment, there was no room for so many considerations, at least to earn the money for the surgery fees. But I had never been to a casino before, or engaged in gambling. Going there on a whim, I might not even be able to get through the doors of the casino. I thought of Uncle Wu's friend, who was so fond of gambling. He must be very familiar with those casinos. If he took me along, things would surely go more smoothly. But at that time, I didn't get his contact information, so finding him now would be very difficult. I sighed, feeling that nothing had gone smoothly in these few days. Fortunately, there was some good news. Director Dad finally woke up. When I held Director Dad's trembling hand, I realized that the once large and strong hand was now so weak that it couldn't even grip mine. Director Dad looked at me and Fatty, tears streaming down his face, repeating the same phrase over and over. "It's my fault. I've caused you so much suffering." Director Dad deeply regretted that if he had been more careful at that time, maybe the car accident could have been avoided. Director Dad also felt guilty. A single car accident not only caused him suffering, but also transferred the pressure of the entire orphanage onto me and the children. After comforting Director Dad, Fatty and I left the room, both with tears streaming down our faces. I made up my mind. Whether I could find Uncle Wu's friend or not, I had to go to the casino to try my luck. I had to earn enough money to ensure that Director Dad and Director Mom received the best treatment. Perhaps it was my lucky day, or perhaps it was a sign of mercy from above for Director Dad. As I was walking back from the hospital to the orphanage, I saw Uncle Wu's friend by the roadside. His face was pale. His hair hadn't been washed in who knows how long, looking like a bird's nest. His clothes were tattered, and his worn-out slippers were barely recognizable. He looked like a beggar, a complete contrast to the last time I saw him. When Uncle Wu's friend saw me, his face was tear-streaked. He grabbed me and said he hadn't eaten properly in 2 days, and begged me to take him out for a meal as a favor to Uncle Wu. I found a noodle shop and ordered a large bowl of noodles for him. During the meal, I learned about his recent misfortunes. His name was Zi Changping. He had been addicted to drugs for over a decade. Once a successful businessman with some wealth, he was now penniless. When Zi Changping had no money for food before, he could go to Uncle Wu and other friends' houses for a meal. But since Uncle Wu had kicked him out the last time, all his friends had refused to help him. Zi Changping said that this time was particularly unlucky. Not only did he lose all his money, but he also borrowed from loan sharks. After losing, he was chased by the loan sharks for repayment. Unable to pay, he was beaten up. I saw bruises on his face, arms, and legs. He looked pitiful, but I couldn't help but think, there must be something about him that warranted such treatment. It was a perfect example. After Zi Changping finished 3 bowls of noodles, feeling content, I told him that I wanted him to take me to the casino. Zi Changping was first surprised, then gave me a knowing look, understanding the curiosity, the young person seeking excitement. However, recalling how Uncle Wu had reacted last time, he asked, "Uncle Wu has forbidden you to gamble. Are you really going?" I sighed and said, "Someone in my family is sick and I urgently need money. I feel like I've had good luck gambling these past few days, so I want to try my luck." After listening, Zi Changping fell silent for a long time, and finally said, "Young man, in return for these 3 bowls of noodles, I'll tell you, gambling is truly a bottomless pit. If you want to earn money through this, I advise you not to go. No matter how much money you win, it will all be swallowed up." I never expected Zi Changping to advise me like this. It seemed that he was also a good person, but his drug addiction had ruined him. Looking at Zi Changping, who still had a shred of conscience, I wondered if I should help him. I asked Zi Changping, "What's the most you've ever won before?" Zi Changping thought for a moment and replied, "One time my U600 RMB and won 40,000. I was puzzled and asked, "You won so much. Did the casino really let you walk away with it?" Zi Changping burst into laughter, tears almost coming out of his eyes as he said, "I've lost over 1 million before, so they probably didn't mind letting me take away those few tens of thousands. They might as well shut down the casino at this rate." I stayed in character, knowing I couldn't reveal my superpowers, so I let Zi Changping take the credit for winning. After discussing with Zi Changping, we came to an agreement. I provided the money, Zi Changping provided the expertise, and we split the winnings 280, with Zi getting the smaller share. Zi Changping agreed without hesitation, seeing it as a good deal where he didn't have to put up the money himself. He asked, "Are you sure you'll definitely win? If we lose, I won't take responsibility." I replied with a smile, "I've been lucky these past few days. I even won a few hundred from the lottery the other day." Zi Changping, looking concerned, warned me, "Gambling is different from buying lottery tickets. It's risky, and you could get addicted. I've been down that road, and I don't want to see anyone else go through it." I understood his concern, but he didn't know about my superpowers. I was confident I could win. I suggested, "Let's give it a try. If we lose, I'll stop gambling." Zi Changping reluctantly agreed. I split my 5,000 RMB into 2 portions, 1,000 for myself and 4,000 for Zi Changping. Tonight, we planned to win 50,000. Was that too much to ask for? I warned Zi Changping again to follow my lead and not play recklessly. He promised to stick to the plan, mentioning his reputation for being trustworthy despite his current situation. Seeing his sincere expression, I began to trust him a bit. Following Zi Changping, we arrived at the largest casino in the county, Sun City. To the untrained eye, it looked like an average KTV, but it was the biggest gambling den in the county. After passing through several doors, we finally made it to the actual casino. The moment I stepped inside, I couldn't help but furrow my brows. The place was filled with smoke, had a pungent smell, and was incredibly noisy, even louder than a market. If it weren't for the money-making opportunity, I wouldn't want to stay there for a minute. I thought to myself, this was nothing like the glamorous casinos you see on TV. Zi Changping greeted everyone along the way, seemingly familiar with the people there. Sun even joked about him getting rich so quickly, asking if he sold his body. Zi Changping took it all in stride, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. The two of us first exchanged chips at the front desk, and then headed to the area where we could bet on the dice game. Zi Changping explained the rules to me, which were quite simple. The banker would shake 3 dice inside a covered container, and once all the players placed their baits, the banker would reveal the total number. Using my X-ray vision superpower, I could see the dice inside the container. so I felt confident that I had an unbeatable advantage. The banker shaking the dice was a middle-aged man named Li Sanpao, who seemed quite familiar with Zi Changping. He smoked and glanced at Zi Changping, saying, "Zi Changping, you're already rich so quickly. How much do you plan to lose today?" Zi Changping tapped his chips and replied, "Li Sanpao, today you'd better not leave. I consulted a fortune teller, and they said they're targeting you today." Li Sanpao chuckled and started a new round of the game. I didn't place any baits at first, letting Zi Changping play a few rounds. After observing and not finding any tricks with the container, I started betting as well, to avoid drawing attention. I would win 2 rounds and lose 1. Even so, both Zi Changping and I were accumulating more chips. Initially, Zi Changping didn't take me seriously, thinking my wins and losses were normal. But when he saw the mountain of chips in front of him, he realized that today was indeed going very smoothly and he had won quite a bit. Zi Changping looked at me, unable to figure out my situation. Could this kid really just have good luck? I thought that my alternating wins and losses wouldn't attract the attention of the banker. But Li Sanpao, being observant, had already started quietly watching me. Li Sanpao looked at me and asked Zi Changping, "Who's this young man?" Zi Changping chuckled and said, "This young man is my distant relative. He's on summer break and came to play. Don't envy him. My brother here got accepted to a prestigious university in Beijing. He's a top student." Li Sanpao commented to me, "This young man has good luck. He's won so much in such a short time." Zi Changping said to Li Sanpao, "I told you, Li Sanpao, today I'm targeting you. If you stay, I can bankrupt you." I remained silent, my eyes fixed on the container, muttering something under my breath, as if calculating something. Zi Changping was sharp, telling the people around, "My brother here is good at studying, strong in math calculations. Just by looking at these dice, he can calculate and win." Li Sanpao snorted. If winning was that easy through calculations, the casino would have closed long ago. Li Sanpao didn't pay much attention to me, thinking I was just lucky to be winning a bit more. Feeling like I had won enough for the day, I planned to leave. But Zi Changping didn't want to go. He believed his luck was go and wanted to win more. I was frustrated with his attitude. I had said we would leave when I wanted to, but now he was reluctant to go. I let him continue playing while I roamed around the chaotic casino. It was filled with loud noises of gamblers shouting, cursing, and cheering. It felt more like a battleground than a casino. For a moment, I felt like I was in a purgatory, with demons swinging iron chains, driving these deeply sinful gamblers towards endless darkness. Shaking off the feeling, I pulled Zi Changping away and we escaped the casino. On the way, Zi Changping kept complaining, saying I had delayed him from potentially winning more money. Ignoring his complaints, we found a secluded spot and, after 3 hours, besides the initial 5,000 RMB investment, we had 126,000 RMB. Looking at the stack of bills, I swallowed hard, realizing how fast one could make money through gambling if luck was on their side. Zi Changping, seeing my expression, laughed heartily and asked, "My brother, how was it? Is gambling fun? Do you want to play more?" I gave 6,000 RMB to Zi Changping, left him with my phone number, and told him we would continue the next night. Looking at the 6,000 RMB, Zi Changping quickly said, "My brother, you're my savior." I reminded him, "Don't go gambling again. Take care of yourself," Zi Changping promised. But as soon as I left, he looked at the stack of bills, chuckled, and turned back to the casino, having money and not gambling. What a waste. I returned to the hospital and saw the chubby guy dozing off at the ward entrance. I couldn't bear to see him like that, so I woke him up and told him to go home and rest. The chubby guy gradually opened his eyes, bloodshot and tired. He initially wanted to refuse, but eventually agreed. After my insistence, we decided to take turns on duty. The chubby guy went back to the orphanage and found Meow Meow crying alone in her room. He tried to console her, but words seemed useless at that moment. Everyone's sadness could only be soothed when the orphanage director and his wife came back safely. After taking a shower, the chubby guy lay down on his bed, planning to get a good night's sleep before taking my shift the next day. Thoughts of the orphanage director and his wife filled him with sorrow, and tears welled up in his eyes as he drifted off to sleep. I had just come out of the orphanage director's room, relieved to see his condition improving. However, the doctor mentioned that there was still some blood clot in his brain, and he would need another surgery in a couple of days. Although it was expected to be minor, the orphanage director's wife still hadn't woken up, and this worried me greatly. Even though she might not be able to walk again, being alive was still a blessing. All we could do now was wait. sitting alone by the ward entrance. The exhaustion from the past 2 days weighed heavily on me. I closed my eyes and involuntarily drifted into a dream. In the dream, I found myself in my own space. A surprising experience. I gazed at the empty space and sighed, realizing that even with my superpowers, I couldn't save the orphanage director and his wife. As I lay on the recliner, the creaking sounds were oddly soothing. My mind wandered through thoughts of the orphanage, my relationship with young Cece, and the money we earned at the casino. Each thought raced through my mind like a whirlwind, pausing longer on what I deemed important and skipping over the trivial. After contemplating everything, I suddenly sat up on the recliner. Something was wrong. This space felt off. I stood up and stretched my body. The fatigue I felt earlier now gone. A warm sensation flowed through me, as if a comforting energy was circulating within me. What was happening? Could it be an issue with this space? I looked around the space and felt amazed by its magical properties that could even restore my energy. Just a moment ago, I was thinking about something, probably for just over 10 minutes, and it managed to replenish all the fatigue from the past 2 days. This restorative ability is like being able to chug down hundreds of bottles of Red Bull. I sighed, impressed by this restorative power. From now on, I'll be like an unstoppable force. Suddenly, the thought crossed my mind. Could I break my record of 7 times in one night? With this restoration ability, could I now go for 70 times in one night? I gasped in shock at the thought of my terrifying capabilities. I suddenly settled back into the recliner. Compared to the hard chairs by the hospital door, this recliner was much more comfortable. I found the most comfortable position and continued sleeping. In the morning at 7 o'clock, Fatty arrived at the hospital with steamed buns and soy milk. He saw me looking fresh and energetic, which piqued his curiosity. Where did I spend the night, and how did I manage to rest so well? If Fatty didn't trust me, he would have suspected that I went for a special kind of relaxation service instead of resting. Seeing Fatty's dark circles, I felt a pang of heartache. Fatty must not have rested well last night. I planned to stay in the hospital myself to let Fatty get some more rest. But Fatty adamantly refused. In Fatty's words, even though I looked energetic, it was all due to overexerting myself, which could lead to illness if I didn't rest properly. Listening to Fatty's lengthy lecture, I didn't argue further. After recharging 20,000 yuan to the medical card, I decided to head back to the orphanage. At that moment, I didn't expect a call from Zi Changping. When I answered, all I heard was sobbing. After we parted ways yesterday, Zi Changping took the 6,000 yuan I gave him and went back to the casino. Without my superpowers, Zi Changping naturally ended up losing more than winning. In less than 2 hours, he had lost everything. But due to his earlier winnings of over 20,000 yuan, Zi Changping believed he had luck on his side today and borrowed money from loan sharks, hoping to turn the tables with luck. After a night of gambling, Zi Changping had borrowed 20,000 yuan from loan sharks. Adding to the previous debts, the loan sharks were ready to take one of Zi Changping's arms. Zi Changping tried calling his friends, but no one answered, so he ended up calling me. Initially, I didn't want to help him since I was short on money myself. How could I help Zi Changping pay off his debts? But after some thought, I considered it a way to pray for blessings for the orphanage director and his wife. As the saying goes, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Helping Zi Changping might bring some merit, and I hope to pass that merit on to the orphanage director and his wife to help them recover quickly. Arriving at the location Zi Changping mentioned, I saw him beaten up, which made me angry and frustrated. I had clearly told him not to gamble anymore, but he still did. Now, not only had he lost his initial capital, but he had also borrowed over 20,000 yuan. Yet, I reflected on my own mistake. I knew about Zi Changping's gambling addiction, yet I still gave him cash. It was like pushing him towards gambling. I didn't dare to guarantee Zi Changping's debts. I emptied my pockets and left only 1,000 yuan as my capital, using the remaining 5,000 yuan to help Zi Changping repay his debts, promising to pay off more the next day. The loan sharks, considering the 5,000 yuan as a token of goodwill, agreed to give Zi Changping one day if he couldn't repay the money by tomorrow. They planned to cut off one of his arms to help him overcome his gambling addiction. Zi Changping, with swollen eyes from the beating, looked at me apologetically, repeatedly saying sorry. Seeing this pitiful state he was in, I felt speechless, but knowing I would need him later, I had to endure it and took him to the clinic for treatment. Zi Changping promised multiple times that he would never gamble again, but I no longer believed him. Even if he won money later, I didn't plan to share it with him. The money would stay in my hands for him. I had Xi Changping take me to another casino with the help of my superpowers. I turned 1,000 yuan into 5,000 yuan. Then, I switched to another casino and turned 5,000 yuan into 15,000 yuan. Finally, at another casino, I turned 15,000 yuan into 30,000 yuan. Xi Changping was truly amazed at this point. When he gambled alone, he mostly lost, but following me, he lost less and won more. In just one day, 1,000 yuan had turned into 30,000 yuan. Although Xi Changping was curious about how I always won, he didn't ask too many questions. He believed I was not only extremely lucky but also a genius at calculating odds. Xi Changping thought that only a genius could turn 1,000 yuan into 30,000 yuan. I had no intention of explaining anything to Xi Changping. I let him form his own thoughts. The more he saw me as a genius, the easier it would be to help him in the future, because the weak always yield to the strong. And now, I was that strong one. That evening, I and Xi Changping found the person who lent money at high interest rates and paid back the approximately 30,000 yuan that Xi Changping borrowed. Xi Changping now looks at me as if I were his own parents, almost bowing 3 times in respect. I looked at my wallet and saw that I only had 1,000 yuan left. I briefly questioned whether it was right to help Xi Changping. Although the money was earned through supernatural abilities, it felt like a waste to just give it away like that. But since I had already decided to help Xi Changping, I had to stick with it and hope that this investment wouldn't go to waste. Both of us seemed unsatisfied with having only 1,000 yuan, so we decided to go back to the Sun Palace to try and fill our pockets once again. As we entered the Sun Palace, we headed straight to the guessing game area. Today, it was still Li Sanpao, but it was clear that he wasn't welcoming us, probably because we had won money and left the previous day. Li Sanpao stared at Xi Changping and said, "Do you still have money, kid? If not, get lost. Don't hang around here like a freeloader." Xi Changping took out 10 chips exchange from the 1,000 yuan, showing signs of unease, but tried to act confidently, saying, "Li Sanpao, have you forgotten how I won money yesterday? Today, I've even consulted the gods. I'm sure to win against you." Li Sanpao looked at the 10 chips Xi Changping was holding, sneered, and said, "If you lose these chips, you'll have to leave. I don't welcome beggars here." With a limited number of chips, Xi Changping was very cautious, taking a long time to make each bet. I stood by, deliberately reminding him to think carefully. In my opinion, it added to the realism of the situation. Time passed quickly in the gambling den. 2 hours later, Xi Changping had accumulated a large pile of chips, estimated to be over 10,000 yuan. Li Sanpao's face darkened, not expecting Xi Changping to win money from him these past days. Using the excuse of going to the restroom, Li Sanpao secretly and to the back to report Xi Changping's winnings to the boss. The boss of the Sun Palace was named Li Wenji. Sporting a shiny slick back hairstyle, he used to be a prominent figure on the streets, earning the nickname Desperate Third Brother. After transitioning into business, he made a fortune and now managed several clubs, overseeing the largest underground casino in the county. Upon hearing Li Sanpao's report, Li Wenji didn't take Xi Changping's winnings seriously. In this casino, daily revenue could reach millions, so Xi Changping's few thousand yuan wasn't a big deal. Li Sanpao seemed to want to say more, but seeing Li Wenji's lack of interest, he dared not speak further. Having followed Li Wenji for many years, he knew his boss well. If a word of dissatisfaction was uttered, it would result in a beating. However, Li Wenji was generous to his subordinates, and his followers were all making a good profit. When Li Sanpao returned to the gambling den, both I and Xi Changping had already left. Having won 15,000 yuan, I purposely didn't win too much, fearing it would attract attention from the house and cause trouble. Xi Changping looked at me expectantly, wondering how much I would give him. When I handed him 200 yuan, Xi Changping was stunned and quickly grabbed my arm, saying, "Didn't we agree to split the earnings 80 to 20? Why only 200 yuan? I remained silent, watching Xi Changping until he felt uncomfortable and couldn't meet my gaze. I sighed and said, "I'm doing this for your own good. I gave you 6,000 yuan yesterday. And what did you do with it? You went back to gambling. You even borrowed another 20,000 yuan at high interest rates. How can I trust you like this? I'll hold on to your money for you. When you stop gambling, I'll give it back to you. Use this 200 yuan to see a doctor. Buy some clothes. Do whatever you want. Just don't gamble anymore." After a moment of silence, Xi Changping reluctantly accepted my advice. Over the next 2 days, we frequented various casinos in the county, not winning much each time, but gradually accumulating. Through my supernatural abilities, I had won over 100,000 yuan at the gambling dens. Zi Changping became increasingly perplexed by my success, wondering why he always lost when gambling alone but seemed to win when with me. As he dwelled on this, he felt a sense of despair, realizing that some people were simply blessed with good luck while others, like himself, were cursed with misfortune. He couldn't comprehend how one could defy fate. Reflecting on his past 2 decades, Zi Changping remembered his once affluent family, now torn apart due to his gambling addiction. His wife had left with their children, their house lost to debts, leaving him destitute and alone. In contrast, I had effortlessly won tens of thousands in just a few days. This stark comparison left Zi Changping in anguish, contemplating his gambling habits and their destructive consequences. When he confided in me about his thoughts, I couldn't help but admire his introspection. I praised him, acknowledging his realization that his luck was tied to his actions, and commended him for considering a change. Building on Zi Changping's newfound perspective, I emphasized the concept of changing fortunes and suggested that perhaps his luck lay elsewhere, not in gambling. Zi Changping, now more receptive to my words, eagerly asked, "Where is my fortune then, my young brother?" I was caught off guard, unsure of where his luck truly lay. Nonetheless, I confidently advised him, "I may not know where your fortune lies, but I am certain it is not in gambling." With a nod of understanding, Zi Changping seemed lost in thought, questioning his past choices and seeking clarity on the concept of fortune. Leaving him with 500 yuan, I departed, contemplating my own financial situation. While the funds should cover the medical expenses for the orphanage director's parents, the thought of their ongoing care weighed heavily on my mind. The orphanage would now rely on me, and I needed to find a way to earn more money. Before I could dwell on my concerns, the hospital began to fill with familiar faces. These individuals, all former residents of the orphanage, had returned upon hearing of the director's parents' accident. Their support was heartwarming, as they collectively raised funds for the medical expenses, reassuring me of their continued assistance. Witnessing their solidarity, I felt a deep sense of gratitude and pride for the community that had come together in a time of need. As tears welled in the director's father's eyes, I realized that this moment marked a culmination of his lifelong dedication to the orphanage, a testament to the kindness and generosity of those around him. Truly, the world does not disappoint those with a kind heart. These days, I've been running back and forth between the casino and the hospital, with very little time to rest. Thanks to my restorative abilities, I feel no fatigue at all. I now have about 200,000 yuan in hand, enough to cover the medical expenses for the orphanage director's parents. However, in the long run, this money will not be enough. I hope to work hard and ensure that the director's parents never have to worry about money again. Unfortunately, I currently don't have a better solution, so I can only slowly accumulate funds through gambling. What I don't know is that boss Li Wenji of the Taoyang Club has set his sights on both Zi Changping and me. Li Sanpao has retrieved videos of Zi Changping and me earning money, and after watching them, Li Wenji is extremely surprised. He didn't expect us to win tens of thousands of yuan in just a few days at the casino. Furthermore, we win every time we go. Although not a lot, but we always win. This is very abnormal, and Li Wenji suspects foul play, thinking that we must be cheating. After watching the videos for a long time, Li Wenji still can't figure out how we are cheating, but his intuition tells him that something is amiss. Li Wenji instructs Li Sanpao to investigate my background and see if I am someone he shouldn't mess with. If I don't have any powerful connections, then he will need to interrogate me thoroughly. With a fierce expression on his face, Li Wenji curses, "Who the hell is winning my money? I'll chop off their hands." Beside him, Li Sanpao shudders and bows his head in silence. Zi Changping and I once again visited several casinos, winning tens of thousands of yuan. I generously gave Zi Changping 1,000 yuan. Looking at the money, Zi Changping was at a loss for words and cursed the capitalist system before leaving disheartened. On my way back to the orphanage, I couldn't stop thinking about the orphanage director's mother's condition. Would it be better to transfer her to a larger hospital? As I passed by the alley where Li Feng had blocked me before, I noticed a red dot ahead, which turned out to be someone smoking. Initially, I didn't think much of it, but after a few steps, I sensed something was off as someone started following behind me. I wondered if this was another attempt to block me. Mentally preparing myself, I cautiously observed the escape routes in the dim light at the alley entrance. When I reached the middle of the two individuals, I saw them giving me unfriendly looks, prompting me to prepare to use my stun baton. The burly man in front said, "It's you. Come with us. Our boss wants to see you." I was initially planning to use my stun baton and make a quick escape, But upon noticing their military boots and the triangular spikes on their pants, I decided against it. These two must be ex-military, not the usual troublemakers from the neighboring distillery, and I knew I couldn't take them on. I asked, "Since you want to see me, at least tell me who your boss is." The man shook his head and replied, "You'll find out when you get there. Are you coming with us willingly, or do we need to make you?" I nodded understandingly and said, "I'll come with you." The burly man then took out a rope and securely bound me before putting a black hood over my head. At the entrance of the alley, a van pulled up and 3 people got in before disappearing into the darkness. I was sandwiched between 2 burly men, and I could clearly feel the sharp edges at their pant legs. Those were definitely stilettos. One jab with those, and it could be deadly. I activated my X-ray vision. It didn't matter if they wore the black headgear or not. I carefully observed the situation along the way. There might be something useful later on. Inside the van, besides the driver, there were 2 burly men. No one else. The van drove onto the riverbank and, after about 10 minutes, crossed a bridge to the other side of the river. I was shocked. The other side of the river was a neighboring province. However, the van soon stopped. Glancing around, I roughly judged this to be Lijian on the other side of the river, a place I had visited several times before. I was promptly pulled out of the van and into a 2-story villa. As soon as I entered the villa, I heard the howls of Xi Changping, confirming my suspicions that one of the kidnappers was likely one of the bosses of the local casinos. I thought to myself, I was already being cautious, yet they still discovered me. Making money was just too difficult. I surveyed the villa's layout. There were 2 burly men at the entrance, several rooms on each side of the living room, and a staircase on the entrance side leading to the 2nd floor. The 2 burly men locked me in a room to the left of the main entrance and then walked away. However, I could still hear Xi Changping's cries from the room, indicating he was being beaten. Scanning the room, it was empty except for a worn-out cushion on the floor. I assessed the rope binding my hands. Fortunately, it wasn't a permanent knot, so I could easily untie it with my thoughts, providing an opportunity for escape. I speculated that it must be the boss of the Sun Palace Casino who had captured me. Over the past few days, Xi Changping and I had visited the Sun Palace the most, winning the most money from them, making us the most noticeable targets. It was then that I remembered my conversation with Xi Changping, where I mentioned that the owner of the Sun Palace was a well-connected individual. There were rumors of someone cheating at his casino, and after being caught, they disappeared without a trace, leaving the police clueless. I wondered if the same fate awaited me. Initially calm, I now felt a sense of panic creeping in. The absence of Xi Changping's voice made me unsure whether he had been silenced or released, adding to my unease. Before long, I heard footsteps outside. This time, they were definitely coming from me. I was then led by one of the burly men to another room. Upon entering, I caught a whiff of blood, sending a shiver down my spine. In the center of the room was a table, behind which sat a middle-aged man with a prominent bald head. In front of the table was a chair, reminiscent of an interrogation room from a TV drama. I was forced into the chair, the headgear removed, and the bald man looked at me and said, "So, young man, quite skilled to cheat in my establishment. Do you want to die?" Internally, I smirked at the intimidation tactic. I had anticipated it, but outwardly, I feigned ignorance, wearing a fearful expression and replied, "Sir, I don't know anything. I haven't cheated." The bald man, satisfied with my fearful demeanor, chuckled but then menacingly said, "You've been to my place 4 times. 4 times, and you dare say you didn't cheat?" Pretending to be frightened, I added a hint of tears to my vows. "I really don't know. The dean's father had an accident, and I heard gambling could make money. I wanted to win some money to help with his medical expenses. But I really didn't cheat. I have no idea how to cheat." Observing my timidity, the bald man concluded that I was probably just lucky. Nonetheless, he decided to teach me a lesson and instructed the burly man nearby. "Lao Hu, this kid doesn't know his place. Give him a lesson." Without hesitation, Lao Hu threw a punch at my stomach. The force behind it was significant, causing me to feel as though I had been hit by a car. The pain spread throughout my body, forcing me to double over, tears streaming down my face uncontrollably. Looking at me curled up in pain, the bald man growled, "Damn it, tell me how you and Xi Changping cheated, or I'll beat you to death today." Head bowed, crying, I managed to say between sobs, "I really didn't know. I just felt lucky and wanted to win some money. I swear I didn't cheat. I really didn't." Sob, sob, sob. My crying annoyed the bald man. Unable to get any information from me, he had Lao Hu take me away. throwing away his cigarette butt. The bald man contemplated the situation. Perhaps Yi Changping truly knew. After all, he had lost his entire fortune over the years of gambling. It was possible that winning some money recently was nothing out of the ordinary. As for me, a high school graduate raised in an orphanage, who had never gambled before, my story about the dean needing money due to an accident might be true. Tossing his lighter in his hand, the bald man felt overwhelmed by the events of the past few days, his right eye twitching incessantly. He couldn't help but wonder if there was more trouble on the horizon. It was all becoming too much to handle. After being brought back to the room, it took me a while to start feeling better, the pain subsiding gradually. Cursing under my breath, I ranted and raved, cursing the ancestors of the big-headed man countless times. But it did little to ease the hatred within me. I am someone who holds grudges. Swearing to make the big-headed man pay for his actions, I knew that he was associated with the Sun Palace Casino. Judging by the skill with which those ex-soldiers had kidnapped me, it seemed like they had experience in such activities. Sighing, I realized how unlucky I was, being ambushed multiple times before and now being kidnapped. Did I have a target on my back, attracting trouble wherever I went? Surveying the situation in the villa, it seemed like this was their main base of operations, where both Si Chanping and I had been brought. I wondered if there were others being held captive here as well. I thought these people were lawless, conducting kidnappings in broad daylight, causing harm intentionally, and even resorting to murder. Was there no justice left in the world? No law to hold them accountable? Contemplating my next move, I decided that if I managed to escape, my first step would be to contact the authorities and have them apprehend these criminals, ensuring they spent the rest of their lives behind bars. Yet, the thought of potential retaliation lingered in my mind. If I didn't eliminate this group entirely, they might come after me or the orphanage. It dawned on me why these criminals seemed to operate with impunity. Recalling the interrogation by the big-headed man, I speculated that he probably didn't intend to kill me. But enduring repeated beatings or worse wasn't an appealing prospect either. Sighing once more, I found myself in a dilemma: stay and risk further abuse, or attempt to escape and face the possibility of being recaptured. However, I wasn't one to sit idly by, considering this place as their headquarters. I decided to explore and search for a solution that could benefit me in the long run. I regained my strength in the space, drinking a bottle of beer to replenish my energy. After the big man finished his patrol, I untied the ropes binding my hands, then used my mind to unlock the door. After ensuring there was no one around, I slowly made my way down the corridor. I first checked the rooms on the left side of the living room, finding only a bathroom, a utility room, and empty rooms. As I reached the position of the hall, I heard the voices of two big men chatting, causing me to hesitate moving forward, fearing they would hear any noise. Since I couldn't go to the front door or the corridor on the right side of the living room, I decided to explore the second floor. Steeling myself, I slowly made my way up the stairs. After carefully observing for a while, I confirmed that there were no big men on the second floor, which allowed me to move with more confidence. Luckily, the corridor on the second floor was carpeted, so I didn't have to worry about making noise while walking. Muttering curses under my breath, I thought to myself, wealthy people are the worst. I thoroughly explored the second floor, checking each room and especially the windows to see if I had any chance of escape. However, I found that the windows were all reinforced with steel bars. I cursed inwardly, wondering if the big-headed man wasn't afraid of a fire breaking out. If I couldn't run out, I would turn to ashes. I eventually stopped in front of an office, using my ability to see inside, and noticing it was the most luxurious room on the second floor. More importantly, I saw a safe inside. Sparking my interest, I thought about stealing the safe, imagining how the big-headed man would cry. Using my mind to open the office door, I saw the overall layout of the room, with a large wooden desk, a brown leather sofa on the side, and the conspicuous safe behind the desk. I approached the safe, smirked to myself, thinking, "Dighead, don't blame me for being devious," and then stored the safe in my space. After checking and finding nothing else valuable, I decided to leave. However, as I turned around, I suddenly noticed a red light in the corner of the ceiling. Oh crap! Was that a surveillance camera? Cold sweat instantly broke out on my forehead. After all my calculations, how did I forget about surveillance? The thought of the big-headed man seeing the footage of me storing the safe in my space made me panic. Not only would my superpowers be exposed, but I could also be silenced to keep the secret. I was overwhelmed with anxiety, unsure of what to do next. Taking a deep breath to calm myself, I relied on my understanding of surveillance. If there were cameras, there must be a mainframe. As long as I found and destroyed the mainframe, my superpowers wouldn't be discovered. Recalling that I hadn't found a computer mainframe on the second floor, it was likely located on the right side of the first floor. If it wasn't there, then it could be elsewhere, and I might be discovered. Thinking about the two professional soldiers, I felt a headache coming on. I definitely couldn't take them on physically. It seemed like I had to outsmart them. Remembering the gasoline in the utility room, an idea came to me. I hoped this plan would work. I returned to the first floor, went to the utility room, stored half of the gasoline in my space, poured the other half on the floor, and then used the lighter I found on the second floor to start a fire. With the help of the gasoline, the flames quickly ignited. I hurried back to my room, tied myself up, and waited quietly. When I smelled the burning scent, I began shouting, "Fire!" The two big men at the door rushed in and started trying to put out the fire. In no time, two more big men came from the opposite side and joined in fighting the fire. After a while, two more big men arrived, totaling 6 big men now. This made me a bit scared. I had been too reckless, not expecting there to be 6 big men in the villa. Facing 6 big men, I was in a precarious situation. As expected, the big men moved me and Zi Changping to a room on the right side of the living room. This time sharing a room with him, Zi Changping was yelling and making a scene, continuously pleading not to be killed. He probably thought he was being taken out to be killed in secret. After being locked in the room, Zi Changping finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Upon learning that there were others in the room, Zi Changping turned into a chatterbox, bombarding me with questions about who I was and how I ended up here. Feeling annoyed, he started rambling about his own stories, which only served to irritate me further. I was frustrated that Zi Changping's presence was hindering my work here. When the big man finally left, I took off my hood, untied my hands, and looked around. The room was nearly empty, with only 2 shovels in the corner. Glancing at Zi Changping and then at the shovels, a smirk played on my lips as I picked up a shovel and brought it down on Zi Changping. With his head still covered, Zi Changping didn't react and was knocked flat on the ground, muttering "Amitabha" under my breath. I hoped that Zi Changping wouldn't blame me when he woke up. Stealthily slipping out of the room, I heard a commotion outside, peeking out. I could make out 4 people. 2 were rummaging through the utility room, while the other 2 were guarding the entrance. I wasn't sure where the remaining 2 were. During my transfer, I had noticed a room next to the living room that seemed to be a control room. Checking the back door, I saw that the control room was currently empty. Although I was afraid of being caught sneaking out and seen by the big men, I knew it was better than being caught and beaten up. Revealing my superpowers would be even worse. With determination, I entered the control room, where multiple surveillance screens displayed various views. After locating the footage from the second-floor office, I felt more at ease. Finding the mainframe, I unplugged it and stored it in my space. On the desk, I spotted 2 caltrops, considering them valuable and stowed them away. Opening the adjacent drawers, I found 2 handguns, surprising that they had such items. Without a second thought, I stored the guns in my space, along with 2 boxes of ammunition from the bottom drawer. Lastly, I poured gasoline on the table and computer, lit it on fire, then quickly returned to my room, acting as if nothing had happened. Not long after, I heard someone shouting that there was a fire outside, followed by a lot of people making noise. I was inside the room with a smile on my face, thinking that this beating wasn't in vain this time, but I wasn't sure how much money was in the safe. There were also 2 handguns, a lot of bullets, which was quite an unexpected windfall. I thought to myself, surely no one would suspect me this time, as I was trapped with my hands tied and locked in the room. However, there was one thing I didn't anticipate. The fire was getting out of control, big enough to burn down an entire villa. Soon enough, I noticed a large amount of smoke filling the room, making me frown and mutter under my breath, wondering why the firefighters were taking so long to put out the fire. But then I started to panic because the smoke was getting thicker, making it difficult for me to breathe. I quickly shouted for help, but no one responded no matter how loud I yelled. I looked at Zi Changping next to me, who had been knocked out by a shovel, and thought of waking him up, but he didn't respond either. I started to worry, thinking, did I accidentally kill him? I tried shaking him but still got no response. By this time, the smoke in the room had become so thick that I could barely keep my eyes open. If I tried to drag Zi Changping out, we probably wouldn't make it out in time. What should I do? Thinking quickly, I untied my belt and started urinating on Zi Changping to wake him up. Before I was even halfway through, Xi Changping was already awake, but I continued until I finished urinating. Then, I deliberately changed my voice and said, "There's a fire. Run quickly." Without worrying about whether the big guys would suspect me, I directly unlocked the door, grabbed Xi Changping, and ran outside. Once outside, I realized the fire was indeed massive. The control room was already engulfed in flames, and the air was filled with the smell of burning plastic, almost making me want to vomit. The flames were raging, reaching the outside of the building, and the scorching air blocked my path. I saw shadows moving in the living room, probably the big guys trying to put out the fire. I no longer cared about the fire and decided to forcefully rush out, but when I turned back, I saw Xi Changping wearing a headgear, unable to distinguish the direction and walking back inside. I cursed inwardly and turned back to grab Xi Changping, pulling him outside. The short distance felt incredibly long. I took a breath, feeling my chest burning. If I didn't get out soon, I'd either burn or suffocate. Xi Changping struggled hard, not wanting to move forward, shouting, "Don't let me burn! Don't let me burn!" I gave Xi Changping a slap on the head, silencing him, and dragged him forward while shouting, "Help! Help!" As we passed the control room, I saw two people trying to extinguish the fire with water buckets, but the more they poured water, the bigger the fire grew, and the entire first floor was engulfed in thick smoke. Pretending to be disoriented, I walked around aimlessly, and a big guy grabbed me and pulled me outside. He slapped both of us, stopping our chaotic shouting, and made us stand aside, instructing us not to cause trouble. He muttered, "Why isn't the fire department here yet?" Looking at the raging fire, I thought to myself, "Damn, it has spread to the second floor, the flames reaching high into the sky." I never expected the fire to be this massive, but at this point, it had nothing to do with me. No one would suspect me of setting the fire. With our black headgear on, Xi Changping and I looked somewhat comical in the glow of the fire. I moved away from the smelly Xi Changping. The big guy came out with a phone, untied us, removed our headgear, and said, "You two can go. Get out of here." Xi Changping was surprised when the big guy let him go and then saw me, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "Bro, I didn't expect to see you here. I'm so happy to see you." He tried to hug me, but I covered my nose and refused. As we walked out the door, we soon encountered a fire truck, and we kindly directed the firefighters to the scene. Xi Changping survived the ordeal and kept telling me that he was done with gambling. No more gambling, as it only brought harm to people. I looked at Xi Changping, his face bruised and swollen, feeling sorry for him. He had spent half his life gambling, now nearly 50 years old, then finally realizing the error of his ways, yet left alone with nothing to show for his efforts. They say a prodigal son's return is worth more than gold, but I wondered if it was too late for Xi Changping to turn his life around. I hoped there would be fewer people harmed by gambling in the world, but not long after, I started to retract my sympathy for Xi Changping because he had gone into full-on chatterbox mode, complaining about getting beaten, feeling sore all over, being locked in a dark room and knocked out, to people inside treating him poorly and urinating on him, and even getting slapped when he finally escaped. Xi Changping, with tears and snot running down his face, made me feel a bit guilty. Thinking to myself, Xi Changping, this is all the consequence of your 20 years of gambling. Big-headed man Li Wenji stood in front of the villa on the second floor, looking at the burnt villa, suppressing his anger. Standing next to Li Wenji were 6 big guys, the 6 ex-soldiers who were at the villa last night. After a while, Li Sanpao walked out of the villa and shook his head at Li Wenji. Li Wenji's anger finally erupted, and he said to the 6 men, "Where is my safe? Tell me. Where is my safe?" The leader of the big guys said, "Mr. Li, we really didn't see the safe, and we have no idea why the safe is missing. You told us not to go upstairs, and we 6 have never been up there." Li Wenji's face muscles trembled with anger, like a rooster about to fight, and he continued, "Then tell me, everything was fine last night, so why did it catch fire? And the control room, why are all the recordings missing?" The big guy didn't know what to say for a moment and reluctantly said, "Maybe it was just too dry last night." Li Wenji sighed, deepening his suspicion of these 6 men. Last night, he happened to be away from the villa, and then inexplicably, a fire broke out, burning the control room, losing all the recordings, and finally the safe disappeared mysteriously. All these events made it hard for Li Wenji to trust these 6 men responsible for guarding the villa. However, without evidence, Li Wenji dared not take action against these 6 men because they were all ex-soldiers who had been with him for many years. efficient at their work and had never let him down. Privately, they had done many unspeakable things for Li Wenji. Moreover, these 6 men were extremely powerful, and any misstep on his part could bring trouble upon himself. Li Wenji sighed, feeling resentful but chose to remain silent. The 6 men looked at each other, sensing each other's anger, feeling frustrated that they were being blamed for something they didn't do. Next to him, Li Sanpao whispered to Li Wenji, "Could it be Zi Changping and the other 2 who did it?" Besides these 6 men, they were the only ones here last night. Li Wenji's mind was consumed with thoughts of his safe, and upon hearing Li Sanpao's words, the anger he had suppressed resurfaced. He scolded Li Sanpao, "You idiot! Those 2 were tied up, with hoods over their heads. How could they steal the safe? They didn't take anything when they left. Are you even thinking before you speak? Where is your brain?" Li Wenji pointed at Li Sanpao's head, as if he wanted to open it up and see if it was filled with mush. Li Sanpao bowed his head, his eyes filled with anger, which quickly dissipated. At this point, this case became a headless mystery. Li Wenji had investigated for a long time, but couldn't find any results, ultimately having to leave it unresolved. Under the first rays of sunlight in the early morning, I returned to the orphanage without the care of the headmaster dad. The entire orphanage seemed to lack a soul. Seeing that the main gate was still locked, I decided to jump over the wall to enter the compound. After checking on Little Wu and the other children, who were sleeping peacefully, I went back to my room to get some rest before taking over Fatso's shift at the hospital. Lying on the bed, I entered my own space and saw the safe. My heart leapt with joy, knowing there must be a lot of money inside. This could be my big break. But then I furrowed my brow, wondering how to open it. I tried to turn the dial, but it didn't budge. I sighed. If I hired a locksmith, wouldn't that expose me? Should I just use a cutting machine to open it? Ignoring that dilemma, I looked at the 2 handguns beside me. I picked one up, feeling its weight in my hand. I raised the gun, squinted my eyes, and said, "I am a police officer." I felt really cool. I checked the bullets. 2 boxes with over 100 rounds. This unexpected find made me feel secure. If Wu Haigen or Li Feng tried to come after me again, I could scare them off with a single shot. Thinking about the big-headed man's frustrated expression made me feel vindicated. Who told him to kidnap me and punch me? It served him right. If given the chance, I wouldn't mind teaching him another lesson. When Ashley returned to the hospital, I heard some good news. The headmaster mom had woken up. The doctor said she was out of danger, and once her body functions fully recovered, she could be discharged. The headmaster dad had also completed his surgery. Although there were some after effects, he might not be able to do heavy work in the future, but his recovery was going well. He could still eat and drink normally, and he was in good spirits. The hit-and-run driver still hadn't been found, so there was no way to get compensation for the medical expenses. I had to accept it. When the headmaster dad asked about the medical expenses, I came up with a story about winning the lottery and borrowing money from Uncle Wu and the brothers and sisters from the orphanage to pay it off. Neither the headmaster dad nor Fatso believed me, but they didn't press further, waiting for me to explain. I knew what they were thinking, that I had no way to explain my superpowers. I would have to address it later. When the headmaster mom and dad returned to the orphanage, we held a grand welcoming ceremony that moved them to tears. They were even more convinced that all the sacrifices were worth it. Meow Meow decided to take a half-year break from school to take care of the headmaster mom and dad. Despite objections from everyone at the orphanage, they couldn't resist her determination. Meow Meow said it was a learning experience, and being a nursing student, she needed to practice her skills. I was surprised by Meow Meow's decision and found her much more likable. I thought she and Fatso would be happy together. He was a caring man. After a few days, Fatso had lost a lot of weight, much to everyone's concern. He joked that he didn't expect to look so good after losing weight and wished he had done it sooner. But only Fatso knew the struggles that came with losing weight. I was no longer the carefree kid I used to be. In just 2 weeks, I had transformed into a more mature individual. During the headmaster dad's recovery period, I took care of all the affairs in the orphanage. While my methods were sometimes naive, I had principles in place. This brought a smile to the headmaster dad's face. Knowing he could rest peacefully, the orphanage returned to its normal rhythm, and everything was back to normal, just like before. I originally wanted to go to the largest safe company in the county to inquire about how to open a safe when the password is forgotten. However, I decided to give up on the idea because with Li Wenji's power and means, if I were to inquire about the safe on my own, he might find out. It would be bad if he suspected me, so it was better to be cautious and not go. I'll consult about the safe when I go to another city in the future. After all, the safe isn't going anywhere. But thinking about the money inside, I couldn't spend it yet. It was a bit itchy. As the summer faded into autumn, Fatso began packing his things because college was about to start. After being inseparable for over a decade, Fatso and I were finally going to part ways. And I felt a bit reluctant, even though we wouldn't be far apart in the city where we attended college. It wouldn't be as close as sleeping on bunk beds like now. I accompanied Fatso as he bought things. I didn't know if Fatso was feeling reluctant to leave. When I asked Fatso about it, he looked surprised and said, "Why would I miss you, if I have time to miss you? I might as well think about Meow Meow." I couldn't believe it. Fatso turned out to be heartless and unfaithful, a person who forgets loyalty when tempted by beauty. I used an old tree root move on Fatso, followed by a chest-grabbing move to show him what cruelty was. Fatso then tried a move to push me away, but failing, he attempted a surprise attack, catching me off guard. We joked and played, enjoying the last moments together. Finally, Yang Cici and I returned to our original selves, with more smiles on our faces. While I was in the hospital, Yang Cici visited me a few times, but I was always busy, so she had to leave in a hurry. Sometimes, Yang Cici would watch me busy at the hospital and feel sorry for me. I was just an 18-year-old kid who should be carefree, but now I had to take on the responsibility of the entire orphanage. Now, we job together in the morning, sometimes eat together. Yang Cici hopes that her care can help me recover from the headmaster dad and mom's car accident as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Yang Cici was about to start school soon, while I still had a month before starting. We had to part ways for now. On the last night, we walked hand in hand under the streetlights, neither of us saying we were reluctant to part. Just two simple sentences. "You must wait for me. I will definitely wait for you." When I entered my own space again, I found that the space had expanded, which surprised me. The space expanding meant that my superpowers had gotten stronger again. I measured it with a ruler, and it was 64 square meters. Is there a pattern to the expansion of this space? Last time it was 49 square meters. Now it's 64 square meters. Could the next time be 81 square meters? I'm curious about whether there's a pattern to this. I also found that entering the space in my dreams doesn't affect my sleep at all. This means I have an extra night to utilize. If I had gained this superpower last summer, does that mean I would have studied 24 hours a day during my senior year of high school? With that much time, could I have gotten into a top-tier university? But then I shook my head. Forget it. I've been in school for over 10 years and still haven't figured it out. Can I really learn everything with just a few extra hours? As the saying goes, everyone knows the formula for an atomic bomb, but few countries can actually make one. If I were to go back to school for another year, my grades probably wouldn't improve much. I don't think I'm cut out for academics. I might as well go to a technical college and study mechanical engineering. After graduation, I could work as a mechanic and not worrying about job opportunities. I also tested my abilities to see through things and manipulate thoughts. My ability to see through things remains the same, but I've noticed that my eyesight is getting clearer. Last time I was kidnapped, I could see things clearly in the dark room, almost like a night owl. I wonder if my eyes will evolve into cat eyes in the future, emitting a green light in the dark and seeing the night as bright as day. It's a cool aspect of my superpowers. My ability to manipulate thoughts has become more proficient. Now I can shape my thoughts into any form I desire, like a fist, a key, or a shield. It's similar to the ability Kamui of Kakashi Hatake in Naruto, where I can materialize my thoughts to use as weapons for offense or defense. Now I feel invincible in a one-on-one fight, as there could be a duplicate of me fighting the opponent. This invisible fist can strike the opponent anytime and anywhere, making them defenseless. However, after the incident of being ambushed last time, the kids in the neighboring liquor factory courtyard have become more obedient. I haven't had the chance to showcase my fighting skills, which is a bit regretful. I don't know what level of enhancement I need to protect myself. So during this time, my expectations of myself have not decreased but rather increased. I believe that I must unleash all of my potential to become the strongest version of myself. If the day of the conspiracy truly comes, and even the strongest version of myself can't handle it, then it's just my fate. I'll do my best, at least before I die. I won't have any regrets. Thinking about that phone call, I'm a bit puzzled. The other party clearly knows I have superpowers, yet they still call me. Wouldn't they be alerting me and making me more cautious? If they wanted to harm me, why not just do it quietly? Why would they notify me? This is something I've been unable to figure out. I'm sure there's something fishy going on. I've tried calling back that phone number, but it says it's out of service. They wouldn't give me a chance to investigate. I stopped thinking about it. The principle remains the same. I won't be trampled on as long as I'm strong. So, self-improvement is the most important thing. The methods of improvement I can think of now are continue practicing my superpowers to enhance them as quickly as possible, and improve my physical fitness, such as combat skills. I thought about the several old soldiers around Li Wenji. Although I haven't interacted with them much, I can sense that those old soldiers are not entirely loyal to Li Wenji. They might just be working for him for money. Thinking about the aura those old soldiers exude makes me envious. I once had a dream of becoming a soldier, but because of an injury on my body, I was disqualified. There's nothing I can do about it. I want to find an opportunity to ask them if they could help me train in combat skills. Even though I'm physically strong and can hold my own in fights, compared to those old soldiers, my combat skills are lacking. For example, during the last kidnapping incident, when I saw that the opponent was an ex-soldier, I didn't want to fight anymore. My confidence decreased by half, and I couldn't fight back. If they agree, it would fulfill my dream of becoming a soldier. I have made up my mind to find those old soldiers and take action. The next morning, I ran to the villa where I was kidnapped last time, but the gates were locked tight, and there was no one around. Looking at the dark walls, I guess that the reason might be the fire from last time, which made Li Wenji move away. Feeling a bit disappointed, should I go to the casino to look for them? At that moment, I thought of Zi Changping. He has been in the casino for so many years and is quite familiar with Li Sanpa and the others. I could ask him for help to gather some information. When I found Zi Changping, he was handing out flyers on the street, swearing that he had quit gambling for good. Zi Changping seemed to have truly turned over a new leaf. When Zi Changping heard that I needed him to go to the casino, he shook his head vigorously, claiming that he had decided to quit gambling and would never set foot in a casino again. I couldn't help but laugh at his reaction and explained my thoughts to Zi Changping. It was only then that he finally understood and promised to complete the task. I generously gave Zi Changping 5,000 yuan and told him to handle it as he saw fit. That afternoon, Zi Changping brought back some information. After the fire last time, Li Wenji suspected that these 6 big guys stole the safe, but he had no evidence. In reality, the big guys didn't steal anything, but couldn't prove their innocence. The tension between Li Wenji and the big guys grew, leading to them parting ways. Li Wenji deducted the salaries and bonuses of these 6 big guys, citing their negligence in guarding the villa. To avoid any retaliation, Li Wenji used his connections to hire 10 retired soldiers to protect himself. The 6 big guys, who had worked hard for a year without receiving their pay, were unwilling to give up. However, due to Li Wenji's influence, they had no choice but to accept their fate. Now, they were living in a rental house, preparing to leave the county town and seek new opportunities. I was ecstatic upon hearing this news, as it presented an opportunity for me. Based on Zi Changping's intelligence, I found the 6 men and explained my intentions. The 6 men initially thought I had come for revenge, but to their surprise, I was there seeking collaboration. Whether out of guilt towards me or for other reasons, they exchanged a few glances and agreed to my proposal. As I chatted with these 6 men, I learned that they all came from a reconnaissance background. After retiring, they struggled to find good employment. Through some connections, they ended up working as bodyguards for Li Wenji, not only ensuring his safety, but also assisting him in some shady dealings, such as my kidnapping incident. The leader of the group, Zhao Feng, had 5 other members with him: his cousin Zhao Lei, teammates Chen Da and Wang Meng, and 2 others named Wang Dali and Sun Kong. Zhao Feng offered to train me for free, but in return, he requested that I help them out when needed. I readily agreed to his terms. The next morning, Zhao Feng and Zhao Lei arrived at the riverbank near the orphanage, which was their designated training ground. Zhao Feng examined my somewhat sturdy physique with satisfaction, but remarked that it was not enough. Knowing that I would be starting university in a month, Zhao Feng devised a training program for me. Over the course of a month, I would undergo physical training, combat skills practice, reconnaissance training, firearm knowledge, infiltration techniques, wilderness survival, and more, aiming to reach the level of a frontline scout. Although I mentally prepared myself, the intensity of the first day of training still caught me off guard. The first day's training focused on physical endurance. Despite being able to complete a 20-kilometer run in 1.5 hours, Zhao Feng deemed it insufficient. He set a new goal for me to run 20 kilometers in 1 hour and 20 minutes while carrying a 30-pound weight. Thus, on the first day, I ran from 5 in the morning until 6 in the afternoon, with brief breaks for theoretical knowledge interspersed throughout. There was no respite given to me. The taxing training on the first day left me feeling drained, and I began to worry about my ability to endure the upcoming sessions. Jafung explained that due to the limited time I had, the initial days would involve intense training to help me adapt quickly to the rigorous routine. Dragging my weary body back to the orphanage, I took a shower and lay down on the bed. Within seconds, I fell asleep. In my dreams, I found myself in a space, lying on a recliner, my entire body aching and unwilling to move. With the recovery ability in the space, the physical fatigue gradually disappeared until I was fully restored. This boosted my confidence, and every morning I felt refreshed, making the tough training feel like a game. On the second day, Jafung, looking at my energetic self, marveled and called me a genius, believing that the best gift for a genius was intensified training. Although I could recover my physical strength through the space, I still experienced the soreness and pain during training. The consequence of Zhao Feng's intensified training was that I felt like I was in a life-or-death situation. Over the next month, I continuously pushed my body to its limits, crying and screaming during daytime training. I would recover in the space at night. I could clearly feel the changes in my body. My muscles became harder, my physical strength increased, and I felt a never-ending source of energy throughout my body. In addition to the physical changes, Jafung shared his knowledge of combat skills and other theoretical knowledge with me. This gave me a new understanding of soldiers or strong individuals. Besides physical strength, one also needed skills and opportunities. A person with outstanding capabilities in all aspects would be the strongest. The grueling month of training left my already dark skin sunburned to a charcoal color, and my overall physique grew larger. My entire demeanor became more intimidating, and if strangers saw me, they would surely think I was a soldier. Jafung was very satisfied with my progress over the month, as the actual training volume exceeded his expectations and the results were quite impressive. He believed that if I were to join the military now, I would rank among the top of the entire regiment. I also sparred with Jafung and a few others, and besides Jafung, the other 5 were no longer my match. Even without using my mind control abilities, if there were an invisible helping hand on the sidelines, I believe I could take down the other 5 besides Jafung by myself. On the night before my university began, Jafung and the rest of the group packed their bags, ready to leave the county and head elsewhere. To show my gratitude for their training, I purposely found a barbecue stall and planned to have a few drinks with them. After a few beers, Jafung revealed to me their plan they had been plotting for a month. It turned out that before leaving the county, Jafung intended to make one final move, to raid Li Wenji's stronghold and take back the money that belonged to them. It was then that I realized why Jafung had insisted that I help them when needed. It was for this operation. Originally, Jafung did not want me to be involved because the 6 of them would be facing 10 ex-soldiers, as well as Li Wenji's other henchmen, who were armed. While Jafung had lost his gun in a fire, he wanted me to be one of their backup plans, in case of any unforeseen circumstances where I could help them. But after I found out, I insisted on participating, stating that I would never be a burden and that I wouldn't reveal myself, also offering to be Zhao Feng's backup plan. In my heart, I thought that my insight superpower would surely come in handy. Jafung could only agree, but warned me not to expose myself. While the 6 of them could run, I and the orphanage couldn't. I nodded in agreement, looking forward to getting revenge on Li Wenji for a long time. Zhao Feng's mention of Li Wenji's stronghold was actually Li Wenji's wife's hometown, a remote village where unfamiliar people wouldn't have a clue it was his base. The 2-story villa that was burned down previously was what Li Wenji claimed to be his base. But in reality, it didn't hold much importance. Li Wenji's deceptive base could be likened to a fox's den with multiple layers of deception. Under Zhao Feng's leadership, the 7 of us found a parked van by the roadside. Zhao Lei swiftly used prepared wire to open the van's door through the glass crack in a few attempts, leaving me stunned by their skills. Under the cover of darkness, the 7 of us headed towards Li Wenji's base. As we neared our destination, it was already 3:30 in the morning, a time when people are most fatigued, making it the perfect timing chosen by Zhao Feng. After giving us headsets, Zhao Feng briefed us on the defense situation there. It was a large courtyard at the village entrance, with 3 guard dogs and 2 ex-soldiers at the gate. Inside, there should be around 6 to 8 more ex-soldiers, but the presence of others was uncertain. Listening to Zhao Feng's detailed information, I marveled at his military background, thorough information gathering and strategic planning. Now only the execution remained. I was assigned to guard the van, but I refused. stating that my vision was better and I could help with reconnaissance, more useful than staying in the vehicle. Seeing my insistence, Jia Feng reassigned the vanguarding task to others. Subsequently, the 6 of us got out of the van and positioned ourselves at the wall's corner. Zhao Lei produced several meat buns laced with poison and through them went to the courtyard, where the dog kennel was located. After hearing a few barks followed by silence, Zhao Lei listened intently, nodded to everyone, and under Zhao Feng's lead, we made our way to the blind spot of the surveillance as mentioned by Zhao Feng. Then, Zhao Feng took a step forward, and with a leap, Zhao Lei scaled the courtyard wall. The rest of us followed suit, using my inside power to survey the area. I observed the large courtyard with 3 guard dogs near the kennel and 2 individuals at the distant gate, seemingly asleep. The courtyard had a row of houses, with faint lights visible in 2 of them. Zhao Feng signaled us with 3 fingers, indicating to proceed in groups of 3 to search through. I followed Zhao Feng into the first house, where he swiftly took down the 2 individuals without needing my intervention. After Zhao Feng dealt with the 4 individuals, an unexpected incident occurred with the other team. Upon entering a room, they were ambushed, resulting in Chen Dao being kicked down and stabbed in the arm with a dagger. The scuffle alerted occupants in 2 other rooms, prompting them to turn on the lights. Fortunately, Wang Ming reacted swiftly, incapacitating one intruder with an elbow strike. When the second intruder tried to grab a dagger from the table, Chen Dao kicked him over, causing a loud crash against the table. This commotion completely startled the adversaries. Remaining calm under pressure, Zhao Feng anticipated movement from a room ahead, positioning himself with Zhao Lei outside the door. As the door opened, Zhao Feng executed a sweeping kick, sending the intruder tumbling back into the room, followed by a scream. Zhao Lei rolled inside, like a somersaulting donkey and subdued the lone individual in the room. Surveying the other rooms, I found them empty, leaving only the 2 individuals at the gate. Squinting, I saw one person making a call while the other peered towards our direction. Zhao Feng gestured to the other team to handle the 2 individuals at the gate. The 3 of us rummaged through the rooms, searching for Li Wenji's money and valuables. Despite a thorough search, we only found a few thousand yuan and a few watches. Zhao Feng was puzzled by the lack of substantial findings in the base. It didn't add up. There should have been more here. He distinctly remembered seeing a safe in the base previously. The 3 of us expanded our search range and gradually found several thousand yuan, but there were no other valuable items since the 2 individuals at the entrance possibly alerted someone. Zhao Feng quickly signaled for us to retreat. Before leaving, Zhao Lei wrote on the wall, "Corrupt businessman, devoid of conscience, committing all kinds of evil. Divine retribution is imminent." Zhao Feng added, "Your grandfather will come looking for you." I added, "Wishing you to be a real man for 3 seconds, without a butthole to give birth." We all burst into laughter and left, leaving behind 3 poisoned dogs and 8 unconscious individuals. At that moment, Li Wenji was sleeping in a hotel room after spending the night with 2 escorts. Just as he drifted off to sleep, a phone call abruptly woke him up. Suppressing his anger, Li Wenji answered the call, only to hear the frantic voice on the other end exclaiming, "Boss, we're under attack." Li Wenji was instantly alert. His men were under attack. Observing that it was his own men calling, he realized his base was under siege. Li Wenji urgently asked, "How many attackers are there?" His subordinate replied, "We're not sure. We only heard sounds of a scuffle in the rooms. Couldn't see clearly how many there are." Sighing inwardly, Li Wenji felt exasperated by his unreliable men who were clearly no match for Zhao Feng and his team. Thinking of Zhao Feng, Li Wenji was suddenly alarmed. The attackers must be Zhao Feng and his group. Besides them, who else would launch a nighttime assault? Furious, Li Wenji instructed his men, "I'll bring reinforcements immediately. Hold your ground." Ending the call, he dialed Li Sanpao, ordering him to gather more men and head to their base. Upon arriving with dozens of yawning henchmen at the base, Li Wenji witnessed the aftermath, the unconscious individuals and the 3 insulting phrases on the wall, further fueling his anger. Clutching his fists tightly, Li Wenji menacingly declared, "Zhao Feng, I will wipe out your entire family." He chuckled, relieved that he had prepared in advance by storing some of his wealth in the villa and transferring the safe from the base to a bank after the villa's safe was stolen. Reflecting on his foresight, Li Wenji sighed in relief, grateful that he had thought ahead, avoiding another setback. The next day, Li Wenji issued a so-called Zhonghu death warrant, offering a reward for capturing Zhao Feng and his 6 accomplices. Providing information would net 5,000 yuan, while capturing or providing a corpse would earn 50,000. However, by that time, Jia Feng and his team had already left the county by train. Even with the high bounty, Li Wenji couldn't track them down. Before leaving, Jia Feng assigned me a small task, to keep an eye on Li Wenji's movements and, if the opportunity arose, to take him out. This task left me feeling overwhelmed, as I was about to start university and couldn't possibly monitor Li Wenji's actions, let alone harm him. Jia Feng simply told me to do my best, gave my shoulder a reassuring pat, and boarded the train, watching the sincere man depart, who was also somewhat of a mentor to me. I hope we would meet again someday. I feel terrifying even to myself now. My body is at its peak, coupled with various combat skills and an array of weapons in my possession, including batons, tasers, steel forks, and even to pistols. With this kind of combat prowess, I am truly fearsome. If I were to encounter Li Feng and his dozen men at this moment, I wouldn't even bother running. I wouldn't need the tasers. I could just engage in hand-to-hand combat and take them all down. I think, if I were still taken down, I wouldn't regret a single bit. However, if someone were to plot against me, they better be prepared to face my retaliation. I always keep my word. I'm not one to make empty threats. I'm a man of action. When I set my mind to something, I see it through to the end. In 3rd grade, I got into a conflict with the kids from the neighboring liquor factory yard. They outnumbered me and repeatedly provoked me. In the end, I confronted them 20 times in a row, beating one of them so thoroughly that he would avoid me all costs thereafter. I'm about to start college soon. Dean's mother sat in a wheelchair, waving her hand imperiously, while Meow Meow supervised from behind. Ahead of us, Dean's father and I, the 2 laborers, were packing things up. Dean's mother said, "My clothes are all old. Don't bother bringing them. If you need to wear something nice, buy new ones. You're off to college now. Wear some good clothes and try to bring back a partner." I blushed shyly at her words, which made Meow Meow burst into laughter. In the end, I left almost all my clothes at home, giving them all to the 3 brothers Li Gang, Li Kong, and Li Hu. The 3 brothers, standing outside, were moved to tears by the dean's mother's words. On the night before departure, the dean's father and I sat outside the courtyard to enjoy the cool evening breeze. It was already a bit chilly in September, and the dean's father coughed lightly. I went inside to get a coat for the dean's father and draped it over him, saying, "Don't be stubborn. It's getting cold. Wear more layers if you can." The dean's father let out a sigh, seeming frustrated with his own body's weakness and lamenting his old age. He said, "You're about to go to college in another city. Be wise and don't trust others too easily. From a young age, you've been the least worrying for me, but now that you're all grown up and about to venture far from home, I can't accompany you. You have to rely on yourself." I sat on the steps at the doorstep, quietly listening to the dean's father's words, never tiring of hearing them. I nodded and said, "Don't worry, Dean's father. I've never been sheltered. I'm sharp and savvy. I'll be fine." Dean Dad said, "You were smart since you were little, always able to read people's expressions and act accordingly. You haven't suffered much in your life. I just worrying that you might use your intelligence for the wrong purposes. I used to watch over you, but now that I won't be by your side, can you take care of yourself?" Dean Dad's words left me speechless. His concerns were definitely valid. With a sigh, Dean Dad said, "You have all grown up now and have your own thoughts. I just want to tell you to live freely, do things with integrity, and stay true to yourself. That's what's most important." I nodded heavily and then smiled at Dean Dad, saying, "Dean Dad, don't worry. I've always remembered the lessons you've taught me over the past decade. I've always been a kind-hearted person since I was little. How could I do something bad?" Dean Dad stopped sighing, looked at me with a content smile, and said, "You have finally grown up." The next morning, Uncle Wu came to pick me up in his car to take me to the train station. Dean Dad hunched over, coughed lightly and watched me leave, quietly wiping away tears. I rolled down the car window and shouted loudly to Dean Dad, "Dean Dad, I'll come back to see you soon." Dean Dad smiled again and waved at me. Uncle Wu handed me an envelope, and when I looked inside, there was 10,000 yuan. Uncle Wu said, "Take it. Don't worry about money while studying away from home." I was deeply touched by Uncle Wu's kindness. I must repay this money in the future. Not just the money, but also Uncle Wu's kindness. Entering the train station, I realized what the beginning of a new school year meant. The waiting hall, usually crowded, was even busier now with many students carrying bags. Some were in groups, chatting happily, while others were alone, engrossed in their phones reading novels. Unlike them, I had no bags to carry. I didn't look like a student starting the new semester. Instead, I seemed more like a wandering thief at the station. I didn't have many belongings to begin with, and by the time I reached the train station, even my restroom break time had been compressed into my schedule. All I had with me was my ID card and a mobile phone. Seeing that I still had over an hour before my train departed, I planned to find a seat to rest for a while. However, looking at the crowded station, I knew finding a seat was unlikely, so I found a corner near the restroom and squatted down, observing the diverse crowd around me. I found it quite entertaining. Sometimes, I would catch a glimpse of a few pretty female students, and I didn't mind using my X-ray vision to appreciate the view. I believe kind-hearted students wouldn't mind either. Just as I was getting engrossed in my observations, a commotion broke out ahead. Following my principle of enjoying the spectacle, I hurried over to join the crowd. It turned out a thief had been caught in the act, and a burly man was dragging him towards the police station. Seeing the thief, I felt a sense of justice. He deserved a beating before being handed over to the authorities. After all, the money he stole belonged to these students. Imagining losing money myself made me quite upset. However, I noticed a few people giving menacing glares at the burly man. It dawned on me that they were the thief's accomplices. Quietly observing these individuals, I saw one of them signal to the others, and they began edging forward. I knew trouble was brewing. Would they dare to commit violence at the train station? I was torn. Should I intervene if they intended to harm the burly man? Upholding justice was one of my principles. Someone was already punishing the thief, and that was something I wanted to do as well. At the very least, I had to ensure the burly man wouldn't be harmed. Before I could make a decision, two police officers arrived. The thief's accomplices ceased their actions and visibly relaxed. The officers waded through the crowd, took the thief from the burly man, handcuffed him, and then inquired if the man had lost anything or been injured. Once they confirmed the man was unharmed, the officers said, "You're all right. Leave this to us. No need for anyone to escalate the situation." I found the officers' words strange. Why warn against escalating the situation? Who would escalate it? The two officers led the thief away, and though his accomplices continued watching the burly man, they showed no sign of further violence. A realization struck me. Was the warning against escalating the situation directed at the thief's accomplices, advising them not to cause more trouble and not to harm the burly man further? As this thought crossed my mind, a shiver ran down my spine. Were the police turning a blind eye to their own kind? To confirm my suspicions, I followed the officers to the police station checkpoint at the train station. It was secluded, with few people around. From a distance, I saw the officers remove the handcuffs from the thief and say something to him. The thief clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and then casually walked away, glancing back in the direction of the station. I gasped in disbelief. Was this how things worked in the world outside? I secretly followed the thief to another waiting hall and saw him meet up with his accomplices, huddled in a corner seeming to be plotting something. Slowly approaching them, I overheard snippets of their conversation about money, revenge, and even caught the words Taoist sect. I was curious as to how the thief was connected to Taoist priests, but then it hit me. The Tao in Taoist sect should refer to the thieving way. A thief sect. They actually named their organization this. I knew in ancient times there was a thieves sect, an organized and disciplined group that punished evil and promoted good. These thieves dared to call themselves the thieves sect. Weren't they afraid of their ancestors coming out and giving them a good scolding, shouting, "Do you even deserve to be my thieves sect disciples?" Seeing them finish their plotting and disperse, I guessed they were off to steal something again. I felt helpless as my train was about to depart, so I had to leave first. I thought the train station was crowded, but the train itself was even more packed. People filled the doors, restrooms, and corridors, some even sitting on the floor with their bags, making it difficult to walk. I didn't have any bags, so squeezing in was relatively easy. Those students with bags had it tough, especially the girls carrying lots of stuff. If their seats were in the middle of the carriage, they'd really be exhausted. Looking around, I felt like luck wasn't on my side today. There were no girls around, just a bunch of guys. I didn't even have a chance to do a good deed for someone. Finding my seat, I saw an old lady sitting there, holding her grandson. I politely told her it was my seat, but the old lady didn't even look at me, saying, "Can't you young people give up your seats for us elderly and weak? Can't you see my grandson is playing nicely? Wait a bit." I never encountered such an unreasonable old lady. After arguing with her for a bit, she suddenly started yelling as if injected with chicken blood, accusing me of bullying the elderly and children. causing everyone in the carriage to look our way. I realized then, the old lady was doing it on purpose, trying to manipulate people's sympathy to secure the seat. Even though what the old lady was doing wasn't right, she was still an elderly person with a child. I had to ask myself, did I buy this seat ticket with no faults of my own? I sneered inwardly, realizing that engaging in further argument with the other party would only play into their hands. Since they wouldn't listen to reason, they shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. The old lady, seeing me fall silent, thought I had backed down. So she comfortably sat down and said to her grandson, "This seat is so comfortable. Let's sit here until we get home." I feigned an untouchable demeanor. Standing at a distance from them, using my thoughts, I created a needle and pricked the old lady and her grandson's legs. The old lady's grandson cried out in pain, repeatedly saying it hurt. But the old lady, after searching for a while, couldn't figure out what was causing it. I pricked the old lady again, and she suddenly stood up, carefully inspecting the seat and her clothes for any needles or hard objects, but found nothing. Just as the old lady was about to sit back down, I pricked her once more. This time, the old lady dared not sit again. After scrutinizing the seat and her clothes for a while and thinking it should be safe, she was just about to sit down when another prick made her cry out in pain. Onlookers chuckled as they watched the old lady clutching her backside in pain. Thinking the seat was cursed, the old lady, feeling uneasy, decided to leave with her grandson. I said, "Why not take a seat? Your grandson seems to really like this spot. You should sit here until we reach home." The old lady glared fiercely at me, said nothing, and left. The bystanders burst into laughter, thinking the old lady had unjustly occupied the seat and received her comeuppance. When I tried to return to my seat, I found it occupied by someone else, a middle-aged man wearing glasses. I stared at him and said, "Hello, this is my seat." The middle-aged man pushed up his glasses and replied, "Wasn't this the old lady's seat? How did it become yours?" "I have a ticket proving this was the seat the old lady took from me. I only saw the old lady sitting here. She left, so anyone can sit here now." I was utterly speechless. Was this how the kind were taken advantage of? I didn't dare confront the old lady, nor did I dare confront this middle-aged man. As I was about to act, I thought better of it. Impulsiveness is the devil. There was no need for violence. I had other ways to make him leave. Feigning anger and helplessness, I returned to my previous spot. The middle-aged man smirked triumphantly. He then took out a cell phone, a large-screen Samsung, similar to the one young Cece had. I chuckled to myself, thinking, if you occupy someone else's seat, be prepared to pay the price. Seemingly a new phone, the middle-aged man treasured it, laughing at something on it, wiping it, taking a photo, trying to look cute, disgusting. With a gentle touch of my thoughts, the cell phone slipped from the middle-aged man's hands and clattered to the ground. He exclaimed, quickly picking it up and inspecting it. A dent in the top corner made him wince. Continuing to wipe it, within 3 seconds, the phone fell again, this time, with more force. The phone landed harshly, and when the middle-aged man picked it up, the screen was already showing signs of damage. The man looked like he was about to cry. It was a new phone, and the screen was already ruined on the first day. A man nearby said, "What goes around, comes around. Serves you right." The middle-aged man seemed not to agree with the man's statement, so he stayed put, despite the cracked screen, finding the seat quite comfortable. Seeing him still unwilling to leave, I became angry. An eerie incident occurred. The middle-aged man was sitting comfortably, and suddenly he felt his hair being tugged. Then his glasses fell to the ground. It seemed as though hands were touching his neck and ears. Thinking it was a fly or something else, he kept swatting at himself, but to no avail. Finally feeling the eeriness, as if a ghost was present, the middle-aged man froze, too scared to move. But the strange occurrences continued. He was sweating profusely, feeling as though a ghost was near, too frightened to budge. Sensing the right moment, fearing he might bolt out of fear, I gave the middle-aged man a resounding slap, knocking his glasses off. After coming to his senses, the middle-aged man believed a ghost had slapped him and shouted, "There's a ghost." Before running away, I and the onlookers watched the middle-aged man flee in panic, bursting into laughter. The passengers beside my seat, staring intently, began to wonder if there was something peculiar about it. Glancing at them, I asked, "Does anyone else want to sit in my seat?" Seeing no response, I settled back into my seat, sighing, comfortable. The people around me kept their eyes on me, waiting for some strange occurrence after I sat down. But I disappointed them. I sat there peacefully, with nothing out of the ordinary happening. The small incident on the train did not dampen my enthusiasm for university. Thinking about arriving at my university after getting off the train, I felt a surge of excitement. My university. I'm coming. The city of Ishii is a provincial capital that has seen rapid development in recent years, becoming a well-known big village far and wide. The reason why it's called a big village is because while the city has rapidly expanded in size, the urban development isn't very sophisticated, resembling more of a large village. This is my first time visiting such a big city, and amidst my nervousness, I feel more excitement. After getting off the train, I slowly followed the crowd of people moving out, feeling pushed forward by the crowd, unable to figure out where I was. So, when I walked out of the train station and stood on a plaza outside, I realized that I had missed the school pickup inside the station. I thought about going back into the station, but the gatekeeper informed me that I couldn't re-enter without a train ticket. This left me feeling discouraged, being in an unfamiliar place. How was I going to get to the school? Should I take a taxi? I tried asking a taxi on the roadside, but upon hearing the price of 120 yuan, I quickly gave up, finding it too expensive. Sitting on the steps in the plaza, I felt lost in thought. I hadn't expected to encounter such a problem on my first trip away from home. It was truly an inauspicious start. Just as I was trying to figure out a solution, suddenly, there was a commotion up ahead, with someone shouting, "There's a murder!" Perplexed, I could only see a few people hurriedly running out from a street next to the train station. There were already onlookers moving towards the scene. Since I had nothing else to do, I decided to go see what was happening. The street belonged to a row of eateries next to the train station, a convenient dining spot with various restaurants gathered, but also a place where people from all walks of life frequented, sometimes leading to fights and brawls. By the time I arrived at the scene, the situation had already been brought under control. Listening to the chatter from the nearby spectators, I learned that the owners of two restaurants had a long-standing grudge, and this time, one restaurant snatched away customers from the other, causing years of resentment to erupt. One restaurant owner ended up fatally stabbing the other, then kidnapped the rival's wife and daughter. The current owner had been cornered by the street security guards, appearing agitated, threatening to kill the woman and child in his hands if the security guards advanced further. At this point, a standoff had ensued, with everyone hesitant to make a move. Some of the onlookers had already called the police, and it was expected that the officers would arrive soon. Watching the visibly agitated restaurant owner, one found a spot nearby, thinking that I could use my telekinetic abilities to disarm him and then quickly subdue him with a single move. However, I didn't want to easily reveal my powers. It wouldn't be good if I were exposed. I decided to wait for the police to arrive. If they could handle the situation, I wouldn't need to intervene. Before long, the police began to arrive one by one. Seeing more and more officers approaching, the restaurant owner became even more agitated, threatening to trade one life for three. The police set up a cordon and brought in a negotiation expert to try to talk the owner down. However, due to the owner's extreme agitation, it seemed like he wasn't really listening to what the police were saying. As the owner saw the street filled with police officers and realized there was no way to escape, he started to look a bit desperate, muttering about trading one life for three and whether his life had been worth it. After a few minutes of unsuccessful negotiation attempts by the expert, seeing that the situation only escalated, the police decided to give up on the negotiation. Subsequently, the police began to remove the onlookers, expanding the cordon's perimeter. Originally, the cordon was placed at the two restaurant locations, but now it had been extended to the street corner. I was also pushed to the street corner position, and though it was a bit far, I could still see clearly what was happening inside. After gaining the ability to see through things, my eyes have become more powerful. I can see clearly at night and even see much farther during the day. As I observed two individuals coming out of a police car, both of them not wearing police uniforms, one tall and skinny, the other short and chubby. They looked quite comical. However, my eyes widened as I witnessed an unbelievable scene unfold. The skinny tall one took a deep breath and then exhaled a large amount of thick smoke from his mouth. Surprisingly, the smoke didn't disperse but instead enveloped the two men and the agitated shop owner, preventing the onlookers from seeing what was happening inside the smoke. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, how can this person exhale so much smoke from his belly?" With my enhanced vision from my ability, I could see through the smoke and couldn't help but marvel at the power of my superhuman abilities. Then, something jaw-dropping happened. When the shop owner panicked upon seeing the smoke, The chubby short one's arm suddenly elongated, swiftly knocking the knife out of the shop owner's hand and lightly tapping the back of his neck, causing the shop owner to faint. The tall skinny one saw the shop owner collapse and then opened his mouth, sucking in the thick food before patting his belly. After finishing their business, the two individuals got into a police car and drove off. I watched the entire event with my eyes wide open, feeling amazed and shocked. By the end of it, my eyes were so strained. I quickly rubbed my eyes and reflected on the unbelievable scene I had just witnessed. Besides feeling shocked, I was also impressed. Could this be another form of superhuman ability? Their abilities seemed much more practical than mine. The tall skinny one's smoke could obscure vision, whether for saving someone or other tasks. It seemed like he was in control. And the chubby short one's ability to elongate his arms could be so useful for various things, just like Luffy from One Piece with his rubber powers. Thinking about my own abilities, while my X-ray vision could be used for peeking at women's underwear, and telekinetic control for what? Fighting. And spatial manipulation, forget about it, can't hold big things. And small things don't matter. I pitied myself. But then I thought, with their abilities so obvious and boldly used in public, weren't they afraid of being discovered and facing unnecessary trouble? Weren't they afraid of being captured and dissected for research? Or perhaps, they were working for the police. Were they government agents? That's why they didn't fear being caught. I considered this deduction to be quite plausible. People with superhuman abilities should be under state control to prevent unnecessary harm. If these superhumans were in private hands, they would be too powerful. Their terrifying abilities were indeed frightening. Thinking that if I had known all this earlier, I would have joined them, serving my country and avoiding any conspiracies. I felt a bit of regret, but it was too late to say anything now. I wasted such a great opportunity, and my day turned out to be truly miserable. I walked alone on the street, feeling that this city was just like any other, nothing particularly special. I had researched and found out that my school was located in the western suburbs, quite far from the train station. Taking the bus required multiple transfers, which was quite inconvenient. Another way to get to school was to go to a square at the train station, where various schools had designated pickup points. Once there, I could catch the school shuttle bus. Currently, I was on my way from the train station square to another square, taking a longer route. It was already late September, and I was surprised by how hot it still was in Shishi City. I started sweating profusely after walking for a while, cursing under my breath as I looked at the blazing sun. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of me, smiling at me with squinted eyes. Thinking that I might be blocking his way, I moved aside to create a path. However, the old man continued to stand in front of me, giving me a creepy look. I chuckled and asked, "Sir, is there something you need?" With just a few words, the old man almost made me reach for my gun. He smiled and said, "I welcome you." His voice made my hair stand on end. This was the same voice that had called me earlier. Seeing me tense up, the old man laughed and reached out to grab my hand. I instinctively jumped back, unexpectedly leaping to meters away. My muscles tensed in a defensive stance as I cautiously watched the old man. He paused for a moment, seemingly surprised by my lead. Then, he said, "Don't be nervous. I'm not a man-eating tiger. Why are you afraid of me?" I stared at him intently, fearing that he might suddenly attack. The old man continued, "I'm really not a bad person. Let me introduce myself. I am a member of our country's Superhuman Abilities Management Committee, and this is my identification." He handed me a document similar to a police identification card. Hearing his words, I relaxed slightly, cautiously approaching him and taking the document. The card resembled a police ID, rectangular with pages that flipped up and down, all in black with a national emblem on the front. Upon opening it, the top displayed a national emblem, while the bottom read Superhuman Abilities Management Committee Member ID. The old man's name was Han Jong, born in 1952, and at the bottom, it stated Superhuman Abilities Management Committee Supervisor. I had never seen such a document before and wasn't sure if it was genuine. However, seeing that the old man named Han Jong didn't seem malicious, I decided to communicate with him to understand the situation. Remembering the mysterious phone call from Han Jong a month ago that had left me anxious and scared for over a month, I decided to seek some revenge and let off some steam. I said, "How do I know if this idea is real or fake? I've never heard of this Superhuman Abilities Management Committee." Han Jong replied, "That's why I've come to find you. Come on, let me take you to our contact station to have a look." Shaking my head, I said, "I'm not going with you. I don't even know you, and you haven't told me who you are." Pointing to the ID in my hand, Han Jong said. It's all written in the document. My name is Han Jong, a member of the Superhuman Abilities Management Committee. I shook my head again and said, with just 10 yuan, you can get a fake ID like this on the roadside. How am I supposed to tell if it's real or not? With that, I tossed Han Jong's ID into the nearby flower bed. Han Jong watched as I threw his ID away, stomping his foot in anger. If you don't believe me, then fine. But why did you throw my ID? He exclaimed. I retorted. If it's fake, what good is it to you? Are you planning to deceive someone else with it? Looking into the flower bed, Han Jong couldn't find his ID and grew even more frustrated. Pointing at me, he seemed at a loss for words. He gestured behind him, and a person emerged from a car parked on the side of the road. It was the short, chubby individual who had been involved in solving the murder case at the train station earlier. Seeing him, I felt somewhat relieved. Since he had been assisting the police, I assumed he wasn't a bad person. And now that he was with Han Jong, it seemed that Han Jong might not be a bad person either. Perhaps this Superhuman Abilities Management Committee held some credibility after all. The chubby individual hurried over, speaking in a surprisingly delicate voice, almost childlike. Grandpa Han, what's going on? Han Jong pointed to the flowered bed beside him and said, Little chubby, my ID fell in there. Can you help me find it? Glancing at the flower bed, the chubby individual replied, Grandpa Han, I can't see it. How am I supposed to find it? Han Jong, with a frustrated expression, asked, How do you use your superpowers? Your arms are so long for nothing. Looking around, the chubby individual said, Grandpa Han, this is a busy roadside. If we're caught, it'll be trouble. You always say, don't use superpowers in public. Seemingly even more infuriated, Han Jong pointed to the relatively empty road and said, Is this crowded? Is this crowded? Hurry up and find it, or I won't let you eat tonight. The chubby individual replied, You need to cover for me if I get caught. If my salary gets deducted again. Listening to their banter, I couldn't help but find it amusing. These two were quite the characters. The chubby individual extended his arm once more, reaching into the flower bed and feeling around. However, after a while of searching, he still couldn't locate the ID. Chubby, have you found it? If not, someone will come looking. Don't rush me. Grandpa Han, I'm as anxious as you are, but I can't see it. I can only rely on feeling around. Can you do it or not? If not, I'll find someone else. In that case, I won't bother looking. Find someone else. Don't. Chubby, if you find it, I'll treat you to an extra meal tonight. Finally found it. As the chubby individual's arm retracted, he held Han Jong's ID in his hand. Han Jong let out a sigh of relief and finally cracked a smile. However, their expression soon changed. The chubby individual sniffed the air, seemingly detecting a foul odor. Han Jong also caught a whiff and quickly checked his ID, only to discover it was smeared with dog feces. Relieved that his own hands were clean, the chubby individual took a few steps back. Covering his nose, he quipped, Grandpa Han, does your ID have a thing for dog poo? Clearly exasperated, Han Jong looked at the chubby individual, then at me, at a loss for words. Observing the chubby individual's remarkable superpower with fascination, I marveled at his ability to stretch his arm so far and find various uses for it. Truly impressive. Han Jong asked once more, Are you coming with me or not? If not, I'm leaving. Quickly agreeing this time, I reply, I'll come with you. I believe you're a member of the Superhuman Abilities Management Committee. Upon hearing my decision to accompany him, Han Jong smiled and remarked, If only you had agreed sooner, we wouldn't have had all this trouble. The three of us boarded the car, heading towards the Superhuman Abilities Management Committee liaison station in Shishi City. As I sat in the car, I couldn't help but feel like I was on a pirate ship, unsure of what the future held. At that moment, the gears of fate had already begun to turn, and a new chapter in my life was about to unfold. After I got in the car, the chubby individual enthusiastically shook my hand and introduced himself, saying, I'm Yue Hi-Fi, but because I'm chubby, everyone calls me Little Chubby. I shook his hand and suddenly remembered that this was the same hand that had been searching for Han Jong's ID. I couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted, wondering if it had come into contact with dog feces. I introduced myself. I'm me. Little Chubby exclaimed excitedly. Grandpa Han has been waiting for you for a long time. He's been talking about you these past few days. How? Han Jong has been talking about me. What has he been saying? I asked. What did Han Jong say about me? Just as little Chubby was about to speak, Han Jong coughed twice, interrupting him and causing little Chubby to immediately fall silent. Since little Chubby didn't get a chance to speak, I turned to Han Jong and asked, Han Jong, why did you sound so eerie when you called me last time? It scared me. Han Jong chuckled and said, when I called you last time, I was right beside you. You just couldn't see me. Ah. I distinctly remember looking around and not seeing Han Jong, never realizing he was right by my side. Han Jong continued, I was observing you during that time when you visited our county town. I watched you for 3 days and nights, and thought you were alright, so I decided to recruit you into our squad. Damn. Han Jong was actually observing me for 3 days, and I didn't notice at all. Suddenly, I remembered the time when I was intimate with Wang Fanfei. Was Han Jong also observing me then? Before I answered the phone, seeing my embarrassed expression in the rearview mirror, Han Jong smirked creepily and said, both of your girlfriends are quite pretty. I was shocked to hear this and looked at Han Jong's creepy expression, feeling the urge to strangle him. Upon hearing about my two girlfriends, little Chubby looked at me enviously, almost drooling. Confused, I asked, how did you manage to go unnoticed by me? Han Jong chuckled. It's simple, I have over a dozen ways to stay hidden from you. Even more puzzled by his response, before I could ask further questions, Han Jong said, stop asking. Once we get back to the liaison station, you'll understand everything. I had to keep my doubts to myself. Watching as the chubby kid next to me was drooling with anticipation, I asked, hey, Chubby, how long can your arms stretch? What's the maximum length? Chubby, upon hearing me addressing him, brightened up and quickly responded, my ability is called sky-reaching hands. My arms can extend or retract, and at the longest, they can stretch to about 10 meters. I inquired, sky-reaching hands? That sounds fancy. Who came up with that name? Chubby explained, that's the name given by Grandpa Han. All our ability names are given by Grandpa Han. He's really amazing. Seeing the smug look on Han Jong's face, I felt like Chubby had been brainwashed by him, blindly idolizing him, which wasn't good. Curious about Chubby's age, I asked, Chubby, how old are you this year? Chubby replied, I'm 9 years old this year. About to enter 3rd grade. What? Chubby is only 9 years old. No way. He must mean 19. I almost believed it. I turned to Han Jong and said, Han Jong, you're practically employing child labor here. Besides, do Chubby's parents know about this? Han Jong chuckled and said, don't be fooled by Chubby being 9 years old. He's quite talented. Chubby's parents are more than happy for him to follow me. Why? Chubby is only 9 years old. Shouldn't he be with his parents, being spoiled and cute? At this point, Chubby lowered his head, seeming saddened. It looked like there was a story behind this. Han Jong explained, you've seen Chubby's superpower. But before, he couldn't control it. Imagine, in a classroom, Chubby's hand suddenly extends to meters. What would be the effect? I nodded in understanding. That would be quite monstrous. Feeling a bit sorry for Chubby, facing criticism and exclusion at such a young age, I patted his head and said, Chubby, don't be sad. Your superpower, sky-reaching hands, is the most amazing. Upon hearing my praise, Chubby's expression brightened. No longer feeling sad, he smiled and said, I can control my arms now. I'm not a monster anymore. Grandpa Han says my ability is really powerful and can help many people in the future. I agreed. That's right. Chubby is the best. Chubby, happy with my compliment, smiled brightly. I now understood why Chubby admired Han Jong so much. Han Jong's teaching method had truly given Chubby a second chance at life. Looking outside the car, something felt off. The tall buildings were gone, replaced by construction sites, with green dust barriers standing out prominently. I quickly asked, Han Jong, where are we going? I feel something's not right. Han Jong replied, we're going to the contact station. We're almost there. The contact station is in this construction site. How is that possible? No matter how bad we are, we wouldn't be in a construction site. That's a relief. Don't worry. The contact station will provide you with food and drink. Soon, Han Jong stopped the car and said, we've arrived at the contact station. As I got out of the car, I was shocked. This was the contact station. In front of us were a row of run-down buildings, clearly aged, with some of the roofs even damaged. I noticed a noodle shop, with the word South Village Noodles in red, now blackened by smoke. Pointing to the noodle shop, Han Jong said, This is our contact station. What do you think? Low profile, right? Ignoring Han Zhong, I turned to Chubby and asked, Chubby, is this your contact station? Chubby replied, yes, this is our contact station. What's wrong? Nothing. Why do I feel like you're acting strange? My stomach hurts. I want to go to the train station to use the bathroom. There's a bathroom inside, but it's outdoor. Not sure if you're used to that. Han Zhong pulled me into the noodle shop, saying, have you eaten? Do you want a bowl of noodles? My face darkened, but my rumbling stomach reminded me that even if I wanted to leave, I had to eat first. Han Zhong called out, Lao Li, come out and cook quickly. Soon, a kind-looking old man came out. Seeing Han Zhong, he said, Lao Han, Dak so early today. Oh, another new little brother. Welcome, welcome, Han Zhong told me. This is Lao Li, the owner of this noodle shop. Then, he told Lao Li, this is our new team member. Make 3 bowls of noodles quickly. We're starving. Lao Li agreed and started working. Chubby told Lao Li, Grandpa Li, add an egg and some tofu skin for me. I grumpily said to Han Zhong, I haven't agreed to join you yet. Don't just assume. After hearing me, Han Zhong told Lao Li, 2 bowls will do. No need for 3. I quickly added, wait. I haven't refused to join. You'll test me for 3 days. I'll test you for a few days. It's your turn to prove yourself now. Han Zhong told Lao Li, make the 3rd bowl large. Add everything he can. At least 3 braised eggs. Hurry up. Chubby and I looked at Han Zhong, both shocked. I slurped up a big bowl of noodles, burped contentedly, and gave a thumbs up to Lao Li, saying, Grandpa Li, your noodles belong in a league of their own. Lao Li just chuckled and didn't say anything. Han Zhong also let out a satisfied burp and remarked, I told you, you won't go hungry under my watch. I rolled my eyes and asked Zipang, do we have to pay for this meal? Zipang replied, no need to pay for my meals. Han Grandpa says, need to eat more to grow taller. Can't just have noodles all the time. I nodded and told Han Zhong, I guess I won't pay for my meal either. Han Zhong generously stated, who's talking about money? Talking money ruins relationships. We're all family here. I figured it out then. Han Zhong was using these freebies to win people over. Well, Han Zhong, you've picked the wrong guy in me. Han Zhong led me into the kitchen, through it, and into an elevator. As the elevator descended, I realized the communication station was located beneath this noodle shop. I mean, how could the communication station be under this rundown noodle shop? The descent in the elevator took a while, and I curiously asked, Han Zhong, is this station underground? Must be at least 10 meters deep. Han Zhong replied, I don't know how deep it is, but it's definitely deep enough that even a missile couldn't reach it. As the elevator doors opened, I was surprised to find such luxurious decor in this underground space. Exiting the elevator, I entered a small floor with a shoe cabinet. There wasn't much else here, but stepping into the main hall, the grandeur was immediately evident. A large diamond chandelier hung from the dome ceiling, exuding opulence. In the center of the semicircular hall were 2 round sofas. I sat down, and it was pure comfort. The walls of the main hall were adorned with numerous murals, adding an artistic flair to the space. Seeing my amazement, Han Zhong silently remarked to himself, simpleton. Seems like Xiaoyan was right. Dealing with me requires money. As I relished the satisfaction brought by the luxurious surroundings, I thought that if I spent every day here, joining Han Zhong's team wouldn't be out of the question. Lost in thought, a yawning girl in a light yellow dinosaur pajama with big eyes and twin ponytails emerged from a room. She looked incredibly cute. I was taken aback by how adorable she was. My X-ray vision kicked in, and to my surprise, I noticed she wasn't wearing any underwear. Startled, the girl rubbed her drowsy eyes and only then noticed the 3 of us in the main hall, pointing at me. Han Zhong introduced, Xiaoyan, this is the newcomer I just brought in. Then, gesturing towards Xiaoyan, he continued, and this is Sun Xiaoyan, our teammate. Sun Xiaoyan made an effort to put on a cute expression and said to me, hello, I'm Sun Xiaoyan. Welcome. I didn't expect you to be such a handsome guy. Still wondering why she wasn't wearing underwear. I replied, hello Xiaoyan. I'm me. Han Zhong leisurely said, Xiaoyan, I've told you before. My superpower is X-ray vision. X-ray vision. Sun Xiaoyan was initially stunned, then exclaimed, ow, and ran back to her room, saying as she ran, Han Zhong, Why didn't you say so earlier? I hate you. Han Zhong chuckled heartily and asked me, so, what do you think? Xiaoyan's figure is pretty good, right? I was beyond embarrassed at this point. A first meeting like this would surely leave a creepy impression on Xiaoyan, making it hard to shake off that label in the future. Seeing Han Zhong's smug smile, it suddenly dawned on me that this was all intentional. He must still hold a grudge against me for tossing his ID. That old rascal. His grudge never dies. Soon after, Sun Xiaoyan poked her head out of her room and asked me, can your X-ray vision see through multiple layers, or can it see through all layers at once? Feeling awkward, I reply, my X-ray vision can only see through one layer, and besides, I never use it on allies. Sun Xiaoyan flashed a playful smile and then closed the door. Shortly after, two more people emerged from the other two rooms, still reeling from the previous surprises. I couldn't help but wonder, what on earth was going on here? From the room next to Sun Xiaoyan's came a person dressed in oversized shorts, flip-flops, and a white tank top that had turned yellow from lack of washing. Their hair resembled a bird's nest, oily and flaky, with small eyes, heavy dark circles, looking like a beggar. From the room opposite Sun Xiaoyan's emerged a Taoist priest. Yes, a Taoist priest, in traditional robes, a Taoist bun atop his head, with a serene complexion exuding an otherworldly aura. Han Zhong introduced them to me. This is our team's tech genius, the prodigy Wu Yong. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's formidable. And this is Su Shen Liang, a Taoist priest with the alias Mystic. Surveying the two individuals, my mind was filled with confusion. What kind of team was this, with such eccentric members? Nevertheless, I introduced myself. Hello, I'm me. Both nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. I glanced at Han Zhong, who awkwardly smiled and said, that's just how these two are. They often ignore even me in normal circumstances. As Han Zhong seemed like he wanted to say more, he quickly added, there are two more members in our team. One named Lu Ming and the other Zhao Pengchao. They're out on a mission today. I'll introduce you to them when they return. Han Zhong led me to the room prepared for me. But as soon as I stepped in, I stepped back out, asking, are you sure this room is for me? Han Zhong, puzzled, asked, what's wrong? Of course, it's for you. He entered the room, then rushed out urgently, slapping his forehead, and exclaimed loudly, Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, come here, quickly. Xiaoyan came out and asked, Han Zhong, what's the matter? This is the room you set up for me? Yes, what's the problem? You take a look yourself. Han Zhong dragged Sun Xiaoyan into my room. Sun Xiaoyan, looking at the entire room decorated in pink, couldn't see any issue and looked at Han Zhong in confusion. Taking a deep breath, Han Zhong said, I'm a guy. Why did you buy pink sheets and covers for me? Sun Xiaoyan innocently replied, pink looks so nice. Who doesn't have a dream of a pink Barbie doll in their heart, right? I already knew what had happened. Han Zhong had asked Sun Xiaoyan to set up my room, and she had bought everything in pink according to her own preferences. I waved it off and said, it's fine. I can live with it. Sun Xiaoyan gave Han Zhong a disdainful look and said, see? I told you there was no issue. It's just you making a big deal out of nothing. Maybe you have senile dementia. Go see a doctor. Han Zhong looked at the two of them, feeling exasperated. I lay on the comfortable pink bed, feeling exceptionally at ease. I quickly checked the brand of the mattress. The prominent Simmons label brought me great comfort. This team led by Han Zhong, I'm not sure if they are reliable or not, but they definitely seem to have money. Looking at this luxurious basement and the decor in my room, it's evident that they are not short on cash. I thought to myself, considering the money involved, joining this team might not be a bad idea after all. But then I shook my head, reminding myself not to be swayed by these sweet temptations. I should first figure out what this team is all about. Besides, I still have to go to college. How can I let this interfere with my studies? However, the comfort of the big bed kept wavering my resolve. Such a dilemma. Not long after, Lu Ming and Zhao Pengchao, who had been out on a mission, returned. Han Zhong summoned everyone to the main hall for a meeting. I saw the tall and skinny guy I had met before, along with a pale-faced teenager, sitting motionless on the sofa. Han Zhong first introduced me to the tall and skinny guy, Lu Ming, a master of using poison. The other teenager, Zhao Pengchao, Han Zhong didn't explain much about, simply saying, you'll find out soon. Lu Ming immediately put his arm around my shoulder and leered. I heard your superpower is X-ray vision. Tell me, Have you ever peeked at girls showering? Finally, I met a seemingly normal person, although Lu Ming was a bit creepy. I saw him as a kindred spirit. I replied solemnly, Lu Ming, how could you say that? Peeking at girls showering is wrong. Besides, with X-ray vision, I can see through anything. Why bother peeking when I can see everything on the street? Lu Ming was initially stunned, but then burst into laughter, attracting disdainful looks from the other abnormal individuals. In the main hall, Han Zhang, myself, the chubby guy, Lu Ming, Sushan Liang, Sun Xiaoyan, Wu Yang, and Zhao Pengchao all sat together on the sofa. Han Zhang first introduced me to everyone, then explained each person's superpower. I was surprised to learn that superpowers could come in so many varieties. I already knew about the chubby guy's ability to extend and retract his arms freely. Named Heaven-Reaching Hand by Han Zhang, Lu Ming was a poison expert, able to secrete a potent toxin from his body. At the age of 7, Lu Ming once fatally poisoned 7 cows at once. He could administer the poison by exhaling thick smoke and expel the toxin from his body without harming himself. Sushan Lian was the Taoist priest known as Mystic, who had trained at a Taoist temple on Wudang Mountain. His weapon was a sharp sword, and he followed the principle of after one sword strike, no one stands before him, making him a lethal member of the team. Sun Xiaoyan was the only girl in the team, but her superpower was explosive muscles. After activating her power, her muscles would massively expand, instantly boosting her defense and attack capabilities, serving as a strong defense and offense for the team. I never would have imagined that the cute Xiaoyan had such a powerful superpower. I couldn't fathom what it would look like when she unleashed it. Wu Yang doesn't have any superpowers, but his greatest strength is his brain. He used to be a skilled hacker, famous on the internet, before being recruited by the Chinese cyber police. However, Wu Yang felt that the cyber police's methods didn't align with his own, so he rebelliously quit and was then found by Han Zhang and recruited into the team. Zhao Peng is a unique individual, a super-powered being who was artificially enhanced. Han Zhang rescued him from a secret organization during a mission. I could see that Zhao Peng's body was hollow inside, filled with many weapons, which made me curious and sympathetic towards this young man. I couldn't help but exclaim, "The world is truly full of wonders." Han Zhang said, "Our team members are now assembled. The safety of society will rely on all of you from now on." Immediately, Lu Ming applauded, but only Zipang followed suit. The others remained still, feeling a bit awkward, but Lu Ming seemed accustomed to it, showing no embarrassment. I said, "Han Zhang, I haven't even said that I want to join the team yet. My university will start soon, and I still have to attend classes." Han Zhang looked shocked and pointed to the luxurious communication station, saying, "With such conditions, what concerns do you still have? Oh, is it because of your girlfriend? No worries. Let Zian accompany you for a few nights. How about that?" Internally, I was cursing 1,000 horses galloping. How does Han Zhang know everything? Are we that close? Zipeng inappropriately added, "My brother has 2 girlfriends." The disinterested gazes suddenly turned into gossiping eyes, all staring at me. Lu Ming gave me a thumbs up. Su Shanglian looked at me thoughtfully. Wu Yun shook his head, and Sun Xiaoyan glanced at my crotch, timidly saying, "If you need it, I can offer myself." Hearing Sun Xiaoyan's words, I sighed at how open-minded girls are nowadays, but I quickly clarify, "No. Number. You guys misunderstood. I don't have 2 girlfriends. It's just Han Zhang talking nonsense." Han Zhang then said, "Oh. Not girlfriends? How about spending a night in a hotel together? You'll have trouble walking the next day." Internally, I was already collapsing. Does Han Zhang know everything? I was starting to feel a bit crazy. Han Zhang continued, "Do you need money? No problem. Wu Yang, transfer 2 million to me for peace of mind." Wu Yun agreed without hesitation, not even asking for the account number, immediately taking out his phone to make the transfer. I was surprised. Is this team so wealthy that they casually throw around 2 million? Seeing that it was almost done, Han Zhang stopped teasing and said, "We sincerely welcome you to join us. You can observe for a few days before making a decision. Don't worry about starting university. I can inform your school to delay your enrollment. Whenever you feel like going back to university, you can go at any time. All right?" I asked, "Will the school agree to that?" Han Zhang appeared confident, saying, "As a member of the Superpower Management Committee, I have that authority. Trust me." Seeing everyone's hopeful expressions, I had no choice but to agree for now. After the meeting dispersed, only Han Zhang and I were left in the main hall. It seemed like Han Zhang knew I had many questions and stayed behind to answer them for me. I asked a question that had been bothering me for a long time. How did I get my superpowers? Han Zhong sighed and explained. Before I answer that, let me ask you a question. In many ancient myths and strange stories, like the investiture of the gods or strange tales from a Chinese studio, why do their descriptions seem so real? Have they actually seen these things? I had pondered this question before but never found an answer. Han Zhong continued. You also see news about haunted places or houses. Have you ever thought if these places actually have ghosts? Without waiting for my response, Han Zhong said, in reality, many of these stories are true. In our society today, there are various unexplainable phenomena, like your superpowers or ghosts. We refer to these supernatural occurrences as anomalies and label unexplainable phenomena in humans as superpowers. What I want to tell you is that our society is not just composed of humans and animals. There are many unknown things that need exploration. Ordinary people's lives are protected, and we are the ones who protect them. Of course, there are also those who cause chaos, whether they are supernatural beings, evildoers, or organized groups disrupting our lives, like that mysterious organization. To minimize the impact of anomalies on ordinary people's lives, the country has gathered superpower individuals and established the Superpower Management Committee to protect people's lives using superpowers. And I am the one responsible for forming the superpower team, which, once assembled, will protect our society. After hearing this, I couldn't help but exclaim, what the heck? The textbooks tell us to adhere to materialistic values, but it's all fake. This completely overturns my worldview. I continued to ask, so, how did I get my superpowers? Han Zhong looked at me in surprise, as if to say, did I just say all that for nothing? He could only say, I don't know how you got your superpowers. It's something that can't be explained. According to what you said, you gained your superpowers after a car accident. Maybe that car somehow opened up your Ren and Du channels, and that's how you awakened your superpowers. That's the only way to explain it. By the end of his explanation, Han Zhong was already stumbling over his words. I asked, how many superpower individuals does this Superpower Management Committee currently oversee? Finally smiling, Han Zhong replied, I know this one. There are over 100 small teams like ours nationwide, and when you add in those directly managed by the committee, there are probably over 1,000 superpower individuals in the country. Doing some quick mental math, I realized that 1,000 superpowered individuals nationwide wasn't that many. Seemingly understanding my thoughts, Han Zhong chuckled and said, those are just the ones in the public eye. There are some unknown ones out there. Who knows how many there might be? There are hidden individuals too. Yes, besides the Superpower Management Committee, there are other departments that manage superpower individuals. Let me put it this way. The committee manages the junior superpowered individuals, while the mysterious departments manage the more advanced superpower individuals. Feeling overwhelmed by the complexity of it all, I asked, so, when I saw Lu Ming and Zipang helping the police save people at the Shishi train station today, are those situations also under our jurisdiction? Perplexed, Han Zhong asked, how did you know about that? Oh, right. I forgot you have the power of insight. Besides dealing with anomalies, we also respond to high-risk events at the invitation of local law enforcement. Wouldn't that risk exposing our superpowers? Could it cause panic? No need to worry about that. The Superpower Management Committee usually creates illusions to prevent onlookers from seeing anything. For example, Lu Ming's smoke screen. Ordinary people won't see the smoke. They'll only see what Lu Ming wants them to see. I nodded in understanding. That kind of ability was quite useful. If superpowers were exposed, society would really be thrown into chaos. Speaking sincerely, Han Zhong said, I see great potential in you and your superpowers. Your possibilities are endless, and I genuinely invite you to join us. Still feeling hesitant and thinking about attending university. Joining Han Zhong's team would definitely mean giving up on university. My father, the dean, would be heartbroken if he found out. As I pondered the decision to join Han Zhong's team and forgo attending university, Han Zhong sighed and said, think it over carefully. Just then, Wu Yun burst into the room with a messy hairdo, gave a thumbs up to Han Zhong, and said, all set. He then retreated back into the room and closed the door. Confused by Wu Yun's actions, I heard my phone ring and received a text message. Opening it, I was shocked to see that 2 million yuan had been transferred to my account. I called out to Han Zhong, and with a sincere tone, I said, Han Zhong, I've made up my mind. As a successor of socialism, I should contribute to the country and the people. Therefore, I've decided to join your team. Han Zhong patted my shoulder happily and said, I knew I didn't misjudge you. As soon as Han Zhong finished speaking, the others rushed out of their rooms, cheering and welcoming me into the team. I was overwhelmed by their enthusiasm and support. That evening, we had a welcoming celebration at the most famous restaurant in Shishi. Han Zhong treated us to a lavish meal, with Wu Yong unexpectedly picking up the tab. As we enjoyed the food and drinks, surrounded by my new teammates, I felt a sense of belonging and camaraderie. I realized that joining this team was indeed the right decision. Later, I asked why Han Zhong had asked Wu Yong to foot the bill. Lan Ming chuckled and explained how Wu Yong, despite his disheveled appearance, was actually a wealthy hacker who had once transferred funds from a drug cartel's account to his own. He was known as the team's financial backer. Observing the diverse personalities of my teammates during the dinner, I felt a genuine connection with each of them. Through conversation and laughter, I began to understand their individual quirks and strengths. I learned that the process of creating artificial superpowers was terrifying, often leaving survivors with deep emotional scars. Even though Zhao Pengchao had been rescued, his trauma required time and care to heal. The dinner brought us closer together, and I quickly integrated into the team. Han Zhong, watching us with pride, silently reflected on his decades of dedication to guiding superpowered individuals. Looking forward to the upcoming superpower training conference, Han Zhong felt a surge of optimism, anticipating the surprises this team would bring. I lay on the comfortable memory foam bed, marveling at the luxury. Money really does make life easier. This bed is so comfortable, not to mention everything else. I sighed. Regretfully, I hadn't had the chance to use my superpowers to earn money yet. If I had, I might have been a billionaire by now. Reflecting on the events of the day, I couldn't help but think how surreal everything was. In just half a day, I had made the impulsive decision to join Han Zhong's team. Was I rushing into things too quickly? It dawned on me that the 2 million yuan in my account might have influenced my decision. I pulled out my old Nokia 100 phone and opened the text message again. A grin spread across my face as I realized the magnitude of 2 million yuan. Those 6 zeros after the 2 were a sight to behold. My daily grind of delivering goods only earned me 800 yuan a month, but now I had suddenly come into 2 million. The surprise was overwhelming. Contemplating how to spend the money, I decided to first allocate 200,000 yuan to the hospital for my dad's and mom's recovery. Another 200,000 would go towards renovating the orphanage to improve the children's quality of life. Then, I set aside 200,000 for Fatty and Meow Meow's wedding, and another 200,000 for my own little love nest. As I drifted off to sleep, I found myself in a dream swimming in an ocean of Mao Zedong's portraits. I was kissing and touching the portraits in a grotesque yet deft manner. Upon waking up in the space, I scolded myself for the silly actions in the dream. I may be broke now, but I couldn't let the 2 million corrupt me. Realizing that I shouldn't give the money directly to my father, I decided to ask Han Zhong if there was a way to donate to the orphanage discreetly without raising any suspicions. It's true what they say. Even the wealthy have their worries, like how to spend their money. I settled on a reclining chair, the creaking sound lulling me back to sleep. The next morning, I immediately approached Han Zhong about supporting the orphanage. He looked at me skeptically and questioned, "Is it worth going through all this trouble for such a small amount? Why not save up more and contribute later?" Such a small amount. 200,000 yuan was nothing to scoff at. Han Zhong's arrogance was surprising. Defending my decision, I replied, "It's not a small sum. With this much money, I was thinking of donating a tenth to the orphanage." Wu Yun came over and said, "I agree with Han Zhong. This amount of money really isn't worth it." Han Zhong and Wu Yun's words left me feeling confused. Was 2 million really such a small amount? I weakly replied, "This 2 million is really not a small sum." Han Zhong widened his eyes and said, "What 2 million? Where did you get that much money from?" I was also taken aback and said, "Wasn't it you who had Wu Yun transfer it to me yesterday?" "Yes, he did transfer money to you, but it was 20,000, not 2 million. You didn't receive the text message. It was 20,000 yuan. I quickly pulled out my phone, found the message, and to my surprise, it was indeed 20,000 yuan, not 2 million. I stared at it in disbelief. I had been tricked. I had clearly seen 2 million yesterday. How could it be 20,000? Han Zhong and Wu Yun said, "See? I told you. Even if I'm short on money, I can't consider 20,000 as a lot. 2 million is what counts." Looking at the two of them smirking, I suddenly realized that they must have played a trick on me. I had been fooled. I looked at them and asked, Was it you two playing a trick on me? Han Zhong and Wu Young exchanged a glance, then quickly walked to their rooms. Han Zhong said, I don't know what you're talking about. Dang bang. The two of them closed their doors, leaving me feeling frustrated and tearful. I never expected to be outsmarted despite considering myself clever. This debt would have to be settled sooner or later. Having just joined the team, I didn't have any tasks yet, so I could take a few days to adapt. In the morning, Ziyan led us new team members on a tour of their communication station. Amid the constant exclamations of disbelief in my mind, I finally got a full picture of the communication station. The station had 3 levels. The one we were currently staying on was the top level, mainly serving as the living area for the team members. To my surprise, besides a gym, this level also had a small swimming pool, about 20 square meters. In this underground location, having a swimming pool like this was indeed extravagant. Ziyan said, if you have time, you can call me to swim together here. I sucked in a breath. Did Ziyan have a crush on me? Thinking of Yang Cici, I quickly said, I don't know how to swim. Ziyan's eyes lit up. I can teach you. I'm really good at swimming. I didn't know how to respond. Rejecting her wouldn't be good, but being alone with a woman in a swimming pool would be awkward. I quickly changed the subject, saying, let's continue to tour the station first. We can worry about swimming later. Ziyan nodded and didn't press the issue, leading me to the next level. This level housed a large strategic room, where I saw Wu Yun operating a computer in front of a massive screen. Seeing Ziyan and me approaching, Wu Yun enthusiastically showed me around his domain. Ziyan whispered, Wu Yun only talks this much at these times. If you get tired of listening, don't interrupt him, or the consequences will be severe. Why would there be severe consequences? This was just a tour, not a fight. I didn't understand. As the tour went on, I soon understood why Ziyan had warned me. Wu Yun couldn't stop talking, throwing in professional terms and English words now and then, to the point where I no longer understood what he was talking about. Ziyan followed behind us, playing on her phone and paying no attention to Wu Yun's explanations. After 2 hours of listening, I was yawning non-stop. Finally, Wu Yun grabbed my hand and said, You're the best person I've ever met. Confused, I could only agree. We're all part of the same team. It's expected. Then I was pulled away by Ziyan, heading to the bottommost level. This middle level was referred to as a large strategic room because it housed all the equipment and auxiliary gear used by the superpowered team for missions. Some of the equipment was cutting edge, and some were things I had only seen in novels. As a technical member of the team, Wu Yun knew everything about this level, so everyone called it Wu Yun's domain. Reflecting on the 2 hours I spent there, I shook my head. I decided it would be best to avoid unnecessary visits in the future. As we reached the bottom level, I asked Ziyan, why did Wu Yun say I'm the best person? I haven't done anything special. Ziyan sighed and said, if you can listen to his explanations all the way through, then you're the best person. Not many can endure his way of explaining things. As far as I can remember, you're the only one this year who listened to him all the way. I finally understood. So, enduring 2 hours of torture earned me a good person badge. It seemed like a fair trade, but it was also incredibly uncomfortable. I then asked, and what about the severe consequences you mentioned? Ziyan pointed to a device in front of us and said, that's the severe consequence. Before Ziyan could elaborate, Wu Yun arrived at the level as well and said, you can try this device. It simulates superpowers and is a lot of fun. After Wu Yun introduced me to the device, I learned that it could simulate the use of superpowers based on the input information. The device was circular in structure with a chair in the center, surrounded by several mechanical arms with clamps at their tips. Behind the chair, there were various electronic devices, giving off a strong sense of technology. Using the device was simple. One just had to sit in the chair and, with the help of the mechanical arms, experience the desired superpower. I was truly interested in this and believed that understanding someone's superpower could be advantageous in future interactions, whether they were teammates or opponents. Ziyan pulled me aside and whispered, don't use the super remote under any circumstances. I nodded, deciding to heed Ziyan's advice, even though I didn't understand the full implications of her warning. Sitting in the chair, Wu Yun asked which superpower I wanted to try. Seeing Ziyan, I expressed my interest in trying out her superpower. Wu Yun gave an okay gesture, and the device was activated. The mechanical arms started moving, clamping various parts of my body, even placing clamps on my ears and a mask over my eyes. It felt cool and comfortable. Soon, I felt an electric current running through my body, prompting my muscles to start moving and expanding. As my vision adjusted to the bright light, I found myself in a virtual space, experiencing a realistic VR sensation. Examining my muscles, which had significantly increased in size, I felt a surge of power coursing through me. If there had been an elephant in front of me, I was confident I could knock it out with a single punch. In no time, a virtual punching bag appeared in front of me, and Wu Yan's voice came through. "You can test your strength now." Excited to test my newfound power, I clenched my fist and delivered a powerful punch to the punching bag. As the sound of beeping filled the air, the area on the punching bag that displayed numerical values suddenly turned into 3 horizontal lines, leaving me puzzled. I said, "Wu Yang, what's going on? Why isn't the value displaying?" Wu Yang seemed to sigh and said, "Your strength is too strong, exceeding the system's set limit. Let me make some improvements, and then you can try again." How about Xiaoyan's superpowers? Internally, I couldn't help but scoff at the machine's limitations. How could one punch exceed the limit like that? I reply, "Xiaoyan's superpowers are amazing. Infinite strength, and a great sense of security." Wu Yan suggested, "Do you want to try the super mode? It has even more powerful strength." At the mention of the super mode, I thought of Xiaoyan's warning. Although I wanted to listen to her advice, the call of that infinite strength beckoned me. I had to try this super mode and experience where the extreme of power lay. I thought to myself that the super mode might be a bit uncomfortable or painful, but there shouldn't be any serious risks, right? The equipment at the station wouldn't pose a life-threatening danger, would it? With determination, I said, "Let's do it. I'll try this super mode." Just then, I heard Xiaoyan's voice. I suggest you'd better not." Before Xiaoyan could finish, Wu Yang interrupted, "All right. I'll have you try the super mode now." Not long after Wu Yang spoke, the sound of the entire device suddenly grew louder, and I felt the pressure of the clamps on my body increase significantly. Sensitive areas like my ears started to ache. Before I could adjust to this sensation, I felt a surge of powerful electric current coursing through my body, causing me to involuntarily tremble, feeling a loss of control over bodily functions. Startled, I didn't expect the stimulation to be so intense. While trying to adapt to the intensity of the current, I also had to make a conscious effort to control myself, ensuring I didn't lose control of bodily functions, as that would be embarrassing. As the current intensified, I felt every cell in my body activate. The already bulging muscles expanded further, making me resemble an inflated balloon. From my usual 6 feet, I now measured nearly 10 feet. Looking like a giant bear from a distance, I experienced an indescribable pain throughout my body. Although I could endure it by gritting my teeth, the pain seemed to escalate continuously, pushing my limits. With a loud shout, I forced myself to suppress the pain and endure a little longer. Finally, Wu Yang spoke, "You're doing great. Just hold on a bit longer. You must persevere." As soon as Wu Yang finished speaking, I felt the electric current increase once again, intensifying the pain all over my body to a point where gritting my teeth no longer sufficed. It seemed like this pain might actually be life-threatening. Should I keep enduring? I wanted to scream, but I had no energy left to do so. I could only clench my teeth and hold on. Both Wu Yang and Xiaoyan, witnessing my agonized expression through the device, gasped in shock. The pain must be excruciating to evoke such reactions. Xiaoyan quickly said, "Wu Yang, stop the experiment. I can't bear it any longer." Although conflicted, Wu Yang continued to manipulate the device, reassuring Xiaoyan, "It will end soon. I can endure this." Wu Yang pushed the control lever of the device to its maximum, and I still wore that pained expression, perhaps too drained to make any other movements. With a beep from the device, my tense body suddenly relaxed, and the pain gradually dissipated. Slowly opening my eyes, I saw myself still in this virtual space. Looking down at myself, I was shocked. I had transformed into a monstrous being, standing about 20 feet tall, with muscles bulging all over. My fist was as large as a wok, arm muscles resembling a small mountain, and leg muscles akin to a city wall. Is this Xiaoyan's superpower? It's somewhat terrifying, thinking about how Xiaoyan, that cute girl, could turn into something like this. Wouldn't it scare everyone away? Addressing Wu Yang, I said, "Quick, get me a punching bag. I want to test my strength." As Wu Yang and Xiaoyan marveled at my transformation, Wu Yang remarked, "Xiaoyan, see this? This is the ultimate form of your superpower. With this kind of strength, you're unstoppable." Watching my image on the screen, Xiaoyan's gaze seemed distant, as if she was imagining what her ultimate form would look like. My words brought them back to reality, with Woo Young looking somber as he said, "Oh man, we don't have a punching bag for this mode. Just feel it out on your own." Upon hearing that, I quipped, "Enduring this pain for nothing. What a waste." Xiaoyan looked at my monstrous form and finally spoke. "I look too ugly like this. When I reach my ultimate form, I definitely won't look this ugly." Woo Young chuckled and said, "Of course not. How could I compare to you?" Woo Young turned off the device. The clamps on the mechanical arm loosened, and the arm returned to its original position. Woo Young and Xiaoyan waited for me to come out, but after a long wait, I was still sitting on the chair, not getting up. Curious, Woo Young asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you coming out?" Concerned, Xiaoyan said, "Woo Young, I hope your super mode didn't mess me up." Not very confident, Woo Young replied, "It should. Probably. Maybe not." Seeing me still not responding, Woo Young walked into the device, approached me, pushed me, and asked, "Are you okay?" Before Woo Young could finish his sentence, I used a grappling hand to pin him to the chair, then pulled out a rope from the space and tied Woo Young in a 360-degree bind. Only then did Woo Young realize and cried out, Stop messing around. I don't have any superpowers. This device could kill me." As Woo Young ran back upstairs holding his crotch, the whole team knew what had happened. But there wasn't much sympathy for Woo Young, as everyone had experienced the pain of the super mode under Woo Young's experimentation excuse. Everyone gave me a thumbs up, praising me for relieving their frustrations. After chatting with Woo Young, I learned that I am one of the few who can persevere until the end, which indicates my strong physical fitness and endurance. This little episode did not affect our friendship at all. After tying him up, I said menacingly, "Let's see how enjoyable the super mode is for you." I walked out of the device and asked the bewildered Xiaoyan, "Do you know how to activate this device?" Xiaoyan nodded in confusion, then pointed to a button and said, "This one." I immediately pressed the button, and the device started up. The mechanical arm began working, while Woo Young inside shouted, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't do this. It could be fatal." Ignoring him, I asked, "Xiaoyan, which one is the super mode that Woo Young mentioned?" Xiaoyan pointed to a control lever and said, "I remember Woo Young kept pushing this lever in. Maybe pushing it all the way in activates the super mode." I was about to push the lever but stopped, asking, "This device won't be life-threatening, right?" Shaking her head, Xiaoyan said, "The regular mode should be fine, but the super mode, dead or not." Woo Young mentioned that this mode might be uncontrollable. Internally cursing, I thought, uncontrollable super mode. And they're going to use it on me. Woo Young deserves it. I nodded, looked at the control lever, and started an amusing action. Up, up, down, 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 up, up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. As I moved, Woo Young in the device also started singing along. Oh, 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 oh. Watching Woo Young in the device looking like he was nearing death, then looking at me outside the device with a crazed look, Xiaoyan rubbed her face and said, "It's good to be alive." The morning visit to the liaison station ended with Woo Young wetting himself in fear. In the afternoon, I continued to experience the superpowers of other members of the team, while also recording the data of my own superpowers. The other members of the team will also have the opportunity to experience my superpowers in the future. I think the support provided by this equipment is really good. Only with a full understanding between teammates can we achieve perfect coordination. Han Zhong did not show up all day. When he returned to the meeting point in the evening, he gathered everyone for a meeting again. I dressed appropriately, sat up straight, and quietly waited for the meeting to start. But slowly, something felt off. First, Lu Ming and Woo Young came out playing video games, shouting and not taking the meeting seriously at all. Then Zipang brought a big bowl of snail noodles into the main hall, filling the room with a stench that made me, someone who never eats snail noodles, feel inexplicably insulted. Ziyan was in pajamas, wearing a face mask, sitting on the couch playing on her phone without paying attention to Han Zhong. Susham Lian was swinging a sword around in the main hall, completely ignoring Han Zhong and everyone else. Only Zhao Penchao was the most normal, sitting up straight like me. Listening attentively, I realized that today's meeting was the normal state, and yesterday's meeting was the exception. Han Zhong didn't care what everyone was doing. Once he saw everyone was present, He began speaking. It turned out that Han John had gone to Beijing for a meeting today. The meeting was about hosting a superpower training conference in the southwest of Huaxia in a month's time. As Han John spoke, Lu Ming and Wu Yun stopped playing games. Su Shen Liang stopped sword fighting. Ziyin started paying attention to Han John. Zi Peng stopped eating his snail noodles. Everyone was now clearly interested in this superpower training conference. But at that moment, I started to relax. I slouched back, feeling nonchalant. The idea of attending this training conference, with its daily classes and exams, sounded too boring. However, Han John's next words intrigued me. He said, "This superpower training conference, though called a training, is actually an opportunity for each team to compete and spar. Superpower teams from all over the country will gather in Hong City, and the top 10 competitors will receive generous rewards. Hundreds of teams coming together. What a scene it would be. And with team sparring. It wouldn't just be about fighting, but also about testing skills. Exciting." Thinking about this, I became excited. This conference could be a chance to see what superpowers others possessed. Han Zhang continued. "I didn't have high hopes for our team initially, but now that we have successfully formed the team, I have set a target for you. It's not too high, just aim to be in the top 10. Apart from me." Everyone gasped, feeling that the target was too ambitious. Lu Ming spoke first. "Han Zhang, the target is too high. I think as long as we don't finish last, it should be fine." Ziyan added. "Yet, the target is too high. We don't know what superpowers others have. If some have exceptionally strong abilities, we'll definitely lose badly." Han Zhang chuckled and said, "You guys are getting nervous before the battle. How can we achieve good results like this? You don't know others' abilities, and they don't know yours. Team battles rely on cooperation. Even if one person is strong, they can't beat a whole team." Everyone looked troubled, thinking that Han Zhang was just talking without considering the difficulties. At that moment, I spoke up. "Let's not lose hope. I agree with Han Zhang. We can't lack confidence as long as we give it our all and cooperate well. I believe we are the strongest." Han Zhang nodded and said, "You all should learn from me. Forget about winning or losing for now. Confidence is what we need most. You all will participate in this superpower training conference, so don't overthink it. Focus on improving your abilities as soon as possible. So, for this month, I will conduct a closed-door training with you all. A good friend of mine will be joining as your instructor." Everyone sighed. Training was going to be exhausting. Internally, I smirked. I liked the sound of this training. I lay on the memory foam bed, staring at the text message from Yang Cici in a daze. Yang Cici started school half a month early and was already in military training. She had just texted me, asking how my university was going. I didn't know how to reply. I couldn't just say I had superpowers and wasn't going to university. I sighed, once again questioning if not going to university was the right decision, remembering how hard I had worked in my final year of high school, with my dad, the principal, eagerly anticipating my university enrollment. My determination to not attend university waver. After years of schooling, all leading up to the crucial college entrance exam, aiming for a good result and a place in a good university, I felt a pang of regret for not appreciating the opportunity. But then, I rationalized, what's the point of going to some mediocre university? After graduating, I'd still end up doing manual labor. By skipping university and going straight to work, I'd save on tuition fees and gain work experience simultaneously. It was a win-win situation. Besides, what good would attending university do for me? Nowadays, college graduates were no better off than dogs, unable to handle laborious work, and unfit for easy jobs. They were stuck in a limbo. If even college graduates couldn't find jobs, who could? So, I decided to stay content in this little team. Tomorrow, I'd ask Han John about my salary, whether I paid social security, and if there was any housing fund. If there weren't any benefits, what was the point of being in a superpower team? I might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. But thinking about this luxurious space, I was reassured that there must be some salary, and it probably wasn't too low. If it was low, no one would stick around. With that thought, I felt a sense of peace and couldn't help but admire my logical thinking. Looking back at Yang Cici's message, I replied, "The school is good, and my classmates are great. When is your military training? It's quite tiring, so be mentally prepared. It's probably coming soon. I'm strong, so I'm not worried. Remember to drink plenty of water and apply sunscreen during training. Yad. You too. Do well in university. Miss you." Same here. I looked at my phone screen and chuckled. Just as I was enjoying myself, a knock on the door interrupted my reverie, prompting me to complain. I thought, if it was Hanjong, I have to show him a bit of attitude, let him know what youthful impulsiveness looked like. I opened the door, surprised to see Zhao Pengchao, who rarely spoke. Zhao Pengchao awkwardly squeezed out a smile and spoke with a slightly rigid tone. Can I talk to you about something? I knew Zhao Pengchao didn't usually communicate much with teammates, so coming to me this time meant something big was up. I said, sure, come on in and have a seat. Zhao Pengchao seemed a bit uncomfortable as he slowly walked into the room and sat on the chair I offered. Seeing Zhao Pengchao's hesitation, I went straight to the point. Tenchao, is there something you wanted to discuss with me? After some thought, Zhao Pengchao said, today, I experienced your spatial ability on the superpower testing equipment. It could be quite helpful for me if there are any future tasks. Could I ask you to help me carry some things? Surprised by Zhao Pengchao's request, I didn't hesitate and reply, of course. As long as it's not too heavy, I'll be happy to help. Zhao Pengchao's face lit up with joy as he said, really? Thank you so much. I asked, may I inquire, what is it that you need to carry? After some thought, Zhao Pengchao said, as you probably know, I don't have superpowers. My body has been artificially modified into a hot weapon. With that, Zhao Pengchao lifted his shirt and lightly pressed on his abdomen. I heard the mechanical sound of gears turning. And then, I saw a square-shaped hole open up in the middle of his belly. From the hollow space emerged a mini Gatling gun, 20 centimeters long and with a 1 centimeter caliber. Even though I had used my X-ray vision to see Zhao Pengchao's body before, witnessing the changes up close left me shocked. Such high-tech weaponry embedded in a person's body was undeniably terrifying. Pointing to an interface, Zhao Pengchao said, this weapon in my body, although it uses mini bullets, sometimes during missions, I might run out of the bullets I carry. At that point, I would become ineffective. So, every time I go on a mission, I need to carry spare ammo clips. These clips are heavy and can affect the mission. That's why I was wondering if, during our missions together, you could store the ammo clips in your space. When I need them, you can give them to me. I listened attentively and waved my hand, saying, no problem. My space is large enough. Storing your ammo clips is definitely doable. Zhao Pengchao's eyes lit up, and then he hesitated, saying, if your space is large, could it also hold other weapons? I asked, what other weapons do you have? Zhao Pengchao opened a panel on his left arm, revealing a mechanical arm. He explained, this is a portable cannon launcher that can fire up to 3,000 meters. Then, he opened a panel on his right arm, revealing another mechanical arm. Zhao Pengchao continued, this is a laser weapon, with great destructive power but requiring a lot of energy. One battery can only fire to laser shots. If I had enough energy batteries, I could keep firing the laser weapon. Zhao Pengchao went on to introduce the modifications to his body, leaving me in awe. He was truly a formidable weapon. To fire power on one individual was equivalent to a reinforced squad, provided there was enough ammunition. That's why Zhao Pengchao and I were a perfect match. With my help storing items in my space, Zhao Pengchao could maximize his effectiveness. After their conversation, not counting everything Zhao Pengchao had on him for pistols, a cannon launcher, a laser weapon, a mini Gatling gun, to disposable pulse weapons, a propeller, and to boosters. It was said that there were some functions that hadn't been fully completed in his modifications before Zhao Pengchao was rescued. If he were fully completed, his firepower would be even more intense. Currently, Wu Yong was researching Zhao Pengchao's body, aiming to make him even stronger than the complete form of that mysterious organization. Of course, this was only being done with Zhao Pengchao's full consent and without harming him. The Superpower Management Committee and the mysterious organization had fundamentally different approaches. They would never harm someone's body for their own gain. Shaking my head, I couldn't help but feel that such modifications had a significant impact on a person's body. Zhao Pengchao, who had been modified since childhood, had endured so much pain. Nobody knew the extent of his suffering. His rescue was truly a stroke of luck. After Zhao Pengchao's demonstration, the two of them agreed to visit the weapons depot on the second-floor strategic room the following day to assess his arsenal. Seeing Zhao Pengchao's sincere smile, I felt like I had done something remarkable. Being able to leave a trace of warmth in Zhao Pengchao's wounded soul would help him forget the pain of his childhood modifications, strengthen his belief in the beauty of the world, and make him cherish this hard-won life even more. I said, do we all take on these robbery missions? Are we becoming police officers then? Wu Young laughed and said, the similarity between us and the police is that we are both protecting the people. The difference is that the police operate in the light, while we operate in the shadows. I pondered Wu Yang's words and reply. We are the nameless heroes behind the scenes. Wu Yang looked at me and said, even if heroes are nameless, they are still heroes. Their actions are not tainted by whether or not they are known by others. I nodded in agreement and gave Wu Yang a thumbs up, saying, I applaud you 100 times. Wu Yang chuckled and said, these words were all spoken by Han Zhan to me. I used to share your view that we are hidden heroes in the shadows. No matter what we do, how many people we save, we will not receive praise and admiration from others. Is what we do meaningful? Later, Han Zhan told me that a stable country and prosperous people are the result of many unknown individuals working tirelessly behind the scenes. In the early days of New China, it was the countless scientists who dedicated themselves to research and development in the Northwest that led to the creation of atomic and hydrogen bombs and satellites. These scientists never cared about personal gain or loss. Their focus was on the country and the people. These brainwashing words were all spoken by Han Zhan to me. Although I wanted to argue with him, I had no words to say. Slowly, I came to agree with his perspective. Maybe I was truly brainwashed by him. Listening to Wu Yang's words, I couldn't help but silently criticize Han Zhan's brainwashing tactics. Although what he said made sense, I also agreed with it. But, well, since I couldn't argue against it, I accepted the role of being a nameless hero. The three of us, Wu Yang, Grandpa Li, and I, had breakfast together. Chatting casually, I learned that Grandpa Li was like the housekeeper of the team, running a noodle shop but rarely opening for business, prioritizing the needs of the team. Grandpa Li cooked for the team, took care of the members' daily lives, and was an indispensable figure in the team. Wu Yang whispered to me that Grandpa Li used to be a superpower, but for some reason, he lost his abilities and took on this logistical role. Looking at Grandpa Li's aged face, I guessed that he, too, had a story to tell. I hadn't finished my breakfast when Han Zhan and the others returned. The mission this time was relatively simple. Despite the robbers having firearms, it quickly ended under the influence of superpowers. During breakfast, Han Zhan informed everyone that today was the last day before the training camp, and we could enjoy ourselves before the training began the next day. There were complaints all around, with everyone saying that Han Zhan shouldn't have waited until now to tell them. Han Zhan chuckled and said, it's all the same. You've been living too comfortably. It's time to push yourselves. Lu Ming asked, Han Zhan, when will your friend arrive? Can you tell us more about him? Han Zhan replied, even if I tell you, you wouldn't know. Just know that he's formidable. The purpose of this training camp is twofold: to integrate the team and improve teamwork, and to explore your superpowers more deeply, aiming for the ultimate form and uncovering any hidden abilities. I'll also tell you that other teams across the country have already started their training. If you want to achieve a good ranking, you need to start working hard. Xiao Yan said. We don't care about getting a good ranking, Lu Ming added. We don't want to participate in the competition. Han Zhang laughed and said, it's too late. You've already registered. Remember, there are severe penalties for being at the bottom of the list. There are always troublemakers trying to ruin things. I'm doomed. Help. Save me. After finishing breakfast, everyone looked at Wu Yang in unison. Leaving me puzzled, Wu Yang promptly declared, today's expenses are on me. Wu Gongzi. The group cheered with excitement, and it dawned on me that Wu Yang was footing the bill for our day out. He truly was a big spender. Xiao Yan pulled me aside and said, quick, think about what you want to buy. Today is the day to splurge, or else once the training camp starts, we won't have the chance. I whispered, isn't it inappropriate to let Wu Yang spend all this money? Xiao Yan laughed and reassured me, don't worry, Wu Yang's money is ill-gotten gains. Just spend it without hesitation. You don't need to feel guilty. Feeling reassured by Xiao Yan's words, I decided to buy some clothes. With everyone leading the way, we arrived at the largest shopping mall in Shishi City. We dashed through the mall like contained horses, shopping non-stop. When I tried on a suit worth 12,000, I felt a sense of disbelief. Just 3 days ago, I was worried about my few hundred yuan monthly allowance as a college student. Now, a single outfit cost 12,000. Was this reality? Xiao Yan, admiring my dashing look in the suit, praised, I didn't expect you to look even more handsome in a suit. You should get this outfit. Looking at the price tag, I hesitated. Shouldn't I get something cheaper? This is too expensive. Xiao Yan firmly insisted. We only buy the best. Not the cheapest, this is it. Waiter, pack it up. In that moment, I became Xiaoyan's temporary boyfriend, as she picked out clothes for me with the eye of a girlfriend, without any financial constraints. My wardrobe went from 20-something yuan street stalls to luxurious attire. As I gazed at my reflection in the mirror wearing the suit, I couldn't help but exclaim, having money is really great. In the evening, after a day of extravagant spending, we all returned to the contact station. I thought I might have bought a lot, feeling somewhat embarrassed, only to discover that I had spent the least. Even Zhao Pengchao, who rarely spoke, had spent more than me. By my rough estimate, the total expenses for the team of 7 today likely exceeded 1 million yuan. 1 million. I was completely dumbfounded. This was something unimaginable before. I tried to contain my excitement, reminding myself that this might be a significant sum for me. But for Wu Yang, it was just a drop in the bucket. I noticed Han Zhong holding a smartphone in his left hand, a tablet in his right hand, and an ultra-cool laptop in front of him. I couldn't help but wonder why Han Zhong, an old man, was so fond of digital products. Upon asking, I learned that these were gifts for his grandson. When I found out that Han Zhong's grandson was only 16, it dawned on me that Han Zhong was already a man in his 60s. Despite everyone calling him Han Zhong, it was evident that there was a deep respect for him among the group. In the evening, the instructor that Han Zhong had arranged for us finally arrived. He was a raggedy old man, holding a long box about 1 meter in length. Despite his dirty appearance, the box he held was impeccably clean. Upon seeing the surprised looks from everyone, Han Zhong explained, "Don't look at this old man with such surprise. It will only make him train you harder." Han Zhong introduced the old man, saying, "This elder here is Lin Zhikan, the 57th generation leader of the beggar sect." Confused, I couldn't help but wonder why the beggar sect was still around. However, it seemed like the others were more astonished than questioning. Did they all know about the beggar sect? Lu Meng respectfully said, "Elder Lin, I've heard about you for a long time. I have a question to ask." "May I?" Lin Zhikan replied. "Feel free to ask, young friend." Lin Zhikan's voice had a hint of age to it but was magnetic and soothing to listen to. Lu Meng asked, "Since the establishment of the People's Republic of China, poverty has gradually been eradicated, especially in the last decade, where everyone has become prosperous. There are no more beggars or beggars asking for alms. Does this situation affect the beggar sect in any way?" Everyone nodded, as this was the question they wanted to ask the leader of the beggar sect. Lin Zhikan chuckled, then said, "I've answered this question countless times before. Many have asked me. Today, I won't give you the answer. I want you to guess for yourselves. Young friend, you can share your thoughts on this issue first." Lu Meng pondered and replied, "The purpose of the beggar sect is to assist the poor and help the needy, uphold justice and righteousness. Assisting the poor and helping the needy is the foundation, while upholding justice and righteousness is the goal. So, when people are no longer impoverished, the members of the beggar sect will surely decrease." Starting with Lu Meng, a lively discussion ensued among the group. As people become affluent, they naturally won't join the beggar sect to beg. The leader of the beggar sect must be in a dilemma, wanting members to live well, but also fearing they live too well. After assisting the poor and needy, upholding justice and righteousness becomes the primary objective for the members of the beggar sect. A great hero serves the country and its people. The beggar sect is probably embodying this principle. As the conversation heated up, Han Zhong and Lin Zhikan exchanged smiles. Han Zhong remarked, "Elder Lin, are my team members up to par?" Lin Zhikan replied, "Of course. Not to mention their abilities. Just by observing their demeanor, humble yet confident, they are all promising individuals." Han Zhong chuckled and said, "I've carefully selected these individuals. They are definitely trustworthy." After the discussion settled down, Lin Zhikan spoke, "Everyone has made valid points. In different eras, the mission of the beggar sect varies. In today's society, which has never been seen before in history, where everyone can have enough to eat, this is a tremendous achievement. Therefore, each of you must cherish the good life you have now. If anyone tries to disrupt it, everyone should stand up and defeat them, safeguarding our beautiful life. In today's society of rule of law, the beggar sect's mission of upholding justice and righteousness may have limited scope. However, in this scenario, does the beggar sect lose its significance? Definitely not. The mission bestowed upon the beggar sect in this era is to protect, safeguarding the country, the people, and this era." The group enthusiastically applauded after hearing Lin Zhikan's words, agreeing that the leader's words were inspiring. I couldn't help but recall Wu Yan's words and looked at Han Zhong's smiling face. I realized that the ideological work Han Zhong was doing was truly remarkable, subtly brainwashing everyone, getting them to work for him for free. It was indeed a clever scheme. Thinking back to the mention of Thieves' Guild I overheard at the train station, now seeing the beggars sect in reality, it seemed the Thieves' Guild might also exist for real. It appeared that these various sects and factions I had only read about in history or novels were indeed real. Thinking of the heroic spirit depicted in Jin Yan's novels, my blood boiled with excitement. How exhilarating it all was. A meeting between the instructor and the trainees ended on a pleasant note. At Xiao Yan's strong suggestion, Lin Zhikan finally took off his tattered clothes and put on a tong suit, looking much more spirited. On the last night before training camp, everyone chose to lock themselves in their own little rooms to mentally prepare for the training. Inside my room, I opened the wardrobe and saw the dozens of outfits had bought today. Feeling excited beyond words. These were all free, acquired without spending money. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. I touched the texture of the 12,000 yuan suit. It was really comfortable. Truly, you get what you pay for. And there's a reason for the price. As I lay back on the bed, reflecting on my impulsive spending that day, I started to regret a little. If I could save this money and send it to the orphanage, wouldn't that be better? No matter when. I can't forget the orphanage. Can't forget that it's my home. Regardless, I'll work hard to earn money and give it to Father Director. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, there was a knock on the door. I opened it to find Zhao Pengchao standing there, and it suddenly dawned on me that after spending the whole day shopping and having dinner with Master Lin, I had forgotten about Zhao Pengchao. The two of us went to the armory, and upon entering, I realized that the armory was called a warehouse for a reason. It was both large and filled with a variety of weapons. Aside from various cold weapons, there was an array of firearms, such as submachine guns, sniper rifles, portable artillery, and more. I even saw 2 airborne missiles. Pointing at them, I asked, "Are these also your weapons?" Zhao Pengchao smiled shyly and said, "No. These are the weapons of the drones." Inside the armory, there are 2 drones. I was inwardly amazed. Wasn't this the superpower team? Why do they have so many firearms, drones, and airborne missiles? Are we turning into special forces now? Zhao Pengchao explained. Originally, we didn't have these, but after Wu Yan arrived, he said focusing solely on superpowers wasn't enough. We needed these firearms to assist in missions. I nodded, thinking it made sense, but then I thought, if we were thinking this way, wouldn't the enemy too? What if they used firearms against us? Looking at the 3-meter-long airborne missiles, I realized that if one exploded near me, it would be deadly. The danger level of this superpower team was too high. I took a deep breath, feeling the situation was getting a bit ominous. In Zhao Pengchao's unique weapons room, I saw numerous special bullets shaped like ovals, only 2 millimeters in length, and in various colors. These were specially designed for Zhao Pengchao's small Gatling gun. Picking up a bullet, I asked, "Are these small bullets powerful?" Zhao Pengchao explained. These bullets have different functions based on their colors. Black bullets are normal with strong penetration. Red bullets contain poison and explode after firing, achieving the poisoning effect. Blue bullets are pulse bullets for attacking through barriers. Yellow bullets target the soul. Zhao Pengchao's explanation left me stunned. What's going on? Are bullets this advanced now? These tiny bullets have such power. Once again, I marveled at my own ignorance and the advancement of technology. Glancing at Zhao Pengchao, I felt like he could take on dozens of me. Thinking about my own superpower, I sighed. My superpower seemed rather useless. Why did Han Zhong stick to me like a dog eating dung, insisting I join the team? Is he really suffering from senile dementia? Dog eating dung? Is that comparison inappropriate? While I insulted Han Zhong by calling him a dog, I also called myself dung. Can't say that. No matter how you say it, it's too harsh. I fell silent, and following Zhao Pengchao's advice, I stored half of the ammunition in the room in my own space. Zhao Pengchao looked at the half-empty armory and smiled happily. Zhao Pengchao said, "Finally, I don't have to worry about running out of ammunition. Thank you." Feeling indifferent, I said goodbye and left. I lay back on my bed, finding it hard to fall asleep, realizing how useless my 3 superpowers really were. Glancing at the clothes in my wardrobe, I felt guilty, wondering if I could really justify the money spent on them. What should I do? If my lack of abilities ends up holding the team back, I will feel so guilty. I could sense that the members of the team were all good people, and they all considered me a teammate. But what could I really offer them? Shaking my head, I pushed those thoughts away. I decided to ask Han Jong tomorrow why he was so insistent on me joining the team. If it was just to fill a spot, I should probably be sensible and go back to university. What's wrong with going to university? I've heard that exams there are open book, and you only need to pass with a score of 60 to get your diploma. There are plenty of clubs and lots of girls in university. It's so much better there. I nodded to myself, realizing that university was more suited for me. I'll ask Han Jong tomorrow, and if it doesn't work out, I'll just pack up and leave. Being a screwdriver is my future. Lost in self-doubt and thoughts of finding a way out, I drifted off to sleep. When I woke up again, I found myself in the space, looking at Zhao Penchao's ammunition in the corner. I smiled, realizing that I still had some use after all. I then noticed the safe in the corner and remembered that I had fallen asleep last time after opening it. Without seeing what was inside, I opened the safe, and to my surprise, I sat down on the ground in shock. It was a gold mine. The safe was filled with shining gold. So much of it. There were 2 layers in the safe. The top one held Mao Zedong's portrait, and the bottom one was filled with gold, tacked tightly to fill the entire safe. I counted them carefully. 88 pieces, each weighing 100 grams, totaling 8,800 grams of gold. I remembered the price of gold was 350 yuan per gram. And wow, this gold was worth over 3 million yuan. Adding the cash of 600,000 yuan, it totaled 6 million yuan. I had really struck it rich. I lay on the floor of the space, laughing heartily. Who would have thought that the safe would hold so much money? Or that Li Wenji was so wealthy? The safe alone was worth nearly 4 million yuan, so Li Wenji's net worth must be in the tens of millions. No wonder Li Wenji had issued a bounty after the safe went missing. If it were me, I would have put out a national bounty. Anyone who took it would have to give it back to me. Li Wenji. Oh Li Wenji, don't blame me for being ruthless. The dirty money you made from the casino can only be cleaned through me. Consider it your contribution to the people. However, the people won't know about it. And I won't thank you, rest assured. At 4 a.m., I heard urgent knocking on the door, causing me to sit up in shock. Listening closely to the situation outside, I heard Han Jong saying, "Training has begun. Everyone get up quickly." I checked the clock and, indeed it was 4 o'clock. Not 7, 8, or 9. Training starts at this time. This is terrifying. I stepped out in flip-flops, intending to see what was happening, but as soon as I stepped out, I saw the living room filled with people, all dressed neatly and looking energetic. While I was still in my boxes and flip-flops, our eyes met in surprise as I looked at the others. Before I could react, Han Jong's voice sounded. "I am the last in the countdown, so I should be punished, but since I just joined the team, I'll let it go this time. Pay attention in the future. You have 30 seconds to get dressed properly and come to the main hall." I rushed back to my room with a shout, took 20 seconds to dress up, and quickly made it to the main hall, joining the lineup. Looking at the others, they all had solemn expressions, as if they thought this was normal. Internally, I sarcastically wondered why no one told me. Han Jong, seeing everyone present, briefed us on the first week of training. The theme for the week was physical training. As Han Jong put it, the body is the capital of the revolution. As a superpowered team, we needed to have a strong body. I nodded in agreement, as this was something I strongly believed in. It was also the reason I had the veterans train me for a month. With a wave of Han Jong's hand, the team members and Lin Bangju set off. As we left the noodle shop, I noticed 2 military helicopters parked at the entrance. Once again, I was shocked. Were they really using military helicopters? It seemed like the superpower team was quite capable. I guessed our training location for the first week would be a military camp. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used military helicopters to pick us up. As the helicopters ascended and headed west, entering the mountainous area, they landed in a military camp. Stepping off the helicopter, I saw 2 soldiers waiting to receive us. My first impression of them was that they looked dangerous. Even after a month of training with Zhao Fan, I probably wouldn't stand a chance against either of them without using my powers. After a brief exchange with the soldiers, Han Jong led us to a small courtyard where a 2-story building stood. This would be our accommodation for the week. Having arrived empty-handed, there was nothing to put away. After checking out the dormitory, we changed into the training attire provided by the military camp, and the first day of training officially began. Suddenly, we saw Lin Jikan also in training attire, standing at the back of the lineup, drawing curious glances from everyone. Lin Jikan smiled then said, "My old bones are getting rusty. so it's a good opportunity to move a bit. Although I'm your instructor, we share the good and the bad together. Everyone applauded Lin Bangju. Han Zhong quieted everyone down and introduced the military camp's instructor, Li Sheng, who had known Han Zhong for many years and was familiar with the team's situation. Li Sheng said, "I'm delighted to be your instructor. As an ordinary person, I envy your superpowers. But for you to become stronger, I won't go easy on you. For our week of physical training, we'll have 4 days of physical training and 3 days of endurance training. Today, for our first day, let's start with a simple 50-kilometer weighted run." I gasped in shock. Was the training this intense on the first day? It was twice as tough as Zhao Feng's training. Could everyone handle it? Looking at the members of the team, I wasn't worried about Xiaopeng, Xiaoyan, Zhu Shenlian, and Zhao Pengkao. They had their own superpowers to support them, so the training should be no problem for them. But what about Luming and Wang? Luming, tall and skinny, didn't seem particularly strong, and Wang was in a tougher spot without any superpowers. Even with a brilliant mind, how could he manage a 50-kilometer run? The instructor continued. Do you all have confidence? Yes. The 6 of us shouted in unison, exuding confidence. I was quite puzzled. Were all the members of the team this formidable? The instructor was pleased. But then Han Zhong suddenly said, "No using superpowers. No using drugs. Got it? Luming? Luming, Sun Xiaoyan, Xiaopeng, and Wang wore worried expressions. Luming asked, Han Zhong, why can't we use drugs? We often use them in our daily lives. Han Zhong replied, have you considered what you would do if your superpowers couldn't be used for some reason one day? Like I said before, a strong body is the foundation of everything. Our rigorous training is to give you a better chance and more hope of surviving in extreme situations. Do you understand? I understand. I shouted loudly. Luming and the others looked dejected. Knowing this training would be tough, Han Zhong asked, do you understand? Okay. Fine. Sure. The 4 of them replied in barely audible voices, clearly feeling hopeless. When Han Zhong mentioned not using drugs, I finally understood why they were so confident. Luming was skilled in poisons, and similarly, he was also proficient in using drugs. It was clear that during previous training sessions, Luming had used his drugs to help everyone achieve good results. This time, Han Zhong specifically mentioned Luming to prevent him from using drugs again. Seeing the 4 of them in distress, I felt helpless. If I were the instructor, I might have made the same strict demands. As the instructor explained the training route, we realized we would be heading into the mountains. We would follow the mountain road to reach the lookout point at the summit, and then return. That was the morning schedule. Han Zhong smiled and said, I'll be waiting in the cafeteria for everyone to return. There will be a reward for the first place and a punishment for the last place. Good luck, everyone. Upon hearing about the reward for the first place, there was no response from the group. However, when they heard about the punishment for the last place, there was a collective sigh. With Luming and Xiaopeng expressing their dismay the loudest, Xiaopeng said to Luming, no need to say it. It's going to be the 2 of us at the bottom this time. Pointing at Xiaopeng, Luming said to Han Zhong, Xiaopeng is only 9 years old. Can he run this far? Han Zhong chuckled and said, Xiaopeng is still growing, so I'll allow him to use his superpowers. Just be careful not to end up in last place. Slapping his forehead, Luming shouted, oh no. Upon hearing he could use his superpowers, Xiaopeng initially looked happy, but then his expression turned sorrowful. He weakly asked Han Zhong, Grandpa Han, can I choose to use drugs instead of superpowers? Han Zhong kindly replied, no, you cannot. Upon hearing this, Xiaopeng wanted to cry. Luming rubbed Xiaopeng's face and said, come on, Xiaopeng. I believe you'll be last place. Xiaopeng burst into tears. A group of 7 of us, carrying 50 pounds of weight on our backs, embarked on a 50-kilometer trek through the mountains. I didn't feel the strain. Thanks to the month of training with Jiafan, my physical fitness was now terrifyingly strong, and the 50 kilometers posed no problem at all. Midway through the journey, I noticed that my body was even stronger than in the previous days. I wasn't sure if it was just my perception or if I was in better shape today. I looked at the others, assessing the overall level of the team and where I stood among them. Sushan Liang seemed the most at ease. Upon closer observation, I noticed his light footsteps and agile posture, as if he could break free from the constraints of gravity. Sushan Liang's expression didn't reveal any signs of the grueling 50-kilometer weighted run. I was puzzled. Was Su Shanliang using superpowers? At that moment, Su Shanliang grinned at me and said, I learned the Tianzan technique at Wudang, which allows me to move lightly like a swallow. Han Zhong said we couldn't use superpowers, but he didn't say anything about using techniques. I gave Su Shanliang a thumbs up, feeling envious of his technique. How great would it be if I could learn it too? Next, I turned to Sun Xiaoyan. Perhaps due to her inherent superpowers, her physical fitness was already good, making the weighted run seem effortless. Jia Peng seemed unfazed as always, as if this level of running didn't pose any challenge. It made sense when I thought about it. Perhaps the training he received from the mysterious organization was much more brutal than this. Lu Ming and Xiaopeng, on the other hand, were struggling. From the beginning of the training, they wore masks of pain that never seemed to come off. They encouraged each other, with Lu Ming telling Xiaopeng, "You're the most obedient student in school," and Xiaopeng telling Lu Ming, "You're the most handsome on Fuchang Road." The training had just begun, but the two of them looked as exhausted as if they had already run 50 kilometers. Breathing heavily, they seemed to be questioning life itself. Surprisingly, Wan's performance exceeded my expectations. By the halfway point, he appeared to be under no pressure, breathing steadily and running powerfully, showing no signs of weakness like a typical tech geek. I had expected Wan to struggle the most, but he turned out to be quite formidable. Bringing up the rear was the venerable Lin Jikan. When I glanced back, I saw him smiling contentedly at me, which made me feel a bit awkward. I mustered a smile back at Lin Jikan and then discreetly observed his movements. What on earth was happening? Lin Jikan seemed to be standing still, but somehow managed to keep pace with everyone else. Lin Jikan must be using superpowers. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this mystical phenomenon. At this point, nothing surprised me anymore. In the vast world, there was no shortage of wonders, and nothing was worth being astonished by. At first, our group was running together in rhythm, but gradually, the team fell apart. Su Shanliang, Jia Peng, and I ended up running at the front, while Xiaopeng, Wang, and Sun Xiaoyan lagged behind. Venerable Lin Jikan remained at the back, seemingly observing the situation of each team member. As we passed the halfway mark, the sun was climbing high in the sky, and the temperature was rising. Sweat started trickling down my forehead, but it didn't affect my speed. To my annoyance, Han Zhong was driving an off-road vehicle, holding a megaphone, sipping iced milk tea, and loudly shouting, "You guys are too slow. If you don't speed up, this milk tea won't stay cold." Don't blame me. Running at the front of the group, I glanced back at Han Zhong, feeling the urge to pull him down and run with everyone else. Although I couldn't do that, I thought a little punishment for Han Zhong would be acceptable. Using my mind, I overturned his milk tea on the ground. Han Zhong, who was previously enjoying his drink, looked contemplative as he stared at the spilled tea. The three of us burst into laughter, waiting to see how Han Zhong would react next. To everyone's surprise, Han Zhong turned around, grabbed another cup of milk tea from the car, and chuckled. "I still have more. Ha ha ha." With that, Han Zhong drove off, depriving me of the opportunity to manipulate his actions through my mind. The three of us exchanged glances, and we carried on running. I believed that with my abilities, I would either be in first or second place within this group. I had initially thought of showing off, but considering the consequences of being the last one as mentioned by the instructor, I abandoned the idea of sprinting ahead. What good would being first do? Since we were a team, we should help each other. We all should push towards the finish line together. That was the true essence of teamwork. Glancing back at Xiaopeng and the others, they were nowhere to be seen, indicating they were falling behind significantly. I shared my thoughts with Su Shanliang and Zhao Peng, and we decided to help Xiaopeng and the others at the 40-kilometer mark. This way, we could achieve the training goal, and the team of 6 wouldn't face any penalties. When Xiaopeng, Lu Ming, and Sun Xiaoyan saw the three of us waiting for them, they, who were close to exhaustion, seemed to find a ray of hope. The 6 of us held hands and shoulders, reaching the finish line together. Han Zhong and Venerable Lin Jikan exchanged a smile, seemingly agreeing that the team had done well. Han Zhong had prepared a simple lunch for the squad, explaining, "After a long run, it's best to avoid heavy meals, so I've prepared some fruits and vegetables. Dinner tonight will be a feast." "For sure." Lu Ming, munching on a cucumber, remarked. Han Zhong, "I knew it. You always promise us the moon." Han Zhong replied, "If you don't believe me, at least believe Venerable Lin Jikan. He can vouch for me." Venerable Lin Jikan, stroking his sparse beard, saw it. Throughout history, Martial artists have emphasized a robust vitality, and eating meat is necessary, so I say we'll have meat for dinner tonight. Han Zhong won't deceive us. Xiao Pang, who was too tired to speak earlier, cheered upon hearing about the meat for dinner. Looking at the table full of cabbage, I silently thought it would have been more cost-effective to have a bowl of noodles from Nanfang village. At least there would be eggs and meat. Han Zhong, you really know how to mess with me. The afternoon training session was much easier than the morning, starting with a 2-hour lecture on the core socialist values by Han Zhong. Han Zhong was speaking passionately on the podium, but most of the audience had already drifted off to dreamland. Han Zhong didn't seem to mind the sleeping attendees and continued his lecture without interruption. However, before the 2 hours were up, Han Zhong slammed the textbook shut, startling everyone awake, and declared, "If you're not paying attention to the theory, then let's move on to training." Those who were just waking up from their dreams sighed in resignation. Han Zhong, this is exploitation. This is the torment of socialist flowers. This isn't democracy. This is dictatorship. Han Zhong chuckled and said, "This is for your own good. You should learn to be grateful. Hurry up and get up. Head to the training ground." Despite the complaints, everyone dragged their tired bodies to the training ground. I was puzzled as to why everyone followed Han Zhong's instructions so obediently. Could it be that Han Zhong's superpower was to charm people? Under the scorching sun, we arrived at the training ground and saw a large group of people already training there. Upon closer inspection, I realized that these individuals were extraordinary, with strong and robust physiques that resembled Zhao Feng and others. But even more impressive, could these people be special forces soldiers? Han Zhong told us, "See, there are soldiers already training. You can join them and train together." We examined the training activities, which included climbing walls, low obstacle courses, balance beams, and more than 10 other exercises that were clearly meant for special forces training. Sun Xiaoyan touched her face and remarked, "Looks like my face is going to taste mud again." Han Zhong assured us, "I will be recording your training progress from the sidelines. Just like before, there will be rewards for the first and penalties for the last. Let's get started." Everyone sighed and joined the training team. I was at the back, looking at the unmoving Leader Lin, and asked with a smile, "Leader Lin, aren't you going to join us?" Leader Lin chuckled and said, "I'm not participating in this training. I prefer to stay clean." My mind was racing with confusion. Training was tough, but everyone persevered. With a whistle blowing, the soldiers stopped training, gathered together, left the training ground, and the small team also stopped training. The team members all looked like mud people, standing together, unable to distinguish who was who by their faces, only able to differentiate by their body sizes. Han Zhong looked at everyone's appearance, smiled happily, and said, "I see you all worked hard in training today, so I have prepared a gift for you. Do you want it?" Excited to hear about a gift, everyone speculated on what it could be. To everyone's surprise, Han Zhong took out a box of face masks and said, "It's hot out there. I don't want your skin to get sunburned, so I prepared these for you." Everyone was taken aback and ignored Han Zhong, except for Ziyan, who was very happy and affectionately massaged Han Zhong's shoulders. Han Zhong led everyone back to the courtyard, where there was a large barbecue grill in the middle, with a shiny roasted whole lamb that whetted everyone's appetite. Leader Lin was brushing oil on the roasted lamb. Seeing everyone return, he quickly invited everyone to sit down and announced that dinner was ready. There was a cheer as everyone dug into the delicious roasted lamb. Han Zhong did not disappoint. Everyone enjoyed the meal, with a whole roasted lamb, 5 special roast chickens from Leader Lin's family recipe, and various other delicacies. After the meal, they felt re-energized from the day's training. Everyone thought to themselves that this month-long training, with such good food every day, was quite enjoyable. At night, they slept on the hard beds again, reminding me of the days in the orphanage. I wondered how things were at the orphanage now that I was in college. Were the orphanage director and his wife doing well? Was Meow Meow managing everything okay? Were Little Wu and the other children being treated well? I first called Fatty, and heard him whisper, "What's up? You've started school. How is it?" Looking at the time, it was only 9:30 p.m. Was Fatty already asleep? I asked, "Are you going to bed so early?" Fatty whispered, "I'm at the library." Hold on, it was already 9:30 p.m., and Fatty was still at the library, buried in books. After a while, Fatty's voice became clearer, probably stepping outside the library. I said, "What's going on? It's already 9:30 p.m. And you're still at the library. I thought you don't need to study in college. Fatty reply. Don't mention it. Those who say you don't need to study in college are lying to you. Let me tell you, the library is packed with people now. All serious students. I was shocked to hear that. It seemed like the rumor of not needing to study in college came from someone who wasn't doing well academically. We chatted for a while, and I still didn't mention that I hadn't reported to college. I would talk about it later. Seeing that it was already past 10 p.m. I wanted to call the orphanage director, but decided to postpone it. I sat alone on the steps of the courtyard, and soon Leader Lin came out, sat next to me, and jokingly said, I saw you sitting here alone, so I came over. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I smiled and said, Senior Lin. Number. I just called home and was lost in thought. Leader Lin said, Youth doesn't know the taste of sorrow. At your age, it's a time of vigor and vitality. Whatever you do is right. And everything is allowed. So cherish this time of your life, or else when you reach my age, it will be too late to regret. I didn't understand what Leader Lin meant. Had he also encountered something in life that made him reflect like this? I timidly asked, Leader Lin, is everything okay? Have you encountered something unpleasant? Leader Lin burst into laughter and said, Life is full of ups and downs. Encountering unpleasant things is normal. There's no need to dwell on it, as things will pass. I nodded in agreement, admiring Leader Lin's wisdom. Suddenly, I remembered theft sect and took the opportunity to ask Leader Lin if there really was a theft sect. So I asked, Leader Lin, I once met a group of people at the train station who claimed to be from the theft sect. I wanted to ask, is the theft sect still around? Leader Lin pondered for a moment and said, the theft sect is different from the beggar sect. After the founding of the country, they faced significant challenges, and the vast majority have left the sect. However, the sect leader and elders are still there. They have all retired and moved on to other professions. The theft sect can be considered defunct, with only a trace of its existence remaining. As for the people claiming to be from the theft sect at the train station, they were probably just young people using the name. Genuine members of the theft sect wouldn't openly reveal their identity in broad daylight. I nodded in understanding. It seemed like those people at the train station were just making things up. After listening to Leader Lin talk about the decline of martial arts sects in modern times, I was intrigued and asked him to share more about the current state of martial arts sects. Leader Lin seemed pleased by my interest and mentioned that even though the martial arts world had become bleak, there were still traces of existence for some sects. He also casually mentioned that Jing Yun had once sought his assistance for his novels. Due to his overseas engagements, he could only lend him the beggar sect's genealogy. This revelation left me astonished and eager to learn more about the mysterious connections between Leader Lin and the famous author. Leader Lin continued to explain the challenges faced by martial arts sects in a society where the code of chivalry clashed with government restrictions. He emphasized that sects like the theft sect, deemed harmful to society, were particularly targeted for suppression. I nodded in agreement, realizing the complexities of adapting ancient principles to modern societal norms. As Leader Lin shared insights on how each sect adapted to changing times, I couldn't help but draw parallels between their strategies and the concept of social identities in today's world. His mention of the beggar sect's dwindling numbers, yet resilient spirit among its members, resonated with me, prompting me to reflect on the value of belonging to a recognized community. Our conversation was abruptly interrupted when Leader Lin noticed something outside the courtyard, prompting him to excuse himself for an urgent matter. Without hesitation, he leapt over the courtyard wall and disappeared into the night. I was left in awe of his agility and quick decision-making, marveling at his remarkable display of skill and determination. As I stood there, contemplating the events of the evening, I couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Leader Lin's enigmatic presence and the untold tales of the martial arts world that he carried with him. The night was filled with mysteries and revelations, leaving me eager to uncover more secrets hidden within the shadows of the ancient sects. I can only express my views with cow skin. However, what puzzles me is where Leader Lin got the information from. Was it from those two bird calls? I shook my head, no longer thinking about it. Glancing at the time, it was already past 10 o'clock. Thinking that Han Zhang should still be awake, I decided to inform him first. Unexpectedly, before I could enter the house, Han Zhang came out, frowning as he watched Leader Lin walk away into the distance. I was quite puzzled by how Han Zhang knew which direction Leader Lin was heading. Han Zhang waved me over, indicating that he already knew Leader Lin had left in a hurry, and advised me to go back and rest. As we had training the next day, I asked, Han Zhang, what are we training tomorrow? Han Zhong replied. Tomorrow we're training strength. Don't worry. It'll be much more comfortable than today. When I heard that we were training strength, I felt okay about it, as that was one of my strong points. Seeing Han Zhong sitting on the steps, I sat down as well. Han Zhong, who had been lost in thought, looked at me sitting back down and asked in confusion, "Why haven't you gone back yet? We really need to get up early tomorrow." I took a deep breath and said, "Han Zhong, I have a question. I'd like to consult with you." Han Zhong, seeing me being so serious, sighed. "Go ahead. I'll tell you everything I know." "Why did you let me join the team when my superpowers are so useless? Why do you say your superpowers are useless? I think you're very powerful. Then what can my superpowers do?" Han Zhong was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself, this kid is starting to doubt himself, which is not good. If he continues like this, he may give up on himself. Han Zhong said, "I really don't know how to answer your question. Your superpowers are very powerful. You must believe in that. Besides, we called Leader Lin to help train you guys, and the focus of the training is on you because you have the greatest potential. So rest assured, you are the best." "Is this some kind of Pua tactic? How can I fall for that?" I persisted, asking, "How do you know I have the greatest potential?" Han Zhong said, "Everyone else either has one superpower or no superpowers. But you have 3 superpowers. And these 3 are just beginner-level powers. Not even the ultimate form. I don't even know what your ultimate superpower form looks like. So that's why we called Leader Lin." I asked again, "How did you know I have 3 superpowers? Is there some unique method?" Han Zhong was taken aback, then said, "Of course. There must be a method. How else would I find superpower users? Just by staring with my eyes." Although Han Zhong's explanation made sense, I could see a hint of panic in his eyes. Not the panic of not knowing the answer to my question, but the panic of being caught in a lie. I became even more suspicious, wondering if Han Zhong was really keeping something from me. Han Zhong waved his hand and said, "Go back and rest. If you continue asking, I won't answer anything." At that moment, I didn't even know if the current Han Zhong was the same person I thought he was, considering we had only known each other for 3 days. I said, "If I join the team, will I get paid? Will I have benefits like insurance?" Han Zhong widened his eyes and said, "Why are you asking about insurance benefits? Why not ask to fly in the sky? You'll get paid. But no insurance benefits. Why no insurance benefits? What will I do when I'm old? I don't have insurance benefits either. When I'm old, I'll rely on my son to support me. What if I don't have a son? Then have one. What if I don't want to have children? Can't you do it? Can't you give birth?" "Shut up. You can't do it. You'll never be able to do it in your whole life. Go away." I returned to my dormitory and realized I forgot to ask Han Zhong how much the salary was. It was unbelievable that while working for the country, there was no social security or benefits. This was really unfair. Even though we were not civil servants or in the official system, we should at least have some benefits as non-official staff. Nowadays, even temporary workers are starting to contribute to social security and benefits. I sarcastically criticized the stingy government in my mind. Lying back on my bed, the image of Han Zhong's panicked expression kept bothering me. Han Zhong was definitely acting strange, but I couldn't figure out if it was directed at me or something else. I really hoped I was just overthinking things, as I didn't want to leave such a great team. Remembering what Han Zhong had mentioned about informing the university if anyone wanted to leave the team and go back to school, I felt a bit reassured. Feeling exhausted, I closed my eyes, hoping to see Yan Cici in my dreams to comfort me. When I woke up again, I found myself in the space. I lay down on a recliner, and the creaking sound made me fall asleep quickly once more. The next morning at 7 o'clock, I woke up slowly to Han Zhong's voice and joined everyone in the bathroom to freshen up. Everyone was curious as to why I didn't seem tired. And then, I remembered that my space had the function of restoring my energy. They had no idea about it. And maybe even Han Zhong didn't know either. I decided to keep this as my little secret. The morning training session was held in a factory, and when everyone saw that the training tool was a hydraulic press, they all stared at Han Zhong, as if saying, "We have superpowers, but we are not Ultramen." Han Zhong awkwardly smiled and explained that the hydraulic press was for Xiaoyan's training, not theirs, so they shouldn't misunderstand. Xiaoyan stared at Han Zhong, her expression changing from shock to sadness, almost on the verge of tears. Han Zhong quickly reassured her, saying, "Xiaoyan, don't cry. This is all for your own good. Don't you want to see your muscles explode and achieve the ultimate form? Xiaoyan pouted and stood next to the hydraulic press, asking everyone loudly, "Do you think this thing suits me? Suits, 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 suits." Hearing 6 suits, Xiaoyan couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed the big hammer next to the hydraulic press and charged at everyone, loudly asking, "Do you think you're suited to this hammer?" Han Zhong then led everyone to a gym, where there was plenty of exercise equipment. He had hired 5 trainers to provide personalized training for each team member. Han Zhong instructed everyone not to use their superpowers during training, that they were free to use any other methods. After a day of training, all 5 team members were in agony. In the neighboring hydraulic press room, the trainer watched Xiaoyan, who now stood 3 meters tall under the hydraulic press, and gasped in disbelief at her terrifying strength. "This woman is too fierce." The instructor looked at Xiaoyan's fist and secretly swallowed. This punch could really kill a cow. That night, everyone dragged their weary bodies back to the courtyard. Han Zhong had prepared a feast for everyone, but no one had the desire to enjoy it. We quickly ate a bite and planned to rest. I was exhausted beyond measure. This strength training was more terrifying than yesterday's 50-kilometer cross-country run. I was different from the others. I looked at the delicious spread on the table and my appetite opened up. So, I ordered 4 servings of foie gras, 3 chicken legs, 2 portions of pork head meat, and a large pizza, as Han Zhong served as the chef for everyone. In reality, he was only serving me. Returning to the dormitory, I marveled at the intensity of the training. It was no wonder we were a super-powered team. If this were an ordinary person, they would probably be crippled by now. I lay down on the bed and felt the fatigue wash over me. I thought about calling the dean, but decided to wait. I opened my eyes and found myself back in the space. I reclined on the lounger, eagerly awaiting the space to restore my energy. Perhaps I was truly exhausted, as I quickly fell asleep in the space again. Late at night, I suddenly sat up from the bed and listened carefully. The outside noise was chaotic, almost like gunshots. I ran to the courtyard, where the sound became clearer. It was indeed gunshots. Soon after, Han Zhong also came out from the building and, seeing me already standing in the courtyard, asked, "Did you hear something?" Me? Seeing Han Zhong, I was slightly surprised. The sound was very faint. Did Han Zhong hear it too? Could it be that Han Zhong was also a superpower individual? I reply, "I heard the sound of gunfire, but nothing else." Han Zhong glanced outside and said, "It might be a problem, but it's not our concern. You should go back to sleep." Seeing that Han Zhong had no intention of going back, I asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Han Zhong smiled and said, "I'm old. I need less sleep. Once I'm awake, I can't fall back asleep. You go rest. I'll stay here in the courtyard for a while." Sitting on the steps, I said, "I'm not tired either. Let's rest here together." Han Zhong looked outside, sighed, and sat down with me. I said, "Han Zhong, you're a super-powered individual, right?" Han Zhong chuckled and asked, "Why do you say that?" I reply, "How did you hear such faint gunshots?" Han Zhong laughed and said, "Those gunshots weren't that faint. What if I just have sensitive ears?" Shaking my head, I said, "Han Zhong, I've been observing you for a while now. You're definitely not an ordinary person." Han Zhong's expression changed, and he said, "So you figured it out. You can consider me a superpower individual, but I still stand by what I said. I sincerely invited you to join this team. I have no ill intentions towards you." Looking at the serious Han Zhong, I burst out laughing and said, "I believe you. This team is so warm. I can't bear to leave even if you asked me to." Han Zhong nodded, patting my shoulder, and said, "You're truly the one I chose. You won't disappoint me." I brushed off Han Zhong's hand with disdain and asked, "Yesterday, you only mentioned that I have a salary, but didn't say how much. How much is it?" Han Zhong thought for a moment and said, "You're still on probation, so I can only offer you the minimum salary. Let's go with the standard Din Shishi City. 1,896 yuan per month." "How much?" 1896. I suddenly feel like everyone in this team is very fierce. Is that so? Yes. So I want to quit the team and go to university. Haha. It's too late. The registration deadline has passed. You can't go to university now. Didn't you inform the school? Yes, I did. Then why won't the school let me register? Who do you think I am? The school won't just listen to me with one phone call. I am completely amazed by Han Zhong's shamelessness. I swear, I will never trust him again. Han Zhong glanced outside and said, "The matter is settled. It shouldn't be a big problem. We can both go to sleep now. I angrily returned to the dormitory, sighed, and went to bed. Han Jong also returned to the dormitory, sat on the bed, closed his eyes to rest. And once I fell asleep, Han Jong opened his eyes, dashed out of the window in one swift move, landed in the courtyard without making a sound, lightly jumped over the wall, and disappeared into the darkness. If I were there, I would definitely exclaim in surprise again. Han Jong's leap was far from ordinary. Han Jong is truly a master. Han Jong hurried along, thinking to himself, I've caused too much trouble this time. If I hadn't made it in time, I would have been punished severely tomorrow. Han Jong moved effortlessly on the mountain, taking a step that could propel him 5 or 6 meters. His speed unbelievably fast. Crossing over a mountain pass, Han Jong saw the military camp in chaos. Emerging from the darkness, the patrolling soldiers immediately aimed their guns at Han Jong and shouted, "Who goes there?" Han Jong raised his hands to show he was unarmed and calmly said, "I am Han Jong. Get your commander here." The patrol leader signaled to his men, who quickly departed. In no time, the commander arrived, saw Han Jong, dismissed the soldiers on patrol, and led Han Jong to a tent. On the way, Han Jong saw tents shredded by submachine guns, cars destroyed by shells, and many areas engulfed in flames. Han Jong was also surprised. This incident was not minor. Inside the tent, the commander handed Han Jong a cigarette, lit it, and said, "This is the 6th attack this month. This time, the enemy's firepower was particularly fierce. As you witnessed, my military camp is turning into a junkyard." Han Jong apologized lightly, saying, "I had some urgent matters and couldn't make it in time." The commander replied, "Your presence or absence doesn't affect much. This time they only used long-range weapons. No superpower individuals. By the way, Lin Law, the leader of the Lin gang, followed their trail last night and hasn't returned yet. He should be fine, right?" Han Jong said, "It's fine. Master Lin's skills are too good for the other side to take his life." The team leader nodded and said, "If we're talking about conventional weapons, we're fine here. But the other side has around 5 superpower individuals, which makes it tricky for us. Han, we're counting on you this time." Han Jong smiled and said, "I'm here to help you solve this problem. You saw the strength of our team yesterday. It'll be no problem." The team leader smiled and said, "I won't comment on your team, Han, but I trust you." Han Jong smiled and said, "Thank you for your trust. I won't let you down. For now, let's leave it at that. Just let me know in advance when you're ready to move." The team leader shook Han Jong's hand with both hands and said, "Han, I'm extremely grateful." Later, Han Jong returned to the courtyard, checked on the status of each team member, and only returned to his dormitory, and everything was in order. The night grew darker. In the following 2 days, the training program remained the same as the previous 2 days. After 4 days of training, it was unclear whether physical fitness had improved, but everyone's complexion had definitely darkened. I, who already had a dark complexion, hadn't changed much, but the others had turned into charcoal. Xiaoyan was applying the 3rd layer of face mask, and I curiously asked, "Xiaoyan, does applying 3 layers at once really work?" Xiaoyan replied with a tight-lipped smile, "Of course. The 1st layer repairs the skin, the 2nd layer hydrates, and the 3rd layer whitens. Using 3 at once definitely has a triple effect." Lu Ming said, "Don't listen to Xiaoyan's nonsense. If applying 3 layers worked, there wouldn't be any dark-skinned people left. Xiaoyan just uses them freely because the masks are free. It's her way of getting back at Han Jong for making her handle the hydraulic press." After hearing this, Xiaoyan glared at Lu Ming, removed a layer of the mask from her face, and then flung it at Lu Ming, saying, "You only know how to talk big." Lu Ming caught the mask with his face and happily said, "Thanks for the rich lady's mask. I bow to you, young lady." Everyone burst into laughter. Han Jong and Master Lin entered from outside the courtyard, and seeing everyone so joyful, Han Jong asked, "What's going on? Is there something to celebrate?" Lu Ming said, "Just now, Xiaoyan said she's going to perform breaking a stone with the chest for everyone." I reply, "Shouldn't it be chest-breaking stone instead?" Ha ha. Han Jong chuckled and said, "I can't bear to let Xiaoyan perform that. I think Lu Ming and I are more suited for it." Everyone laughed. Xiaoyan continued to apply her face mask with a smile. Then Han Jong got down to business and said, "For these 4 days, everyone has trained hard. It's clear from your faces that you've been through tough training. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. But no one paid attention to Han Zhong. Not even Xiaopang, who usually supported Han Zhong, didn't clap this time. Han Zhong coughed a couple of times to disguise his embarrassment and continued. According to our plan, in the next 3 days, we will have a small field training exercise. Then, Han Zhong opened a map, pointed to the falling sunset mountain, and said, "This is the falling sunset mountain, and we're currently at the foot of this mountain. Your task for the next 3 days is to climb over the mountain and reach this location." Han Zhong pointed to a red dot and said, "This is Luoxi City, 160 kilometers in a straight line from Xixi City. You have 3 days to cross the mountain and reach the rendezvous point in Luoxi City. And that will mark the end of the first week's training." Wu Yang said, 3 days for 160 kilometers. Sounds doable, but this is mountain climbing, so the distance will be doubled. Who knows what's in the mountains? What if there are tigers or leopards? Then we'll be walking into a dangerous situation. Everyone started discussing excitedly, and Han Zhong looked on with a mischievous smile. After the discussion, Han Zhong said, "To make your training more fulfilling, I've discussed with Commander Li, and there will be a platoon of soldiers on this side of the falling sunset mountain to intercept and block you. If anyone gets hit accidentally, don't blame me for the punishment." Ow? Is that even allowed? Han Zhong silenced everyone's complaints with a gesture and continued, "To ensure your safety, Master Lin will also be with you. However, Master Lin will only help you when you encounter danger. He won't intervene otherwise. Don't rely too much on Master Lin." Initially, everyone was on the verge of going on strike, but upon hearing this, they regained their confidence. I understood that Han Zhong's strategy was to give a harsh blow first, followed by a sweet reward. It was a highly effective strategy. Oh, what am I going to do in the future? The meeting ended. Han Zhong and Elder Lin, the leader of the Lin clan, had already left. Lu Ming called everyone over to think about countermeasures for tomorrow's training. After several people discussed, they summarized 2 points. First, there should be no restrictions on supplies for this training, so they can prepare food and drink supplies in advance so that they don't have to worry on the way. Second, Han Zhong said that the training will start tomorrow, but didn't mention the specific time. After my reminder, everyone unanimously decided to set off tonight to avoid being surrounded and blocked by the opponent, so as to quickly reach Luoxi City. Ziyan and I went to the kitchen to see what food we could take with us. It could just be put in my space. The two of us rummaged through the kitchen and found 3 boxes of mineral water, some cooked beef, and a box of bread. Both Ziyan and I saw confusion in each other's eyes. Was this stuff specially prepared by Han Zhong for their training? I put away my space and said to Ziyan, "No matter if it is or not, let's take it away first." Lu Ming and a few others found a compass and several daggers in this small courtyard. They didn't see any pistols. I took out the 2 pistols and bullets he obtained in his hometown and asked everyone who could play with this. Wu Yang and Lu Ming each took one and praised me for being so awesome. After packing up and looking at the time, it was only 10 o'clock. Everyone agreed to set off at 3 o'clock in the morning and then went back to their rooms to sleep. When I returned to my room, I always felt that there was something abnormal about this training, but except for the beef and bread found in the kitchen, I didn't find any other doubts. I thought I should go to sleep quickly, entering the space to restore my physical strength and get ready for tomorrow's training. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I quietly arrived at the gate of the small courtyard. After a while, all 6 people were present. I also put a written message on the steps in the courtyard. Han Zhong, Elder Lin, in order to complete the training as soon as possible, we have set off. Don't think about it and don't miss us. Elder Lin, after you see this, you can move forward in the due west direction. We will make marks along the way. Looking forward to meeting you. Several people chuckled and set off. On the roof of the 2nd floor, Han Zhong and Elder Lin, the leader of the Lin clan, stood there, watching a group of people disappear into the darkness. Han Zhong said, "Elder Lin, in the next 3 days, they are in your care." Elder Lin coughed twice and said, "No problem, with me here. You can rest assured." Han Zhong worriedly said, "Is the injury so serious this time?" Elder Lin said, "The self-detonation of an S-level modified person is indeed very powerful. Moreover, I found that their modification ability has evolved again. This time, the power of the self-detonation is much greater than before." After hearing this, Han Zhong became even more worried and said, "Since you came back, I regret agreeing to Captain Li to let our team participate in this incident." You said, "What if there is another S-level modified person in this stronghold? What should we do?" Elder Lin shook his head and said, It should not be. You also know that there are not many of their modified people above S level. This time, I killed one. They will definitely restrain themselves. Han Zhong took out a jade pendant from his bag and said, Elder Lin, this is the unique heart-protecting pendant of our association of superpowered people. After activation, it can block the self-detonation of an S-level modified person. This is for you, but I hope this will not be needed this time. Elder Lin was stunned for a moment, then took it and said, Han Zhong, what's wrong with you this time? You are so nagging. Do you think there will still be an S-level modified person in this black spot? Han Zhong shook his head and said, since I came to this base, I have been restless. I don't know if I am overthinking. Elder Lin put away the heart-protecting pendant and said, Han Zhong, I have known you for more than 40 years. I watched you grow up. In the past 10 years, I have never seen you look so worried. But don't worry, as long as they don't have more than 2 S-level modified people, I can protect this team completely. Han Zhong said, okay. Elder Lin, the team is relying on you. Elder Lin said, speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for your maneuvers over the years, my beggars clan would be in an even worse situation. Joe Heron's wisest decision in his life was to save your life. When Han Zhong heard the name Joe Heron, he was a little sad. In his heart, he silently said, old sir, I hope your spirit in heaven will bless my team. Elder Lin saw that Han Zhong didn't speak, so he patted Han Zhong on the shoulder and said, don't be sad. Joe Heron is in the sky now and will secretly smile. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to catch up with them. Don't let them run around blindly and take detours. Han Zhong cupped his hands and bade farewell to Elder Lin. Elder Lin waved his hand to indicate that he was leaving. Then he jumped down from the 2-story building and disappeared into the night. Han Zhong looked up at the sky. The stars in the sky were shining brightly. Han Zhong looked at the brightest star and murmured, old sir, you once said that people live to be able to look at the sky while standing. If one day they can't stand anymore, then there is no need to live. I don't know if you will look down at me in the sky. Will you look at me? At this time, Han Zhong was already in tears. The 6 of us advanced along the set route. At first, we were still on the main road. After walking for more than 10 minutes, we had to enter a small path. At first, everyone was still very happy about the perfect plan, but as they walked, they began to complain. This mountain road is too difficult to walk. I held a big machete and opened the way in front. Through my clairvoyant superpower, I can basically see things 2 or 3 meters ahead clearly. This provides convenience for the team to advance at night. Originally, according to the plan, we could walk along this small path until dawn, but after walking for less than an hour, I suddenly stopped and said to everyone, there are people ahead. Everyone immediately looked forward, but it was pitch black and they couldn't see anything. Lu Ming asked in a low voice, why can't I see people? Do you see them? Except for me. Everyone else shook their heads. I pointed in one direction and said, there are 3 people over there. I can't see their clothes clearly, but I guess they should be soldiers blocking us. Although everyone still couldn't see, they all chose to believe me. Lu Ming said, what should we do? Should we rush over and knock them unconscious and walk according to our plan? I thought for a while and said, I think it's better not. We don't know if the other party has communication means. If they do, we will be exposed. Lu Ming looked at the others. The others looked at Lu Ming and me and didn't speak. Obviously, it was up to Lu Ming and me to decide. Lu Ming thought for a while and said, what I said makes sense. What we are mainly doing now is to take them by surprise. The later they know about us, the better. Then let's change to another route. Detour to the north and then to the west. I nodded. I identified the direction with a compass and continued to advance north. Before long, Elder Lin followed the marks left by my machete and reached the place where the team stopped. Elder Lin narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 people in front, then looked at the direction the team was advancing. He nodded and said, the decision is fairly correct. Then Elder Lin flicked his sleeve and left a mark on the tree and continued to chase the team. The 6 members of the team advanced towards the north for more than an hour. It was almost dawn, and there was already a hint of dawn in the east. I discussed with Lu Ming and thought that we had detoured far enough. We could rest for a while and then continue to move west. The team found an open place. Then I took out beef, bread, and water from my space. Everyone found a comfortable place. Bread with beef was also delicious. The gray sky in the east was slowly dyed orange-red. Gradually, the sky was enveloped by golden-red light. The sun peeked out and began to show its unique light. The team watched the entire sunrise and all sighed at the beauty of nature. For a moment, they didn't want to move anymore. In the end, I called on everyone to get moving quickly, end the training early, and there would be all kinds of beautiful scenery. The few people in the team reluctantly packed up and moved west, planning to go all the way west directly to Luoshi City. The mountains became steeper and steeper, and there was no road at all. The team members could only cut a path with the knives in their hands. Zian wiped the sweat on her face and said, indignantly, "I didn't expect it to be so hot in the mountains in the morning. I should have brought my small electric fan." Lu Ming chuckled and said, "Why don't you move an air conditioner so that everyone can cool off?" Lu Ming has always been an optimist and never forgets to tease at any time. I have been at the front of the team. On the one hand, I identify the direction. On the other hand, I also open up a path for everyone. When everyone was complaining vigorously, I suddenly stopped and said to everyone, "There are people ahead." This time, everyone vaguely saw several soldiers in the direction I pointed. Lu Ming came over and said, "It seems that we have to change direction again." This time, everyone unanimously decided to go south. It would be just right to return to the original planned route. In this way, it is also the closest to Luoshi City. However, after walking for less than 10 minutes this time, they encountered the blocking soldiers again. This made the team have to continue to detour north. Later, they encountered the blocking soldiers twice. This made the team's route deviate more and more from the planned route. Now the direction of advance has become northwest. Near noon, everyone was exhausted. They found a shady place and decided to rest for a while before setting off. Eating bread with beef this time was not as delicious as in the morning, but in this situation, it was already very good to have this food. Everyone could only endure it. I recalled the journey this morning and felt very abnormal. It seemed that these blocking soldiers were driving the team towards the north. I opened the map and wanted to find our current position on the map, but because there was too little map information, it was difficult to determine our position now. I could only estimate that our current position was northwest of Shishi City and northeast of Luoshi City. I thought that if we continued to go north, the distance from Luoshi City would only get farther and farther. I told this thought to Lu Ming. Lu Ming also realized that something was wrong. So after discussing, the two of us decided to find a way to the southeast. Only in this way could we reach Luoshi City as soon as possible. So this afternoon, under my leadership, the team walked left and right for a while, sometimes advancing quickly and sometimes stopping to rest. Near evening, everyone looked and found that they were back at the place where they had lunch at noon. Everyone lay down on the ground and didn't move anymore. They planned to rest here. There was no smile on the faces of me and Lu Ming. Both of them found that the team seemed to have entered a pocket. The only direction they could move forward was north. I told everyone this news. At first, everyone was shocked, and then they were relieved. Xiaoyan said, "This may be Han Zhang's intention. He is intentionally making our training more difficult. If we go north, the distance will be farther, and he will train us more harshly. This is Han Zhang's usual routine." Wu Yun said, "I agree with Xiaoyan's view. This is just a training exercise. How could there be any conspiracy? It just makes us walk more." I also agree with Xiaoyan's statement, but I always feel something is wrong. In the end, everyone decided to still go north, at least in this direction. There are no soldiers blocking us. I sighed and respected everyone's decision. But I was very worried in my heart. I suddenly said, "Why hasn't Elder Lin caught up yet? We have left so many marks along the way. We have been in this area all afternoon. Elder Lin should have caught up." When I said this, everyone remembered that Elder Lin was training with everyone. However, because the team ran away in advance and didn't bring Elder Lin along, Lu Ming said, "Could Elder Lin be lost? Or perhaps he avoided the soldiers blocking us and went directly to Luoshi City." Everyone didn't know the reason either. They could only continue to leave marks and then continue walking north. The mountain road at night is extremely difficult to walk. In order to avoid everyone getting injured, after finding a relatively open place, the team decided to rest here for one night. I took out tents from my space. Everyone worked together to set them up. Then we divided the tasks. I, Xiaopeng, and Sushan Liang formed a group. Pan were on duty in the first half of the night. Lu Ming, Xiaoyan, and Zhao Pengchao were on duty in the second half of the night. Saying on duty is actually just to prevent being caught up by the soldiers blocking us. If we are captured alive, it would be embarrassing. Although everyone is thick-skinned, they still want to complete the task perfectly. I looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Looking at the silent surroundings, I got goosebumps all over my body and was a little scared. Xiaopeng was yawning beside me and was already drowsy. I asked Xiaopeng to go sleep in the tent and not be on duty anymore. But Xiaopeng insisted on staying. In the end, there was no choice but to let Xiaopeng sleep outside the tent. I looked at Xiaopang. This is a 9-year-old child. Although he looks very mature, I suddenly thought that Han Zhong might be lying to me about Xiaopang being 9 years old. I asked Su Shanlian, who was meditating beside me. Shanlian, Han Zhong said that Xiaopang is only 9 years old. Is this true? Su Shanlian opened his eyes and said, in confusion, what 9 years old? Xiaopang is already 16 years old. Damn it, Han Zhong really lied to me. But what I don't understand is why Han Zhong would lie to me. I can't understand Han Zhong more and more. Su Shanlian asked me, I heard Xiaoyan say that you were originally going to college. But why did you decide to give up? Going to college is so good. It was rare for me to hear Su Shanliang speak. So I said with a smile, the college I go to is too bad. After graduation, I can only work. It's better not to go. Su Shanlian showed a confused expression and said, don't people have to work after college? How can you work without going to college? How? What's the situation? Why did Su Shanlian ask such a question? I immediately understood. Su Shanlian has lived in a Taoist temple since he was a child and has never gone to school. He probably doesn't understand much about college or work. So I told Su Shanlian about the relationship between college and working.